Chapter 300 Little Black Making a Move. It was a gigantic hole filled with burn marks of charred wood around it, while 10 of Lu Mei's jade-white skeletons were standing in line, blocking anyone in the silver cross street from having a clear look of the interior of the room. Soon, Shun Long turned his eyes towards Little Black, Lu Mei and Little Silver, before he nodded his head and said in an affirming tone. "Don't worry, I am okay. Aside from being mentally exhausted, of course." He silently added in his heart, before his eyes examined the rest of the room. Aside from the large hole on the wall, however, that Lu Mei's skeletons were now covering, Shun Long didn't find anything else amiss. Lu Mei and Little Black both heaved out in relief, while the Black Panther, Little Silver, happily nudged its head on Shun Long's arm for a moment. With a curious look in his eyes, Shun Long looked at Lu Mei before he asked. "Mayor, how long was I gone for?" His eyes also fell on the large hole on the wall of the room, curious to find out what happened while he was inside the eternal confinement immortal prison. Lu Mei lowered her head slightly as she looked at Shun Long and said. "Long Ji, you were gone for almost 2 days. In these 2 days I also didn't open the shop." 2 days. Shun Long was stunned when he heard Lu Mei's reply. He didn't think that he was gone for even half a day, let alone 2 whole days. Before he could ask any more questions, Little Black's voice then sounded in his mind, as Little Black then asked. "Master, is everything really alright? I can sense that your soul is really exhausted right now." Nodding his head, Shun Long didn't hide anything neither from Little Black, nor Lu Mei or Little Silver, as he said in a serious voice. "I am indeed tired, but I should recover fully after consuming a few spirit-enhancing pills and get my spirit sense and spiritual strength back to peak condition." Looking at Little Black, Shun Long then asked curiously. "Little Black, is there a power called the 10 Immortal Palaces?" Little Black thought seriously for a while, before he eventually shook his head and said. "Master, there is no such force as far as I remember." After a brief pause, the Black Dragon then added. "Of course, it's also possible that they are an extremely secluded power who don't show themselves easily, but I have never heard of this name before." Nodding his head, Shun Long wasn't too surprised by Little Black's answer. He didn't know how this red palace was connected to the Stone of Time, but it was certainly something that he had to find out about in the end. After all, if it wasn't for the silver-armored guards that had decided to imprison him in the eternal confinement immortal prison instead of killing him, Shun Long didn't know whether the Stone of Time would have saved him if there was really some kind of lethal danger while he was unconscious. Additionally, even without fighting the silver-armored guards, and despite being unable to sense their cultivation at the time, Shun Long was certain that he wasn't a match for either one of them at this point. He also wasn't certain what would happen to him in case the Stone of Time forcefully sent him to that red palace again. Shun Long knew that no matter what, he had to uncover the secrets behind that red palace, otherwise, if these silver-armored guards are present again the next time that the Stone of Time transfers him to that place, he wasn't certain if he would be lucky enough to once again end up to the so-called 7th level of the eternal confinement immortal prison. This was also the first time that Shun Long had a feeling of urgency in his heart to get stronger. This time, it wasn't for Little Black or to uncover more clues about his past, but to stay alive. Taking a few moments to reorganize his thoughts and calm down his emotions, Shun Long then looked at Lu Mei as he asked. "Did the Blood Pill Pavilion attack the shop during the past 2 days?" Lu Mei nodded her head with a regretful look on her face, but just as she was about to answer, Little Black spoke first, as his voice once again sounded in Shun Long's mind. "Master is right. Just a few hours after Master disappeared, I sensed a group of 3 rank 9 spirit realms leading more than 10 late-stage spirit realm cultivators, all of them coming towards the shop. They were all very cautious, but they were filled with determination and killing intent. I know that Master had your own plans about how to deal with these peoples, but once they entered the shop, there was no way that that little girl could stop them all by herself. At least not until her cultivation reaches at least the rank 9 of the spirit realm." Shun Long was dumbfounded when he heard Little Black's words. He instantly understood that these people must have belonged to the Blood Pill Pavilion. However, although he knew that the Blood Pill Pavilion would be anxious after losing all of the spirit stones in their treasury, he also knew that they would be able to operate normally for a while, considering how many pills and medicinal herbs they still had in stock. In other words, although Shun Long robbing their treasury clean was a large hit to the pavilion, it wasn't to the extent that they would throw caution to the wind and send more than a dozen late-stage spirit realm experts to blindly attack the shop. Was someone pressuring them? This is the only answer that makes sense. Otherwise, considering that they only have 11 peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators, it wouldn't make sense to send 3 of them at once, when they know that there is a poison that can most likely threaten even nascent soul stage experts. Seeing that Shun Long was still reorganizing his thoughts, Little Black stayed silent for a moment, letting his master figure out what was going on. At the same time, Lu Mei seemed to have understood that Little Black was explaining what happened, so she decided to let him explain everything. Nodding his head, Shun Long looked at Little Black before he asked. "What happened then? Did you wipe them out?" Little Black nodded in confirmation without any hints of embarrassment, and looking at the hole on the wall of the room he said matter-of-factly. "Master is right. As soon as they approached close to the shop, I spat out a huge ball of black fire that wiped them all in an instant." Shun Long couldn't see it earlier, but after standing up and taking a look at the hole on the wall of the room, he noticed that even the ground on the Silver Cross Street had now turned black. He could only imagine the commotion that Little Black's fireball had caused this time. At the same time, looking at Little Black, who had certainly attracted a lot of attention after revealing his aura of an early rank 6 magic beast, a single question suddenly appeared in Shun Long's mind. "Didn't the Tao Kings at the center of the City of Sin notice your presence then?" Chapter 301 Senior Huang. Shun Long was certain that once Little Black revealed his aura of an early rank 6 magic beast, there was no way for the Tao Kings at the center of the City of Sin to fail to notice him. Indeed, the Black Dragon nodded his head as he said. "Master is right. As soon as I exposed my aura, 5 soul senses, including the middle stage Tao Kings, appeared from the center of the city and quickly covered the shop. However, before they could actually enter inside, I completely crushed them before they hurriedly retreated back to the center of the city." As soon as Little Black finished his words, Shun Long could practically imagine the scene that had taken place. After a terrifying black fireball destroyed the group of late-stage spirit realm experts, the soul senses of 5 Tao Kings emerged from the center of the City of Sin, but as soon as they came in contact with Little Black's terrifying soul sense, they retreated back in fear. After all, Shun Long knew that dragons weren't your average magic beasts. Indeed, with a proud look on his face, Little Black continued explaining. "Master, there is no need to worry. Forget about a few early-stage Tao Kings and a middle-stage one, unless it's a late-stage Tao King, I can still crush them completely. Although fighting with a late-stage Tao King head-on would be somewhat difficult for now, but as soon as I break through to the middle of rank 6, no one will be able to stand in front of Master's way then." An aura of absolute majesty and pride emerged from Little Black's body, making even the Silver-Winged Panther King want to bow in front of the Black Dragon. This was the aura of a king of magic beasts who was certain that he would crush everything in his path in the future. Nodding his head, Shun Long patted Little Black's head before he fell silent for a while. Although he knew that there was no immediate danger in the City of Sin, he was still unwilling to expose Little Black's and Little Silver's existence unless absolutely necessary. However, it seemed like there was no other way this time. Even if the Tao Kings at the center of the City of Sin didn't know yet that a black dragon was residing inside the shop, they still knew that it had to be at least an extremely powerful early rank 6 magic beast, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to defeat the soul sense of so many powerful Tao Kings. Although the early stage Tao Kings will most likely not choose to make a move since they should know that it's practically impossible to force a rank 6 magic beast to submit by themselves, it's still possible that there will be crazy people like that Hao Ping and that bald elder Shui from the Mercenaries Association, who will try to make a probing attempt. Additionally, the one who is the most dangerous is probably going to be that middle stage Tao King. Although Little Black can certainly crush any middle stage Tao King, revealing his existence isn't an option just yet, otherwise the troubles that would follow would certainly contain at least peak rank 9 Tao Kings. The chances of that middle stage Tao King attacking the shop are also very low. After all, as long as he understands that there is an early rank 6 magic beast here, he should also assume that there has to be at least a middle stage, if not a late stage Tao King as well. Unless that person is stupid, this should be enough to deter them from making a move right now. Shun Long quickly organized his thoughts, before his lips slowly curved up into a smile. At the same time, at the center of the City of Sin was a large luxurious mansion that was covered by numerous protective formations, that could probably stop even middle-stage Tao Kings from forcefully entering inside. Inside a large hall that was even more luxurious than Cui Guoyang's palace in the Vermilion Realm, was a half-naked old man who was sitting on a golden throne. The old man had short white hair and obvious wrinkles around his eyes, but a powerful aura that was filled with killing intent was coming from his body. This aura wasn't something that the old man was intentionally emitting, but instead, it was the killing intent that was accumulated in his body after having killed countless amounts of people. In front of the old man was a middle-aged woman with short brown hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a red dress that accentuated her figure, while her eyes resembled those of a hungry snake. The woman hadn't restrained her aura, making it obvious that she was one of the powerful Tao Kings in the City of Sin, a peak rank 3 Tao King realm expert. And yet, the woman had a respectful look in her eyes as she looked at the old man in front of her, before she cupped her hands and bowed as she said. "Senior Huang, I have already looked into what you told me. That place is just a small pill shop, but they have made huge amounts of spirit stones in the past 2 weeks, and yet they haven't offered to pay anything to you as tribute. From my current estimations, they have probably made more than 30 million low-grade spirit stones already, and they will probably make even more by the end of this month." The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him. He was indeed tempted when he heard that a new shop had already made 30 million low-grade spirit stones while he somehow hadn't heard anything about it. After all large shops in the City of Sin had to pay tribute to him every month, and this shop seems to be making even more than the top 3 pill shops at the north of the city. However, how could he also not understand that the middle-aged woman in front of him was trying to instigate him into fighting with the owner of that shop? With a sinister look in his eyes, the old man raised his right hand, an endless amount of blood threads appeared from his body, before they formed a huge crimson hand that choked the middle-aged woman's neck. The middle-aged woman had a look of fear in her eyes, when the old man's merciless voice sounded in her ears. "Who is responsible for that area? Who is it that hid the news about this shop?" The middle-aged woman's eyes constricted, and despite being choked by the huge blood arm, she said with great difficulty. "Senior, it's the Violent Guardian Gang." Chapter 302. Even if the monk leaves, the temple would stay. How could the old man not understand that someone was purposefully suppressing the news of that shop so that they could swallow it all by themselves? Of course, 30 million low-grade spirit stones was an amount that would make even late-stage Tao Kings interested, let alone a middle-stage Tao King like him. As soon as he heard the middle-aged woman's words, a wave of suffocating killing intent erupted from the black-robed old man's body. And yet, despite having received an answer, the grip from the huge crimson hand didn't seem to have loosened yet, as it kept choking the woman in the red dress whose face had turned completely pale by now. It took more than a full minute until the old man finally snorted in anger, before the large crimson hand that was connected to his body suddenly disappeared, allowing the woman to breathe again. The red-dressed woman that was prepared to risk her life and go all out finally heaved a sigh of relief, while traces of hate as well as fear had now appeared deep inside her blue eyes. Standing up from his throne, the old man closed his eyes, as a powerful soul sense erupted from his body, heading towards a certain street at the northern part of the City of Sin. Inside the castle-shaped headquarters of the Violent Guardian Gang, the members of the Violent Guardian Gang were terrified when they felt the pressure from the powerful soul sense of a Tao King enveloping their bodies, but the old man didn't seem to care about them, as he headed towards the depths of the castle. He was about to personally kill the 2 bosses of the Violent Guardian Gang for their actions. After all, the City of Sin could be considered his domain. However, an ugly expression soon appeared on the old man's face when he noticed that the interior of the Violent Guardian Gang's headquarters was now empty and even their treasury had been emptied out. The middle-stage Tao King realm expert, Senior Huang, instantly understood that Shi Ru and Shi Hui had probably already fled from the northern part of the City of Sin. Perhaps they had already left the City of Sin altogether, or perhaps they were hidden somewhere, but that didn't matter. Even for a middle-stage Tao King like Senior Huang, it was impossible to scan every single person in the entire city with his soul sense. With a cold look in his eyes, the short white-haired old man seemed to ponder seriously for a while, before he finally waved his hand and his body turned into countless blood threads that disappeared from the throne room. At the same time, back inside his pill shop, Shun Long noticed that despite opening the entrance of the shop today, there were practically no customers willing to enter inside. This was most likely the result of Little Black destroying the squad of 13 late-stage spirit realm experts, as well as the trouble that the Blood Pill Pavilion had caused during the past 2 weeks by sending the 2 middle-rank 7 spirit realm experts to attack in broad daylight. Even in the City of Sin, that was a chaotic place and people were used to murder taking place randomly on the streets, Shun Long's shop was already turning into a den of death. Although not many people would end up dying, all of them seemed to be late-stage spirit realm experts without exception. Additionally, Shun Long's opponent was one of the 3 largest pill shops in the City of Sin, while inside the shop itself, there were rumors that there was some kind of powerful magic beast. If another huge fight really happened, wouldn't the people inside the shop be the ones who were implicated first? Lu Mei looked at Shun Long with her enchanting black eyes, before she said in a clearly uncertain voice. Long Ji, perhaps people are afraid and want to wait for things to calm down before they come to the shop again. Nodding his head, Shun Long agreed with Lu Mei, and with a smile on his face he then said seriously. I was planning to wait until the end of the month before taking a small trip to the desolate east, as well as the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but it seems that going now is also a good time. Lu Mei was stunned, before a joyous expression appeared on her face, but after a moment of deliberation she then asked. But Long Ji, what about the Blood Pill Pavilion? Although Lu Mei wanted to visit the desolate east, she didn't seem to be willing to let the Blood Pill Pavilion off the hook after all the problems that they had caused. She also hadn't forgotten the assassination attempt from 2 weeks ago, where they had sent an early rank 6 Spirit Realm cultivator and his team to ruin their shop and take everything. Shaking his head, Shun Long's gaze had turned deep as he said seriously. I don't think that their pavilion master will just stay and wait for us to go and kill him. After Little Black exposed his strength, their pavilion master will definitely choose to lay low for a while, if he doesn't choose to completely abandon the Blood Pill Pavilion. Although he will find it weird when they notice that we are gone, I don't think that he will stay away from the Blood Pill Pavilion for too long. If he takes everything from their treasury and leaves, he knows that it will be akin to shooting himself in the foot. Unless he plans to completely abandon the City of Sin, he doesn't have any other choice than to return back to his pavilion. Lu Mei instantly understood what Shun Long was trying to say. Even if the monk left, the temple would stay. Nodding his head, a cold look flashed through Shun Long's eyes as he said. Unless he completely abandons his pavilion, I will personally end his life once we return back. The serious look soon disappeared from Shun Long's face, and waving his hand, he gathered all of the pill bottles in the shop and placed them inside the Stone of Time. Since Little Black had already returned back inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shun Long didn't waste any more time, and wrapping his arm around Lu Mei's slender waist he then sat on the Black Panther's back. Without waiting for Lu Mei to put a veil on her face, the Black Panther shot out from the shop like a bolt of silver lightning, as it flew in the sky above the City of Sin. Chapter 303 A Bad Premonition. The rank 6 Silver-Winged Panther King shot to the sky as it flew above the northern part of the City of Sin, shocking the people around Shun Long's shop. At the same time, inside the violent Guardian Gang's castle, the short white-haired middle-stage Dao King, Senior Huang, turned his eyes towards the sky as he mumbled to himself. Indeed, it is an early rank 6 magic beast. It only took a few minutes for the Black Panther to fly from the northern part of the City of Sin to the east, until it slowly left the tall Mountain of Blood. The City of Sin and the Mountain of Blood were situated at the north of the Night Star continent, but the desolate east was very far away. According to the map that he had purchased in the Heaven's Dome City, Shun Long knew that he would have to travel all the way to the east of the continent, and pass from the Silver Sword City before returning back to the desolate east. Looking at the map in his hands, his eyes were focused on a place called Silver Mountain. Lu Mei also saw that place on the map and chuckled lightly. This was the place where the previous guild master of the Pale Moon Guild, the beautiful blonde woman Xie Rong lived. She had even given Shun Long a small white token with a Xie character on it, and had asked him to visit when he had time. Shun Long however wasn't planning on stopping by the Silver Mountain. Although he was somewhat curious to find out whether everything had worked out for Xie Rong after obtaining the Dragon Lord's medallion, this was just a small bout of curiosity. Seeing the Mountain of Blood behind him turn even smaller in his eyes, Shun Long also wasn't afraid of someone taking over his shop while he was away, as his eyes stared in the distance ahead of him. Although he and Lu Mei hadn't been in the City of Sin for a long time, he was certain that very few people would dare to occupy his shop after his clash with the Blood Pill Pavilion. As he observed the map in front of him, Shun Long mapped out a route to return to the desolate east. After returning back to the Silver Sword City, he would continue towards the east of the continent, until he arrived at a big country called Snowcloud Country. Snowcloud Country. Shun Long could feel that this name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember when he had heard it before. Snowcloud Country. That prince in the Vermilion Realm said that he was from the Snowcloud Country. Lu Mei's voice sounded in Shun Long's ears when she saw the place that Shun Long was pointing at. Although Shun Long didn't care about unimportant places that had nothing to do with him, as the daughter of the Floating Cloud Sect Master, Lu Mei had learned to pay attention to the name of the places that she had heard of in the past. Nodding his head, Shun Long seemed to have remembered that sixth prince who had arrived with his attendant in the Vermilion Realm and had arrogantly asked for a spot that he then got from Lu Mei's father, Lu Jian. Shun Long's gaze then focused on the seemingly vast sea that he would have to cross in order to arrive to the desolate east. The Snowcloud country was at the far east of the Night Star continent, and only a vast sea separated it from the desolate east. As he continued to stare at the map, Lu Mei's curious voice then sounded in his ears, as she then said in a somewhat uncertain tone. Long Ge, I also heard from my father, that the waters around the Snowcloud country are filled with powerful magic beasts, some of which are even stronger than spirit realm experts. Even the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple, in the desolate east, isn't strong enough to fight against these magic beasts by himself. Shun Long's eyes lit up, and he quickly assumed that those must probably be rank 5 magic beasts. Whether it was for himself, for Little Black or Little Silver, refining the dragon blood grass into pills was a top priority for Shun Long. However, parts of certain rank 5 magic beasts, including their beast cores, were absolutely necessary during the pill refinement, otherwise, the pills wouldn't be completely pure, and would have powerful pill toxins inside them. 1 or 2 pills wouldn't make a difference, as Shun Long's body would expel them by itself after a few days, but consuming large amounts of pills that were filled with pill toxins would have a negative effect on his cultivation in the future. That was why, although he had already advanced to the level of a gold-grade alchemist, Shun Long hadn't refined the rank 5 dragon blood grass into pills just yet. Although it was more likely that he would find all the magic beasts and the medicinal herbs that he required in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, if there were really suitable rank 5 magic beasts on the way to the desolate east, then he could start concocting some pills before he even arrived in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Flying on the Black Panther's back, it only took a single day for Shun Long and Lu Mei to arrive at the familiar-looking city that was shaped like a sword. Without stopping by the Silver Sword City, however, Shun Long and Lu Mei continued their journey, and a few hours later, a new scene appeared in their eyes. A snowy landscape appeared in the distance and covered everything as far as the eye could see. In the distance ahead was a huge city covered with pure white snow, and city walls that weren't inferior to the Silver Sword cities. A few moments later, Shun Long and Lu Mei, who were sitting on the Black Panther's back, had already arrived outside of the snow-covered city. And yet, ignoring the snowy scenery in front of him, Shun Long's expression immediately changed. A bad premonition had suddenly appeared in his heart as he approached closer to the desolate east, while for some inexplicable reason, Shun Fang's and Shun and smiling faces had abruptly appeared in his mind. Chapter 304 Return to the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long didn't know why, but he could feel his heart clench when he saw the faces of his parents, while his heartbeat had started to rise. Both Little Black and Little Silver, whose souls were connected to Shun Long's, could feel his feelings that had turned into turmoil, while Lu Mei, who had her hands around Shun Long's chest, could also feel his heart that was now beating wildly. Master, what happened? Long Ji. Both Little Black's, as well as Lu Mei's voice, sounded in Shun Long's head and ears respectively, as soon as they detected this anomaly. Little Black spread his soul sense, but he didn't detect anything untoward around them, which puzzled the Black Dragon even more. With a serious look on his face, Shun Long then said. Something has happened to my parents. This wasn't something related to any Tao, but a feeling that stemmed directly from Shun Long's heart. It was said that once a tragedy befell one of your loved ones, you would start feeling restless and be unable to stand still. For cultivators, this feeling was even more intense and clear. Lu Mei didn't question Shun Long's words, and simply nodded her head in response. Little Black nodded his head as well, while a cold look flashed through his eyes. He had already met Shun Fang and Shunan in the past, and in the Black Dragon's head, he had already accepted them as Shun Long's parents. Although it was only 1/3 of Shun Long's soul that was given birth to and raised by them, for Little Black that was already enough. Without wasting any more time, Shun Long didn't choose to stop at the Snowcloud country for the night, and instead continued forward. The Black Panther flew like a bolt of silver lightning, as it soared in the sky above the royal city of the Snowcloud country. The guards at the city walls were stunned for a moment and quickly sounded the alarm, alerting the people in the royal palace in the process. The auras of spirit realm and even nascent soul stage experts exploded from the depths of the palace, along with a middle rank 1 Dao King realm expert, and an early rank 2 Dao King. Shun Long however didn't seem to care about the people from the royal palace, and without wasting any time to take a detour he had the Black Panther continued forward. Halt! A grey-armored late-stage nascent soul expert who was wearing a matching helmet shouted at the Black Panther, but when he felt the panther's aura his body noticeably trembled before he hurriedly fell back. The 2 Dao Kings inside the royal palace also paled when they felt the aura of the early rank 6 magic beast flying towards the palace, as they hurriedly activated the palace's formations and braced themselves to fight. The Black Panther however completely ignored the royal palace, as he continued flying towards the snowy sea in the distance. Spreading its bright silver wings that shone brightly under the illumination of the bright stars in the sky, the people in the royal capital of the snow-cloud country saw the silver streak of light flying above their heads as it continued off into the distance. Flying above the snow-covered sea, Shen Long was originally planning to hide Little Silver and slowly hunt out some rank 5 magic beasts, but this time, his attention was fully focused on getting to the desolate east as fast as possible. Half a day later, the sun had already risen in the sky, but aside from a handful of rank 4 magic beasts, no one else attacked them as they traveled above the snowy sea. In the distance, Shen Long and Lu Mei could see a large mass of land slowly emerging from the horizon, as the Black Panther quickly approached closer to it. The desolate east. Shen Long had finally returned. Less than a year had passed since Cui Guoyang's test in the Vermilion Realm had ended and he had sent Shen Long and the rest to the Night Star continent, and yet, Shen Long and Lu Mei had been through so many things that it seemed as if it had already been much longer than this. Seeing that there was a medium-sized city in the distance, Shen Long had the Black Panther fly directly towards it, as he intended to purchase a map about the desolate east. After all, the last time, he had been directly teleported from Cui Guoyang's palace all the way to the Night Star continent, and hadn't traveled by himself. Despite the desolate east being much smaller than the Night Star continent, Shen Long knew that without a map, it would be like searching for a needle in the haystacks. The city was controlled by a small sect, whose sect master was only at the middle rank 1 of the spirit realm. The moment that he felt Little Silver's and Lu Mei's auras, the sect master along with the elders personally came out and welcomed Shen Long and Lu Mei to the city with excited expressions. Shen Long however was extremely anxious, while the bad premonition in his heart had become even more noticeable as soon as he arrived in the desolate east, and immediately explained to the sect master the reason that he had stopped in their city. Despite the sect master's fervent wishes to have Shen Long and Lu Mei be their guests and stay in the city for the night, the sect master still had an elder fetch a map before handing it to Shen Long. Although the map wasn't an extremely detailed one, it still pointed directly towards the lightning wasteland where the Vermilion Realm had opened the last time. After thanking the sect master, the Black Panther immediately shot towards the lightning wasteland's direction, under the sect master and the elders' envious gazes. Looking at the Black Panther's back, one of the elders of the sect couldn't help mumbling. "Sect master, which powerful sect do you think this person comes from?" Shaking his head, the sect master's eyes glimmered as he answered. "I don't know, but it's definitely not a sect from our desolate east." Seeing the stunned expressions of the elders of his sect, the sect master continued with an envious tone. "Didn't you see how young that young woman was? Her cultivation however is even stronger than mine, and has already reached the middle stages of the spirit realm. At the same time, the pressure I got from that Black Panther is even more terrifying than the pressure I felt from an elder of the Golden Buddha Temple. No, it can't even be compared. This is certainly a rank 5 magic beast." "What?" The elders around the sect master were all stunned when they heard his words. After all, even the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple was rumored to be just an early-stage nascent soul expert. This magic beast was at the same level as him. Nodding his head, the sect master continued with a serious look in his eyes. "As for that young man, even I couldn't see through him." The sect elders were all speechless, none of them adding another word in the process. Of course, by the time they had finished their words, the Black Panther had already disappeared from the sky. An hour later, Shen Long had already passed through the lightning wasteland, and finally, after 3 more hours, the outline of a familiar city appeared in the distance. The Floating Cloud Sect. Chapter 305 A Miserable Situation. A stifling feeling appeared in Lu Mei's heart when she saw the medium-sized city in the distance. This was the place where she was born, and yet it was also the place where she had to run away from as well. As the city in front of her was slowly being enlarged in her eyes as the Black Panther approached closer and closer to it, the feeling inside Shen Long's heart was becoming even more tangible. It was like someone had hit his heart with a hammer, making him feel pain from the powerful impact. Less than 2 minutes later, the Black Panther flapped its silver wings as it hovered in the sky above the floating cloud city. Although Shen Long was anxious to return back, he still stopped for a moment, and looking at Lu Mei he asked. "Mayor, do you want to go and see your mother first?" Shen Long didn't have a single doubt, that with Lu Mei's current cultivation at the middle of rank 4 of the spirit realm, her undead army could completely flatten the whole, floating cloud city. No, even without her undead army, the only one who would be able to fight against her head-on, would be the floating cloud sect master, Lu Mei's father, Lu Jian. After thinking seriously for a moment, Lu Mei shook her head in the end. Although seeing her mother as early as possible was important, she knew that the chances of her mother's life being in danger while she was still inside the floating cloud city were practically zero. However, the situation of Shen Long's parents was a completely different story. Nodding his head, a warm feeling filled Shen Long's heart, and without another word, the Silver-Winged Panther King continued to fly forward, without waiting for Lu Jian and the other elders of the Floating Cloud sect to come and welcome them. The barrier that separated the Cultivation world from the immortal world soon appeared in Shen Long's eyes, before the Silver-Winged Panther King effortlessly slashed it open with its silver wings and passed through it. The thin chi from the immortal world gave Shen Long a nostalgic feeling, that of a person who had returned home after a long time. After lowering his gaze to stare at the sea below him, Shen Long locked his eyes on a certain island, before he had the Black Panther fly towards it at full speed. The panther descended from the sky like a silver-colored meteor, as it tore through the clouds and appeared on that island in less than a minute. One after another, Shen Long saw the mortal kingdoms around him flash through his eyes, while the feeling of anxiousness in his heart deepened with every passing second. A few moments later, Shen Long had already arrived at the outskirts of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, when a shocking scene appeared in his eyes. In the city surrounding the imperial city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the roads, the houses of people, everything, was bathed with blood. Soldiers wearing bronze armor seemed to have taken over the cities around the Sky Fortune Kingdom, pillaging everything in sight. Shen Long could see kids crying, while the headless corpses of men and women were lying on the streets. How could this happen? Shen Long's feelings were getting agitated with every passing moment, and without stopping, the Silver-Winged Panther King flew like a blur, and soon it arrived in the Blue Forest City. The sight that greeted Shen Long's and Lu Mei's, however, was that of utter devastation. The 10 meters, 33 feet, tall walls were more than halfway destroyed, while the corpses of countless soldiers that were wearing the insignia of the Blue Forest City's army, as well as the city lord's personal army, were lying on the fields outside the city. However, almost no cries could be heard from the city, as if everything had fallen dead silent. Shen Long's gaze quickly fell on a single head without a body, that was now hanging outside the Blue Forest City's gates. Shen Long felt shock filling his heart, when he recognized the man that was hanged outside the city. This was the Blue Forest City's city lord, Zhen Wang. Although Shen Long's family didn't have an extremely good relationship with this man, Shen Long had already heard from Shen and how the city lord had tried to curry favor with his father, once Shen Fong became a duke of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if Shen Fong didn't like this man, there was no way that he would allow him to get hanged outside the city, unless something really terrible had happened. On top of the Blue Forest City's city walls, Shen Long saw the bronze-armored guards that he had seen before in cities that he had passed through earlier, and an inexplicable chill filled his heart. Has the city really fallen? Lu Mei seemed to have also understood what had happened to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and quickly fell silent. Indeed, after seeing the blood that had dyed the soil red, the countless corpses with the insignia of a Blue Forest in their armor, as well as the bronze-armored people who had occupied the city walls, a single word appeared in her mind. War. Of course, if Lu Mei could understand this, how could Shen Long not see what was going on? Deep in his heart, however, he refused to accept this. After all, Shen Fong was already a heaven-grade expert, and in the kingdoms that were in direct proximity to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, there weren't any heaven-grade experts aside from him. Even if a new one had appeared, there is no way for them to destroy the Blue Forest City like this. Besides, Shen Long had been gone for less than a year, so how could a war really erupt in such a small amount of time? What was the trigger behind it? As these questions flashed through Shen Long's mind, he got off the Silver-Winged Panther King and shot towards the Blue Forest City, with Lu Mei and the Black Panther following behind him. Chapter 306 Lord Wei. Halt. State your name. The guards on top of the city walls shouted once they saw Shen Long approaching the city, but in just a few moments, Shen Long had already flew past the two people who had just spoken. The two guards' cultivation was at the early rank 3 of the Earth grade, and were the strongest people stationed in the city walls right now. Originally, they were going to order for an attack against Shen Long, but when they realized that he was actually hovering above the ground, terror appeared in their hearts. A few guards hurriedly backed away as they shouted. He heaven-grade experts. It wasn't just Shen Long who was flying, but Lu Mei who was behind him, as well as Little Silver. Ignoring the guards and the city that was slowly falling into a state of unrest once the words heaven-grade expert sounded in the air, Shen Long headed directly towards the location of the Shen estate. He didn't pay any attention to the guards who were hurriedly scurrying away from him, and in just a few moments, he had already arrived outside the Shun estate. The scene that Shun Long saw however made his blood boil. The gate of the estate was completely destroyed, while corpses of the previous guards were sprawled on the ground everywhere around the estate. Aside from the main hall, Shun Long saw every building inside the estate, including Shun Fang's and Shun En's courtyard, as well as his own, that were completely destroyed, and finally, his blood was all gathered in his head. Shun Long felt himself reaching the breaking point, and the last hope that nothing bad had actually happened to his parents was finally extinguished. From the main hall, a group of Earth-grade cultivators dressed in bronze armor appeared, after hearing the shouts of the guards at the city walls who were shouting, "Heaven-grade experts." These people looked at Shun Long, who was now standing in front of the estate gates in a trance, with a dumbfounded look in their eyes. The moment that Shun Long turned his eyes towards them, the bronze-armored Earth-grade cultivators felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had locked eyes with a terrifying magic beast. They saw a pair of black eyes staring at them, filled with anger and killing intent that weren't suppressed in the slightest. A middle-aged man with a cultivation at the peak of rank in 8 Earth grade walked out from their midst, and looking at Shun Long, he spoke in a haughty tone. "Brat, who are you? Which group are you from? Don't you know that this area is the dash?" Before the peak rank 8 cultivator could finish his words, Shun Long's powerful aura at the middle of rank 4 of the spirit realm exploded from his body, bringing absolute suffocation and terror to the bronze-armored man. At the same time, Lu Mei and the Black Panther had just arrived at the scene, and looked at Shun Long with shock in their eyes. This was the first time that Shun Long had exhibited so much anger and unrestrained killing intent. Unlike his usual self, Lu Mei instantly realized that Shun Long was barely suppressing himself from murdering the people in front of him. Shun Long's black eyes had now turned golden, and looking at the horrified eyes of the bronze-armored middle rank 8 Earth-grade cultivator in front of him who was now kneeling on the ground, he asked in a voice so cold that was about to chill the man's soul to death. "Who are you? Where are Shun Fang and Shunen?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened when he heard Shun Long's words, and suppressing his fear, he raised his head to look at Shun Long and asked in a haughty tone. "Who am I? Don't you know that the Sky Fortune Kingdom is now the territory of Lord Wei Tai? As for the heaven-grade expert named Shun of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, his fate was long since dictated by Lord Wei and the 2 Lords Zhu." The moment that he heard these words, Shun Long felt his mind short-circuiting for a moment. The territory of Lord Wei. 2 Lords Zhu. The bronze-armored man looked at Shun Long with traces of apprehension in his eyes, but the arrogance in his voice when he mentioned the name Lord Wei was unmistakable. Seeing that Shun Long was speechless, the man was certain that he was afraid after hearing the name of Lord Wei and thought inwardly. He, as expected. Lord Wei is a true powerhouse that makes even other experts afraid. Looking at Shun Long, the confidence in the man's eyes dramatically increased, and despite the fact that he was still kneeling on the ground, his voice was filled with pride as he continued. "As for this mansion, it was given to me by Lord W. Before the man could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened, while a powerful hand that was akin to the hand of death itself was now clutching his throat, as it lifted the bronze-armored man in the air. The killing intent coming from Shun Long's body could practically be felt by the bronze-armored man, making the hair in his body stand up in fear. Staring at the man's eyes, Shun Long then asked in a voice so cold that it made the man's heart feel like he was plunged in the deepest part of hell. "Where is Shun Fang, Shunen, as well as this Lord Wei?" The man seemed to have realized that he would die as soon as he answered this question, and with a mocking look in his eyes he spoke through gritted teeth. "Ha! Won't you kill me as soon as I tell you? But if you swear to let me go, then I dash." Before the man could finish his words, Shun Long clenched his right hand with all his strength, instantly destroying the man's neck. Droplets of blood were flowing down from his hand, dyeing the outer edge of his sleeve with a light reddish hue. With a seemingly absent-minded look on his face, Shun Long then mumbled to himself. "Little Black, where is my father and mother?" At first, Shun Long hadn't asked Little Black if his parents were in the Blue Forest City, because this was the most natural thing to him. Only after seeing the destruction of the Shun estate did he realize that his parents were no longer here. Nodding his head, the Black Dragon spread out his soul sense and covered the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, in an instant. With a serious look in his eyes, Little Black then said in a somewhat reluctant voice. "Master, there are 3 heaven-grade cultivators in the Imperial City's palace, but none of them seem to have Shun Fang's aura." Chapter 307 The Bloodbath of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Shun Long was stunned after hearing Little Black's words, while his body even trembled for a moment. No matter what had happened, he would definitely find out after going to the palace in the imperial city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. At the same time, the rest of the bronze-armored cultivators inside the Shun estate were all shocked when they saw Shun Long killing the middle-aged man. Finally, one of them could no longer suppress his fear, and hurriedly stood up, as he tried to escape back inside the main hall. He knew that the formations inside the main hall could probably defend even against a heaven-grade expert for a while. The rest of the men who were kneeling on the ground followed the bronze-armored man, as they all headed back inside the main hall as well. If the blue-robed young man in front of them had already killed their leader who was a late-stage Earth-grade expert, then he had no reason to spare the rest of them. Shun Long's eyes chilled when he saw this, and without any hesitation, he activated the Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body, covering both himself and the bronze-armored Earth-grade cultivators who were running deeper inside the Shun estate. The flow of time inside the Shun estate had been forcefully frozen. It was a stark difference compared to the outside world. Perhaps a gust of wind or the sounds of crickets chirping on the trees may sound in the streets, but inside the estate itself, complete silence reigned supreme. It was almost as if the Shun estate had now turned into an entirely different world. Only the footsteps of a young man echoed, before even sound itself was suppressed inside this world. An illusionary purple-colored blade had appeared in the blue-robed young man's right hand, as he stepped closer to the frozen bronze-armored men. Without the slightest shred of hesitation, Shun Long waved his illusionary purple-colored blade around, as blood spurted in the air. To Lu Mei, who was watching this scene from the distance, the purple blade in Shun Long's hand was like the scythe of death himself. A hole had appeared on each of these men's chest, as their hearts were crushed before they died one by one inside the Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass retracted itself back inside his body, as Shun Long stopped the Monarch's domain and turned his gaze towards the bodies inside his house. Using his chi flames, he burned the men's bodies as well as their bronze armors until nothing remained, before he turned his eyes towards Lu Mei and Little Silver in the sky. Shun Long didn't have the slightest sense of guilt when he killed these people. Not only was it normal for cultivators who didn't have grudges to kill each other if there was a reason, but these people had attacked the Blue Forest City, probably killing thousands if not tens of thousands of people in the process, before they occupied the Shun estate. Although Shun Long didn't know if they had anything to do with his father and mother as well, he wasn't planning on letting any one of them live. The Black Panther instantly appeared in front of Shun Long, before Shun Long and Lu Mei both sat on its back. Spreading its silver wings, the panther shot towards the imperial city like a bolt of silver-colored lightning that was tearing through the sky. It took less than 20 breaths of time until Shun Long and Lu Mei arrived outside the imperial city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Standing the sky for a moment, Shun Long was stunned. The situation outside the city was even worse than he had expected. Just like the Blue Forest City, the corpses of soldiers had littered the imperial city's surroundings, but the situation was even worse than the Blue Forest cities. The corpses in the imperial city seemed to have numbered in the hundreds of thousands, while blood had dyed the previously brown soil into a reddish-brown color. The scent of copper filled the air, while the nauseating smell of some rotting corpses had already attracted animals and magic beasts alike. The citizens inside the imperial city seemed to have been huddled inside their homes, unwilling to come out no matter what they heard, while corpses of the imperial soldiers had also filled the city streets. It was a bloodbath filled with the fresh blood from the army of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Shun Long however calmly walked towards the imperial palace's direction, despite the corpses around him that had filled the streets. A few moments later, the outline of the imperial palace had already appeared in the distance, until Shun Long finally heard shouts from the palace walls. "Stop! Who goes there?" Turning his eyes, Shun Long was surprised to see a pair of guards wearing the armor of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He had already assumed that the imperial palace had already been conquered by the people in the bronze armors, but it seemed that this wasn't the case. Despite being surprised, Shun Long didn't stop to question the guards. He knew that they wouldn't be able to explain anything anyway, and activating the Monarch's domain once again, he completely froze time around him as he kept walking towards the palace's entrance. As soon as he arrived in front of the palace gates however, Shun Long finally stopped walking and raised his head. Right above the palace gates, two naked bodies were hanging, obviously having struggled before they were humiliated. It was the corpse of a middle-aged woman with a good body figure who seemed to have died only recently, as well as a handsome young man with long black hair who had a terrified expression on his face. Although Shun Long had never seen the middle-aged woman before, he had seen the young man once in the past, during the floating cloud sex test in the Imperial Palace 2 years ago, and immediately recognized him. He was the crown prince of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Dong Lingxin. Chapter 308 Father-in-Law. At the same time that Shun Long appeared outside the palace gates with his aura completely retracted, deep inside the palace, a banquet was taking place in the main hall. In front of a large table that was filled with all kinds of delicacies, including various different types of meat from rank 1 and rank 2 magic beasts, as well as plenty of wine, 7 people were seated and watched the beautiful young girls who were dancing in front of them. Surprisingly, in the seat of honor at the head of the table wasn't the Sky Fortune Kingdom's king, but an old man seemingly around 70 years old, who was dressed in green robes. The old man was 1.7 m, 5.6 feet, tall, with long white hair and a thick beard. His black eyes were filled with unconcealable desire as he looked at the young girls who were dancing in front of him, while his hands were filled with the meat of the rank 2 magic beasts in front of him. On the old man's right were 2 middle-aged men seemingly in their early 50s, who looked very much alike each other. Despite their similar appearances however, the 2 men had completely different temperaments. One of them seemed interested in the banquet in front of him, and was happily chatting and laughing with the old man next to him, while his eyes looked at the young girls who were dancing in front of him, and his hands were occasionally rubbing their breasts and butts. In sharp contrast, the man next to him seemed completely indifferent to the women around him, and was only interested in the food on his plate. If one paid close attention however, they would see his gaze stealing glances at the guards inside the hall, like a hungry beast that was staring at its prey and was licking its lips. On the old man's left was a young woman seemingly not a day older than 20 years old. Her appearance could probably be considered plain if it wasn't for her largely disproportional placed eyes. Her bright red dress that was decorated with golden roses was obviously trying to make the young woman the center of attention in the hall. The woman however, didn't seem to care about the old man who was sitting on her right, and was instead staring gently at the young man who was sitting next to her, while affectionately holding his arm. The young man who seemed to be around 26 years old, had a bright smile on his face as he looked at the young woman next to him, completely ignoring the enchanting dancers around him. If one observed carefully, they would see that this young man's sharp nose and high cheekbones greatly resembled the Sky Fortune Kingdom's king's, Dong Weifeng's. His bright blonde hair and spirited brown eyes, made the young man's identity obvious to anyone who was familiar with the royal family of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This was the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 3rd prince, as well as Dong Weifeng's 3rd son, Dong Lingyuan. Next to Dong Lingyuan was another woman who seemed to be in her early 40s. She was wearing a bright yellow dress with the crest of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's royal family on it, and was looking at the red-dressed young woman next to Dong Lingyuan in a fawning manner. This woman was the king's, Dong Weifeng's 2nd concubine, as well as Dong Lingyuan's mother. As for the middle-aged man next to her who seemed to have a spirited look in his eyes despite sitting at the very edge of the table, it was Dong Weifeng, the Sky Fortune Kingdom's king. As the 3rd prince, Dong Lingyuan looked at the young woman next to him, he had a bright smile on his face as he asked. "Xiao Yi, are you enjoying this feast? I made sure to personally choose the meat of the best rank 2 magic beasts around the kingdom, including the meat from a rank 2 earth-trampling boar." The young woman, Xiao Yi nodded her head happily as soon as she heard Dong Lingyuan's words, before she turned her head to the old man next to her, and with a joyous look on her face she said. "Daddy, big brother Lingyuan really tried hard for this banquet. Shouldn't you praise him a little as well?" The old man who was sitting in the seat of honor nodded his head, and with a smile on his aged face that made him seem more evil than amiable, he answered. "Indeed brat, you really tried hard to find good women today. I am satisfied." Dong Lingyuan had a fawning smile, as he nodded his head repeatedly and said. "As long as Senior Wei Tai is satisfied, then this all that matters to this humble junior." The young woman Xiao Yi pouted as soon as she heard this, and with a look of anger she then interjected. "What, Senior Wei? Big brother Lingyuan, shouldn't you call daddy your father-in-law?" The middle-aged man who was sitting next to Wei Tai nodded his head and said laughingly. "Ha ha ha. Right brat. Now that you are the only one left in this kingdom, are you perhaps trying to go back to your word? Hee, perhaps you never cared about little Wei Yi to begin with, and you only wanted Wei Tai and us to help you become the king huh? Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man erupted in laughter, but both Wei Tai's and the young woman's Wei Yi's faces instantly darkened as they looked at him. Cold sweat started to drip from Dong Lingyuan's head, and shaking his head without any hesitation, he hurriedly held Wei Yi's hand with both hands before he answered. "Senior Zhu Zan, your words are mistaken. How could I not care about Xiao Yi? I was just reluctant to call Senior Wei Tai father-in-law, since me and Xiao Yi aren't married yet. However, if Xiao Yi is so insistent and doesn't want to wait for our marriage, then of course I will comply with her wishes." Wei Tai nodded his head, and looking at Dong Lingyuan with a smiling face he then spoke in a seemingly casual tone. Of course you care about Xiao Yi brat. After all, there was no way that you would have simply seduced her, just to have me help you acquire this small kingdom, right? I am sure that you would clearly understand the consequences in such that case. Seeing the cold look deep inside Wei Tai's eyes despite his smiling face, Dong Lingyuan felt like he had fallen into the deepest depths of hell, before he hurriedly nodded his head in acknowledgement. At the same time, Dong Weifeng took a deep breath, and looking at the old man, Wei Tai, he couldn't help saying in a weak voice. However, Senior Wei, you shouldn't have dealt with Shun Fong and Shunan like that. After all, I even told you that their son was a member of the Floating Cloud sect, and that he even has a black dragon. Everyone in the hall turned their attention to the king, Dong Weifeng, but contrary to the king's expectations, both Wei Tai, Zhu Zan, and the other middle-aged man next to him had mocking looks on their faces when they heard his words. With a smile on his face, Wei Tai rubbed the butt of the young woman who was dancing in front of him, and looking at Dong Weifeng he said in a casual tone. A member of the Floating Cloud sect. He. Dong Weifeng, you don't seem to understand, so let me explain this to you. Even if one is a member of the Floating Cloud sect, unless they are an inner disciple or an elder, they wouldn't have reached the heaven grade just yet. From all the disciples that enter the sect, how many people actually reach the earth grade? Seeing the look in Dong Weifeng's eyes that was still filled with worry, the old man Wei Tai continued. Additionally, even if he manages to reach the heaven grade eventually, aren't there 3 heaven grade experts here today? How do you think a 3-against-1 fight with a newly advanced heaven grade cultivator would go in the future? Didn't we already handle his father as well? If you are worried about the Floating Cloud sect sending reinforcements, I can assure you that as long as someone chooses to meddle in the matters of the mortal world, they will have no assistance from a huge sect. As for that so-called black dragon, don't make me laugh dash. Boom! The door of the palace's main hall was suddenly sent flying from the outside by a powerful punch, attracting everyone's attention. The music in the hall had suddenly stopped, and the young women stopped dancing, as everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on the hall's entrance. A handsome young man dressed in blue robes slowly walked inside the hall, one step at a time, as his eyes finally fell on the people who were sitting on the table. In his right hand, there was an illusionary purple-colored blade, and despite the fresh blood that had stained his robe's sleeves with a reddish hue, not a single drop of blood seemed to have tainted the purple blade itself. Behind the handsome young man was a peerlessly beautiful young woman, who slowly followed him inside the hall. The cold look on her face didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest, while her bright white robes that were in sharp contrast with her bewitching black eyes, only served to accentuate her beauty even further. Her face that seemed to have come out of a picture itself only stared at the people inside the hall for a moment, before it once again focused on the young man in front of her. The coldness in her look finally melted, giving rise to an even more beautiful scene for the people inside the hall, who were all stunned for a moment. The king's, Dong Weifeng's eyes, only stared at the gorgeous young woman for a single moment, before his eyes were once again focused on the blue-robed young man. An aura of majesty was coming from the young man's body, like a king who was looking at a group of unimportant commoners, whose life and death had no meaning to him. And yet, at the same time, inside the young man's black eyes was a cold look that could freeze anyone's soul in an instant. Dong Weifeng's mind seemed to have frozen when his eyes landed on the young man's face. His voice, despite being lower than a whisper, resounded in everyone's ears as he stuttered and spoke fearfully. Shun Long. Chapter 309 Spatial Ring. Shun Long's eyes landed on the trembling king of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, who had now stood up and was slowly backing away, before Shun Long suddenly disappeared on the spot. Wei Tai, Zhu Zan and the other middle-aged man next to him, all hurriedly stood up, before they turned their eyes towards their left, where Shun Long was now standing in front of the trembling Wei Feng with an ice-cold look in his eyes. Looking at the Sky Fortune Kingdom's king in front of him, Shun Long then spoke in a voice that barely suppressed his killing intent from exploding out of his body. Where is my father and mother? Dong Weifeng's face visibly paled, but when he tried to take a step back, he suddenly felt that his neck was being grabbed by an iron grip. Shun Long's left hand that was still fresh with the blood of the bronze-armored guards that he had killed on the way to the main hall, was now holding the king's neck and was just a step away from snapping it. Looking at Shun Long's ice-cold eyes, Dong Weifeng felt like he was looking at the abyss of death itself, as a feeling of terror had already permeated his heart. Shun Long saw that Dong Weifeng wanted to speak, but Dong Lingyuan's voice from his left sounded first, a voice filled with endless fury and indignation. How dare you? Seeing that Shun Long didn't even turn his head to the side to look at him, but was instead still staring at his father with his left hand still on the king's neck. Anger, as well as the feeling of being ignored, made the third prince, Dong Lingyuan, take a step forward, and as he pointed Shen Long at his face, the young man said arrogantly, "Your name is Shen Long, right? Shen Fang's previously crippled son, he. I have already heard about you. You think that being a member of the Floating Cloud sect allows you to treat my father with such disrespect? Who do you think you are?" Shen Long tried to suppress the annoyance he was feeling, and turned his head to the side to look at the young man with blonde hair who had a mocking look in his eyes as he looked at him. Seeing that he had finally attracted Shen Long's attention, Dong Lingyuan turned around to look at the old man behind him, before he said in a proud tone, "This is Senior Wei Tai, a powerful heaven-grade expert. Even in your Floating Cloud sect, heaven-grade experts are inner disciples or elders, aren't they? Quickly pay your respects to Senior and apologize." The third prince, Dong Lingyuan, who was already an early Earth-grade expert, had already noticed that Shen Long was much stronger than him by how easily he held the king, Dong Weifeng, in the air by his neck. By introducing both Wei Tai, as well as asking Shen Long to pay his respects to him, he was trying to have the old man deal with Shen Long personally. After all, this was the way of the king. If you can't do something by yourself, have others do it for you. Shen Long barely spared an indifferent glance at Wei Tai and the two middle-aged men next to him, before his eyes were once again focused on Dong Weifeng in front of him. With a look that was about to kill him if he didn't answer truthfully, Shen Long tightened the grip on the king's neck before he spoke in a voice that no longer suppressed his anger and impatience. "Dong Weifeng, where are my parents?" Shen Long's voice boomed throughout the main hall of the palace, causing everyone inside to immediately step away from him. Even Wei Tai, Zhu Zan, and the other middle-aged man next to him were shocked to realize that they were forced to step back as well. This wasn't caused by Shen Long's cultivation, but by the natural aura that was coming from his body. Blood slowly trickled from Dong Weifeng's nose, and with a look of fear on his face, he trembled a few times, but he didn't dare to answer Shen Long's question. Instead, his eyes fell on the old man Wei Tai behind Shen Long. Dong Weifeng knew that as long as he answered Shen Long's question, Shen Long wouldn't hesitate to clench his hand and snap his neck in an instant, robbing him of his life. Seeing Dong Weifeng's line of sight, Shen Long's eyes finally fell on the old man Wei Tai, who was looking at him with a smile on his face. Wei Tai didn't seem angry that Shen Long hadn't let go of Dong Weifeng yet, as if the king's life had nothing to do with him. Instead, Wei Tai looked back at the blue-robed young man who seemed to be anxious to know what had happened to his parents, and with a light-hearted tone he then spoke in a seemingly amiable tone. "Young man, it's always good to be humble when you talk to your seniors. As for that heaven-grade expert called Shen Fang and his wife, although they were my enemies, I can still compensate you personally for what has happened." As soon as Wei Tai finished speaking, his daughter, the red-dressed young woman named Wei Yi, Dong Weifeng, Dong Lingyuan, as well as Dong Lingyuan's mother, were all stunned when they heard his words. Wei Tai was looking to compromise with Shen Long instead of killing him. The arrogant tyrant who had over 6 kingdoms under his rule was trying to compromise. However, Zhu Zan and the other middle-aged man who were next to Wei Tai both had serious looks on their faces as they stared at Shen Long. Although they didn't know how strong the young man in front of them was, since they couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura coming from his body, since they had already seen Shen Long's speed when he entered inside the hall and lifted up Dong Weifeng, solemn looks had appeared inside their eyes. They knew that if they had to fight, even with Wei Tai and themselves teaming up against Shen Long, it was certainly going to be a difficult fight. Additionally, there was also a gorgeous young woman at the entrance of the hall, whose aura was unfathomable as well. Indeed, Wei Tai's decision to compensate Shen Long was the best choice. As soon as he finished his words, Wei Tai didn't wait for Shen Long's answer, and waving his right hand, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones appeared from the spatial ring in his hand before they landed on the floor in front of him. Wei Tai looked at Shen Long and with a serious look he said, 1,000 spirit stones. This is my compensation to let bygones be bygones. Shen Long's eyes however didn't even look at the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones on the floor in front of the old man. Instead, his eyes were staring intently at the brown spatial ring on Wei Tai's hand while an explosion seemed to have sounded inside his head. Little black and little silver inside the stone of time could all feel Shen Long's emotions turning turbulent, before a powerful aura erupted from his body. Shen Long's aura was so dense and powerful, and yet filled with so much killing intent, that it suffocated everyone inside the main hall of the palace. Even Lu Mei felt the pressure inside the hall, and she was a powerful middle-rank 4 spirit realm necromancer. Shen Long's eyes had now turned golden, while his cultivation at the middle of rank 4 of the spirit realm exploded from his body. His left hand allowed Dong Weifeng to fall on the floor, before he immediately disappeared on the spot. Not even a moment had passed, when everyone's eyes inside the hall were filled with incredulity and shock. In Shun Long's left hand was now an old, wrinkled hand that was dripping with fresh blood, while a brown spatial ring adorned its ring finger. Shun Long destroyed the old hand, before his aura that was filled with killing intent, made everyone inside the hall tremble. This was the spatial ring that Shun Long had filled with top-grade rank 2 minor advancement pills, with his own barrels of wine, as well as a few low-grade spirit stones, before he had personally given to Shun Fong when he had returned home. Chapter 310 Realization. Everyone inside the hall turned their eyes towards Wei Tai's right arm, and noticed that his hand from the wrist and below was now missing. "Daddy!" A scream suddenly filled the main hall of the palace, but surprisingly, it didn't come from Wei Tai, but from the red-dressed young woman next to Dong Lingyuan, Wei Yi. Wei Tai himself was still staring at his own hand, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. It seemed like the pain hadn't registered just yet, since it took him 3 breaths of time to finally react and scream in pain, while he tightly held his bleeding right hand. Zhu Zan and the other middle-aged man next to Wei Tai, wanted to slowly back away from Shun Long, with fear obvious in their eyes, but Shun Long's terrifying aura of a middle-stage spirit realm expert, was like a boulder that was heavily pressuring their hearts, filling them with boundless terror. Wei Tai's screams were suddenly cut short, as under everyone's terrified gazes, Shun Long lifted the heaven-grade expert up from his neck and stared at his eyes that were filled with fear. Cracking sounds resounded in the palace's main hall, as Shun Long slowly pressured the old man's neck. Crack. Hearing the cracking sounds, the young woman in the red dress, Wei Yi hurriedly turned her gaze towards Zhu Zan and the middle-aged heaven-grade expert next to him and shouted anxiously. "Uncle Zhu Zan, Uncle Zhu Heng, you have to help father." Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng both took a look at the young woman who had shouted in fear, before they turned their heads to look at each other. Although their relationship with Wei Tai wasn't too good, they knew that if the old man died in Shun Long's hands, it was very likely that they would follow right after. And yet, the terrifying aura coming from Shun Long's body made it obvious that he was far stronger than the two of them together. The two heaven-grade experts knew, that even if they joined hands with Wei Tai, it was unlikely that they would be able to injure the young man in front of them before they died by his hands. Nodding his head, Zhu Zan looked around the main hall, before his eyes landed on the window next to him. Suddenly, both he and Zhu Heng exploded with their auras at the same time, as they turned to fly towards the window on the wall of the palace hall, in an attempt to leave the palace. Since they couldn't win, it was pointless for them to risk their lives for Wei Tai. The best thing they could do was to turn and flee as far away as possible. And yet, the moment that they tried to escape, Shun Long merely turned his eyes to glance towards them, before the two peak rank 1 heaven-grade cultivators felt like a terrifying mountain had suddenly fallen on their backs, slamming them both into the palace floor at the same time. The aura of a spirit realm expert wasn't something that peak rank 1 heaven-grade cultivators could fight against. Even Shun Long would be completely unable to fight against a spirit realm cultivator when he was still at the peak rank 1 of the heaven grade, let alone Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng. Shun Long snorted before his golden eyes were once again focused on the old man in front of him. Seeing that Wei Tai had no intention to speak, Shun Long was about to completely crush his neck and kill him before he turned to ask the others inside the hall, when suddenly, a woman's voice sounded in his ears as she said. "Wait. I know where your parents are." Shun Long, Lu Mei, as well as everyone else in the hall, including the king, Dong Weifeng, and Wei Tai, turned their heads to look at the woman in the yellow dress who seemed to be in her early 40s. It was Dong Lingyuan's mother, as well as Dong Weifeng's second concubine, Xing Chui. Before Zhang Fen could speak however, Dong Lingyuan's berating voice sounded in the hall, as he looked at her and said fearfully. "Mother, stop." Xing Chui shook her head, and without looking at her son she said. "Your parents are locked in the dungeon of the palace. Everything that happened to them was my choice. If you have to kill someone, kill me, but let Yuan go." Author's note, this is an endearing tone to call Dong Lingyuan. Shun Long had a cold look on his face as he looked at the woman in the yellow dress who didn't seem to have any special facial features, aside from her spirited eyes. Shaking his head, he then released his grip from Wei Tai and allowed him to slump on the floor gasping for breath violently, before he grabbed Xing Chui's neck. Shun Long wasn't surprised that Xing Chui was the first one to come out and reveal what had happened to his parents. After all, he was certain that either Dong Weifeng or someone else would eventually reveal the truth once their life was threatened. Instead, he was relieved inwardly when he heard that his parents were held in the dungeon. This meant that Shun Fong and Shunan should most likely still be alive. Judging from the solemn expression of everyone inside the palace hall, however, things didn't seem to be that simple. Looking at the woman in front of him, Shun Long shook his head before he spoke in a voice that seemed to have come from the deepest depths of hell. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. Lead the way or die. Xing Chui felt as if she had suddenly led herself into a trap. Originally, she wanted to blackmail Shun Long by revealing his parents' location in exchange for her son's safety, but it was only now that she seemed to have realized that the young man in front of her seemed to be a cold-hearted devil. She clearly felt that if she didn't lead the way, it was very likely that Shun Long would kill her before he forced Dong Lingyuan to personally lead him in the dungeon instead. Once Shun Long saw his parents, then, wouldn't her son die? Nodding her head, Xing Chui threw a meaningful glance at Dong Lingyuan, before she looked at Shun Long and said, "Then let's go to the dungeon together. Unless you want to wait for me to bring your parents here, hee." Xing Chui had already prepared herself to die, but when she saw the cold look in Shun Long's eyes, she felt her soul freezing in fear. Holding the yellow-dressed woman from her neck, Shun Long first looked at Lu Mei and said seriously, "Mayor, don't let any one of them escape. If anyone tries to leave, kill them without mercy." As soon as she heard Shun Long's words, Lu Mei nodded her head, before a black ball appeared between her hands before it fell on the ground. More than a dozen jade-white skeletons with green flames glowing in their eyes appeared in the palace hall, under Xing Chui's and everyone else's terrified eyes. Skeletons. Moving skeletons. This was the first thought that flashed through everyone's mind, as they stared at the gorgeous young woman in white robes who stood at the entrance of the main hall. Without paying any attention to anyone's reaction, Shun Long looked at Xing Chui before he said in a commanding tone, "Lead the way." Xing Chui's eyes were filled with fear, but remembering the strength of Wei Tai, Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng, she was confident that they would be able to escape as long as the devil-like young man was drawn away from the palace hall. Without any more hesitation, the woman in the yellow dress led the way, as she and Shun Long headed towards the palace dungeons. At the same time, inside the Stone of Time, Little Black's eyes constricted as he once again spread out his soul sense and covered the entire palace. Before they had arrived at the Imperial City, Little Black had already told Shun Long that there were only 3 heaven-grade cultivators inside the palace. And all 3 of them seemed to have been gathered in the palace hall. The look in Little Black's bright blue eyes turned cold as he stared at the woman in front of Shun Long who slowly led the way. After walking through a few complicated corridors, Shun Long arrived in front of 2 guards who were stunned when they saw the king's second concubine being held hostage. Before they could move, Shun Long immobilized them with the Monarch's domain, before he finally entered the palace dungeons. Chapter 311 Shun Fong's and Shun and Situation. Surprisingly, inside the royal dungeons, there were no guards. Instead, it looked more like a big prison, that seemed to have no end, expanding infinitely into the darkness. Unlike other prisons, however, this one was without any cells. Instead, there were iron chains on the walls, that were restraining the most heinous criminals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Although Shun Long wasn't too interested in the criminals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, he still knew that there were people that wouldn't be executed right away, and would instead be kept as prisoners in the royal dungeons until they died. This was either because some criminals had powerful identities that even the royal family didn't want to clash with directly, or for other private reasons that the king, Dong Weifeng, didn't want exposed. As he and Xing Chui headed deeper inside the dungeon, Shun Long noticed that most chains were only restraining skeletons instead of living humans. Of course, Shun Long also noticed men, women, and even children trapped as he walked deeper inside. All of them seemed malnourished, as if they weren't even being fed once every 3 days, and yet, despite their bony limbs, they were still alive and suffering in this inhuman prison. The smell of feces attacked Shun Long's senses as he headed in deeper inside, while some people even opened their eyes and begged for help. Shun Long, however, didn't stop to help any of them, and instead, he kept walking deeper inside the dungeons, while the bad premonition in his heart was slowly becoming even more intense. Finally, after 10 more minutes of walking, Shun Long arrived at the end of a corridor and stood in front of a large metallic door. Looking at the door in front of her, Xing Chui had an expressionless look on her face before she spoke in an uncaring tone. "Enter inside if you want to see your parents." Shun Long didn't hesitate in the slightest, and despite the uncomfortable feeling in his heart that was becoming even more intense as he approached the metallic door in front of him, under Xing Chui's shocked eyes, Shun Long forcefully tore the door open with his left hand before he entered inside. The 3 meters, 10 feet, metallic door had turned into an unrecognizable lump of metal that fell on the ground with a thump, instantly waking up the people behind it. It was a small room around 50 square meters, but more than 20 people were chained on the wall. Shun Long's body had suddenly started to tremble as his eyes fell on a middle-aged man and a woman who were shackled by the black chains, while his grip on Xing Chui's neck involuntarily loosened up. Little Black's eyes inside the stone of time also chilled, and understood that his conjecture before they entered this place was actually right. The middle-aged man had a haggard expression on his face, and yet his body was still standing tall with his back straight, despite the countless wounds on his body. Whip marks filled his body and even his face seemed to have been hurt, but the most serious one was a wound that hadn't stopped bleeding even until now. It was a wound on his abdomen that seemed to have come from a punch or kick, completely dyeing his clothes red with his blood. Next to this man was a beautiful middle-aged woman, whose body was also filled with blood from head to toe. Although her body wasn't as badly hurt as the middle-aged man's next to her, she was also filled with whip marks as well, while in her abdomen was a similar wound that was still flowing with blood. Shun Long's eyes had already turned red when he saw his parents' conditions before he hurriedly stepped forward. The grip he had on Xing Chui's neck instantly hardened, as he violently crushed her throat before he angrily threw her body to the side. Destroying the chains that were binding Shun Fong and Shunan, he grabbed both of their bodies and supported them from falling on the ground. At the same time that the chains that were shackling his body disappeared, Shun Fong seemed to have opened his eyes while an expression of disbelief filled his face when he saw his son supporting him. "Father, don't worry, it will be all right." For the first time in his life, Shun Fong actually cried when he heard these words. The emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for the past few days finally burst out when he heard his son's comforting words, as warm tears flowed through his eyes without stop, wetting Shun Long's robes. The dignified formation master, a man who had cultivated all the way to the heaven grade after so many years, had his cultivation destroyed and suffered endless torture and humiliation in the last few days. Despite having his cultivation destroyed and essentially being crippled, the only sound that he made during the time of his imprisonment was only when Shunan was about to be tortured. He would taunt the guards and accept most of the torture in her stead, losing his flesh and blood in the process. And yet, during this time, Shun Fong didn't make a single sound of protest, neither did he plead nor beg. At the same time, Shun Long let out a powerful roar filled with limitless anger, indignation and killing intent, when he saw his parents' condition. Shunan was still unconscious and just like Shun Fong's her cultivation was also destroyed. The rest of the prisoners inside the room were shocked when they heard Shun Long's angry roar and felt his terrifying aura, but seeing him rescue Shun Fong and Shunan, their eyes lit up with the flames of hope. Shun Long's roar was so powerful, that it didn't just shake the royal dungeon, but the entire royal palace itself had started to tremble. Endless killing intent was coming from his body, and he even regretted killing Xing Chui that quickly. Ignoring the begging gazes of the prisoners around him, Shun Long slashed the air in front of him with his right hand, opening a space tier before his body, as well as Shun Fong's and Shun En's disappeared in a flash, as they appeared back at the entrance of the royal dungeons. Looking at the two guards that he had previously trapped inside the Monarch's domain to enter the dungeon, this time, Shun Long didn't hesitate to destroy them, exploding their heads with a single punch each, causing their now lifeless bodies to slump on the ground. Looking around him, Shun Long soon found an empty room inside the palace and entered inside. He gently placed Shunan on the large bed, before he fed his father and mother with a high-grade rank 1 healing pill each. Originally, Shun Long was planning to give them a top-grade Sun healing pill, but with their cultivations destroyed, neither Shun Fong's body nor Shun En's would be able to handle the energy inside the rank 4 pill. The external wounds on Shun Fong's and Shun En's body started to slowly disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Despite his body still being full of injuries, Shun Fong had a gratified smile on his face as he looked at his son in front of him. Looking at the wounds on Shun Fong's body, Shun Long tried to calm himself down, before he said a moment later. "Father, tell me who did this to you." Chapter 312 Dong Weifeng's Betrayal. Although Shun Long's voice wasn't loud, it was filled with so much anger and killing intent, that Shun Fong didn't doubt that if the people responsible were in front of him right now, they wouldn't even die with their corpses intact. With a serious look in his eyes, Shun Fong nodded his head, and after adjusting his seating posture with some difficulty, he looked at Shun Long's eyes before he said seriously. "It all started a week ago. Dong Weifeng came to our house and explained to me that he was facing a serious problem. His third son, Dong Lingyuan, that disgusting brat, seduced the daughter of a rank 2 heaven-grade expert from one of the nearby kingdoms. Even I don't know how he managed to come in contact with her and how he ended up seducing her, but it was said that that woman fell head over heels for him. Dong Lingyuan explained to her how hard his life was in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, with his elder brother, Dong Lingxin as the crown prince suppressing him and destroying his life. As soon as that woman heard this, she replied to Dong Lingyuan that she would personally ask her father to come to the Sky Fortune Kingdom and kill his elder brother Dong Lingxin, before forcing the king to make Dong Lingyuan the new crown prince. Shen Long's eyes chilled as he seemed to have understood the gist of the matter, while Dong Lingyuan's face soon appeared in his mind. Just because he wanted to become the crown prince, he had somehow caused the whole of Sky Fortune Kingdom to fall into chaos. However, this didn't explain Shen Fang's and Shen En's condition. After all, although Shen Fang was a man who upheld justice, Shen Long knew that he wouldn't choose to fight someone like Wei Tai for no reason, especially since this had nothing to do with him. Looking like he had understood what Shen Long was thinking, Shen Fang had a mocking smile on his face as he continued. Although Dong Weifeng had announced that he would let his children fight for the throne by themselves and allow the most resourceful one to become the next king, in the end, he wasn't willing to see his eldest son fall into despair and die when he got the news of Dong Lingyuan getting a heaven-grade expert as his backer. After all, the backer that Dong Lingyuan had found, had also exceeded the sphere of influence and control that Dong Weifeng had. No matter what, it was impossible for him to control a heaven-grade cultivator who had no relations with the Sky Fortune Kingdom. A day after the news spread, both Dong Weifeng and the crown prince, Dong Lingxin came to our house and begged me to intervene and fight off Wei Tai. After all, although Wei Tai was an early rank 2 heaven-grade expert, in the past few months, your father had already advanced to the peak of rank 1 in heaven grade. However, I refused without so much as even thinking about it. What did it have to do with our family whether Dong Lingxin lives or dies, or whether Dong Lingyuan becomes the crown prince and the next king? Should I risk my life, just because they personally begged me to fight? This isn't giving them face, this would be me becoming Dong Weifeng's personal lapdog every time someone that he couldn't handle appeared. No matter what, I always do what I like, and no one can force me to do what I don't want to. This is how I, Shen Fang, live my life. As for my relationship with Dong Weifeng, although it couldn't be considered a bad one, it wasn't to the level of me risking my life for him. Shen Long nodded his head, as Shen Fang seemed to have confirmed his guess. Indeed, his father wouldn't risk his own and his mother's lives, just to fight for Dong Lingxin. However, with a self-deprecating smile on his face, Shen Fang's eyes seemed to have been filled with anger and undisguised mockery as he continued. However, who would expect that Dong Weifeng would be such a poisonous snake? He helped his son, Dong Lingxin, spread the rumors, that I am a powerful formation master who is extremely rich. Of course, the reason that he spread this word, was to make Wei Tai take note of this issue and force him to come to the Blue Forest City and fight with me. Who would expect that Wei Tai would cause a whole war instead, just to help Dong Lingyuan? He sent a huge army of soldiers from his own kingdoms to attack and conquer the Sky Fortune Kingdom, while he himself personally came to the Blue Forest City. The entire city turned into a battlefield, and soon, even the city lords, Zhen Wang's army was destroyed and he himself was killed. As for Wei Tai, that old shit came to our house and ordered me to give up all my wealth if I wanted to live. Of course, despite not wanting to fight him, I would never allow anyone to come to my house and trample over mine and your mother's head. It doesn't matter whether that person is stronger than me or not, this is my own pride as a man and father, as well as a cultivator and a formation master. Besides, our house was filled with more than just a few rank 3 bronze grade formations, so even with my cultivation being a minor realm lower than Wei Tai's, I was confident in fighting him off if we were inside our house. That old bastard indeed attacked us in the end, but not only was he unable to beat me, but he was the one to suffer instead. Your old man was really strong, kid. Shen Long didn't speak and just silently listened to Shen Fang's narration, who seemed to have wanted to say everything without holding back his emotions. They were like a river that was bottled up the past few days, and upon seeing his son, they suddenly exploded like a broken dam. Shen Long felt a stifling feeling in his heart when he saw the tears in his father's eyes, but he still let him finish his explanation. Despite beating that old bastard, I was unable to kill him or even cause him any serious injuries. I just forced him to retreat. 2 days later, however, that old fart returned and attacked our house again, but this time, he wasn't alone, but he brought with him 2 peak rank 1 heaven-grade cultivators as well. After 6 hours, in the end, they managed to break through the formations around the estate, and captured both me and your mother. When he mentioned Shen En's situation, Shen Fang's emotions seemed to have reached their peak of anger and helplessness. With a mocking look in his eyes, he then continued. Originally, Wei Tai wanted to kill both me and your mother, but after hearing that our son is a cultivator in the floating cloud sect, he chose to cripple our cultivation instead before he ordered Dong Lingyuan to imprison us in the dungeon of the palace. No matter what he said, it was obvious that he was actually afraid of a huge sect, as a cultivator without any backing. As soon as they threw us in the dungeon, they tortured us along with the rest of the prisoners inside. The people you saw imprisoned along with us, were all the supporters of the previous crown prince. As for Dong Lingxin and his mother, the previous queen, they had a fate even worse than us. When the guards tried to break everyone's spirit in the dungeons, they revealed everything. They were hanged naked in front of the palace gates, for everyone who entered to see. As soon as he finished his words, Shen Fong turned his gaze towards Shunan, whose injuries were slowly healing while she was still unconscious. And yet, an expression of pain appeared on his face when he looked at the wound in her abdomen, as well as his own. Shun Long didn't say a word, but Little Black could clearly feel his anger and thirst for revenge. The usually emotionless Black Dragon was also angry, but he didn't choose to speak either. Under Shun Fong's stunned eyes, Shun Long first placed his hand on Shun En's back, injecting a gentle stream of qi inside her body that helped her wake up, before he raised his right hand in the air and slashed the void in front of him, opening a space tear more than 2 meters, 6.6 feet long. Without another word, Shun Long held both Shun Fong and Shunan, as he entered inside, once again appearing in the main hall of the palace. Chapter 313 Shameless Dong Lingyuan. Shunan, who had just woken up and saw Shun Long supporting her and Shun Fong, felt that she was dreaming again. As she lowered her head to look at herself, she noticed that most of the injuries and whip marks seemed to have disappeared from her body, but her clothes were still tattered and the wound on her abdomen still hadn't closed. The pain that she was feeling still hadn't disappeared, but Shun En's expression instantly turned into one of joy, as she looked at Shun Long and said in a voice filled with joy. Longer. However, as soon as she finished her words, Shunan felt her surroundings turning blurry, while the look in her eyes quickly turned into one of disbelief. The moment that Shun Long, who was carrying her, and Shun Fong stepped inside the space tear in front of him, Shun Fong and Shunan found themselves in the main hall of the palace, where an even more shocking scene than what they had just experienced appeared in their eyes. 6 people were surrounded by a group of jade-white skeletons, while 3 of them were on the ground bleeding and crying out in pain, as the skeletons' bony white swords had pierced their thighs. Both Shun Fong and Shunan didn't know how to react when they saw the moving skeletons that moved like they were actually alive, before their eyes turned to look at the people inside the hall. Seeing the terrified expression on Wei Tai's as well as the 2 middle-aged men's, Zhu Zan's and Zhu Heng's faces, who were all bleeding on the ground while surrounded by the jade-white skeletons, Shun Fong could feel his body trembling. It was these 3 people who had crippled his and his wife's cultivation. Unknowingly, Shun Fong's eyes looked past these 3 people, and saw Dong Weifeng, his son, the 3rd prince of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Dong Lingyuan, as well as a young woman in a red dress who was hugging Dong Lingyuan's left arm, all trembling in fear as they stared at the terrifying white skeletons in front of them. At the same time, Shun Fong and Shunan both also saw a gorgeous young woman with long black hair and white robes, whose face seemed to have come directly out of a portrait walking towards them. Lu Mei walked next to Shun Long, and without saying a word, she simply stared at Zhu Zan, Zhu Heng and Wei Tai, who were writhing in pain with a cold look in her eyes. As soon as Shun Long and Xing Chui had left the palace hall to go to the dungeons, these 3 had ignored Lu Mei, and did their best to escape from the hall at the same time. After all, they knew that if they waited for Shun Long to return, their chances of leaving alive were practically 0. Seeing the 3 heaven-grade experts who were flying towards her, Lu Mei hadn't even moved, and she simply ordered 3 of her skeletons to capture each of them. Who could expect the skeletons in front of that woman to be so strong that they had effortlessly subdued 3 heaven-grade experts in the blink of an eye? Seeing Shun Long appear inside the hall out of nowhere, with Shun Fong and Shunan by his side, and that terrifying white-robed young woman now standing next to him, Wei Tai's, Zhu Zan's and Zhu Heng's expressions had instantly turned pale. They could feel the terrifying aura coming from Shun Long's body. That was like an angry magic beast that was no longer holding back. Shun Long's cold eyes surveyed everyone inside the hall, before his gaze soon landed on Wei Tai, as he then walked towards him without any hesitation. The early rank 2 heaven-grade expert felt fear gripping his heart, and ignoring the pain from the bony white sword that was stabbed in his thigh, he hurriedly stepped backwards. Looking at Shun Long, who was still walking towards him, Wei Tai then shouted in a voice filled with fear. Wait! 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 Looking around the hall for someone to help him, Wei Tai's gaze was quickly focused on the blonde young man behind him while his eyes finally lit up. Looking at Dong Lingyuan, whose expression had instantly turned ashen as soon as he met his eyes, Wei Tai pointed at the blonde-haired man and said, Everything happened because of him. He is the one who seduced my daughter and told me about your parents' wealth. Even if you want to take revenge, he is the true mastermind. Daddy. The red-dressed young woman next to Dong Lingyuan had a complicated expression on her face, when suddenly, she felt her body losing her balance and flying forward, almost as if she had been pushed by someone. Turning her head around in disbelief, Wei Yi saw Dong Lingyuan's resolute face, as the third prince of the Sky Fortune Kingdom pointed towards Wei Tai and shouted in an angry voice. Liar! It's because your daughter seduced me that I was unable to understand what was going on until now. She is a witch. A succubus. You killed my elder brother, and even the queen of our kingdom was humiliated and died by your hands. Shameless old man, you deserve death. Turning his gaze to look at Shun Long, Dong Lingyuan instantly knelt on the floor and spoke with tears in his eyes. Elder brother Shun, please punish these people for the harm that they have caused to our kingdom and your family. I must have been blind to not notice this until now. Everyone inside the hall, including Dong Weifeng, Wei Tai, the red-dressed young woman called Wei Yi, the two rank 1 heaven-grade experts, Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng, Shun Fang and Shunan, and even Lu Mei, were all speechless when they heard Dong Lingyuan. How shameless did this person have to be to suddenly try and change sides at this moment? Tears had appeared in Wei Yi's eyes as she shouted. Big brother Lingyuan. Even Shun Long was stunned for a moment, but his footsteps didn't slow down as he arrived in front of the stunned Wei Tai. Looking at Dong Lingyuan, Wei Tai had the urge to vomit blood from anger, and pointing at him with his finger, the early rank 2 heaven-grade expert shouted angrily. You ya dash. Before he could properly finish his words, however, Wei Tai's voice was cut short, as he felt his throat being grabbed by an iron-like grip that raised his entire body in the air. Shun Long's eyes didn't hold the slightest bit of mercy inside them as he looked at the old man who had crippled his parents. Without wasting any words, under Wei Tai's terrified eyes, Shun Long clenched his right hand with all of his strength, instantly snapping the early rank 2 heaven-grade expert's neck. Crack! The sounds of bones breaking resounded in the palace hall, and under everyone's terrified eyes, the early rank 2 heaven-grade expert slumped on the ground as he lost his life. No. Chapter 314 Wiping Them Out. The red-dressed woman, Wei Yi, shouted when she saw her father falling on the ground, while her eyes were filled with tears when she realized what had happened. She first turned to look at Dong Lingyuan with a look of hate in her eyes, before she turned her attention to Shun Long. Taking out a small bronze dagger from her waist, she rushed towards him and shouted. Dae. Shun Long had a cold look in his eyes as he looked at Wei Yi, who had the aura of an early-stage Earth-grade cultivator and was running towards him. The fact that she was a woman or that she was in love with Dong Lingyuan and most likely was being used, didn't change the fact that she was also the prime reason that had caused everything in the Sky Fortune Kingdom to be ruined. An entire kingdom was destroyed, villages and cities were pillaged, and even the Blue Forest City had turned into a city of death, where only Wei Tai's soldiers were present, all because of this woman in front of him. Only the Imperial City still had some survivors hiding inside their houses, but the number of dead people inside the kingdom had already exceeded half the kingdom's original population. Seeing Wei Yi running at Shun Long so angrily, anger had also appeared in Lu Mei's face, while an azure sword had also appeared in her hands. Shun Long, however, simply shook his head in response. This was something that he was going to take care of by himself. This was justice for his parents that only he could personally enact in front of them, to soothe the aggrieved feeling in their hearts. Taking a step forward, Shun Long clenched his right fist tightly, before he sent a full-powered punch towards the incoming Wei Yi. Air crackled and even the space around Shun Long's fist was distorted, as his fist met with Wei Yi's dagger head-on. Under Wei Yi's, Zhu Zan's, and Zhu Heng's horrified eyes, the peak rank 3 bronze-grade dagger shattered into pieces after meeting that terrifying punch, before Shun Long's full-powered fist continued to fly towards Wei Yi's head. A shower of blood covered the 4 people who were standing behind Wei Yi, as her head exploded in an instant, dyeing Dong Lingyuan's and the rest's robes red. Without the slightest hint of mercy or pity in his eyes, Shun Long had killed Wei Yi, before he turned his eyes towards Dong Lingyuan. The fear in Dong Lingyuan's eyes couldn't be concealed when he saw Shun Long walking towards him, and stepping back hurriedly he said in an anxious tone. Brother Shun, what are you trying to do? Taking a look around him, Dong Lingyuan's eyes soon landed on Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng, who were slowly backing away before he said hurriedly. Right. Brother Shun, those people also helped Wei Tai when he crippled your faith dash. Before he could finish his words, Dong Lingyuan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets while a feeling of despair suddenly overcame him. Shun Long's hand had instantly pierced through his chest, tightly holding Dong Lingyuan's beating heart with his right hand. Ignoring the terrified expression that had appeared on the third prince's face, Shen Long clenched his hand tightly, and a loud popping sound resounded throughout the entire palace hall, bringing endless terror to everyone who heard it. Retracting his arm, Shen Long wiped the dripping blood on Dong Lingyuan's robes, before he allowed him to fall on the ground. An expression of horror had appeared on the third prince's face, as his body slowly fell backwards. Shen Long was a monster. A heartless monster without any emotions. Turning his eyes towards Dong Weifeng, Shen Long was surprised to see that the so-called dignified king of the Sky Fortune Kingdom didn't care about his son's death in the slightest. Instead, he seemed to be somewhat relieved after seeing Dong Lingyuan dying. However, the moment he felt Shen Long's gaze landing on him, fear that his turn was about to come instantly overcame him. And yet, Shen Long seemed to have ignored Dong Weifeng, as he slowly walked towards Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng. Despair filled the two heaven-grade experts' hearts when they saw this monster in blue robes walking towards them with a serious expression on his face. It seemed as if the deaths of Wei Yi, Dong Lingyuan and Wei Tai hadn't pacified him in the least. Zhu Zan was the first one to go down on his knees, hoping that he could still change this situation as he said seriously. Let me live. I will give you everything you want. I have 3 kingdoms. You can become king. No, I can help you become the king of this island. Women, gold, fame, power, everything will be yours. Shaking his head, Shen Long then spoke in a voice that wouldn't compromise no matter what Zhu Zan was willing to offer. You should have helped yourself by not getting involved in this. If it wasn't for you two helping Wei Tai, how could my father and mother be crippled today? As for women, gold, fame and power. Do I need someone like you to help me get them? Zhu Zan felt anger and despair rising in his heart. He wanted to argue that since they were stronger than Shen Fang, then it was only natural for him to suffer under their hands, but he knew that this argument was useless. Zhu Heng looked at Zhu Zan, and nodding his head, they both lunged towards Shen Long at the same time. If they were going to die, they were at least going to make sure that Shen Long would suffer as well. With a cold look in his eyes, Shen Long first turned his head around to look at his parents and make sure that they were watching, before he punched forward with each arm. The 2 peak rank 1 heaven-grade experts, Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng were both sent flying at the same time, until they crashed at the wall of the palace hall and fell on the ground. Shen Long's terrifying punch had completely crushed the 2 heaven-grade experts' chests, who lifelessly slid down on the ground, arriving in front of Dong Weifeng. The 2 heaven-grade experts who were similar to Wei Tai in strength and influence, the kings who ruled 3 kingdoms each in the mortal world, existences that Dong Weifeng could only look up to, ended up landed in front of his feet as they died. Involuntarily raising his head, Dong Weifeng shivered when his gaze met with Shen Long's cold eyes that were staring back at him. Chapter 315 Aftermath. Dong Weifeng's pupils contracted while his body shivered as soon as his eyes met Shen Long's cold gaze. Shen Long's black eyes were still emitting killing intent, even when Dong Weifeng was the only enemy left inside the main hall. Understanding that he was about to die, the king of the Sky Fortune Kingdom abandoned any notion of pride left, and hurriedly fell on his knees. However, he wasn't dumb enough to beg Shen Long, and instead, his gaze fell on Shen Fang, as he spoke with tears in his eyes. Brother Shen, please forgive me. I know what I have done wrong. I shouldn't have let my son, no, that unfilial bastard to spread the word about you. I know that I don't deserve any forgiveness, but I have already lost 2 sons and 2 wives, please don't kill me. Shen Long frowned when he heard Dong Weifeng's words, while his eyes narrowed. No matter what excuse Dong Weifeng used, the truth was, that not only did he allow Dong Lingxin to spread Shen Fang's name, but he did everything he could to force him to fight against Wei Tai even when it meant risking his life. And now he was asking for forgiveness. Shen Fang also shook his head, and without the slightest hint of pity in his eyes, he looked at the kneeling Dong Weifeng and spoke coldly. He, if it was just me that you had hurt, I could allow you to leave today after crippling your cultivation. After all, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. However, not only did you choose to torture us after sending us in your dungeon, but you were also the cause that my wife's cultivation was crippled as well. Don't bother to ask for forgiveness, since you are the one who deserves to die the most out of everyone else. Horror filled Dong Weifeng's heart when he heard Shen Fang's words. After all, this was no different than sentencing him to death. Shen Long seemed to have hated him to begin with, and now Shen Fang's words seemed to have extinguished his final hope. Dong Weifeng's expression quickly changed into one of madness, but before he could utter another word, Shun Long had already disappeared from his original spot after using the Gale Steps and instantly appeared in front of Dong Weifeng. An illusionary purple-colored blade had appeared on his right hand, and looking at the anxious king of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, in front of him, Shun Long slashed his blade horizontally towards Dong Weifeng's neck. If the dancer girls hadn't already passed out from fear in a corner of the room, they would have witnessed a once-in-a-lifetime scene. The Sky Fortune Kingdom's king's head was separated from his body as it flew through the air, leaving behind a fountain of blood that dyed the main hall of the palace red. As soon as Shun Fang saw the scene in front of his eyes, a sense of gratification and a feeling of relief overcame his heart, as well as a feeling of weakness. He felt relief that his son had saved him and Shunan, and he also felt gratified that Shun Long was strong enough to take revenge for his parents by himself, but he also felt weak after having his cultivation crippled. He had trained since he was 13 years old like every other kid in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and he had slowly risen above everyone else and stood at the top of the Sky Fortune Kingdom as a peak rank 3 bronze grade formation master and a peak rank 9 earth grade expert. And yet, he seemed to have lost all of his power overnight due to Dong Weifeng's schemes and the inner fights of the royal family. However, seeing his son being strong enough to take revenge for him was enough to put a smile on Shun Fang's face. Shunan seemed to have felt Shun Fang's turbulent emotions, and holding Shun Fang's hand she said, "It's not too bad. At least we are still alive. If Longer didn't come in time, perhaps we would have already turned into a pile of corpses by now." Shun Fang nodded his head, and held his wife's hand without saying a word, before their eyes both fell on Shun Long and Lu Mei. Shun Long's expression was still serious, as he summoned Little Silver from the Stone of Time, and allowed Shun Fang and Shunan to sit on its back. Without paying any more attention to the royal palace, he and Lu Mei sat on Little Silver's back as well, as he left the imperial city. Shun Long had already heard that Dong Weifeng also had a daughter, but he wouldn't personally go and look for her in order to kill her. With Wei Tai inside the palace, he didn't even know whether Dong Weifeng would have kept his daughter there or sent her somewhere far away. As for the wealth of the royal palace and the situation of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, these were also things that Shun Long didn't care about either. As a mortal kingdom, it was impossible for the royal family to have anything else other than low-quality gold and silver in their treasury. After all, low-grade spirit stones were a rare commodity that only heaven-grade experts used in the Floating Cloud sect. As for the situation of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, this had already taken an unrecoverable turn for the worse even before Shun Long had killed Dong Weifeng and Dong Lingyuan. On the way to the Blue Forest City, Shun Long had already seen Wei Tai's army pillaging villages and cities of the kingdom, practically destroying everything in their paths. The Sky Fortune Kingdom's army was already destroyed, and the kingdom's sovereignty lied in Wei Tai's hands. Aside from the imperial city where the citizens were all holed up inside their homes, every other city in the kingdom was completely destroyed. Shun Long was certain that it wouldn't take long for the rest of the citizens of the imperial city to start moving towards one of the nearby kingdoms, since the Sky Fortune Kingdom would soon become the territory for another war to start, as the kingdoms around it would start fighting over its land. Leaving the imperial city, Shun Long also expected the dancer girls and everyone else inside the palace to start spreading the news of Wei Tai's and the Zhu brothers' deaths very soon. This would make the kingdoms that were previously under Wei Tai's, Zhu Zan's, and Zhu Heng's control, to be fought over by the other heaven-grade cultivators around them. After all, Shun Long knew that Wei Tai, Zhu Zan and Zhu Heng weren't the only heaven-grade experts in this island of the mortal world. Now that they were dead, their territories will certainly be split up, and even their own families and their confidants would have to escape. It only took a few moments for the Black Panther to cross the distance from the imperial capital and arrive in the sky of the Blue Forest City. In the time that Shun Long took to go to the imperial palace and kill Wei Tai and the rest, Zhu Zan's and Zhu Heng's army had already escaped from the city when the rumors of the heaven-grade expert, Shun Long, had started to spread. However, almost all of the original inhabitants of the city had already been massacred, making the Blue Forest City a city of death. Arriving in the sky above the already destroyed Shun estate, Shun Long saw the disheartened Shun Fang and Shunan holding his hand, as they looked at the rubble of what was left of their original home. With a serious expression in his eyes, Shun Long looked at his parents who were still staring at the wreckage below them before he said, "Father, Mother, do you want to come with me and Mayor to the Cultivation World?" Chapter 316 Shun Fang's Decision. "Father, Mother, do you want to come with me to the Cultivation World? You don't have any more reason to stay here. Our house is destroyed and the Sky Fortune Kingdom itself will be abandoned before another war starts over its territory." Turning his head to look at Lu Mei, Shun Long finally smiled lightly for the first time since he arrived in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and holding her hand he looked at his parents and said. This is my wife, Mayor. She and I have been together for almost a year. If you come with us, we can travel the world together. There was a gleam in Shun Long's eyes as he looked at Shun Fong and Shunan. Originally, he wouldn't have minded letting his parents live in the immortal world. After all, Shun Fong was certainly strong enough to protect himself and Shunan against almost any threat in this place. Who could expect that things would really take such a turn for the worse due to Dong Weifeng and his son? However, this was also a chance in itself. If Shun Long could have his parents travel with him, he could ensure their safety in the future. Additionally, Shun Long knew that right now, it was impossible for him to help his parents with their cultivation now that their dantians had been destroyed, but it wasn't impossible in the future. If he had his parents with him, he would be able to help them recover their cultivation as soon as he found the necessary medicinal ingredients that he needed. As Shun Long waited for their answer, he saw Shun Fong and Shunan watching Lu Mei with bright eyes. If one judged her simply based on her outer appearance, there was indeed nothing to criticize about her. She was a gorgeous and yet reserved young woman, who didn't let many of her feelings show to her face. This was most likely part of her character and not Lu Mei intentionally suppressing herself in front of them. Shun Fong thought as he kept examining his daughter-in-law. Lu Mei's face turned somewhat red as she wasn't used to this, and looking at Shun Fong and Shunan who were staring at her with zeal in their eyes, she bowed and greeted them politely. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Longer. Your father is proud of you. You finally have a wife. Although Shun Fong's words were few, they expressed exactly what he wanted to say. He was very satisfied with his daughters-in-law manners, appearance and strength. After all, both he and Shunan had seen Lu Mei summon her white skeletons that had completely suppressed Wei Tai and the rest to the point that they were just one step away from death. And it's one who's much gentler and polite than that Lin girl. As she finished speaking, Shunan held Lu Mei's hands and looked at her daughter-in-law with a gentle smile on her face and a satisfied look in her eyes. At the same time, Shun Long smiled before his eyes fell on Shun Fong as he waited for his answer. Turning his head to look at his son, Shun Fong however shook his head before he declined Shun Long's prior offer without any hesitation. Longer, your mother and I will both stay in the mortal world. Shun Fong's answer was actually completely different to what Shun Long had expected. Since their Shun estate was destroyed and his father's and mother's cultivation was crippled, wouldn't that mean that they were even weaker than normal people? After all, even most children in the Sky Fortune Kingdom started to train their chi at the age of 13, and Shun Long knew that the other kingdoms weren't any different. Looking like he had guessed Shun Long's thoughts, Shun Fong had a bright smile on his face as he patted Shun Long's shoulder and said. Longer, if I wanted to enter the cultivation world, I would have long since joined the Floating Cloud sect. Even if I didn't become an inner disciple, I would have at least become a normal elder by now. However, entering the cultivation world was neither mine nor your mother's goal. Choosing to live a simple life, without any worries, away from the strifes of cultivators in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, was what we were originally planning. However, even without the Sky Fortune Kingdom, there are other kingdoms where we can go and meet new people. We can also have a fresh start and won't have people to rely on me being a heaven-grade expert to help them. Going with you to the cultivation world. Aside from being a burden to our son, what else would we do there? Seeing that Shun Long wasn't entirely convinced, inside the Stone of Time, Little Black nodded his head as he said to Shun Long. Master, Shun Fong is right. Although their cultivation was destroyed, they can still live their lives. However, if they followed Master in the cultivation world, they would then feel hopeless and weak. Although Master's parents suffered, they can certainly start a new life, away from the war of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, now and travel to a new place. Shun Long shook his head when he heard Little Black's words. How could he have not thought about these things by himself already? However, leaving his parents without any protection was still an unpleasant feeling. For a moment Shun Long even thought of taming a rank 4 magic beast to protect Shun Fong and Shunan, but that would still go against Shun Fong's wishes of living a simple life. After all, no matter what, a rank 4 magic beast would certainly make every single heaven-grade expert in this mortal island afraid. Even the sect master of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Jian, wasn't certain if he could fight an early rank 4 magic beast head-on. Without another word, Shun Fong walked through the Shun estate and gathered some of his personal belongings in a small chest, along with some gold and silver, before he once again sat on Little Silver's back. Understanding that there was no more reason for them to stay here, Shun Long, Shun Fong and Shunan, all threw one more look at the destroyed, blue forest city from the sky, before the Black Panther's body flew forward like a bolt of silver lightning, as it tore through the sky, as Shun Long searched for a new place for his parents to settle down. Less than a minute later, the Black Panther had stealthily arrived in the sky above a city located near the vast sea that surrounded this mortal island. It was a large city, more than 3 times bigger than the Sky Fortune Kingdom's imperial capital itself, while its harbor was completely filled with big and small ships that ranged from fishermen ships all the way to big warships. It was the Roaring Waves Kingdom. Chapter 317 Returning to the Floating Clouds Sect. After landing a few miles away from the capital of the Roaring Waves Kingdom, Shun Long had Little Silver return back inside the foggy space in a stone of time, before he and Lu Mei walked along with his parents towards the city gates. After paying a fee of 2 gold coins per person for a total of 8 gold coins, Shun Long and his family walked past through the city gates and entered the city. Although the royal city of the Roaring Waves Kingdom couldn't be compared to the cities of the Cultivation world, it was still many times more bustling than the imperial city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The smell of fish had already filled the air of the royal capital, as many fishermen displayed their catch for the day, trying to attract the customers around them. Looking at the scene around him, Shun Fong had a smile on his face as he said, "Although it's my first time in this city, it is exactly how I thought it would be." The reason that Shun Fong wanted to come to the Roaring Waves Kingdom was because he had once heard that this was one of the most bustling kingdoms in this world and at the same time one of the most peaceful ones. Of course, the reason behind this was that a powerful middle-rank 2 heaven-grade expert was the king of this kingdom, so very few people would dare to cause trouble to this place. Walking past the street merchants, Shun Long and his group soon arrived at the residential district of the city. Originally, Shun Fong was planning to purchase a simple, small house, but in the end, he chose to buy a relatively big home with a large garden. The 3,000 gold coins that Shun Fong spent for it was like a drop in the bucket for a rich peak rank 3 bronze grade formation master. Shun Fong's and Shun En's new house was relatively close to the center of the city, and although it wasn't nearly as big as their previous Shun estate, it was perfect to live a simple life. The city guard's headquarters was just a few miles away from it, make its safe location the main reason that it was so expensive. After entering inside the newly purchased home, Shun Fong looked at Shun Long, who didn't seem to have any plans to leave just yet, and said with a gentle smile on his face, "Longer, you don't have to worry about us. Although we are no longer cultivators, we will still live our lives happily. This is also a new start for me and your mother. If you just stay here to watch over us, you will only cause me to feel guilt." Shun En nodded her head and smiled, as she held Lu Mei's hands, before she whispered in her ears, "Little Mei, take good care of my Longer." Lu Mei had a serious expression on her face as she nodded her head in response. Although Shun Long knew that Shun Fong was just trying to make him leave, in the end, Shun Long still nodded his head before he stepped forward and hugged his father and mother. There was no reason to keep thinking too much about this issue. In his heart, Shun Long had already decided to do what he could in order to find the medicinal ingredients that he needed to restore Shun Fong's and Shun En's dantians. It didn't matter if they wanted to live their lives as mortals, Shun Long still wanted to let his parents live longer, even if Shun Fong and Shun En wanted to spend their entire lives in the mortal world. Before he and Lu Mei left the house, Shun Long also left quite a few rank 1 healing pills behind, in case Shun Fong and Shun En needed them in the future. Then, without another word, he and Lu Mei stealthily left the royal capital of the Roaring Waves Kingdom. In the sky, sitting on Little Silver's back, Shun Long and Lu Mei took one more look at his parents' new home, before they soared high above the clouds. After taking a deep breath to change his mood, Shun Long turned around to look at Lu Mei, who was hugging his back, and staring at her deep black eyes. He then asked, "Mayor, are you ready?" Lu Mei's body trembled for a moment when she heard Shun Long's words, but her eyes quickly became focused once again, and looking at Shun Long, she nodded her head and said seriously, "Long Ji, don't worry. I have been waiting for this for so long." Lu Mei had immediately understood what Shun Long meant with his question. It was easy to say that you are ready to personally fight with your father, but once the time came, perhaps you wouldn't be ready mentally to face him head-on. After all, this was the most powerful person that Lu Mei had met until she left the Floating Clouds sect to go to the Vermilion Realm, and although she and Shun Long had seen countless powerful experts, including even powerful Dao kings like the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duan Zhu, Lu Jian's shadow inside Lu Mei's heart hadn't dissipated yet. Shun Long's question was akin to him asking Lu Mei whether she wanted Shun Long to personally take care of this or not. Seeing that Lu Mei was determined to face Lu Jian head-on, Shun Long didn't say anything else, and simply nodded his head, when he once again felt Lu Mei resting her head on his back. The mortal island soon became a black dot in the endless sea below them, and a few moments later, Shen Long and Lu Mei had already arrived in front of the barrier that divided the cultivation world from the mortal world. Little Silver tore through the barrier in front of it and effortlessly passed through it once again, before it spread its majestic silver wings and continued to fly forward. The Black Panther's speed was extremely quick as it flew through the sky, and a few minutes later the outline of a familiar city appeared in the distance. Little Silver however didn't directly barge inside the city in front of it, and instead, it hid itself in the clouds above the city, completely hiding its aura in the process. Looking at the floating cloud city below them, Shen Long continued to sit on Little Silver's back high above the clouds, and watched Lu Mei who had a determined look in her eyes as she looked at the city below her. After taking a few moments to calm down her emotions and gather her strength and courage, she slowly took a step forward and descended from the sky, like an otherworldly fairy appearing in the mortal world. And yet, at the same time, the aura of death that was coming from her body, brought a terrifying sensation to anyone who laid their eyes on her. It was as if the thick black threads of qi coming from Lu Mei's body would instantly kill anyone who came in contact with them, emanating an extreme sense of danger and death. Lu Mei's eyes were now staring at the floating cloud city below her, and after taking a deep breath, she finally allowed her aura at the middle rank 4 of the spirit realm to spread and cover the entire city. Chapter 318 The Excited Lu Jian. As the powerful aura of a middle rank 4 spirit realm cultivator covered the floating cloud sect, both the bustling outer and the inner city instantly fell silent. The disciples of the floating cloud sect all turned their heads to the sky when they felt the terrifying aura that had fallen upon the city, where a stunning scene greeted their eyes. An otherworldly fairy in white robes descended from the sky, as she looked at the city in front of her with cold eyes. There were no traces of warmth, love or compassion as she slowly flew towards the inner city, but only a cold indifference in her enchanting black eyes. Say Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu Mei. The sect master's daughter. Didn't she die in the Vermilion realm? I heard that rumor too, but it seems like Senior Sister is alive. But isn't her temperament somewhat different from the past? She seems so cold. Although Lu Mei was a reclusive character in the floating cloud sect, who didn't show her face very often, some outer disciples immediately recognized her when they saw her face. After all, as the daughter of the sect master and the idol of most young men in the sect, it was natural for people to remember Lu Mei after having seen her even once. At the same time, in the inner city, Lu Jian who was chatting with Lu Changpun, suddenly shot to his feet when he felt the aura of a rank 4 spirit realm expert covering the inner city. Despite not knowing which expert had arrived, there was a grim expression on his face when he felt the powerful aura looming above his head. Looking at his son next to him, he deliberated for a while before he said, Changpun, come with me. This will also help you learn how to deal with such situations when you become the sect master in the future. Lu Changpun nodded his head, before he followed behind his father, as they walked out from the house and flew towards the sky. It wasn't just Lu Jian and Lu Changpun that were alarmed by this matter however, but all of the high-ranking elders of the sect, including the Grand Elder Lan Hong who was at the rank 1 of the spirit realm. All of the elders from the sect had serious expressions on their faces, as they soared in the sky to see who had come to their floating cloud sect. Under the Grand Elders, Lan Hong's lead, everyone met with the sect master before they turned their eyes towards the white-robed figure to the sky. Suddenly, the elders all had various expressions on their faces as they saw the young woman who was leisurely flying towards them. Lu Jian himself was stunned, while Lu Changpun mumbled. Am I hallucinating today? A few moments later, Lu Mei flew past the gates of the inner city, and arrived in front of Lu Jian, Lu Changpun, and Lan Hong, as well as the rest of the elders of the sect. Staring at his daughter, Lu Jian had a marvelous expression on his face that changed from shock and disbelief, to anger and finally joy. Stepping forward, he took a deep breath, before he asked in the gentlest voice that he could muster. Little Mei. Is it really you? Lu Mei's body trembled when she heard the way that Lu Jian addressed her. He, her strict father, the sect master of the sect, would always call her by her full name, Lu Mei. He would never call her Little Mei, or Mimi, that her mother usually called her. This was to remind her that although he was her father, he was also a strict figure who always had the sect's interest above everything else. And yet, just now he had used the gentlest voice he could use when he spoke to her. Even Lu Changpun would have been stunned by his father's behavior, if he wasn't already looking at his sister with his mouth hanging open. The aura of a powerful spirit realm expert was coming from her body. Her aura was actually even more powerful than their father's. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Mei wasn't just a spirit realm expert, but she was also a middle stage one at that. How is this possible? Lu Changpun meant to say this inwardly, but because of the shock that had filled his heart, he couldn't control his voice that ended up escaping his mouth. Looking at Lu Mei, the so-called strongest genius of the sect asked loudly, in a tone filled with shock and denial. How can you be a spirit realm expert? It has been less than a year since the Vermilion realm closed. Suddenly, Lu Changpun's eyes widened as he thought of a terrifying possibility, and looking at his sister, he pointed his finger forward before he asked in a shrieking voice. You! Don't tell me that you actually got the inheritance of the Vermilion realm. No. This is impossible. Even I, the greatest genius of the sect, didn't manage to get the inheritance, so how could you succeed? Lu Jian's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Lu Mei, and even Lan Hong and the elders around him were looking at the daughter of the sect master with eyes filled with shock. The inheritance of the Vermilion realm? Right. Only this could explain Lu Mei's rapid advancement. Lu Mei didn't answer Lu Changpun's question. She didn't even bother glancing at her brother, and instead, she looked at Lu Jian, who was staring at her as if he was looking at a rare piece of treasure. Looking at her father's change in behavior, who hadn't even asked her what had happened to her for the past 1 year, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Mei's mind. The inheritance of the Vermilion realm? If it wasn't for Long Ji saving me, I would have already become a corpse under the hands of the disciples of the Poison Hall. The look in Lu Mei's eyes soon turned cold, and looking at her father, who was staring at her joyously, and was expecting her to nod her head and admit that she had indeed received the inheritance of the Vermilion realm, Lu Mei took a deep breath, and without responding to Lu Changpun's question, she said in a cold voice. I am here to take my mother away. Chapter 319. Lu Mei suppressed emotions. It was a simple sentence, and yet it had left Lu Jian staring at Lu Mei in shock. Take her mother away? What mother? My wife? Even Lu Changpun, the Grand Elder Lan Hong and the elders around him, were all staring at Lu Mei, not understanding what she meant. And yet, despite being confused, Lu Jian wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at his daughter with a big smile on his face, and like a father who was trying to coax his angry child, he said. Mimi, don't be angry. Daddy will do whatever you want. Come with me and let's go chat inside. Your mother is certainly very worried about you as well. This time, it wasn't just Lu Mei and Lu Changpun, but all of the elders around him as well, who were stunned by his behavior. How was this their dignified sect master? This was more like a patient and doting father speaking to his child. Faith dash. Shut up. Quickly lead the way for me and your sister, you unfilial son. Lu Changpun was ready to interrupt Lu Jian, and ask him if he had a fever, or perhaps he had caught some kind of rare disease that could infect the entire sect, but instead, he was met by a fierce rebuttal by his father. Lu Jian, who had always pampered his son, had now berated him in front of all the elders of the sect. No matter what the reason was, this was certainly going to hurt his prestige in the future, when he succeeded his father for the position of the sect master. And yet, after seeing the angry expression in his father's face, Lu Changpun didn't dare to flare up, and after shooting a look of anger at Lu Mei, he hurriedly went deeper inside the sect, as he led the way for his father and his sister. Before he could go too far, however, Lu Changpun heard Lu Mei's cold voice as she looked at Lu Jian and said coldly. There is no need. I didn't come here to chat with you like family. I am here to take my mother back, and settle everything with you and your son. Hearing Lu Mei's cold voice, Lu Jian's expression slowly turned angry, and looking at his daughter he finally asked furiously. Lu Mei, are you sure that you want to talk to me like this? I am already being accommodating with you, but don't forget that you are still my daughter. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mei's melodious laughter resounded in everyone's ears, but Lu Jian and the rest felt shivers in their bodies when they heard this. To them, it sounded as if Lu Mei's laughter was filled with traces of death. Even some of the inner disciples who had gathered near the entrance of the inner city, and had come to spectate what was going on, soon felt themselves gasping for breath, as if death itself had appeared next to them, and was ready to take their lives with his scythe. Looking at the shocked Lu Jian and the horrified Lu Changpun, who took a few steps back to get even further away from her, Lu Mei laughed again before she continued. Your daughter. Now you remember that I am your daughter. In all these years, have I not been a prisoner inside the sect? Were you not cruel to me, treating me like an object rather than your own child? Did you not only have eyes for your own son, the one who you were going to make the next sect master? Even when Lu Changpun brought the third son of the Flying Sword sect master, did you not berate me when I refused to marry him myself? Did you not lock me up in the sect for 4 months until my mother begged you with tears in her eyes to let me go? When Meng Xingyi came to you a year ago and said that he wanted to marry me no matter what, did you not say that as long as the Meng family followed Lu Changpun faithfully and helped him reach the third trial of the Vermilion Realm, that I would have to marry Meng Xingyi in return regardless if I agreed or not? And now, you want me to forget everything and act as your obedient daughter? Ha 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 ha. Isn't it because of the inheritance of the Vermilion Realm? As soon as Lu Mei finished her words, Lu Jian's own words were stuck in his throat. Indeed, he hadn't cared about his daughter in the past. It wasn't that he hated Lu Mei, but in the end, she was simply a tool to help her brother on his way to rise in the world. After all, Lu Jian already had dreams of his son becoming the next sect master, and expanding the Floating Cloud sect even further. As for Lu Mei, even if her talent was at the same level as her brother's, she was still a woman in the end. Although there were some sects that had women as their sect masters, Lu Jian didn't think that Lu Mei could ever lead the sect the way that Lu Changpun could. After all, he had instructed his son since young, and had always taught him what a sect master needed to know. Lu Mei could simply serve as a bridge, to connect Lu Changpun with his own helpers. However, Lu Mei was also wrong. Lu Jian didn't care about the Vermilion Realm's treasure that much. Instead, after seeing that his daughter had already reached the middle stages of the spirit realm, a new plan had formulated in his mind. He could now have Lu Mei lead the sect, and have her relocate to the center of the Desolate East, near the Golden Buddha Temple's location. That was the location with the most dense qi in the entire Desolate East. Even the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple had once admitted to Lu Jian that the qi at the center of the Desolate East wasn't too inferior to some of the cities of the Night Star continent, like the Silver Sword City. This way, with Lu Mei's current speed of advancement, even if she advanced extremely slowly in the future, she still had chances to reach the late stages of the spirit realm, and perhaps, even the nascent soul stage. Lu Jian trembled as this possibility flashed through his mind. However, Lu Mei's next words completely crushed his illusions. Lu Jian, today I am here to take my mother back and take revenge. After she finished speaking, Lu Mei waved her hand and a bright blue sword appeared in it. It was her Four Seasons Azure Sword. Chapter 320 Fighting Lu Jian. Lu Jian and the elders of the Floating Cloud sect around him were all taken aback when they saw this. Was Lu Mei intending to fight Lu Jian head-on? Lu Jian was also stunned when he noticed the quality of the Azure Sword in Lu Mei's hands. With a glance, he could clearly tell that this Azure Sword was even better than his own sword. As for Lu Changpun, he didn't seem to have noticed this detail, and instead, he pointed at his sister and laughed in a mocking manner as he said. Ha ha, take revenge. Revenge for what? For being treated unfairly. This is the Cultivation world, idiotic woman. Perhaps you were lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the Vermilion Realm, but if you think that your sudden rise in cultivation will instantly place you at the level of a sect master, you really are dumb. Just based on how quickly you have advanced, your foundation is surely unstable and you may never even reach the late stages of the spirit realm. Lu Jian frowned when he heard his son's words, but he didn't berate him this time. It was obvious that Lu Mei really wanted to fight him, and wouldn't rest until one of them won. Besides, in Lu Jian's heart, Lu Changpun was also right. Despite the fact that Lu Mei's cultivation had somehow surpassed his, and her sword looked to be at least a rank 3 silver-grade weapon, Lu Jian didn't think that he would lose when fighting his own daughter. Even in the worst-case scenario, they would be evenly matched. After all, Lu Jian's fighting experience was honed through many years of fighting against the best of the best in the Desolate East. Although his cultivation was only at the early stages of the spirit realm, he was still a peak rank 3 spirit realm expert who was just a step away from reaching the middle stages. Despite the qualitative difference between the early and the middle stages of the spirit realm, Lu Jian always had the confidence to fight against, and even defeat normal early rank 4 spirit realm cultivators, let alone Lu Mei, who most likely had her cultivation boosted in an abnormal way. Looking at Lu Mei, Lu Jian shook his head, before he said with a serious look in his eyes. Very well. If you win, you can take your mother and do whatever else you want to do. But if you lose, you will have to listen to me from now on. With a gentle smile on his face, Lu Jian took out a long white sword from his spatial ring, and looking at Lu Mei he continued. Mimi, don't worry. I will no longer force you to marry someone you don't want to. In fact, as long as you agree, I will make you the sect master today. After all, my blood still flows through your veins, and even if I fail to realize your worth in the past, we can still fix everything. Ha ha ha. At the same time, right above the clouds of the Floating Cloud City, Shun Long couldn't help laughing when he heard Lu Jian's words. Thankfully he had already suppressed his voice so no one had managed to hear him. Seeing Lu Jian's attempt to persuade Lu Mei to return back to the sect, was akin to watching a monkey perform. If everything in this world, including years of parental neglect that had practically pushed Lu Mei to the brink of death, forcing her to pass through the second trial of the Vermilion Realm by herself and almost die in the process, all of them simply to escape from the Floating Cloud sect, could be mended through a bunch of sweet words, then Lu Mei would have really suffered for nothing. Indeed, this was a pragmatic world, and now that Lu Mei's worth had exceeded that of Lu Changpun's in their father's eyes, Lu Jian was willing to do anything to get Lu Mei back to his side. However, although Lan Hong's and the rest of the elders nodded their heads, Lu Changpun's expression had instantly turned ugly when he heard his father's words. He was like a chicken being held from its neck. Make Lu Mei the sect master. Then what about him? However, despite Lu Jian's sweet words, Lu Mei wasn't that naive and sheltered woman any longer. Although she was a person who seldomly spoke, she had experienced a lot of things with Shun Long in the last year, and wouldn't be willing to forgive Lu Jian just because of a few words. Holding the peak rank 2 silver grade sword in his hand, Lu Jian looked at Lu Mei and said in a gentle tone. Come then. Show me how much you have improved while you were away. With a cold look in her eyes, a layer of frost appeared on Lu Mei's 4 Seasons azure sword, before she flew forward towards Lu Jian. Although Shun Long had already taught her the Gale Steps, Lu Mei's affinity with this martial skill wasn't high, and she had only reached the first out of the 7 levels. However, just the first stage of this mystic high-grade martial skill was enough to boost Lu Mei's speed by at least 2-fold, making it impossible for any early-stage spirit realm cultivator to catch up with her. Even other rank 4 and rank 5 spirit realm cultivators wouldn't be able to match her speed if they hadn't comprehended a Tao like the Tao of Wind, or if they didn't have a similar mystic high-grade martial skill. A gust of wind appeared around Lu Mei's feet while her body left behind a layer of frost in the air as she flew towards Lu Jian. Using both of her hands, Lu Mei gathered her chi into the 4 Seasons azure sword, creating a huge ice sword that she slashed down towards Lu Jian. Lu Jian smiled when he saw this while a layer of frost covered his own sword as well, turning into a huge sword that met Lu Mei's slash head-on. The elders of the Floating Cloud sect, including the Grand Elder Lang Hong, as well as Lu Changpun, all hurriedly flew away, not daring to stay within the radius of Lu Mei's and Lu Jian's fight. As soon as the 4 Seasons azure sword met Lu Jian's sword however, the sound of ice crashing resounded above the Floating Cloud sect, and Lu Mei's huge ice sword started to crumble. The layer of ice that was covering the 4 Seasons azure sword surface was quickly destroyed, revealing the blue sword's original appearance, while pushing Lu Mei back in the process. At the same time, although the ice on Lu Jian's sword was cracked as well, it wasn't destroyed, and was quickly reformed a few moments later. In the first exchange, Lu Mei was actually at a disadvantage. Ha 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 ha. Lu Changpun started laughing when he saw this scene, and without missing the chance to mock his sister he said seriously. Ha ha ha. Despite your cultivation being higher than father's, it seems that your comprehension of the Tao of Ice isn't even close to his own. It wasn't just Lu Changpun who had noticed this, but Lan Hong as well as the other elders, who looked at the scene in front of them without any shock in their eyes. No matter what, it was impossible for Lu Mei's comprehension of the Tao of Ice to reach the same level as Lu Jian's within a year. Even though her cultivation was higher, in a direct exchange she was put on the back foot. Lu Jian didn't miss this chance, and continued to counterattack, as he relentlessly slashed his white sword at Lu Mei again and again, forcing her to defend and take a passive position. The ice on top of the 4 Seasons azure sword didn't even have enough time to reform itself, before it was quickly destroyed by Lu Jian's powerful attacks. Indeed, when the difference in cultivation wasn't big, the comprehension of the Tao, the martial skills, as well as the type of the Tao itself, were the things that proved to be critical during a fight. As Lu Jian pushed Lu Mei further and further, he said in a low voice. This is the result of advancing hastily in your cultivation. No matter what, your comprehension of the Tao must always be at the same level as your cultivation base. Otherwise, even after reaching the middle stages of the spirit realm, you will lose even when you fight against average early-stage spirit realm cultivators. Narrowing her eyes, Lu Mei didn't reply to Lu Jian, and instead, she raised the 4 Seasons azure sword as she took Lu Jian's hit head-on. Despite being a peak rank 2 silver grade sword fighting against a rank 1 gold grade weapon, Lu Jian's huge ice sword sent Lu Mei flying in the sky, making her hands feel pain in the process after blocking the hit. However, Lu Mei still suppressed the pain she was feeling, and with a cold look in her eyes, she gathered her chi in her right hand, where a black ball of chi slowly took form. Chapter 321 Lu Mei's Power. Lu Jian suddenly halted his movements, as a terrifying aura started to gather around Lu Mei's body. It was the aura of death. Although Lu Jian hadn't encountered the aura of death a lot of times in the past, except for when he saw the remnant qi that hadn't dispersed on the desiccated corpses of some strong cultivators, he could still identify it at first glance. The moment that his eyes had fallen on the black ball of qi in Lu Mei's hand, Lu Jian had the feeling that if he approached a few steps closer to it, he would put himself at risk of losing his life. This was the feeling that he had as a powerful expert at the peak of rank 3 in the spirit realm, as well as a veteran cultivator with ample experience. Lu Mei however didn't look at her father, and instead, she turned her eyes on the black ball of qi in her hand, before she allowed it to fall on the ground. The black ball left Lu Mei's body, as it started falling towards the floating cloud city below her. It had only fallen halfway through the air however, before the black ball of qi turned into a black hole that suspended itself in midair. Suddenly, under Lu Jian's and the floating cloud sect's elders' stunned gazes, a pair of 3 meters, 10 feet, tall undead knights covered in black armor appeared from the black hole in rapid succession. Each of the knights was holding a 2 meters, 6.6 feet, long black greatsword, while wisps of bright red flames were shining in their eye sockets. The most shocking thing however was the undead knight's aura. They were at the middle rank 4 of the spirit realm. It was really a pair of middle-stage spirit realm summoned creatures. Even Lu Jian, who had roamed throughout the entire desolate east and had a lot of experience, was stunned in front of this scene. Let alone seeing something like this, he had never even heard of anything like this before. Normally, shamans who could summon powerful creatures, could only summon those whose strength was at least a minor realm below them. Lu Jian had seen in the past an expert at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm from the Night Star continent, who had comprehended the Tao of Earth, and had summoned a golem at the peak of rank 8. Although this golem wasn't unrivaled in their desolate east, but aside from the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple and its 2 rank 9 spirit realm level monks, as well as the master of the Poison Hall, there was no one else who was able to contend against it. Although the golem was inferior to its master in terms of direct combat prowess, its vitality and its defensive prowess was much stronger than his. It could take hits without feeling any pain, and even if it was destroyed, as long as its master infused enough qi inside it, it would be quickly regenerated. Looking at Lu Mei's undead knights, Lu Jian could tell that they were similar to that terrifying golem. He could feel that the black armor around their chests was so sturdy, that it would be almost impossible for him to break it by attacking them head-on. And yet, despite feeling fear, a surge of excitement had also appeared in Lu Jian's heart. Didn't that mean that once Lu Mei reached the rank 9 of the spirit realm, she would practically be invincible in the desolate east if she fought with anyone else aside from the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple? Even the master of the Poison Hall would probably not be her match in a one-on-one fight. Looking at Lu Mei with gleaming eyes, Lu Jian didn't wait for her to make a move, and instead, his body erupted with his full power as he flew towards her at full speed. He knew that if he waited for the black-armored knights to entrap him, he would probably be done for. Lu Jian pointed his white sword towards the undead knight's feet, covering them with a layer of solid white ice before he continued towards Lu Mei. However, contrary to his expectations, Lu Mei didn't seem to move and try to avoid him, and neither did she cover her sword with her Tao of ice. Instead, she simply stared at her 2 undead knights, who forcefully destroyed the ice around their feet in an instant, before they moved to encircle the floating cloud sect master. Lu Jian's yellow high-grade martial skill was actually useless in front of the middle rank 4 spirit realm knights who quickly entrapped him from both sides. One of the undead knights raised its huge greatsword and slashed forward at full strength, while the other one attacked Lu Jian from the side, sweeping its greatsword horizontally. Despite avoiding the first attack from the undead knight who seemed as if he was ready to take his life, Lu Jian was unable to avoid the second attack, and had to raise his white sword to meet it head-on. However, Lu Jian soon found out that the undead knight's attack was actually much stronger than Lu Mei's direct sword attack from earlier. It was actually so strong that he was unable to resist it by himself. After all, this was the power of a necromancer. It lied in the creatures that they summoned rather than them fighting head-on. Under Lu Changpun's, Lan Hong's, and the rest of the elders' stunned eyes, Lu Jian was sent flying from the sky like a cannonball, as he crashed in front of the main hall at the center of the inner city. Lu Mei watched Lu Jian, who was sent flying, without the slightest hints of pity in her heart. This was her father, who didn't care about her once in all these years, and had only changed his mind once he saw the increase in her strength. She didn't even try to check Lu Jian's condition, and instead, with her undead knights guarding her from the side, she flew towards the inner city, as she headed directly for her mother's location. Lu Changpun and Lan Hong wanted to stop her, but in the end, they didn't dare to, and could only watch her as she headed deeper inside the inner city, before they turned their gazes towards the main hall. Without any more hesitation, they hurriedly flew towards it, to check Lu Jian's condition and make sure that he was still alive. Chapter 322 Fatty Fu. Although Lu Jian didn't seem to be moving, Lu Mei knew that he wasn't dead, and at most he had just lost consciousness. After all, Lu Mei didn't want to kill him in the first place, otherwise, forget about Lu Jian, the entire Floating Cloud sect would be unable to stand up to her undead army. However, despite not killing him, this didn't mean that Lu Mei had any positive feelings towards her father. Instead, she directly ignored him, as she continued to fly towards the inner city. A few moments barely passed before Lu Mei's eyes were locked on a small house near the main hall where Lu Jian had landed. It was a relatively simple house, but it made Lu Mei suddenly halt in mid-air, as emotions suddenly overflowed her heart. This was her home for so many years. This was the place where she and her mother lived. As Lu Jian's second wife, her mother didn't live in Lu Jian's palace at the center of the city, but she had her own house allocated to her. After taking a deep breath, Lu Mei didn't step inside the house but instead, she circled around it and walked straight to its backyard, while leaving the two undead knights to stand guard near the house's entrance, not allowing anyone to come close. A beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in silver-white robes was sitting on a chair, and was petting a huge bird that was lying next to her. It was a huge bird more than 20 meters, 66 feet long, with a yellow beak and bright red wings. This was the most common use of transportation used by the high-ranking members of the Floating Cloud sect, the rank 3 red-winged condor. This red-winged condor, however, didn't belong to the sect, but was the personal magic beast of Lu Mei's mother. Almost as if sensing someone coming, the condor raised its head and looked at the entrance of the backyard, where a white-robed young woman was standing quietly. Lu Mei smiled gently once she saw the condor, but tears started to flow from her eyes once she saw the middle-aged woman who was still petting the condor's head. Her facial features were very similar to Lu Mei's, aside from the wrinkles around her eyes, and her black hair that were actually at a shoulder's length. The beautiful middle-aged woman followed the condor's gaze, and was stunned when she saw Lu Mei staring at her. Lu Mei opened her mouth a few times, but only a single word came out, one that was filled with all of her emotions. Mother. As this sentence left Lu Mei's mouth, the beautiful middle-aged woman hurriedly stood up from her chair, while her eyes stared at Lu Mei in disbelief. Soon, her expression was replaced with one of joy, as she flew forward and placed her arms around Lu Mei, hugging her tightly as she said, "Mayor." Hearing her mother's voice, the tears from Lu Mei's eyes didn't stop flowing as she stretched her arms to hug her back. Although it had only been a year, Lu Mei knew that her mother must have been worried to death for her. After all, before she had left to enter the Vermilion Realm, Lu Mei hadn't dared to tell her that she would try to pass through the second test by herself in order to enter the Night Star continent. Lu Mei clearly knew that aside from Lu Changpun, who had the entire strength of the entire sect in his palm, any other disciple who wanted to try and pass through the second level would definitely face extreme danger. Her mother had also participated in the Vermilion Realm's opening in the past and knew how dangerous it was. No matter what, to a mother, it was better to do everything she could and even argue with her husband over Lu Mei's marriage, than having her child risk her life. Lu Mei however also knew that she wouldn't have been allowed to go, no matter what, if she had revealed her intentions to her mother, so she could only hide this matter in the bottom of her heart. She had already tried everything she could to change Lu Jian's mind, and had even begged him countless times, but in the end, Lu Jian had simply refused. Since Lu Mei's marriage could be helpful to unite the sect, making the Meng family even further connected to their Lu family, Lu Jian wouldn't care about his daughter's feelings. This was the difference in importance between Lu Mei and Lu Changpun. After hugging Lu Mei, a serious expression soon appeared in Lin Hufeng's eyes, as she looked at her and she asked in a worried tone. "Mayor, where have you been for the past year?" Looking at the worried look in her mother's eyes, Lu Mei took a deep breath, before she started to explain everything, starting from the moment she had left the Floating Cloud City to enter the Vermilion Realm. At the same time, Shen Long had a smile on his face as he sat on Little Silver's back in the sky and watched Lu Mei, who was explaining her experiences to her mother, before his eyes were quickly drawn to the main hall. The elders of the sect had all gathered around the unconscious Lu Jian, while many inner disciples were watching from the distance. Those who hadn't seen Lu Jian's fight with the black-armored knights had shocked and fearful looks on their faces when they saw the sect master's condition. They had already heard that something had happened, but none of them knew who could possibly send their sect master into such a miserable state. As for the elders of the sect and the few inner disciples who had actually witnessed the scene, none of them dared to talk about it behind Lu Jian's back. It was only after Grand Elder Lan Hong gave him a healing pill, that Lu Jian finally opened his eyes. Shen Long however didn't seem to care about Lu Mei's father, as his eyes spotted the familiar silhouette of a chubby young man in green robes. After thinking for a while, Shen Long's lips curved up, before he left Little Silver's back and disappeared on the spot. Fatty Fu, who had a few other inner disciples of the sect around him, was suddenly stunned when he saw a figure appearing in front of him out of thin air. The other inner disciples hurriedly stepped back as well, almost unable to realize what was going on. Seeing the handsome young man in blue robes who was now standing in front of him, looking slightly different than he did in the past, Fu Li only took a few moments to recognize him, before his eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out. "Brother Shen." Shen Long smiled at Fu Li, who was still staring at him in shock, before he nodded his head and said smilingly. "Fatty, long time no see." Chapter 323 Shen Long's Question. The shock from Fu Li's face didn't disappear after Shen Long's greeting. Hearing the familiar voice, the young master of the Fu family felt himself getting dizzy. At the same time, the inner disciples around him looked at Shen Long with apprehension in their eyes. Appearing in front of them without a warning or any of them realizing until it's too late, his strength must be at least at the late stages of the heaven grade. Isn't that as powerful as the strongest elders of the sect? Despite having heard Fu Li calling the young man in front of him, Brother Shen, one of the inner disciples next to Fu Li still took a step forward, and pointing at Shen Long's blue robes, he shouted loudly with an angry expression on his face, in an attempt to attract everyone's attention. "Who are you? Don't you know that this is the inner part of our floating cloud city? No matter what's your connection with the Fu family, you must abide by the sect rules." Since Fu Li's group wasn't far from the main hall, the young man's voice instantly attracted the nearby elders' attention, including the grand elders. Looking at the elders around him, the look in Lan Hong's eyes turned serious, as he ordered them to check what was going on. Without any hesitation, a group of 6 elders hurriedly flew towards the scene. It seemed that one bad thing after the other were happening in their sect. First, their young miss had beaten down their sect master, and now an outsider had even infiltrated the sect. Lu Mei's matter could still be ignored since she was the sect master's daughter, and she was also strong enough to the point that every one of the elders were terrified to even speak to her, let alone admonish her, but an outsider entering their inner city was a completely different matter. Of course, no one of the elders even thought to associate Shen Long's entry to the sect with Lu Mei's. After all, Lu Mei was a cold person by nature who didn't speak a lot, let alone have allies who would infiltrate the sect. Besides, with her current strength, she could probably beat every high-ranking elder of the sect just by using her 2 black armored knights, so why would she need any helpers? With this train of thought, the elders quickly flew towards the green-robed young man's location. Fatty Fu instantly snapped out from his daydreaming once he heard these words, and looking at the green-robed young man next to him, his hand flew at a quick speed, heading towards the young man's face. The young man however seemed to have been prepared for Fatty Fu's attack, and he quickly stepped to the side, avoiding Fu Li's slap. Of course, Fatty Fu already knew that this inner disciple was part of the Meng family. The Fu and the Meng families had a very bad relationship between themselves, so a friend of Fu Li's was an enemy of the Meng family. Shen Long however didn't respond to the green-robed inner disciple of the Meng family as his eyes continued to stare at Fu Li. Seeing that the elders had almost arrived at the scene, Fu Li looked at Shen Long and said seriously. "Brother, run. Come and meet me at the Fu family's mansion later. If you get caught here, you will be in huge trouble." Even though Fu Li was the young master of the Fu family, in reality, even he didn't have the authority to bring an outsider inside the inner city. Although he hadn't brought Shen Long here by himself, Fu Li knew that both he and Shen Long would be put in a bad spot if Shen Long was caught by the elders. After all, despite being an outer disciple of the sect, Shen Long had disappeared for the past year, ever since they had entered the Vermilion Realm. No matter what his excuse was, he would be unable to escape the sect's punishment for disappearing. Shen Long however didn't seem to have put the elders of the Floating Cloud sect that were approaching them in his eyes, and looking at his friend, his expression turned serious as he said in a solemn tone. "Fatty, let's talk for a bit." Eh? This was the last exclamation that left Fu Li's mouth, before the huge, invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from Shen Long's body, covering the area around him, forcefully halting the flow of time. The middle-stage heaven-grade elders who were just a few tens of meters away from Shen Long seemed to have suddenly frozen in midair. It wasn't just the 6 elders. Even the group of inner disciples around him, including Fu Li, and the green-robed young man from the Meng family were all frozen under the effects of the Monarch's domain. Soon, Shun Long turned his eyes on the green-robed inner disciple of the Meng family, and with a cold expression on his face, he punched the man's chest without any hesitation. Under Shun Long's cold gaze, the early-stage heaven-grade inner disciple of the Meng family still had that venomous smile on his face as he waited for the elders to arrive, before his body suddenly exploded, turning into droplets of blood that dyed the ground of the floating cloud sect a bright crimson color. It didn't matter if this person was an enemy of Fu Li's or not, since he had intentionally tried to find trouble with him by calling the elders. Shun Long had no reason to spare him. Although Shun Long didn't feel that he was a person who killed indiscriminately and would usually not choose to slaughter people without a reason, he was still unwilling to allow this person to go. Grabbing Fu Li's frozen-like body that was still under the effects of his Monarch's domain, Shun Long raised his right hand and opened a space tier before he stepped inside it. Standing in the air high above the floating cloud city, Shun Long stopped circulating the Monarch's domain, allowing Fu Li to get back to his senses. Fatty Fu's eyes instantly widened as he suddenly found himself having disappeared from the inner city, and standing high above the clouds. Lowering his head, Fu Li then saw the outline of a familiar big city, bringing even more shock to his heart. Shun Long however was still holding his body, not allowing him to fall until he got back to his senses. Seeing that Fu Li was circulating his chi in order to stay afloat, afraid that he would fall on the ground otherwise, Shun Long didn't continue to support him, and looking at his friend with a serious expression on his face he said in a solemn tone. Fu Li, there is something I need to know. Fatty Fu was stunned for a second. He knew Shun Long for more than a year, but this was the first time that he had called him Fu Li, as far as he could remember. He would always call him brother or Fatty. Calling him by his full name meant that there was a serious issue at hand. Suppressing himself from asking any questions, such as where Shun Long was for the past year, what he had experienced, how did he appear in front of him in the city today, or how they had disappeared from the inner city, in an instant and had arrived above the clouds, Fu Li looked at Shun Long and his look turned serious as he nodded his head without saying a word. Taking a deep breath, Shun Long looked at Fu Li's eyes before he asked the question that he had wanted to ask him for the past year. Fu Li, 2 years ago, when you told me to become an inner disciple, did you know that every inner disciple was forced to join one of the 5 families regardless of whether they agreed or not? Chapter 324 Fu Li's answer. Ever since he had heard about this issue from Lu Mei, back inside the Vermilion Realm, Shun Long had always kept this question in his mind. If Fu Li and Lu Wen really knew about this matter and didn't tell him, then they could no longer be called brother. It would simply mean that they had only approached him in order to rope him into their families. As for lying to him, Shun Long was confident that even without Little Black's help of sensing the soul fluctuations of someone, he could determine by himself whether Fatty Fu was saying the truth or not. Fu Li's eyes instantly widened when he heard Shun Long's question, and for a moment, absolute silence filled the air around the two of them. Looking at Shun Long's serious eyes, Fu Li took a deep breath before he shook his head and responded in a solemn tone. Brother, I know about this matter now, but believe me, I had no idea about this when I first met you. I only found out about it the day before we set off for the Vermilion Realm. Once a disciple advanced to the heaven grade and starts comprehending their Tao, the sect would make them swear a Tao oath that they would listen to the orders of the family they have joined. Back then, I even argued with my grandfather when I learned about it, but in the end, he refused to discuss this matter any further. He told me that this was how the sect worked, and that it was impossible for me to change it. After all, this wasn't a matter that involved just our Fu family, but every single one of the 5 strong families of the sect, including the Lu family of the sect master. Even if my grandfather who is the head of our family wanted to change this, he said that he would also be powerless. Only the Grand Elder could possibly bring up such a topic to the sect master. But the sect has already been working like this for many years, that my grandfather said that there was no chance for this to change. Of course, many inner disciples would be dissatisfied. Some would surely think that they are peerless talents that would manage to make their name known throughout the entire continent in the future, so why should they be trapped in one sect for their entire lives? However, this is the secret rule of the sect. Once you enter the sect, then you are practically a bird within a cage. After a brief moment of pause, a mocking look also appeared in Fatty Fu's eyes as he continued. Perhaps this is why our sect will never become stronger than it already is. This is also why the sect master is staking everything in nurturing his own son, hoping that he will lead the sect to a new era in the future. Ha ha ha. Originally, I had thought that our sect was really powerful, but it was only until we arrived at the lightning wasteland that I understood the real strength of the other sects in the desolate east. As for the reason why I didn't tell you about this once we left the sect, brother, it was because I had no chance to do so. That day, when we arrived in the lightning wasteland, I had planned to silently let you know about this matter once I finished explaining everything about Lu Changpun and his plan regarding the Vermilion Realm, but after the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple arrived, the elders of my family watched me tightly so that I wouldn't accidentally cause any issues. Shen Long stayed silent for a while, but he seemed to have understood what Fatty Fu was trying to tell him. Since there wasn't a chance for him to inform Shen Long discreetly about the inner matters of the sect that he had learned from his grandfather, Fatty Fu couldn't explain it unless it was just the two of them left. After all, even he, as the heir of the Fu family, would be punished heavily if he dared to openly disclose this secret of the sect. If this became known, the consequences of this matter would throw the entire Floating Cloud sect in a turmoil. Although this wouldn't affect the inner disciples who had already sworn their allegiance to the big families of the sect, the outer disciples, however, would definitely go crazy in the process. Even though one stone can't cause ripples if it's thrown into a lake by itself, but millions of stones can definitely empty the lake of its water. After all, the entire sect itself had to count on the outer disciples to continue operating. The outer disciples were the ones who were working in the mines to bring spirit stones to the sect, and they were also the ones who were working in the shops like the Treasure Pavilion and the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Although a single outer disciple couldn't do anything if he fought against the sect, but if every single outer disciple learned of this issue, their dreams about the future would crumble. After all, they were only working in the mines and the shops of the sect to get enough sect points to become stronger in the future. How could they accept the fact that even as inner disciples or elders, they would have no freedom? Of course, even without Fatty Fu's explanation, Shen Long had already guessed that this was how the sect was forcing its inner disciples to constantly obey the families that they belonged to. A Tao oath was the only way for the big families of the Floating Cloud sect to completely control everyone. A serious look flashed through Shen Long's eyes for a moment, before he turned his eyes back to Fatty Fu. At the same time, Little Black's voice sounded in Shen Long's head, as the Black Dragon nodded his head and said seriously, "Master, according to his soul fluctuations, he isn't lying to Master." Nodding his head, Shen Long felt a feeling of relief inwardly. Even without Little Black confirming it, he could feel that Fatty Fu was sincere to him. This was also the person that he had the closest relations with, in the cultivation world, so knowing that Fu Li was sincere towards him also made Shen Long feel joy as well as relief. In the cultivation world where everyone would try to backstab others, Fatty Fu was a real friend. Seeing that Shen Long's expression had somewhat eased up, Fatty Fu also let out a sigh of relief. He didn't have many friends in the sect, but Shen Long was definitely an important one. Just like Shen Long, Fu Li had also kept this matter in his heart since he had no way to inform Shen Long about it, bringing him endless pressure in the process. As he looked at Fu Li, the look in Shen Long's eyes however once again turned serious as he then continued. "Fatty, did Lu Wen know about this?" Fu Li's expression changed when he heard Shen Long's question, and after a moment of deliberation, he nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes. Chapter 325 Lu Wen's Huge Scheme. Looking at Shen Long, Fu Li sighed as he answered. "Brother, Lu Wen really surprised me this time." As soon as he returned back to the sect, he calmly sat to the side and watched his eldest brother and his younger brother fight for the position of the family head. Of course, his brothers also ignored him as well after he returned, and focused on fighting covertly between themselves. Since Lu Wen had just returned from the immortal world, it was extremely unlikely that he would try to fight for the position of the family head with his brothers, using his own meager connections. After all, to become the head of one of the 5 families, you need other people to support you as well, both inside your family, and outside. Since I am the only successor of the Fu family, I actually never had to face such an issue, but Lu Wen was different. The elders of the Lu family had mainly split themselves into 2 battlefronts, one of them supporting Lu Wen's older brother, and the other supporting his younger brother. Only a small amount of the elders of the Lu family were actually willing to support Lu Wen. This is why I always thought that Lu Wen was actually a real friend of mine. Because he still wanted to get close to me, without having to gain anything in the process. However, Lu Wen acted as if he didn't care about his family's situation, and was only interested to becoming a powerful alchemist, but in reality, he was rearing a secret army in the process. Just when everyone thought that Lu Wen had completely given up on the position of the family head of the Lu family, more than 20 heaven-grade inner disciples suddenly joined his camp. The most surprising thing was, that from those inner disciples, 1/3 of them originally belonged to the Meng family, but they actually switched their allegiance to the Lu family. As for the other 2/3, They seemed to have been loyal to Lu Wen even before he left the floating cloud city to go to the immortal world in the past. Shenlong's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He already knew that once someone advanced to the heaven grade and became an inner disciple, they had to swear a Tao oath to follow the orders of the family that they had joined. Even if these members had been originally supported by Lu Wen behind the scenes in the past, after becoming inner disciples and joining the Meng family, they would have been unable to follow anyone's but the Meng family's orders. Since 6 to 7 inner disciples from the Meng family had suddenly switched sides and became members of the Lu family, this could only mean one thing. The Meng family had allowed this. Why would the Meng family ever give up on their own inner disciples? As Shenlong's train of thought continued, he instantly understood that Lu Wen seemed to have joined hands with the Meng family. Suddenly, Shenlong's eyes widened as he stared at Fu Li. He seemed to have understood what Fu Li wanted to say afterwards. If Lu Wen had really joined hands with the Meng family and became the Lu family's head in the future, then things in the floating cloud sect would drastically change. After all, the Lu family was originally an ally to Fatty Fu's Fu family, and Lan Jingjing's Lan family. But with the Lu family switching sides, wouldn't that mean that the balance of power in the floating cloud city would instantly switch as well? Lu Wen was also someone who was involved in his family's strife, and unlike Fu Li, it was impossible for him to not know about the matter of the Tao oath. Slowly, Shenlong's eyes narrowed as he thought of different possibilities. In the past, he had thought that Lu Wen had started to get close to him in order to repay his father's favor of giving him a pinnacle rank 3 bronze grade cauldron. After all, to any rank 2 bronze grade alchemist, such a cauldron was a treasure. Even in the floating cloud city, pinnacle rank 3 bronze grade cauldrons were rare to find as well. However, everything seemed to have changed after hearing Fu Li's words. Lu Wen really hit himself well. Once he heard Shenlong's words, Fu Li nodded his head seriously. At the same time, Shenlong didn't say anything else, but instead, he fell into deep contemplation. Shenlong had always thought that he was good at judging people, but Lu Wen had really managed to fool him. Although this scheme was much bigger, and Shenlong didn't seem to be an important part in Lu Wen's plans, he was still used in the end. Raising his head to look at Fu Li, Shenlong suddenly asked curiously. "What's the current situation of the Lu family?" Nodding his head, Fu Li didn't hesitate to reveal the inner situation of the Lu family. In the past 2 years that Lu Wen returned to the sect, he consumed countless pills of the Lu family and is now already an early rank 2 heaven grade expert, the same level as his older brother. As he said the words rank 2 heaven grade expert, the jealousy in the fatty's eyes wasn't hidden in the slightest. After taking a deep breath, Fu Li's voice instantly turned solemn as he continued with his next words. With the sudden support of the Meng's family's inner disciples, many of the elders of the Lu family that were supporting Lu Wen's brothers quickly joined his side instead, making the gap of power between himself and his brothers even larger than before. Now, even the combined forces of Lu Ming and Lu Qin can't even compare to Lu Wen's own. Lu Wen's brothers were about to explode from anger when they saw the elders of their camp quickly abandoning them one after the other, and in the end, they even temporarily stopped fighting with each other, as they both reported Lu Wen's actions to their grandfather. They said that the meddling of the Meng family in their family's internal issues and the succession of the family head would surely cause them some serious problems to them in the future. Of course, if Lu Wen's brothers knew about this, then how could Lu Wen's own grandfather, the previous family head of the Lu family, not notice the intervening of the Meng family? However, the most surprising thing was that Lu Wen's grandfather actually didn't do anything about this, and instead, he even aided Lu Wen's actions behind the scenes. As soon as Fu Li finished speaking, Shenlong immediately understood what was going on. The Meng family has already joined hands with the Lu family to a certain extent. As this thought flashed through Shenlong's mind, his eyes instantly chilled. Sending his gaze towards the floating cloud sect that was right below him, Shenlong then mumbled in a cold voice. "Lu Wen, since you already tried to fool me, you can't blame me for what's about to happen." Chapter 326 Lu Mei's Revenge. Fatty Fu shivered the moment that he heard Shenlong's cold voice. The cold expression, however, quickly disappeared from Shenlong's face, and a few moments later, Fu Li could no longer suppress the curiosity inside him, as he looked at Shenlong and asked curiously. "Brother, where have you been for the past 1 year? Were you really trapped somewhere inside the Vermilion Realm? The sect waited for a long time after the Vermilion Realm's closing, but you never returned. Actually, it wasn't just you, but quite a lot of people disappeared inside the Vermilion Realm this time, including Wen Zihao." When he mentioned Wen Zihao's disappearance, it was obvious that Fatty Fu was shocked almost as much as with Shenlong's disappearance. After all, Wen Zihao wasn't just the person ranked first in the arena rankings of the sect, but he was also someone who had a unique physique. The upper echelons of the sect, including the sect master as well as the elders of the big families, had placed quite a lot of importance to him. Shen Long smiled when he heard Fatty Fu mentioning Wen Zihao, and without hiding anything about this matter, he started to explain how the Tao King of the Vermilion Realm, Cui Guoyang, had sent everyone who had passed through the second test to the Night Star continent. Fu Li's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and with a fervent expression that was filled with eagerness as well as disbelief, he looked at Shen Long and asked incredulously. You really went to the Night Star continent? As the heir of one of the 5 big families, it was only natural for Fu Li to have heard rumors about the closest continent next to their desolate east. With a smile on his face, Shen Long continued narrating to Fu Li what had happened in the past 1 year, only hiding important things like Cui Guoyang being trapped in the Dragon Lord's villa, or secrets about Little Black and the Stone of Time. As the two of them started chatting, Fatty Fu was becoming even more shocked. Not only had Shen Long managed to get together with the goddess of their sect, but he had also traveled with her to various places in the Night Star continent and even had a powerful magic beast that could fight even nascent soul stage experts. Although Shen Long didn't go into detail about Little Silver's strength, Fu Li immediately understood that with this magic beast as his mount, Shen Long was probably already unrivaled in the desolate east. Suddenly, Fu Li remembered Lu Jian's miserable condition in front of the main hall, and looking at Shen Long, he pointed at him with his finger as he asked incredulously. Brother, were you the one who attacked the sect master earlier? In Fu Li's eyes, even Shen Long shouldn't have been at the level of fighting against the sect master, Lu Jian yet. He must have probably asked for Little Silver's help, in order to take care of the peak rank 3 spirit realm expert so easily. After all, it had been less than a year since the Vermilion Realm's closing, and before they entered, Fu Li clearly remembered that both he and Shen Long hadn't even reached the heaven grade by then. No matter what, Fu Li couldn't accept that Shen Long had already reached a level that could threaten the sect master already. At most, he should have reached the late stages of the heaven grade by now. Fu Li was about to exhale a sigh of relief as he reached this conclusion, when he saw Shen Long shaking his head at him as he answered. It wasn't me, but Mayor. She wanted to fight against her father by herself. The moment that Fu Li heard these words, he could feel his heartbeat that had started to rise. By herself? Senior Sister Lu is at the same level as the sect master. Shen Long nodded his head without explaining anything else. Instead, he extended his right hand, and handed a green-colored spatial ring to the incredulous Fu Li. Without waiting for him to accept or decline, Shen Long smiled as he started to explain. Fatty, aside from 2 million low-grade spirit stones in this spatial ring, there are also some top-grade rank 3 pills called the blood combustion pills. They can allow a heaven-grade cultivator to quickly advance to the following ranks without any issues. As top-grade pills, they will not leave any pill toxins inside your body and you can consume them freely. Of course, the more pills of the same kind that you consume, the lesser the effects of those pills become, but these pills in here should still be enough to help you reach the rank 9 of the heaven grade and still have some left to spare. Suddenly, the spatial ring in Fatty Fu's hand felt as if it was weighting a mountain. TW 2 million spirit stones. 2 million. Even if the 5 big families of the sect pooled all of their spirit stones together, they wouldn't have 2 million. Fu Li couldn't believe this, and could no longer resist the urge to send his spiritual strength inside the spatial ring and examine the contents. Indeed, mountains after mountains of spirit stones were piled inside, making his eyes lit up in the process. Without any inclination to decline, Fatty hurriedly placed the spatial ring in his finger and started laughing loudly in joy, while the corners of his mouth had turned into a huge grin that couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't believe that Shen Long would give him 2 million spirit stones. Of course, Shen Long wouldn't be stingy with Fu Li. He still remembered how Fu Li had come to find him and was willing to share the pills that he had received from his father a few months before the opening of the Vermilion Realm. Suddenly, Shen Long's gaze was focused on the small house at the center of the inner city. Lu Jian, who had just regained his senses, had gathered the elders of the sect and was standing a fair distance away from Lin Hufeng's house. Due to the 2 undead knights who were standing guard at the house's entrance, however, neither Lu Jian nor any of the elders dared to get too close, lest they suffer the same way that their sect master did a while ago. Lu Jian completely ignored his second wife, and looking at Lu Mei, who was standing right next to her and was holding her mother's hands, he had a serious look in his eyes as he asked in a solemn tone. Little Mei, are you certain that you want to leave like this? You will surely regret this in the future. Shen Long's eyes chilled when he heard Lu Jian's words. Although he didn't dare to directly say it, but his words were meant to threaten Lu Mei, one way or another. However, since he had promised Lu Mei not to interfere with this matter, Shen Long simply watched Lu Mei as he waited for her answer. As expected, Lu Mei's eyes narrowed, while Lin Hufeng trembled when she heard the veiled threat behind Lu Jian's words. Although she was a strong woman, Lu Jian's image in her mind was second to no one. Looking at her father who was staring at her with a serious look in his eyes, Lu Mei shook her head before she answered with an ice-cold look in her eyes. No, I won't leave like this. Father, I told you that I came here for two things. The first was to take my mother back, while the second one is to make you pay. Lu Jian felt terror gripping his heart for some reason. It was an instinctive fear that something bad was going to happen. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mei's eyes first swept through the elders around Lu Jian, before she sat down on the red-winged condor's back along with her mother, and under Lu Jian's stunned gaze, she flew towards the northern part of the floating cloud city. Suddenly, Lu Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, before he turned his head to look at some of the elders around him. It seemed that he suddenly understood what Lu Mei was planning to do, and it was something that left him pale with fear. Chapter 327 Meng Xiao. There was only one thing in the northern part of the floating cloud city that was important to Lu Jian and his plans for the future of the floating cloud sect. The headquarters of the Meng family. The elders around Lu Jian who belonged to the Meng family had extremely ugly expressions on their faces as they looked at the young woman on the red-winged condor's back. Fear slowly overwhelmed them when they realized what Lu Mei was intending to do. At the same time, Lu Changpun who was standing behind Lu Jian, stared at Lu Mei with his mouth wide open. She can't be planning to destroy the Meng family. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Changpun found himself feeling uncertain. The Lu Mei that was on top of the red-winged condor's back didn't seem to be the same Lu Mei that he remembered before they left for the Vermilion Realm. Shen Long's lips curved up as he stared at Lu Mei from the sky. He could see the luxurious manor in the distance with the word Meng written on it, and quickly understood what Lu Mei's intentions were. At the same time however, Lin Hufeng's expression was completely different from Shen Long's. There was no pride or joy on her face as she looked at her daughter, but only worry and fear of what was going to happen. Although she had already heard the most important parts from Lu Mei regarding what she had experienced in the past year, and although Lin Hufeng knew that the young man named Shen Long whom she had yet to meet was actually somewhere close to the floating cloud sect, in her mind, Lu Mei was still her weak little girl. How could she fight with the powerful Meng family? It was, after all, one of the 5 strongest families in the entire sect. Even if it was the weakest one among the 5, even Lu Jian had to take their overall strength seriously. Lu Mei however didn't show the slightest ripples of anxiousness or uncertainty in her eyes. Instead, her gaze was focused on the luxurious manor in the distance which clearly belonged to the Meng family. Lu Mei knew that the Meng family was Lu Jian's biggest supporter inside the sect. Although she wasn't willing to kill her father or her brother directly, Lu Mei was more than willing to completely wipe out the Meng family from the floating cloud city. This didn't just stem from the fact that they supported Lu Jian or that the young master of the Meng family, Meng Xingyi wanted to marry her despite her refusing time after time, but because the Meng family was also the dirtiest one out of all the families in the floating cloud sect. They were the only family who would often not give compensation to the outer disciples who successfully passed their test in the demonic mountain region after joining the sect, and they were also the only family who was willing to secretly enslave mortals from the countless islands in the mortal world and have them work in the spirit stone mines of the sect. Of course, their ideals were closely connected to Lu Jian's own, but as the sect master, Lu Jian couldn't bring up such topics or urge people to blemish their own image by doing that. However, the patriarch of the Meng family didn't seem to have such moral restraints. As long as there were benefits that could be exploited, he didn't mind sacrificing countless mortals or cultivators alike. Although cultivators were often cruel and would kill others without batting an eye, enslaving mortals was a taboo in the cultivation world. Usually, even the most heinous criminals would despise enslaving mortals for their own benefits or enjoyment. Besides, if they were strong enough, they would much rather enslave other cultivators who also had longer lifespans and stronger bodies than mortals as well. Of course, this could also be considered an excuse in itself by Lu Mei. Even if the Meng family wasn't an evil family, Lu Mei would have still chosen to attack them. After all, as the most loyal supporter of Lu Jian, eradicating them was similar to cutting off Lu Jian's left and right arms. The manor of the Meng family quickly appeared in front of Lu Mei and Lin Hufeng, as well as Lu Jian and the elders of the floating cloud sect, who were following behind the red-winged condor. Although Lu Jian didn't dare to fight against Lu Mei's undead knights again head-on, he couldn't just stay and watch as Lu Mei attacked the headquarters of the Meng family in the inner city. Some of the elders around Lu Jian had already been sent inside the manor to secretly inform the old patriarch of the Meng family of the incoming danger. After all, the red-winged condor wasn't flying at full speed, and Lu Mei didn't seem to be afraid that the Meng family would suddenly turn to flee. Even if they did, she still believed that she would be able to catch at least the most important of their higher echelons and destroy them by herself. In the main hall of the Meng family's manor, as soon as the old patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Xiao, heard of what was going on, his face instantly turned angry as well as pale from fear. Originally, he had never placed any importance on Lu Jian's daughter. If it wasn't because of his own grandson being so adamant on marrying her, he wouldn't have paid any attention to anything other than her name. However, the moment that he heard that Lu Jian himself was injured by her, things had drastically changed. With a serious look, he calmed down his emotions, and sitting back down on his chair at the head of the large table inside the main room, he looked at the two elders who were still bowing in front of him, before he ordered them to gather everyone in this room. A few minutes later, all of the high-ranking elders of the Meng family had gathered inside the room, including the current patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Yang, as well as his son, Meng Xingyi. As soon as Meng Xiao explained what was going on, everyone turned their gazes towards the green-robed Meng Xingyi, who had a stunned expression on his face. He wanted to speak and curse Lu Mei, but he knew that the current situation was extremely grave, and his Meng family had a high chance of suffering a disaster. Indeed, the old patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Xiao, had a solemn look on his face as he looked at the elders around him, before he said in a serious voice, "Activate the protective formations. No matter what that girl's reason is, we will not allow anyone to come to attack our Meng family, not even Lu Jian himself. Even if that girl really is stronger than Lu Jian, I don't believe that she can attack us through all the defensive formations carved by a rank 2 silver grade formation master and leave alive. Even Lu Jian himself would die if he attacked our Meng family by himself." The elders all nodded their heads with serious looks in their eyes, before they activated the protective formations around the Meng family's mansion. The moment that Lu Mei arrived outside of the Meng's family's headquarters, both she and her mother, as well as Lu Jian and the elders who were following behind him, saw countless layers of light completely covering the Meng family's mansion. Lu Jian could feel the powerful energy fluctuations coming from these layers of light, and immediately understood that the Meng family had activated all of their protective formations. At the same time, the doors of the Meng family's main entrance opened, and an old man with short white hair dressed in black robes appeared from it. This was the Meng's family's old patriarch as well as their most powerful heaven-grade expert. Chapter 328, Taking Sides. Walking out from the main doors of the Meng family's mansion, Meng Xiao raised his head to look at the two women who were sitting on the back of the red-winged condor, before his eyes landed on the white-robed Lu Mei. Lu Mei's expression, however, hadn't changed by a lot after seeing the protective formation sprouting from the Meng family's estate. After all, as the headquarters of one of the 5 big families in the floating cloud city, how could the Meng family not have their own protective formations? It was said that they had once recruited a rank 2 silver grade formation master whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 3 in the spirit realm, and had him create powerful defensive formations all around the Meng family's headquarters. However, a rank 2 silver grade formation master wasn't someone whom the Meng family could interact with at will, and they could only ask him to create 5 layers of protective formations in the end. Of course, even though it was just 5 different layers of protective formations, they could even block out someone like Lu Jian without much effort. If the sect master of the Floating Clouds sect insisted on attacking the Meng family's headquarters by himself despite seeing the layers of protective formations around it, then he would certainly die in the process, unless he actually chose to mobilize the entire strength of his Lu family. It was too bad that the one who was attacking the Meng family today wasn't Lu Jian but Lu Mei. After staring at the gorgeous young woman in white robes with his cold eyes, Meng Xiao soon turned his gaze towards Lu Jian and the elders of the sect who were hovering in the air a few hundred meters away from her. It was obvious that Lu Jian was afraid of the 2 undead knights who were flying next to the red-winged condor, and didn't dare to get too close. However, since Lu Mei had decided to attack his family, Meng Xiao wouldn't try to reason with her. Instead, he would try to get Lu Jian to protect his family no matter the cost. Cupping his hands at Lu Jian, Meng Xiao didn't bow, but instead, he simply stared at the sect master of the Floating Clouds sect with a serious look in his eyes before he asked, "Sect master, may I know why you have sent your daughter to attack my Meng family? Could it be that you are somehow dissatisfied with us? In that case, please allow me to express my apologies beforehand. I will punish whoever was responsible for angering the sect master. My Meng family has always been loyal to the Floating Clouds sect and considers your Lu family our ally, so please explain to me what's going on." Shun Long, who was still hovering in the sky with Fu Li, and was concealed behind the thick white clouds, almost laughed loudly when he heard Meng Xiao's words. With a mocking look in his eyes, he then said smilingly. Indeed, that guy is really a shameless old fox. Of course, how could Meng Xiao not know what was going on since Lu Jian had personally allowed the Meng family's elders to return and report the situation to him? He had already heard that Lu Mei had come to take revenge, and for some reason she had decided to target his Meng family. However, as an ally of the Lu family, how could he not mention their relationship when his family was in trouble? Either Lu Jian would have to help him, or he would be considered an incompetent father as well as a traitor. After all, it was his own daughter who was attacking the Meng family today. Fu Li nodded his head absent-mindedly, but he didn't say anything after hearing Shun Long mumbling to himself. His eyes were still staring at the scene that was taking place in the floating cloud sect, with a shocked but also fervent look in his eyes. This was one of the 5 big families. Was the senior sister Lu really going to eradicate them by herself? As the heir of one of the 5 big families himself, Fu Li clearly knew the power behind each family. Although the Meng family was the weakest one, they were certainly not a pushover. Although he had not seen Lu Mei's fight with Lu Jian and had only heard a brief mention of it from Shun Long earlier, he still didn't believe that Lu Mei was actually capable of destroying one of the big families by herself. An ugly look had appeared on Lu Jian's face as he looked at Meng Xiao with cold eyes, but he didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he looked at Lu Mei, who was still staring at the old patriarch of the Meng family, before he said seriously. Lu Mei, if you dare to attack the Meng family, my Lu family will not let this go. The moment that she heard these words, a mocking smile was formed in Lu Mei's lips, while Meng Xiao's expression had instantly darkened. Not let this go? Didn't it mean that Lu Jian would choose to take revenge in the future and would not interfere today? Of course, how could Lu Jian not understand that Meng Xiao was trying to put him in a difficult position earlier? However, between his own safety or the Meng family's, Lu Jian clearly knew which one to choose. Although he couldn't bear to allow Lu Mei to attack them, he couldn't do anything about this matter directly. Although Meng Xiao had not seen Lu Mei's strength, Lu Jian knew clearly how strong the 2 undead knights next to Lu Mei really were. Just the 2 of them by themselves were probably strong enough to break through the Meng's family's defenses. At the same time, Lu Chanpun stared at his sister and her mother on the rank 3 red-winged condor, with cold eyes, before he silently flew towards his father. He then lowered his voice to the volume of a whisper before he said in a tone that was filled with killing intent. Father, once Lu Mei sends the black-armored knights to attack the Meng family, isn't that the perfect opportunity to capture her? Without those monsters to protect her, she is definitely weaker than father, let alone the combined strength of all the elders present here. Of course, Lu Changpun's plan wasn't to capture Lu Mei but to secretly kill her. He had clearly heard his father offering her the position of the sect master earlier. What was Lu Changpun going to do if he wasn't going to become the sect master? How could he allow the little sister that he had never cared for destroy his plans? A deep look flashed through Lu Jian's eyes when he heard this, and looking at Lu Mei's back, he seemed to be seriously considering this option, when suddenly, he saw a familiar-looking black ball appearing between Lu Mei's hands. This seemed to be the same black ball that Lu Mei had conjured earlier when she had summoned the 2 black-armored knights. Don't tell me that she can summon another one. As this thought flashed through Lu Jian's mind, the powerful sect master of the floating cloud sect shivered in fear. However, an even more astonishing scene than what he had previously expected clearly happened. The black ball filled with Lu Mei's death chi, turned bigger and bigger with every passing second, before Lu Mei finally allowed it to fall on the ground. Just like the last time, however, before the black ball actually touched the ground, it seemed to have turned into a black hole that resembled a portal. The elders of the floating cloud sect behind Lu Jian hurriedly took a few steps backwards in shock when they saw the scene that was unfolding in front of their eyes. One after another, the 3 meters, 10 feet, tall, horrifying black-armored knights who were holding the black greatswords, had started to appear from the black hole, until 12 of them had actually arranged themselves in front of Lu Mei in an orderly manner, all of them kneeling in the air on one knee. But this wasn't the end. Following the undead knights were dozens and dozens of the jade-white skeletons who were holding their silvery white bone swords in their hands. Each skeleton was 1.8 m, 11 feet, tall, with green wisps of ember shining in their eye sockets, giving off a terrifying appearance. The most scary thing to Lu Jian and the elders of the floating cloud sect, however, wasn't the outer appearance of the white skeletons, but their terrifying aura that had reached the early rank 4 of the spirit realm. 200 skeletons at the early rank 4 of the spirit realm led by 12 black-armored knights who were at the middle of rank 4. Even if the skeletons were much weaker than average early rank 4 spirit realm experts, there were still 200 of them. Just this number was enough to frighten any sect in the desolate east, aside from the Golden Buddha Temple and the Poison Hall. Lu Jian's face had turned pale, and yet there was still a fire of excitement deep in his eyes, hoping that Lu Mei would change her mind. Lu Chanpun's face however had turned completely pale. He was planning to secretly kill Lu Mei. Forget about the Meng family, if this undead army attacked any family in the Floating Cloud sect, none of them would be able to resist. Meng Xiao could feel his knees trembling incessantly as he looked at the jade-white skeletons in the air, but when he heard the next words coming from Lu Mei's mouth, he almost passed out in the process. Standing on the red-winged condor's back, Lu Mei looked at the Meng family's mansion that was covered in layers of protective formations, before she turned her gaze towards Meng Xiao and the elders who were standing behind him, as she said in a cold voice. "Kill them." Chapter 329 Meng Xiao's Decision. The green flames inside the skeleton's eye sockets flickered when they received Lu Mei's command, but the undead knights were the first ones to respond. Without any hesitation, they flew towards the layers of protective formation that surrounded the Meng family's mansion, like moths that were attracted to flames. And yet, the undead knights were quite different from insects, especially when faced against the formations made by a peak rank 3 spirit realm expert formation master. Under Lin Hufeng's shocked eyes, the black-armored knights effortlessly passed through the first of the 5 protective layers, completely shattering it in the process. The bright silver-colored runes inscribed by the formation master that the Meng family had hired, had only managed to light up for a single moment, before they instantly turned dim and shattered into countless motes of light that dispersed in the air. Meng Xiao wanted to scream when he saw the formation that he had paid tens of thousands of spirit stones being destroyed just like that, but despite opening his mouth, he was too afraid to make a sound. Instead, he silently retreated back inside the Meng family's manor with a pale look on his face, as his feet continued to tremble. Of course, even when they were augmented by the runes of a rank 2 silver-grade formation master, how could the formations around the Meng's family's mansion stop Lu Mei's undead army? The second layer, the third, the fourth, the fifth. The layers of protective formations were shattered one after the other, and in less than 10 breaths of time, Lu Mei's white skeletons and her black-armored undead knights had completely surrounded the mansion. The 3 meters, 10 feet, tall undead knights, were the first to enter inside the Meng family's headquarters. The door that covered the headquarters was like a thin piece of paper in front of Lu Mei's powerful undead knights, as an army of more than 200 undead creatures then entered inside. Without waiting for her mother's response, Lu Mei also had the red-winged condor follow after the skeletons and enter inside. The elders situated near the entrance were the first ones to shout out in alarm, but their screams were immediately suppressed as their heads were immediately separated from their necks, while the undead knights led the white skeletons and continued deeper inside. Although this was just the headquarters that the Meng family had inside the Floating Cloud City and not the place where everyone from the Meng family lived, all of the elders of the Meng family were situated here. As for the rest of their family members, they occupied an island in the mortal world by themselves. All of the Meng family descendants would always come and join the Floating Cloud sect once they reached the middle stages of the Qi condensation stage, but they couldn't obviously all become inner disciples. Instead, they would still have the status of an outer disciple, but their lives would be much easier and more comfortable than normal outer disciples. After all, not only would they receive benefits from their family as well, but as members of one of the 5 biggest families, they also enjoyed a certain degree of authority as well. Of course, some of the early-stage heaven-grade experts of the Meng family would stay back in the immortal world, but overall, they amounted to an even lower number than the number of heaven-grade experts on the mortal island where Shun Long's parents lived. The blood from the 2 early-stage heaven-grade elders of the Meng family who were situated next to the entrance, had dyed the great swords of Lu Mei's undead knights into a dark red color, as the scent of blood slowly filled the corridors of the Meng family's mansion. Of course, since the formations that were covering the mansion were already broken, the imposing Meng family's elders were now trapped inside, like a group of sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. Despite the fact that the Meng family wouldn't be completely eradicated, even if everyone inside their headquarters died, since they would still have some descendants as outer disciples, as well as an entire mortal island filled with the rest of them, destroying the Meng family mansion wasn't different than completely destroying the Meng family itself. After all of their high-ranking elders stayed inside the headquarters at all times, leaving very few of them outside the sect. Every single elder that died by Lu Mei's undead knights was a powerhouse that the Meng family had used countless resources to nurture. However, the undead knights and the white skeletons had only found 2 more elders on their way inside the Meng family's headquarters, before they arrived in front of the main room. Lu Mei was originally stunned for a moment, seeing that her skeletons and her undead knights had only encountered 4 elders, all of them at the early stages of the heaven grade, but after thinking about it for a moment, it made sense. All of them were probably gathered inside the room in front of her, instead of thinning out their manpower by splitting up. Without any suspense, the door of the room was broken down by one of the 12 undead knights, revealing the scene inside the main room. The old patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Xiao, their current patriarch, Meng Yang, as well as the young master of the Meng family Meng Xingyi, were surrounded by 8 elders of the Meng family, all of them at the late stages of the heaven grade. Of course, the strongest among these people was still the old patriarch, Meng Xiao, whose cultivation was at the middle rank 9 in the heaven grade, followed by Meng Yang, who was an early rank 9 heaven grade expert. In front of the 8 black-robed elders were 35 elders and inner disciples of the Meng family, all of them at the early and middle stages of the heaven grade. This was the most powerful force of one of the 5 biggest families of the sect, the Meng family. Although she had already expected this, Lin Hufeng couldn't believe the scene in front of her. The powerful experts of the Meng family were all scared of her own daughter. Seeing Lu Mei's undead army finally arrive at the main room, Meng Xiao's pale expression turned even paler. He knew that he had no chance to survive or escape against this lineup, even with all of the elders of the Meng family combined. In fact, just one of these undead knights was probably strong enough to destroy the Meng family all by itself. Seeing Lu Mei's skeletons that flooded the room and completely surrounded the elders of the Meng family, Meng Xiao stared at Lu Mei with a cold look in his eyes, before he said with a tone filled with anger and killing intent. At least tell me the reason why you attacked my Meng family. I do not accept dying without even knowing the reason why. Lu Mei's eyes narrowed as she stared at the furious old patriarch of the Meng family, and with a serious look in her eyes she nodded her head before she asked him instead. How many innocent mortals has your Meng family killed during the years? How many have you forced into slavery in the spirit stone mines, just so your family would get a bigger profit in the end? When these people whose lifespan doesn't even reach 100 years died, did you answer their questions when they asked why? Seeing the look in Meng Xiao's eyes turn into a mocking one, Lu Mei smiled coldly, before she continued. Of course, this is just an excuse. After all, I am not a hero of justice. The real reason I am here is simply because I don't want your family to exist any longer. You are Lu Jian's biggest support in the sect, so eradicating you is the same as cutting off his arms and legs. Hehe, it's going to be even worse for Lu Changpun. Helping the people you have killed all these years take revenge this way is actually just a bonus. Meng Xiao narrowed his eyes when he heard this, before he turned his eyes towards the elders around him. Surprisingly, the old patriarch of the Meng family started to laugh, and nodding his head, he pointed at Lu Mei before he said coldly. Ha ha ha. Do you think I will allow you to kill me? Come. Let's experience hell together. The moment that Meng Xiao finished his words, serious looks had appeared deep inside the eyes of the elders of the Meng family, as they all nodded their heads at the same time. Meng Xingyi's face however had already turned pale, as he stared at Lu Mei with a gaze filled with killing intent. He was the young master of one of the 5 biggest families in the sect. Even Lu Mei's status in the sect could be considered lower than his own. How could he accept that he was going to die? Before he could say a single word however, the old patriarch, Meng Xiao suddenly shouted coldly, in a voice that reverberated throughout the entire mansion. Now! A terrifying aura erupted from the elders of the Meng family around him, while a powerful white light had appeared from their bodies, completely drowning everything in sight. Lu Mei's eyes instantly narrowed, while the 12 undead knights all raised their 2 meters (6.6 feet) black greatswords at the same time. Outside of the Meng family's headquarters, a serious look had appeared in Lu Jian's eyes, before he hurriedly gathered his qi in his hands, creating a large qi shield. The elders around him all did the same, putting their qi inside Lu Jian's qi shield that had completely enveloped their bodies. In the sky above the floating cloud city, Shun Long stared at the scene in the floating cloud city, without saying a word. He and Lu Mei had already felt something similar in the past, but in a much larger scale, so Shun Long could instantly understand what the aura coming from the Meng's family's mansion really was. This was the aura of 10 late-stage heaven-grade experts, as well as 35 middle and early-stage ones detonating their cultivation at the same time. Indeed, Meng Xiao would never allow Lu Mei to kill him. He would rather die by himself and take all of her skeletons down with him. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted from the Meng family's mansion, as it spread outwards, towards the rest of the floating cloud city. Chapter 330 Destruction. The entire floating cloud city started to tremble as the powerful explosion coming from the Meng family's mansion started to spread outwards. Lu Mei's skeletons, who were scattered inside the main room and were about to attack the Meng family's elders, were instantly drowned in the white light that continued to expand outwards. Lu Jian had a solemn look on his face when he saw the white light spreading towards him, and without any hesitation, he and the elders around him all braced for impact. Although one or two late-stage heaven-grade cultivators detonating their dantians couldn't threaten Lu Jian, who was a peak rank 3 spirit realm expert, it was different when it involved almost 40 heaven-grade experts doing the same thing simultaneously and at such a small distance. Lu Jian even suspected that Lu Mei's skeletons and perhaps even her undead knights would most likely suffer some serious injuries this time. Boom! Lu Jian's chi barrier started to tremble, while the color from the faces of the elders around him had instantly vanished. The terrifying power coming from the Meng family's headquarters was much more powerful than what any elder from the sect could handle by themselves. If it wasn't for Lu Jian's chi shield, any elder caught inside this white light would most likely die in an instant. Even late-stage heaven-grade elders weren't an exception to this. Everyone else aside from Lu Jian and the Grand Elder Lan Hong, who was at the peak rank 1 of the spirit realm, could feel their chi being drained extremely rapidly, as they used all of their strength to resist the horrifying power coming from the mansion in front of them. What's going on? Earthquake? How can there be an earthquake? At the outer part of the floating cloud city, the outer disciples could feel the earth beneath their feet that was violently shaking, before they all turned their gazes towards the inner city at the same time. A white ball of light had started to expand from the northern part of the city, completely submerging everything in its path. Luckily, the white light itself had only managed to cover a few buildings in the outer city before it finally stopped expanding. A few moments later, the white light slowly started to decrease in intensity, almost as if it was dispersing itself in the air around the city. At the headquarters of the Meng family, in front of the place where the main room previously existed, Lu Mei and her mother, Lin Hufeng, who were both covered by Lu Mei's powerful undead knights, as they watched the scene inside the main room of the mansion with different expressions in their eyes. Lu Mei hadn't expected Meng Xiao to be so decisive and detonate himself along with all of his elders of his Meng family. He was really determined to take Lu Mei and her skeletons down with him. Lu Mei's gaze then slowly fell to 3 of her jade-white skeletons that were the closest to the explosion just now. Surprisingly, their bones had actually started to crack, but that was all there was to it. Not a single skeleton was destroyed by Meng Xiao's attack. Aside from 3 of them having their bones broken, there wasn't any other form of injury in Lu Mei's undead army. Of course, even if the skeletons were obliterated into a pile of dust, Lu Mei could still summon them again by using her death chi. Healing the broken bones of 3 of her 200 skeletons was barely a drop in the bucket for Lu Mei's chi reserves. As for the undead knights, there wasn't even a single scratch in their armors. It was as if the terrifying explosion that had razed the entire Meng family mansion to the ground couldn't harm the powerful middle rank 4 spirit realm undead knights in the slightest. Lin Hufeng observed the scene in front of her with eyes filled with shock. One of the 5 strongest families of the sect, the Meng family that had a history of almost 1,000 years, was actually destroyed in front of her eyes just like that. Even the bodies of Meng Xiao and Meng Yang, the 2 late-stage heaven-grade experts, were obliterated in the process, along with the rest of the Meng family mansion. The only thing that Lu Mei's mother could barely make out in the ruins in front of her, now that the white light was receding, was a few half-destroyed spatial rings. As soon as the white light disappeared, Lu Jian and the elders around him who were still standing in the sky, revealed their disheveled appearances after resisting the terrifying explosion that had come from the Meng family mansion. The Meng family mansion had completely disappeared, leaving behind a pile of debris and dust. Lowering their gazes to look down below, both Lu Jian and Lu Changpan, as well as the Grand Elder Lan Hong, felt the blood from their faces being drained. Seeing Lu Mei and Lin Hufeng stand in front of the door where the Meng family's main room previously existed, without so much as a single scratch on their bodies, was shocking. But seeing Lu Mei's skeletons being in practically perfect condition was horrifying. Lu Jian and Lan Hong had expected that Lu Mei's skeletons would have suffered grave injuries if they weren't obliterated to dust, and only the terrifying, huge black-armored knights would be able to resist this explosion. After all, even an expert like Lu Jian would have, at the very least, suffered serious injuries if he had to face this explosion by himself. Although Lu Jian knew that he wasn't a match for the powerful undead knights, he had originally estimated that he was much stronger than the jade-white skeletons. After all, even though he was still at the peak of rank 3 in the spirit realm, Lu Jian was also confident in defeating an early rank 4 spirit realm expert by fighting head-on, and despite the jade-white skeletons being at the early rank 4 of the spirit realm, Lu Jian didn't believe that they were actually strong enough to fight against an early rank 4 spirit realm expert. However, aside from a few broken bones in the skeletons' bodies that were the closest to the explosion, the rest of them had practically suffered no injuries. Lu Jian and Lan Hong both shivered when they noticed this detail. Didn't that mean that Lu Mei by herself had at least 200 skeletons at the same level as Lu Jian, and 12 undead knights who were even stronger than him? As for Lu Changpun, his face had already turned white, while his feet had already started losing their strength. He had originally prayed that both Lu Mei and Lin Hufeng would be buried along with the Meng family. Although the Meng family was important to him, eradicating Lu Mei was even more important in his heart. And yet, the scene in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. Lu Mei was sitting on the red-winged condor's back completely unharmed, as she was surrounded by her army of undead. How could Lu Changpun accept this? How much stronger had Lu Mei turned compared to him in just a year? Lu Changpun had knelt and begged the Tao King of the Vermilion Realm to take him on as a disciple, and yet he chose his untalented sister. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Changpun's face slowly turned warped, filled with both killing intent as well as fear. After having her skeletons sweep through everything that valuable that still remained in the Meng family's mansion, including Meng Xiao's and Meng Yang's spatial rings, Lu Mei had the rank 3 condor who was still shaking in fear to slowly soar in the sky, as she headed towards the outer city. At the same time, Lu Jian, who was about to follow Lu Mei, received a report of the damages that the sect had suffered during this time, causing his face to instantly turn pale. Despite the fact that no inner disciples had actually died aside from the members of the Meng family, the entire northern part of the inner city had been completely destroyed. Almost 1/4 of the inner city had actually been razed to the ground, while the damages had also expanded to the outer city as well. At the same time, at the center of the floating cloud city, inside Lu Jian's palace, Lu Changpun's mother had also received the report of what had just taken place minutes ago in the Meng family's manor. After all, this wasn't a matter that could be hidden or suppressed for any reason, as it involved one of the 5 strongest families of the city. A similar report arrived at the mansion of the Lan family in the southern part of the inner city, as well as at Fatty Fu's Fu family, as well as the Lu family. The destruction of the Meng family only took a few minutes to spread throughout the 4 families of the floating cloud city, bringing different reactions to the people who learned about this. The patriarchs of the Lan and the Fu families were actually overjoyed. Despite this weakening the overall strength of the sect somewhat, the Meng family was actually destroyed. This implicated more things than just the temporary weakening of the sect itself. Inside the Lu family's mansion, Lu Wen, who had already suppressed his brothers and would become the family head in the next 2 years, couldn't believe the report that he had just received. The Meng family was destroyed by Lu Jian's daughter. Looking at the black-robed elder who was standing in front of him, he then asked with his eyes wide open and in a voice that couldn't hide his shock and disbelief. Lu Mei. Didn't she die in the Vermilion Realm? The black-robed elder shook his head, but his expression had also turned ugly. He clearly understood what this matter meant for Lu Wen's own plans. Different thoughts flashed through Lu Wen's mind one by one. He suddenly remembered Fu Li coming to visit him a couple of months before the Vermilion Realm's opening, and telling him that their brother was actually interested in the sect master's daughter. He had also mentioned how he and Shen Long had met Lu Mei, Lan Jinjing and Meng Xingyi in the treasure pavilion, as well as everything else that had occurred. Lu Wen had of course agreed to keep an eye on Lu Mei after Fatty Fu's urging, but in his mind he had scoffed at this idea. Since Meng Xingyi was interested in Lu Mei, who was Shen Long to go against him? Like Fu Li, Meng Xingyi was in a different situation than Lu Wen. He didn't have brothers either, and he was the only heir to the Meng family. Even if Lu Wen had to give up on Shen Long due to this matter, it wouldn't really affect his plans by too much. After all, ever since he had returned back to the sect, Lu Wen had already limited his contact with Shen Long, not caring too much about him. Aside from drinking wine 3 times with him and Fu Li, Lu Wen couldn't care too much about this brother of his. Although Shen Long was talented, it would certainly take a while until he matured. By then, the position of the family head of the Lu family would already be his. At best, Shen Long would be able to provide him with the assistance of a high-ranking elder in the future. After all, once he entered the inner city and became an inner disciple, Shen Long would have to choose between which family he wanted to join. Lu Wen was certain that his only options by then would be either his Lu family or Fatty Fu's Fu family. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Wen's mind, he suddenly remembered an important detail. Didn't Shen Long die in the Vermilion Realm, along with Lu Mei and the rest? Chapter 331 Betrayed. Lu Wen remembered that certain high-profile inner disciples, as well as the person who would soon become an important inner disciple himself, when Zihao, the person ranked first in the arena, had disappeared in the Vermilion Realm, this time well. He clearly remembered Fatty Fu's expression when he had mentioned that Shen Long was among these people too, but Lu Wen had been the most shocked by Wen Ziheo's disappearance at that time. That was the person who only had 2 defeats in the outer arena, and would certainly become an outstanding elder of the Floating Cloud sect in the future. He even had a chance of becoming a figure similar to the Grand Elder Lan Hong. Lu Wen wouldn't wait until Wen Ziheo became too strong in order to curry favor with him. Instead, he had planned on investing in him as soon as they returned from the Vermilion Realm. This was why he was so disappointed once he heard that Wen Ziheo had disappeared this time. Although there was also a small chance that he had passed the second trial as well, to Lu Wen, it didn't make a difference. At the same time, among the people who had disappeared, was also the sect master's daughter. Lu Wen suddenly remembered that Fatty Fu had also mentioned back then that Lu Mei might have been interested in Shen Long. At the time, Lu Wen had scoffed at Fu Li inwardly. Lu Wen considered himself more handsome than Shen Long, richer, as well as stronger. Even in terms of talent, he didn't think that he was inferior to Shen Long. Despite Shen Long rising in cultivation too fast, Lu Wen didn't believe that he was any slower than him. Additionally, Lu Wen had also been fortifying his cultivation in preparation for his breakthrough to the spirit realm in the future. He already knew from his grandfather how tough the breakthrough to the spirit realm would be, and yet, Lu Wen wasn't daunted in the slightest. After all, despite taking his time fortifying his cultivation in preparation for his breakthrough, in the last 2 years, thanks to all the pills that he had consumed from the Lu family as well as the Meng family, Lu Wen had already become an early rank 2 heaven-grade cultivator, reaching the same level as his older brother. It was impossible for Shen Long to be any faster than him. However, without knowing why, as he thought of Shen Long, an astonishing thought was suddenly formed on Lu Wen's mind without any rhyme or reason. What if Shen Long actually managed to get together with Lu Jian's daughter? Lu Wen didn't know why this thought had suddenly sprouted in his mind and he immediately tried to suppress it, but the more he thought about it, the more this idea had started to take root in his thoughts. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, his eyes flashed with a bright light, as he moved towards the door of his room. Although it didn't make any logical sense, and he had no reason to believe that this was true, Lu Wen intended to personally check whether Shen Long and Lu Mei had really come to the Floating Cloud City together or not. Besides, Lu Mei's destruction of the Meng family had already destroyed his plans. Lu Wen knew that it was only a matter of time before his brothers got wind of this issue as well and came to restrain him. After all, without the Meng family as his ally and support, Lu Wen also knew that his grandfather would no longer support him either. The Lu family's old patriarch only cared for results. Since Lu Wen had managed to fool his brothers for so long in order to take the position of the family head, his grandfather had secretly given his approval and even gave him pills and spirit stones to rear his own army. However, if Lu Wen's plans were foiled, then even if he lost everything to his brothers his grandfather still wouldn't care. After all, the old patriarch of the Lu family had 3 descendants to choose from, not just Lu Wen. At the same time that Lu Wen was about to leave his room however, he suddenly felt his vision getting blurry while a painful sensation had suddenly appeared at the back of his neck. Lu Wen felt like his body had suddenly been robbed of all its strength, as the second young master of the Lu family collapsed to the floor of his room. He did his utmost not to lose consciousness and slowly turned his head around, only to see that the black-robed elder who had just reported the news of the Meng family to him was the one to send a chop at his neck, aiming to render him unconscious. Why? Lu Wen mumbled while he felt his eyelids dropping ever so slowly. Shaking his head, the black-robed elder of the Lu family, Lu Chen, shook his head before he answered. Young master, I am sorry, but it's already over. The Meng family has already been defeated. You no longer have a chance to become the family head. The next family head will surely be young master Lu Gong. Before he lost consciousness, these words resounded in Lu Wen's ears over and over, bringing him endless anger and killing intent. So Lu Chen, one of his most trusted elders, was actually planted by his elder brother. Or was it that he chose to betray him after learning of the Meng family's betrayal? Without any more time to contemplate over this issue, Lu Wen could feel his consciousness drifting away, unable to hold on any longer as he finally passed out. At the same time, in the sky above the administration building of the outer city, Lu Mei was sitting on the red-winged condor's back, and stared at her mother next to her before she said in a serious tone. Mother, this will be the last thing before we leave. Lin Hufeng nodded her head with a solemn look in her eyes as she tightly held her daughter's hands. She knew that what Lu Mei wanted to do now, was probably going to change the Floating Cloud sect forever. Chapter 332 The Sect's Secret. Lu Jian and Lu Changpun, as well as the Grand Elder, Lan Hong, had just read the report of the damages that the inner sect had suffered when Lu Jian suddenly realized that Lu Mei was missing. An uncomfortable feeling appeared in his heart as he remembered Lu Mei heading towards the outer city of the Floating Cloud sect. Without wasting any more time, Lu Jian flew directly towards the outer city by himself. Seeing their sect master suddenly getting flustered for no reason, the elders around him looked at each other confused before they chose to follow behind him. At the same time, on the red-winged condor's back, Lu Mei looked at the crowd of outer disciples who had already gathered curiously in the ground below her, and after taking a deep breath, her eyes shone with a bright light as her voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Floating Cloud city, as she said seriously. Outer disciples of the Floating Cloud sect, quickly gather here. My name is Lu Mei, and I am your sect master's daughter. Today I have something very important to announce to all of you. The moment that he heard these words, Lu Jian increased his speed with an angry look in his eyes. For a moment, he had even forgotten the terror of the black-armored knights. Lu Mei had an announcement to make. There was no way that Lu Jian was going to allow this. More and more outer disciples had gathered in the ground below the red-winged condor that Lu Mei and Lin Hufoan were riding on. Seeing the dozen 3 meters, 12 feet, tall undead knights leading an army of 200 skeletons, all of them floating in the air around Lu Mei, a feeling of terror as well as curiosity had welled up in the outer disciples' hearts. Senior Sister Lu. A thin and bald young man dressed in yellow robes, who seemed to be around 1.8 meters, 5.10 feet, tall, was the first one to break the silence between the outer disciples as he looked at Lu Mei in the sky. Lowering her head, Lu Mei seemed to have recognized this young man, as she nodded her head at him. Senior Brother Kong's son. It's really Senior Brother Kong. Does that mean that that young woman is really our sect master's daughter? Of course. Since Senior Brother Kong has already recognized her identity, there is no question about it. Senior Brother Kong wouldn't lie. In the past 1 year, since when Zihao had left the sect along with Shun Long and the rest of the people who wanted to travel to the Night Star continent, Kong's son had already become the person ranked first in the arena. Despite not being allowed to enter the Vermilion Realm since he had refused to follow after Lu Changpun, he should have originally been left behind by the people who had met with fortuitous encounters in there. However, after when Zihao was gone, no one in the outer city was actually strong enough to defeat him and take first place from him, including the young woman who was previously ranked third, Tong Yueying. This had caused Kong's son's prestige to rise even further, and be practically at the same level as when Zihao's in the past. Shun Long, who was still standing in the sky high above the clouds with Fu Li, nodded his head once he saw Kong's son, before he turned his gaze towards the fatty next to him and said seriously. Fatty, that guy has a good character. It's not a bad idea to take him in your family. If he declines, it's fine, but if he agrees, you know that he will be honest and follow you faithfully. Although Shun Long hadn't interacted with Kong's son personally, he had still managed to grasp the most basic traits of his character, which was why he suggested to Fatty Fu to take care of him. As for whether Kong's son really wanted to follow Fatty or not, that would be up to him. After all, Shun Long understood what Lu Mei was intending to do and knew that this was probably going to change the structure of the entire sect after today. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mei nodded her head as she continued. It's time for you to learn the true face of the sect. Otherwise, you will only realize that this is a prison once it's too late. Before Lu Mei could finish her words, Lu Jian had quickly appeared a few tens of meters away from her, only stopping when he caught sight of the familiar army of skeletons surrounding his daughter. With an angry look on his face, he pointed at Lu Mei and said in a furious tone. Lu Mei. You have no right to reveal the secrets of the sect. If you want to take revenge on me, you have long since overstepped your bounds. The moment that the crowd saw the angry sect master arriving, they all fell silent like a group of cicadas in the winter. Most outer disciples had never even seen the sect master before, let alone know that he had fought with Lu Mei earlier. Only the elders and the inner disciples of the inner city knew about this matter, and of course, they wouldn't spread it to the outer disciples no matter what. Lu Mei shook her head as she looked back at Lu Jian, and with a serious look in her eyes she answered solemnly. This is not about revenge. Father, don't act as if you really are blind. You know the true reason why the sect isn't growing as you wanted it to. It's because the 5 families have made the outer and inner disciples act like slaves. The outer disciples have to forcefully sell their spoils from the demonic mountain range, once they join the sect, and simply exchange them for sect points without having a choice to refuse, but there are even those greedy elders who don't even give out compensation. Of course, this is how the sect works, and this is why outer disciples cannot complain, since they had agreed to follow the sect rules no matter what. However, is this really helping the sect? Everything is done, only to benefit your 5 families in the end. You are looking for slaves to mine the spirit stone mine, while everything goes in the pockets of the 5 families, occasionally rewarding a few spirit stones to the top 100 of the arena rankings to motivate them to become inner disciples. But what really happens when they become inner disciples? At the same time, shock had filled Fatty Fu's face up in the sky, as he looked at Shun Long next to him and asked fearfully. Brother, is senior sister Lu going to reveal everything? It will really destroy the sect if she does. Although Fatty Fu didn't agree with the way that the sect treated inner disciples, having to swear a Tao oath that they will forever follow the family that they join, he also understood the way that the big families viewed this matter. After all, if a family groomed someone to a high level, then it was only natural to them to have that person forever tied to them as a slave. This was the only way to ensure that these people wouldn't leave them in the future to join some other bigger sect or some other powerful family. Of course, the sect could also be more amiable, and not force such harsh Tao oaths to its inner disciples or its elders, but since it has been working like that for so many years, nobody was willing to try and change that, including the sect master Lu Jian. After all, although the sect said that it allowed its outer disciples to leave once they reached the late stages of the earth grade if they wanted to, Fatty Fu had also heard from his grandfather that it was actually a lie. Even if you didn't accept becoming an inner disciple, you will have to stay inside the outer city for your entire life. This was why Lu Mei called the sect a prison. Once you enter, there is no way out, unless you have steeled yourself to never advance in your Tao any further. Nodding his head, Shun Long looked at Fatty Fu with a serious look. This was something that had to be done, both for the disciples of the sect, as well as the sect itself. No one from the big families was willing to try and change the way the sect really worked, but this would only cause further problems in the future. Of course, Shun Long didn't care about any of this. Whether the floating cloud sect was destroyed or not in the future or whether it collapsed on its own was none of his concerns. However, Lu Mei seemed to have wanted to change this, without caring if this ended up hurting the 4 big families in the end. The outer disciples all nodded their heads when they heard Lu Mei's words. It was true that their only choice if they weren't already versed in alchemy, was to work in the mines of the sect, or take on some dangerous missions from the administration building, in order to earn sect points. After all, aside from the 30 sect points that an outer disciple would get once they joined the sect wouldn't even give them a plate of food or a place to stay. It wasn't really a place that promoted cultivation, but clearly worked more like a prison city rather than a sect. Those who were unfortunate enough to have become rank 1 bronze grade formation masters were equally as useless to the sect. Since no disciples had their own freedom to explore the places beyond the sect, or their own homes to inscribe formations to, formation masters below the rank 3 bronze grade were essentially useless to the sect itself and couldn't make a living. Among the outer disciples in the crowd were certainly those who hadn't received compensation in the past, once some elders had forcefully snatched their spoils after coming out from the demonic mountain region. After taking a deep breath, Lu Mei looked at the crowd and asked in a solemn tone. Do you want to know what happens when you become inner disciples? Stop! Lu Changpun shouted from the distance, as he had only now arrived at the scene along with the rest of the elders of the sect. Everyone, including the Grand Elder Lan Hong, had serious looks on their faces as they looked at Lu Mei. Lu Mei, however, didn't even turn her head to glance at Lu Changpun, and with a serious look on her face she continued. The sect will force you to swear a Tao oath, that you will forever become slaves of the family that you choose to join. You are not given another chance aside from this. The powerful and lofty inner disciples that you all admire, are in reality slaves tied to the sect without the slightest hint of freedom. The moment that Lu Mei finished her words, the sect descended into silence. Chapter 333 Lu Wen and Lu Gong. The outer disciples stared at the sect master, the Grand Elder and all the elders in the sky with obvious shock in their eyes. Lu Mei's words were like a bolt of thunder resounding in the air, immediately silencing the entire sect. After a few more moments of silence, an outer disciple was the first one to speak in a low voice that couldn't hide his fear. So we are actually prisoners in the sect. This disciple's words weren't loud, but they were clearly heard by everyone else around him, waking them up from their stupor. I will leave the sect. It was unknown which disciple was the first one to say this, but countless disciples had started running simultaneously towards the city's gates. Of course, in the population of a few millions, the 50,000 disciples that had heard Lu Mei's words weren't many. However, once the rest of the outer disciples from the sect noticed nearly 50,000 outer disciples running towards the floating cloud city's gates at the same time, they immediately understood that something was wrong. One of the elders from the Lu family was the first one to return back to his senses, and looking at these outer disciples with eyes filled with anger and killing intent, he shouted loudly in a booming voice. Stop! Some disciples immediately stopped running, obviously intimidated by the elder's anger, but more than half of them continued towards the city gates despite their fear. The elder from the Lu family immediately flew towards the city gates, and before the outer disciples could get there, he instantly closed the city gates, preventing anyone from leaving the sect. After shooting an angry look at Lu Mei, he turned his eyes towards the dazed sect master who didn't seem to have recovered from his shock yet. The most furious out of everyone, however, was Lu Changpun. He knew that even if they prevented the disciples from leaving, Lu Mei's words would surely spread throughout the outer city like wildfire, and every outer disciple would know of this matter by tomorrow morning. How was he going to become the sect master in the future if the sect was in a chaotic condition? Lu Changpun wanted to curse Lu Mei until he was satisfied, but after seeing the black-armored knights and the skeletons who were floating next to her, he quickly gulped down his words. Lu Mei, however, didn't seem to care about Lu Changpun's or anyone else's reaction. After throwing one more look towards Lu Jian, she could finally leave the sect without any more burdens in her heart. As for how Lu Jian chose to resolve this issue, this was something that he had to decide on. After all, Lu Mei knew that the outer disciples would be unable to leave the sect right away, even if they wanted to. In the forest around the sect, there were countless rank 1, rank 2, and even some rank 3 magic beasts lying in wait. Aside from the most powerful disciples at the top 100 of the arena rankings, no one else could safely leave the sect by themselves. As for whether Lu Jian was willing to give fewer benefits to the 4 remaining big families in order to help the outer disciples grow instead, this was up to him to decide. Lin Hufeng sighed as she saw the sect becoming smaller and smaller in her eyes. At the same time that Lu Mei's red-winged condor was soaring in the sky, in the Lu family's mansion, the white-robed Lu Wen was tied up in the family dungeon with his hands and feet both cuffed on the wall behind him. Lu Wen still hadn't regained his consciousness just yet, but the black-robed elder named Lu Chen emptied a few buckets of cold water on his previous young master's head without any hesitation. Feeling the cold water being splashed on his body made Lu Wen clear-minded once again, as he finally regained his consciousness. As he opened his eyes, however, Lu Wen found himself chained tightly, while in front of him was his loyal servant Lu Chen standing next to a man who seemed to be in his early 30s. The man's facial features were extremely similar to Lu Wen's, but his hair was a lot longer than his, and his eyes were actually a dark shade of brown. The young man was wearing bright green robes, and was staring at Lu Wen with a smile on his face, not hiding the air of arrogance and superiority in his eyes in the slightest. Lu Wen's face warped when he saw his older brother standing in front of him while his body was chained on the wall of the dungeon. After taking a deep breath to regain his bearings, Lu Wen looked at his elder brother coldly before he spoke in a commanding tone. Lu Gong, untie me. How dare you imprison your own brother? It wasn't that Lu Wen and his brothers had a good relationship with each other, which was why Lu Wen demanded to be uncuffed, but imprisoning a direct descendant was actually a grave crime in the Lu family. Surprisingly, Lu Gong started to laugh, and looking at Lu Wen with a mocking look in his eyes, the eldest young master of the Lu family said coldly. Little brother, this is the place where you will die. There is no reason to try and scream or shout, no one will hear you. However, if you have any last words or unfulfilled wishes, you can tell your elder brother, hee. Lu Wen's eyes widened incredulously when he heard Lu Gong's words. He didn't believe that his brother had the guts to kill him, otherwise he would have done so long ago. And yet, the look, the aura, as well as Lu Gong's body language, made Lu Wen believe that his brother wasn't actually bluffing. Suppressing his fear, Lu Wen looked at his elder brother with a mocking look that didn't hide his amusement, before he asked with a smile on his face. Lu Gong, you say that you dare to kill me? Why don't you try and see if you will live to see the sun rise tomorrow? Will grandfather or father let you go after you have killed your own brother? Instead of getting angry, Lu Gong smiled, and patting Lu Wen's cheek with his hand he said. You traitorous snake, do you think that I could have imprisoned you without grandfather and father finding out about this? Seeing Lu Wen's eyes suddenly widen, Lu Gong smiled even wider as he continued. Indeed, little brother, it's just as you have guessed. Father and grandfather must surely know about this. Since you betrayed our family, you have to face punishment. Lu Wen could no longer keep his calm face, and looking at his older brother who had taken out a dagger from his waist and was now holding it in his hand, he asked angrily. Lu Gong, stop spouting lies. When did I ever betray our family? Shaking his head, Lu Gong looked at his brother while still fiddling with the dagger in his hands and said mockingly. Didn't you accept more than 20 early heaven-grade cultivators from the Meng family? Don't tell me that you didn't give them any promises in return, such as that you will cooperate with them in the future once you became the family head? Looking at his brother with disbelief in his eyes, Lu Wen seemed to have just realized where this matter was heading towards. His grandfather already knew about the issue with the Meng family, and Lu Wen was certain that he had also tacitly agreed to this. What had happened between then and now? Lu Wen immediately got the answer to his question. The destruction of the Meng family. Seeing that his younger brother had immediately understood what he meant without explaining everything, Lu Gong smiled and nodded his head, as he confirmed Lu Wen's thoughts. Indeed, since the Meng family is destroyed, you can no longer become the family head. After all, it is already known throughout the city that you accepted 23 inner disciples from the Meng family. What will happen if the sect master's daughter learns about this issue and comes to destroy our Lu family as well? After all, although our Lu family is certainly stronger than the Meng, we would certainly suffer in her hands because of you. As you understand, younger brother, we can only sacrifice you for the good of the family. Bullshit. Lu Wen couldn't hold himself from flaring up. Looking at his elder brother, he wanted to point at him with his finger, but he realized that he was still cuffed, so he could only shout angrily to vent his furious emotions. Lu Gong, this is obviously just an excuse that you fabricated. You know that there is no way that Lu Mei would attack our family. Unlike the Meng family, we have never meddled with her or her Lu family. At most, she would only give us a few warnings to stay clear from the Lus. With a smile on his face, Lu Gong nodded his head as he agreed with his brother's words. Under Lu Wen's shocked gaze, Lu Gong then smiled before he answered. You are right, little brother, this is indeed just an excuse. However, it is still the truth that you have failed to become the family head. By betting on the Meng family, you have lost this time. Whether it is I or our little brother who becomes the family head, none of us would leave you alive. After all, you are like a snake who will come to bite us once you are stronger. Since you have lost your chance to become the family head, your own worth to the family and to grandfather's eyes has already plummeted. After all, even princes in the mortal kingdoms kill each other in order to become kings, let alone us when we fight for the position of the Lu family head. Despair appeared in Lu Wen's eyes, while inwardly he cursed Lu Mei's 9 generations countless times. He knew that what Lu Gong said was true. Even in the mortal kingdoms, princes wouldn't let each other alive, to let them gather their strength in secret and usurp the position of the king in the future. Of course, if Lu Wen really hadn't cared for the position of the Lu family head, whichever brother of his eventually obtained that position, wouldn't do anything to harm Lu Wen. Without saying another word, Lu Gong had a smile on his face, as he shot forward and plunged the dagger in his hand at Lu Wen's neck. Blood gargled up in Lu Wen's throat while a look of hate had appeared in his eyes as he stared at his elder brother. He opened his mouth with difficulty and tried to speak, but the only sound that came was the blood that was dripping down from his lips. At the same time, Shen Long smiled lightly when he saw Lu Mei flying towards him with her mother sitting next to her, before he suddenly turned his eyes towards the Lu family's mansion. Chapter 334, Leaving the Floating Clouds Sect. It was an instinctual feeling that had made Shen Long look towards the Lu family's mansion. Shen Long had already guessed that once the Meng family fell, there was no way that Lu Wen would be allowed to leave the Lu family peacefully. After all, the big families of the sect weren't that much different than the royalty of the mortal world. The only reason that Fatty Fu and the previous young master of the Meng family, Meng Xingyi, didn't have to face such issues, was because they were the only heirs of their families, with no one being able to threaten their positions. At the same time, however, even if Lu Mei hadn't chosen to destroy the Meng family herself, Shen Long had decided to do it personally. This was both in order to destroy the Meng family, as well as personally take revenge on Lu Wen. However, since Lu Mei had taken care of it, Shen Long decided not to meddle with the issues of the Floating Cloud sect this time. As for Lu Wen, although Shen Long wanted to personally settle matters with him, he clearly understood that his 2 brothers wouldn't allow him to escape once they got the chance of getting the upper hand and turn the tables on him either. At the same time, Fatty Fu had started to get anxious in his heart when he saw Lu Mei and her army of skeletons approaching towards his direction. Although he knew that Lu Mei was only coming to meet Shen Long, after having witnessed the destruction of the Meng family personally, Fu Li felt some kind of instinctive fear towards the black-armored undead knights and the jade-white skeletons with the bony swords who were flying towards him. Lu Mei was stunned for a moment when she saw Fu Li standing next to Shen Long, but remembering that Shen Long was good friends with Fatty, it wasn't actually shocking. Seeing Lu Mei and her mother approaching them, Fu Li flashed an ingratiating smile towards Lu Mei as he said flatteringly. "Senior sister Lu, it's good to see you again. You have definitely inherited your beauty from your mother." Shen Long was stunned as he stared at Fatty Fu with his mouth agape. Fatty was actually a sweet talker. With just one sentence he had praised both Lu Mei and her mother at the same time. Lu Mei smiled lightly at Fatty Fu while Lin Hufeng looked at him with a smile on her face as she asked. Fu Li, kiddo, what are you doing here? As Lu Jian's second wife, how could Lu Mei's mother not be familiar with Fu Li and the other heirs of the big families of the sect? However, Lu Mei was the first one to speak, before Fatty Fu could answer, as she moved next to Shen Long and affectionately held his arm, as she replied in a gentle voice. Mother, this is Long Ji. Lin Hufeng's eyes lit up when she heard Lu Mei's joyous voice when she introduced Shen Long to her, before she nodded her head in response. Of course, she had already noticed Shen Long who was standing next to Fu Li earlier, but she still asked in order to allow Lu Mei to introduce Shen Long by herself. Getting off the red-winged condor's back, Lin Hufeng stepped forward, and holding Shen Long's hand she smiled brightly as she said in a warm voice. Mimi has already told me everything about you. Thank you for taking care of my little girl. Lin Hufeng had indeed heard everything about Shen Long from Lu Mei earlier, including the fact that the two of them were already Dao partners. As Lin Hufeng's eyes stared at Shen Long, there was a radiant smile on her face, akin to that of a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law for the first time. Fatty Fu however was stunned when he heard Lu Mei's gentle way of introducing Shen Long. How was this similar to the Death Queen who had just destroyed the Meng family a few minutes ago? This sounded more like a joyous wife introducing her own man to her mother. Shen Long smiled as well when he heard Lin Hufeng's words, before he nodded his head and answered seriously. Don't worry. Since Mayer is my woman, then of course I will take care of her. Seeing Shen Long and her mother getting along made Lu Mei heave out a sigh of relief, before she turned her eyes to look at Fu Li. There was a bright smile on Lu Mei's face as she looked at the fatty, before she asked in a curious voice. Fu Li, how are you and Jinjing getting along? Fatty Fu's eyes lit up when he heard the name of his fiancée, and looking at Lu Mei, he patted his chest and puffed it proudly as he said. Senior sister, don't worry. Me and Jinjing are doing great. Suddenly, Fatty Fu paused his words, seemingly as if he had remembered something, and after a brief moment of hesitation he stared at Lu Mei before he continued. Senior sister Lu, actually, Jinjing has been missing you ever since you left. After all, you disappeared so suddenly. Nodding her head, Lu Mei turned her eyes towards the Lan family's mansion below her at the floating cloud city, with a saddened look in her eyes. Lan Jinjing's face appeared in Lu Mei's mind, and a feeling of sadness overcame her. After all, Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei were childhood best friends, but they were split up so suddenly. Lan Jinjing was also the only one who knew that Lu Mei wasn't planning to return to the floating cloud city after entering the Vermilion realm, which made the young woman of the Lan family even more dejected for missing her friend. After casting a deep look at the Lan family mansion, Lu Mei looked at Shen Long before she asked in a sweet voice. Long Ji, can you wait for me for a bit more? Shen Long nodded his head without minding too much that he had to wait until Lu Mei finished her business. He already knew that Lan Jinjing was Lu Mei's best friend, so how could she leave without even seeing her once? Almost an hour later, Lu Mei came out from the Lan family's mansion with mixed emotions in her eyes. She was happy that she had managed to see Lan Jinjing again and chat with her, but Lu Mei also knew that she and Shen Long probably wouldn't have the chance to return to the desolate east for quite a while. It would probably be at least a few years until Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei saw each other again. Seeing that Lu Mei didn't have any more issues to take care of, Shen Long looked at Fatty Fu's reluctant face, before he bid him farewell. Shen Long felt somewhat emotional after saying farewell to his friend since he knew that he would probably be unable to see him for a long time, before he turned his eyes to the horizon ahead of him. Under Fatty Fu's shocked eyes, at the same time that Lu Mei dispersed her skeletons and undead knights, letting them turn into dust before they suddenly disappeared, a panther with glowing silver wings flew towards them from the distance. Shen Long had let Little Silver to take a look around the territories near the sect. As long as it didn't go too far, he could always summon the Black Panther back thanks to their soul link. Seeing Little Silver's majestic body and feeling its terrifying aura, a feeling of awe appeared in Fu Li's heart, as well as excitement. This panther's aura was indeed much stronger than the peak rank 4, flying blue whales from the Golden Buddha Temple. Seeing Little Silver flying towards them, Lu Mei also knew that it was time to leave the Floating Cloud sect. Chapter 335 Lin Hufeng's Choice. Lu Mei's mother was also shocked when she saw the Black Panther that quickly appeared in front of them. Although this magic beast was actually smaller in size compared to her red-winged condor, but the oppressive aura coming from its body was actually countless times more powerful than the condor itself. After all, as an early rank 7 heaven-grade cultivator, Lin Hufeng could vaguely sense the terror hidden inside the silver-winged Panther King's body. Although Lu Mei hadn't explained to her exactly how powerful this panther named Little Silver was, with her experience, how could Lin Hufeng not realize that it was even more powerful than the personal magic beast of the head priest from the Golden Buddha Temple? Seeing that the red-winged condor had already started to tremble and was nearing the brink of collapse, Shen Long had Little Silver restrain its aura. Only then did the early rank 3 condor finally stop shivering, but it still kept its distance of a few hundred meters away from the silver-winged panther king itself. This was the instinctive suppression and reverence, caused by coming in contact with a more powerful magic beast. For a moment, Shen Long wondered whether the red-winged condor would lose its senses and collapse on the spot if it met with Little Black instead. Shen Long and Lu Mei got on Little Silver's back, while Lu Mei's mother sat on the red-winged condor and tried to placate the terrified bird, before the two magic beasts both took flight at the same time. Lu Mei and Lin Hufeng had mixed emotions in their hearts, as they saw the floating cloud sect becoming smaller and smaller in the distance behind them. Shen Long then turned his head to look at Lu Mei, before he asked curiously. "Mayor, what are your mother's plans?" Now that she had left the floating cloud sect, Shen Long knew that it was very likely that Lin Hufeng didn't have a place to stay. Of course, as a late-stage heaven-grade expert, many of the sects around the floating cloud sect, including the Roaring Wind Pavilion or the Flying Sword sect, would be more than willing to accept her in their ranks as an elder. However, that was still a risky move for Lin Hufeng. After all, if Lu Jian happened to get wind of this matter, with Shen Long and Lu Mei having left the desolate east, it was unknown whether he would move to take back his wife or not by force. No matter how willing these sects would be to keep a late-stage heaven-grade elder in their ranks, it was unknown if they would be willing to offend Lu Jian. Shaking her head, Lin Hufeng didn't wait for Lu Mei to answer for her, and looking at Shen Long she said with a gentle smile on her face. "I'm planning to leave the cultivation world and go to the immortal world instead. After all, even if Mimi wanted to stay with me, I wouldn't allow her to leave your side to accompany me instead." After a brief moment of pause, she then continued. "Although the cultivation world is interesting, the dangers that are hidden in every corner are much more serious than you can imagine." This was Lin Hufeng's way of warning Shen Long and Lu Mei to be careful in the future. Lu Mei nodded her head in response to her mother's words. She knew that before her mother had met Lu Jian in the past, she had traveled to many places of the desolate east, and had nearly lost her life twice. Looking at his mother-in-law, Shen Long smiled in response, before he asked her in a serious tone. "In that case, Miss Lin, do you want to stay in the place that my parents are? They are now living in a mortal kingdom, in one of the islands of the mortal world. Even if Lu Jian knows that you are in the immortal world, it will be almost impossible for him to find you between so many islands, kingdoms and cities." Lin Hufeng was stunned for a moment, while her eyes lit up after hearing Shen Long's suggestion. This was indeed not a bad choice. After all, instead of wandering around the immortal world alone, this way, she would be able to meet Shen Long's parents as well. Shen Long smiled when he saw Lin Hufeng nodding her head, while the last feeling of uncertainty disappeared from his heart. Although he knew that his parents would be safe by themselves in the Roaring Waves Kingdom, without any issue, having Lin Hufeng along with them reassured him even further. This way, both Shen Fang, Shunan and Lin Hufeng would be able to be in the same place, and in case that something really ended up happening, Lin Hufeng would surely be able to help them. After all, in the mortal island that Shen Long's parents lived, even the strongest experts were at the early stages of the heaven grade. A late-stage heaven grade expert would certainly have no equal. Almost as if she had just remembered Shen Long's words, a look of mock anger appeared in Lin Hufeng's face, as she looked at Shen Long and said in a serious tone. "What, Miss Lin? Call me mother-in-law in the future." Shen Long nodded his head in response without saying a word, while at the same time, a sweet feeling had appeared in Lu Mei's heart. Knowing that her mother would also have a place to stay next to Shen Long's parents made her feel at peace. Turning around, Little Silver and the red-winged condor then started to fly towards the immortal world. With the red-winged condor's speed, it took almost 3 hours until it arrived at the Roaring Waves Kingdom. After Shen Long introduced Lin Hufeng to his parents, both Shen Fang and Shunan accepted Lu Mei's mother with great zeal. The two of them looked very happy to have met their daughter-in-law's family. Shen Long and Lu Mei didn't leave the Roaring Waves Kingdom right away, and after Lu Mei helped her mother purchase a mid-sized house right next to Shen Long's parents, Shen Long decided to stay in the immortal world for a few more hours before they left. Deep into the night, sitting on Little Silver's back, Shen Long watched the capital city of the Roaring Waves Kingdom below him with a glint in his eyes. He knew that it would most likely be a very long time until the next time he returned here. Without another word, Shun Long took a final glance at the city below him, before Little Silver soared to the sky like a bolt of silver lightning tearing through the night's veil. It was time to return back to the Night Star continent and visit the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Chapter 336 Arriving at the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Sitting on Little Silver's back, Shun Long watched as the mortal island below him quickly turned into a small, black speck in the ocean, and just a few moments later, he and Lu Mei had already arrived back in the Cultivation world. Without stopping anywhere this time, it only took a little more than an hour for Little Silver to arrive at the Lightning Wasteland. Passing through the city which he had gotten a map of the Desolate East, when he and Lu Mei first arrived a few days ago, Shun Long soon saw the sea that separated the Desolate East from the Night Star continent ahead of him. Since they weren't flying at full speed however, Little Silver took a little more than a day to pass through the sea and arrive at the shore of the Snowcloud country. Shun Long had originally hoped that he would be able to hunt some rank 5 magic beasts on the way, but reality proved to be completely different from his expectations. Aside from a few rank 4 magic beasts that weren't fast enough to swim away from Little Silver, Shun Long and Lu Mei didn't notice even a single rank 5 magic beast in the sea. As soon as they sensed the Black Panther's powerful aura, all of the rank 5 magic beasts immediately fled deeper inside the sea, almost as if they were competing on which of them could dive deeper inside. Of course, Shun Long wasn't willing to give up on these moving beast cores like that, but even if he had Little Silver dive inside the sea, he knew that it would be pointless. Although the Silver-Winged Panther King was almost unmatched in the air by magic beasts at the same level, its speed would be slowed by many times in the water. That, and in addition to the fact that peak rank 5 magic beasts inside the water were almost as fast as the Black Panther was in the sky, when it was still a rank 5 beast, made Shun Long reluctantly give up. Of course, the idea of summoning Little Black and hunt these magic beasts also flashed through his mind, but considering that he was heading towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range where rank 5 and even rank 6 magic beasts were abundant in numbers, made Shun Long give up on this idea of his. After stopping at a random restaurant in the royal capital of the Snowcloud country, for a little more than an hour, Shun Long and Lu Mei continued forward, as they flew towards the west of the Night Star continent. The reappearance of the aura of a powerful rank 6 magic beast had quickly placed the capital of the Snowcloud country into extreme unrest, as the head guard who was at the late stages of the nascent soul stage was immediately dispatched by the Dao Kings of the royal palace to investigate this matter. Of course, since the head guard wasn't willing to court death by directly investigating where the aura of a rank 6 magic beast was coming from, by the time that he had finished his search, Shun Long and Lu Mei had already left the city. A full day later, the Black Panther was hovering in the sky, a few tens of miles away from the Heaven's Dome city. As he opened the map in his hands, Shun Long noticed that they had already covered half the distance. There were no dangerous places to pass through this time, like the Nether Spirit Forest, that directly blocked the way from the Heaven's Dome city to the Dragon Lord's villa, and a little more than a day later, Shun Long saw a gigantic mountain range emerging in the distance. The mountain range spanned further than Shun Long's eyes could see, and was filled with enormous trees that were even taller than the ones inside the Vermilion realm, where the members of the half-fiend race lived. It seems that Cui Guoyang used the trees from this place in order to create his Forest of Giants in the Vermilion realm. However, his own rank 3 heavy bark earth trees haven't matured enough, and they can't be compared with the ones in this place. As this thought flashed through Shun Long's mind, he immediately understood that the forest in front of him was filled with a relatively common kind of tree called the rank 3 heavy bark earth tree, which was the same kind that Cui Guoyang's clone had used when he created his Forest of Giants. Although Shun Long knew that this tree couldn't be used in any kind of alchemy or pill concoction, it was one of the most favorite places for rank 4 and rank 5 magic beasts to live in. As the Black Panther approached closer and closer to this place, the roars of magic beasts could be heard even from the huge distance that separated them, bringing Little Silver a sense of excitement, as if it was going to eat its fill this time. At the same time, Shun Long only needed a glance to recognize that this place was the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Right before the mountain range itself, a small city was actually erected. Although this city was small when compared to big cities like the Heaven's Dome city, it was actually only half the size of the Silver Sword city itself. Shun Long didn't choose to head to the city right away, but instead, he first had Little Silver return back to the Stone of Time. Shun Long wasn't afraid of anyone coveting Little Silver and try to take it as a magic beast. Instead, he was afraid that the aura of a rank 6 magic beast would scare the rank 4 and rank 5 beasts away, leaving no prey to him and Lu Mei. After all, Shun Long had two main reasons for coming to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The first was to find rare rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal herbs that could only be found in this place, while the second one was to hunt rank 4 and even rank 5 magic beasts as he and Lu Mei trained to both become stronger. Although Lu Mei only had to summon her skeletons or her undead knights during a fight and they could simply fight by themselves, there were still different ways that she could guide them when they fought, instead of allowing them to rush forward blindly. Lu Mei had also noticed this during her fight with Lu Jian, where she had intentionally guided her two undead knights to attack him at the same time, one from the front and the other one from the side, leaving Lu Jian with no room to dodge. Additionally, it was also rumored that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range even had rank 6 magic beasts deeper inside. Even with little black's strength, Shun Long wasn't willing to stir up this hornet's nest just yet, unless he had absolute certainty that he could successfully hunt a rank 6 beast and escape without revealing little black's existence. After Little Silver had returned back inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shun Long and Lu Mei flew towards the city in the distance by themselves. Barely 15 minutes later, Shun Long and Lu Mei, who had already put her white veil back on her face, arrived in front of the empty city gates. Shun Long was surprised that not a single guard was actually guarding the city gates, or the city walls, or that there wasn't anyone asking for an entrance fee to enter the city. After all, there were hundreds of people entering and leaving the city at the same time, and most of them were either coming from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, or they were heading there, making it clearly obvious that this was a bustling city. After thinking about it for a few moments, in the end, Shun Long took a step forward, as he led himself and Lu Mei in the nameless city in front of him. Chapter 337 10,000 Beast City. Walking past through the city gates, Shun Long and Lu Mei both entered the bustling city in front of them without any obstruction. Surprisingly, although this city wasn't too big in size, it seemed to have even more people than medium-sized cities like the Silver Sword City and the City of Sin. People had crowded the streets, while the amount of street stalls that were erected as people showed off their merchandise exceeded anything that Shun Long or Lu Mei had ever seen before. After a brief glance, Shun Long noticed that most of these people were selling rank 3 and rank 4 magic beast corpses, or beast cores, while their cultivation mostly ranged at the middle and late stages of the spirit realm. It only took a moment for Shun Long to realize what was going on. It was obvious that once these people had a successful hunt in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they would bring their loot in this city that was located right at the edge of the mountain range itself. The prices for the rank 4 magic beasts varied greatly, depending on the magic beast's level, whether or not the beast's parts were useful in alchemy in the creation of formations, as well as the condition of the beast. A single early rank 4 magic beast was priced at 600 middle grade spirit stones, a middle rank 4 beast was priced at 1000 middle grade spirit stones, while a peak rank 4 magic beast's price varied from 2000 to 4000 middle stage spirit stones. Of course, Shun Long guessed that for people to hunt a single peak rank 4 magic beast, they needed to have at least a single nascent soul stage expert in their group, or at the very least, 3 or 4 peak rank 9 spirit realm experts. The person who was responsible for selling the beast corpse was most likely just a member of one big group. After all, people usually fought in numbers when they hunted magic beasts, and this was even more true for mercenaries from the Mercenaries Association. Shun Long noticed quite a few people with the badges of the association on their chests, most of them being A-rank mercenaries. However, Shun Long spotted even a few S-rank mercenaries either watching the sales of the street stalls, or wandering around in the streets of this city. Lu Mei also remembered that S-rank mercenaries corresponded to powerful early and middle stage nascent soul experts. No matter how strong she and Shun Long were right now, Lu Mei knew that they were unable to fight against an S-rank mercenary by themselves head-on. Shun Long however didn't seem too bothered by the nascent soul stage experts on the streets. Instead, he and Lu Mei continued to walk around the city, seeing whether he could gather any useful information. Aside from the countless street stalls that seemed to have taken up every corner of the city, Shun Long saw many different shops, including alchemy shops that sold pills, or the corpses and cores of magic beasts, as well as many formation masters' workshops. Of course, these alchemy shops charged a huge premium in order to sell the magic beasts' parts that the mercenaries usually found, taking more than 40% of the profit. This was the reason why many mercenaries preferred to set up their own street stalls and patiently wait until they sold their loot. And yet, the alchemy shops continued to thrive in this city no matter what. Since people would enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt magic beasts, they needed pills to ensure their own survival. Pills that healed these mercenaries' injuries, as well as antitoxin pills in case they met with an accident were the most popular ones that were purchased. However, the formation masters also made a huge amount of spirit stones that wasn't inferior to the alchemy shops. Repairing the weapons and the armors of these mercenaries was extremely important as well. After all, even if the mercenaries had pills to heal themselves, if their weapons were unable to pierce through the bodies of the powerful magic beasts, their pills would be unable to save them in the end. Keeping their weapons and armor in top condition was vital to every mercenary who wanted to enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, including even the S-ranked mercenaries. Shun Long also got to know that the name of this city was the 10,000 Beast City. He also heard that a late-stage Dao King was actually responsible for keeping order in this city, but because he was a solitary figure, he didn't care about placing any guards in the city entrance to collect fees. Instead, the pill shops and the formation masters' workshops would proactively offer this powerful figure a cut of their own profits every year, and in return, that person would make sure to keep order in the city. Hearing that there was a late-stage Dao King inside the city, Shun Long avoided from having Little Black scan the city with his soul search. Since he wasn't planning on actually staying in the city, there was no reason to try and verify whether there really was a late-stage Dao King in this place. Instead, after understanding the general situation, he and Lu Mei didn't stay in the 10,000 Beast City any longer, as they headed towards the gigantic mountain range in the distance. This was the most famous mountain range in the entire Night Star continent, as well as one of the most dangerous places as well. Even Dao Kings were said to have lost their lives in this place, which gave the rumor that there were powerful peak rank 6 magic beasts hidden inside. As they neared closer to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Shun Long noticed countless groups that had set up camp outside the mountain range's boundaries. Even though there were many inns inside the 10,000 Beast City for the mercenaries to rest, Shun Long could easily guess that these people who were waiting here were either trying to find more powerful groups to join, or they were waiting for their own partners or guild members to come out from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After all, it wasn't uncommon to get separated from your group inside this place, especially if you chanced upon the den of a powerful magic beast. Seeing Shun Long and Lu Mei walk forward by themselves, some groups tried to probe them out of curiosity, since they could easily see that Lu Mei's strength was only at the middle rank 4 of the spirit realm. However, after seeing that they were actually unable to discern the strength of the young man next to her, they avoided doing anything in broad daylight. Lu Mei frowned when she noticed that some people seemed to have set their sights on Shun Long and her. Shun Long however understood that aside from the powerful magic beasts in this place, there was an equally as dangerous enemy, other mercenaries. An incense stick of time later, Shun Long and Lu Mei had already arrived at the huge green forest that covered the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The roars of magic beasts resounded in the air, bringing an aura of solemnity, as well as excitement to those who were entering this place for the first time. Lu Mei turned her head to the side, to look at Shun Long who was standing in front of the entrance of the forest for a moment without saying anything. After taking a deep breath, a smile soon appeared on his face, and looking at Lu Mei's bright eyes, Shun Long held her hand before he stepped forward, entering inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Chapter 338 Sneak Attack. As soon as he entered inside the forest, Shun Long could smell the scent of blood assaulting his senses, as well as the thick amounts of pure qi that had filled the air around him. Without being hasty, Shun Long first examined his surroundings before he chose which way he and Lu Mei were going to head towards. Although the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was said to be heaven for the lucky adventurers of the Night Star continent, since they could both hunt magic beasts or chance upon rare medicinal herbs that would grow in this environment, it was actually the same for the powerful magic beasts inside. More often than not, these mercenaries that came to this place either to hunt magic beasts or find rare medicinal herbs, would end up in the belly of one of the magic beasts living here. Although magic beasts would grow when they consumed the flesh of other magic beasts, the flesh of powerful cultivators was still a good supplement for them, even if it couldn't be compared to that of other magic beasts. It was also the instinctual feeling of these beasts to hunt humans who invaded their territories. Knowing that Shun Long intended to train himself this time, Little Black didn't spread his soul sense too far to sense the magic beasts around him. Instead, the black dragon kept eating the stalks of dragon blood grass as he happily observed his master from the Stone of Time. Although Little Silver had now become more accustomed to Little Black, the Black Panther still felt an instinctive fear towards the huge black dragon. Oblivious to the feelings of his two magic beasts however, Shun Long had just finished examining his surroundings before he chose to head towards the north. According to the footsteps that were still left on the ground, most mercenaries who chose to enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range seemed to head towards the north and the east. This meant that there was a high chance that the danger would increase significantly if someone chose to head towards the west, which was why most mercenaries seemed to avoid that route. As Shen Long and Lu Mei walked deeper inside, Shen Long's eyes noticed that the 40 meters, 130 feet, tall trees around him didn't completely cover him and Lu Mei from the flying magic beasts that were traveling in the sky. Although the trees' branches were long and thick, their leaves were much smaller in comparison, allowing the flying magic beasts in the sky to get a clear view of the people below. However, since there were mostly rank 3 magic beasts near the entrance of the forest, none of them actually dared to attack them after feeling Lu Mei's aura at the middle of rank 4 in the spirit realm. Of course, Shen Long and the rest of the mercenaries who entered this place could fly in the sky as well if they wanted to, but if they attracted the attention of a powerful flying magic beast, they would definitely be put in a bad spot. After all, although cultivators at the heaven grade could fly, their speed was simply incomparable to flying magic beasts. Even Shen Long himself guesses that even with his second Monarch's domain created by his Tao of Time, his speed wouldn't be much faster than an early rank 4 flying magic beast in the sky. Suddenly, Shen Long felt a clear feeling of danger in his heart, while the ground beneath his feet had started to tremble. He hurriedly jumped backwards almost by instinct, and Lu Mei did the same barely a moment later than him, when a magic beast had suddenly drilled itself from the ground, its sharp claws aiming to slash Shen Long's body in half. This beast's sharp claws were a bright silver color, while its dark brown body had black-colored marks on it that resembled burn marks. Its pitch-black eyes were staring at Shen Long with hints of malice inside them, almost as if the beast had gone crazy. It only took a moment for Shen Long to remember the name of this magic beast based on his memories. A rank 4, silver-clawed earth burrower. Lu Mei had never heard of this magic beast before, and was staring at it with hints of puzzlement in her eyes, but between her hands, a black ball filled with her death chi had already been condensed. She could sense that although the magic beast in front of her was only a middle rank 4 magic beast, even her undead knights would find it hard fighting against it head-on. It was because the aura that was coming from this magic beast wasn't inferior to a peak rank 6 spirit realm experts. Shen Long didn't find it weird that Lu Mei was unfamiliar with the silver-clawed earth burrower. It was because this was a relatively rare and very cunning magic beast that lived beneath the ground, and would only come up when it sensed that there was prey that it could hunt. Additionally, this magic beast had a preference for human meat, making humans its primary source of food. Unfortunately for Shen Long, although this beast's claws could be used to create powerful silver-grade weapons, none of the parts on its body was actually suitable to be used in alchemy aside from its beast core. And yet, Shen Long still smiled when he saw the middle rank 4 silver-clawed earth burrower in front of him. He was certain that with his current strength, it wouldn't be too hard for him to take care of this magic beast. Seeing the illusionary purple blade that had appeared in Shen Long's right hand, the silver-clawed earth burrower felt a sudden feeling of danger. Magic beasts always relied on their instincts rather than their eyes. Although the illusionary purple blade looked extremely attractive, the feeling of lethal danger that it was emitting made the middle rank 4 magic beast shiver. After shooting a wary look at Lu Mei and seeing that she wasn't actually attacking it, the silver-clawed earth burrower dove into the ground without hesitation. Silence immediately descended around Shen Long and Lu Mei as the middle rank 4 magic beast had suddenly disappeared. And yet, neither Shen Long nor Lu Mei moved from their original spots. That was because they knew that the silver-clawed earth burrower could attack at any time. This was indeed the perfect environment for such a magic beast to hunt. In a situation where the mercenaries couldn't fly in the air as they would attract the attention of the powerful flying magic beasts, using its ability to hide on the ground and mount sneak attacks to ambush its prey was extremely efficient. Lu Mei had a worried look on her face, but seeing the confident look in Shen Long's eyes, she didn't hurriedly summon her undead knights to help him. After all, she clearly knew that Shen Long intended to use this chance to train himself. Standing still, Shen Long closed his eyes, as an invisible power completely covered his body before it started to slowly spread outwards. Now that he had already reached the middle rank 4 of the spirit realm and had consumed thousands of top-grade spirit-enhancing pills, Shen Long's spirit sense was already many times stronger than before. He could now use his spirit sense to cover almost 2 meters, 6.6 feet, around his body and sense the space around him even with his eyes closed. He knew that this was a power similar to Little Black's soul sense. Although Shen Long's spirit sense hadn't evolved into a soul sense just yet, it was very similar in this regard. The silence continued for a few more moments, until Shen Long felt something entering the range of his spirit sense, while the ground beneath his feet started to tremble. This time, the silver-clawed earth burrower was clearly faster than before and didn't intend to give Shen Long even a moment to dodge. As it tore through the ground beneath Shen Long's feet, a sharp, silver-colored claw was pointed towards Shen Long's chest, ready to rip it in half. Seeing the silver-colored claw that was about to collide with his chest, Shun Long's eyes that had already turned golden suddenly lit up with a bright blue light, as he then mumbled to himself. Time prison. The rank 4, silver-clawed earth burrower was suddenly frozen in mid-air, as the terrifying power of the time prison had forcefully stopped the flow of time around it. Shun Long didn't hesitate, and waving his right hand horizontally, he swung the purple blade in his hand towards the silver-clawed earth burrower's neck. Blood instantly spurted in the air as the middle rank 4 magic beast's head was separated from its body as soon as it met with Shun Long's spatial blade, dyeing the patch of grass beneath it with a bright red color. At the same time, a golden-colored magic beast core appeared from its body, rolling itself until it stopped in front of Shun Long. Chapter 339 Prey. Seeing the shiny golden-colored beast core that had rolled its way in front of his feet, Shun Long didn't hesitate to pick it up and place it inside the herb garden in his Stone of Time. At the same time, only when she saw the corpse of the middle rank 4 magic beast fall on the ground did Lu Mei allow the black ball of death chi from her hand to disappear. Although she and Shun Long were both many times stronger than before, Lu Mei guessed that if the silver-clawed earth burrower had reached the peak of rank 4, they may not have been able to kill this beast even with all of her skeletons and undead knights combined. After all, even Shun Long wouldn't have been able to affect a peak rank 4 magic beast with his Tao of Time just yet, while his cultivation was still at the middle of rank 4. Despite having almost half of his chi being drained at once after using his time prison, Shun Long didn't sit down to recover just yet, and instead, after removing the silver-clawed earth burrower's silver claws as well, he abandoned the useless parts of its body, as he and Lu Mei continued further inside. Staying in that place to recover his chi would only bring more trouble. Shun Long knew that the scent of blood coming from the middle rank 4 magic beast would certainly attract other predators in this area. If a powerful peak rank 4 or even a rank 5 magic beast showed up, then it would surely cause a commotion and attract even more people and magic beasts in this area. Additionally, although Shun Long had a certain degree of certainty in dealing with an early or even a middle stage rank 5 magic beast using the soul-poisoning hell grass poison, he also knew that some magic beasts were naturally immune to poisons as well. He wouldn't bet things on luck to see if the magic beasts that were attracted here were actually affected by the soul-poisoning hell grass poison or not. As he and Lu Mei continued walking deeper inside, time continued to pass, but Shun Long was disappointed that even after 4 hours of walking, they didn't seem to find any other rank 4 magic beast. Even early rank 4 magic beasts seemed to have been scarce in this area, which was completely different from the rumors about this place. Shun Long suddenly understood that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range seemed to have certain layers that it was comprised of, which also indicated the different territories of the magic beasts here. The first layer that he was at now seemed to still be the very outskirts. The magic beasts in this place seemed to be at the early rank 3 to the peak of rank 3. Of course, among the rank 3 magic beasts, there probably existed some powerful rank 4 magic beasts that were usually hidden as well, like the silver-clawed earth burrower, but these beasts were extremely rare and wouldn't easily show themselves. If it wasn't because the silver-clawed earth burrower had sensed that Lu Mei's aura was at the middle of rank 4 of the spirit realm, this beast would have certainly avoided attacking them. As he and Lu Mei continued to walk deeper inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, night soon fell, before the sounds of fighting as well as miserable cries of men and women sounded from the distance. Lu Mei turned her head to look at Shun Long, who was staring in the distance ahead, before she asked curiously, "Long Ji, should we?" After thinking about it for a moment, Shun Long nodded his head at Lu Mei, before the two of them both climbed on top of a tree, and started moving forward, under the cover of the tree branches ahead of them. Usually, flying, or even hovering above the ground was avoided in this place, since it would easily attract the attention of the magic beasts hidden in the surroundings as they sensed the chi fluctuations coming from Shun Long's and Lu Mei's bodies, but since there was a huge fight going on in the distance, Shun Long knew that he and Lu Mei wouldn't be spotted as everyone's attention would be placed in the fight ahead of them. Shun Long could feel that the energy fluctuations from the fight ahead had definitely reached the late stages of the spirit realm. Of course, taking a look at the situation and getting directly involved were two different things. If there was really something precious, he didn't mind getting involved in this fight. Less than a minute later, covered behind the shade of the rank 3 heavy bark earth trees around them, Shun Long and Lu Mei had already arrived at the scene of the fight. Surprisingly, the fight was even more intense than what Shun Long had originally estimated. In front of a large lake close to the edge of the forest, a group of 6 mercenaries comprised from 4 men and 2 women had gathered together, as they fought against a 10 meters (33 feet) long blue-colored turtle that was constantly bombarding them with its attacks. The blue turtle had spiky thorns on its shell, but instead of feet, pairs of purple-colored tentacles expanded from its body. The turtle's mouth spat out water without stop, not letting the mercenaries rest for a moment, while its powerful purple tentacles unceasingly bombarded them with attacks from the sides. Although the mercenaries could sense that this magic beast was just a peak rank 4 magic beast, even the 2 peak rank 9 spirit realm experts from their group as well as the early rank 9 spirit realm middle-aged man were helpless against this beast that didn't seem to leave any openings to attack them. As for the peak rank 7 spirit realm young man and the 2 rank 6 spirit realm cultivators, they were in an even more miserable condition. Every slap from the turtle's tentacles brought with it immense power that shook these cultivators to their core. If it wasn't for the peak rank 9 spirit realm experts helping them, then these 3 would have already turned into a pile of flesh splattered on the ground. No matter how this group of mercenaries tried to resist, however, under the terrifying turtle's attack they were only accumulating more and more injuries as time went on. Xianxia, however, didn't seem to care too much about the miserable condition of this group of mercenaries, while his eyes stared at the huge 10 meters, 33 feet, blue-colored turtle with a bright look in his eyes as he mumbled to himself. A purple-tentacled poison turtle. Chapter 340 Purple-tentacled poison turtle. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he stared at the powerful peak rank 4 magic beast that was attacking the mercenaries. He knew that if this turtle was used as a supplemental ingredient while he refined the soul-poisoning hell grass, the poison would be so potent that it could affect even peak rank 9 nascent soul stage experts, as well as some peak rank 5 magic beasts to a certain extent. Although it would most likely be unable to kill them, however, just the ability to incapacitate a peak rank 9 nascent soul stage expert or a peak rank 5 magic beast was already more than extraordinary. Seeing that Xianxia had actually gotten excited after seeing the huge turtle, Lu Mei couldn't help asking him in a low voice. Long Ji, is this magic beast suitable to be used for alchemy? Nodding his head, Xianxia stared at the rank 4 purple-tentacled poison turtle, that was still bombarding the group of 6 mercenaries with its attacks, as it was slowly breaking through their defenses, before he seriously explained. Not only is its beast core extremely useful to alchemists, but every single part of its body can be considered valuable. Although neither its beast core nor its tentacles can be used as the main materials to refine poison or antitoxin pills, if they are used as supplementary materials, they can amplify the might of a poison by several-fold. Xianxia didn't need to explain anything else, as Lu Mei instantly understood why he was so interested in this matter. Lu Mei clearly remembered the poison that Xianxia had concocted when he dealt with the 2 middle-rank 7 spirit realm cultivators of the Blood Pill Pavilion back in the City of Sin, and understood why Xianxia was so interested in this magic beast. Although alchemists may not be too interested in creating normal antitoxin pills, something that could enhance the potency of a poison would be valuable to both alchemists as well as poison masters alike. Inwardly, Xianxia lamented how unfortunate it was that the purple-tentacled poison turtle hadn't reached the early rank 5 just yet. Otherwise, there was a good chance that his poison could even partially affect an early rank 1 Dao King realm expert. Of course, if other poison masters knew about his thoughts, they would probably spit on his face in anger and exasperation. A middle rank 4 spirit realm expert creating a poison that could affect a rank 1 nascent soul stage expert was already unbelievable. But affecting a rank 9 nascent soul stage expert and even a rank 1 Dao King? This was purely boasting. Of course, the reason behind this was the extreme potency of the rank 5 soul poisoning hellgrass as well as the premise that Xianxia could enhance the potency of the poison even further. Otherwise, the soul poisoning hellgrass would at most be able to kill middle stage nascent soul stage experts or late stage ones who didn't have high grade or top grade antitoxin pills to enhance the poison's effects. However, there were still other issues behind the fact that a poison master could use poison. Although the usage of poison was often frowned upon in the cultivation world, Xianxia wasn't worried about that. However, not letting people know that he was a poison expert and exposing his secrets was another matter altogether. A few more minutes later, the group of 6 mercenaries had already reached a desperate situation. Knowing that it was only a matter of time before they all died, one of the 2 peak of rank 9 spirit realm experts turned his head around, and shot a meaningful look at the peak rank 6 spirit realm cultivator behind him, before he continued the fight. The young man who was at the peak of rank 6 of the spirit realm nodded his head indiscernibly, and a few moments later, a bright gleam flashed through his eyes as he stared at a purple-colored tentacle that was coming his way. Just as the poison turtle's tentacle was about to hit him, the young man suddenly ducked and completely avoided its attack, allowing it to hit the middle-aged woman who was about to help him withstand the turtle's attack. Under everyone's shocked eyes, miserable cries left the peak rank 7 spirit realm middle-aged woman's mouth as soon as the purple-colored tentacle hit her, while her body had also started to turn purple. At the same time, the middle-aged man at the early rank 9 of the spirit realm hurriedly turned his head around with a shocked expression on his face as soon as he heard the woman scream, when he abruptly felt himself losing his balance as a powerful force violently pushed him from behind, sending him flying towards the tentacle in front of him. Without a chance to dodge, the middle-aged man's body collided with the purple tentacle, as miserable shrieks of pain and fear left his mouth. This sudden turn of events had caught the remaining young man who was at the peak rank 9 of the spirit realm and was still parrying off the turtle's attacks, as well as the young woman at the peak of rank 6 of the spirit realm, both off guard. Even Xianlong and Lu Mei were stunned for a moment after seeing this traitorous move. These two men had cooperated to send the middle-aged man who was at the early rank 9 of the spirit realm, as well as the middle-aged woman at the peak of rank 7, both towards the turtle's tentacles at the same time. Seeing that two of the turtle's tentacles were now occupied, both the middle-aged man who was at the peak of rank 9, as well as the young man at the peak of rank 6 took this chance to escape from the turtle's range of attacks. A furious roar filled with anger and disbelief erupted from the young man who was left fighting off the purple-tentacled poison turtle, as he turned his head to look at the peak rank 9 spirit realm middle-aged man and asked in a disbelieving tone. "How Chin, have you gone crazy? Weren't you the one who wanted to explore this lake? How dare you betray old Han?" Xianlong and Lu Mei could both hear the anger hidden inside the young man's disbelieving tone as he furiously roared at the middle-aged man who was named Hao Qin. Hao Qin, however, shook his head, and without any hints of anger or regret on his face, he looked at the angry young man who was still fighting off the two tentacles of the purple-tentacled poison turtle before he said in a relieved tone. "Chen Yan, you can't blame me. We have been fighting this beast for more than 1 hour and it still had the upper hand. Instead of waiting for it to kill us off one by one, why shouldn't we just push you forward so we can escape?" Chen Yan's face seemed to have turned red from anger, but no matter how much he wanted to, he could no longer divert his attention to speak to Hao Qin as he had to place his entire focus on fighting off the peak rank 4 purple-tentacled poison turtle in front of him, whose attacks had started to become even more ferocious. Now that the turtle only had two opponents, the pressure on the young man named Chen Yan had more than doubled. Without another word, Hao Qin and the young man behind him both shook their heads, before they instantly turned to fly away with relieved expressions on their faces. Although flying in the 10,000 Beasts mountain region was dangerous, there was nothing more dangerous to Hao Qin and the young man behind him than the gigantic blue-colored turtle in this place. Xianlong and Lu Mei both understood that the two men were trying to escape before the purple-tentacled poison turtle finished off the young man named Chen Yan and the young woman behind him, and turned its attention back to them. As for Hao Qin, the only thing that he felt regretful for was that he wouldn't obtain Chen Yan's and the rest's spatial rings, and instead they would end up in the turtle's belly. However, as long as he could escape from the purple-tentacled poison turtle, then it didn't matter too much. Neither Chen Yan nor the young woman behind him seemed to have been willing to accept this outcome, but their condition was only turning worse with every passing moment. Finally, a few moments later, the young woman could no longer withstand the tentacle's attacks, as she was sent flying towards a tree in the distance. The moment that her body hit the gigantic, heavy bark earth tree, the young woman vomited blood without stop, before she ended up losing consciousness. Seeing the desperate expression on the young man's face, as he turned his head around to look at the young woman who had collapsed on the ground, Xianlong shook his head before he mumbled to himself. "I really shouldn't meddle with other people's business." Chapter 341, Powerful Poison. At the same time that he finished his words, a pill bottle had appeared in Xianlong's right hand, filled with a dark purple-colored liquid. Lu Mei was stunned for a moment, but a smile soon appeared on her face when she saw Xianlong's actions. She knew that Xianlong wasn't a person who would usually meddle in other people's business, unless there was a reason. Of course, Lu Mei didn't dislike this trait of his. She had already learned that, in the cultivation world, even if you lend a hand to help others, your hand may end up being bitten in the end. This didn't mean that all cultivators were ungrateful, but that taking a risk to help others may end up not only giving you nothing in return, but it could also harm your own life. The same rule applied for this young man and young woman in front of them. However, just like Xianlong, Lu Mei could also feel the strong emotions that the young man who was still fighting with the purple-tentacled poison turtle had for the young woman who had fallen on the ground. Despite the injuries that were accumulated in his body, the young man named Chen Yan still didn't try to run and abandon the young woman who had already lost her consciousness. Of course, part of that could have been because Chen Yan already knew that it was pointless to try and run in front of the purple-tentacled poison turtle by himself. Even the middle-aged man named Hao Qin had to sacrifice the early rank 9 middle-aged man in order to find a chance to escape. As he slowly walked forward, Xianlong then mumbled to himself with a serious look in his eyes. If these people really end up being ungrateful, little silver can have them as a meal tonight. As he finished his words, Shun Long jumped down from the 40 meters, 130 feet, tall tree, before he landed on the shore near the lake where the young man was still fighting with the 10 meters, 33 feet, tall poison turtle. When he noticed Shun Long approaching him while he was still fighting with the peak rank 4 magic beast in front of him, a shocked look appeared in Chen Yan's eyes, while faint glimmers of hope had also appeared in his heart. He knew that he would definitely be doomed if he had to fight the peak rank 4 purple tentacled poison turtle, by himself, but perhaps if this young man helped, then there would be a chance for them to escape. Of course, this also required this young man's strength to be at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm as well, or even better, a nascent soul stage expert, otherwise both of them would end up in the turtle's belly. Despite seeing the curious expression on Chen Yan's face, Shun Long didn't proactively try to make small talk with the man in front of him during the fight. Instead, his right hand threw the alchemy bottle filled with the dark purple-colored poison towards the purple tentacled poison turtle, without any hesitation. The turtle instantly turned its eyes towards Shun Long, and despite the fact that the poison was actually encased inside the pill bottle and didn't give off any aura, the peak rank 4 magic beast could still sense a feeling of danger coming from it. However, Shun Long's actions had already caught the powerful peak rank 4 magic beast completely unprepared. Without any time to dodge, before the pill bottle filled with the purple liquid could approach its giant head, the poison turtle used its own tentacles to slap the pill bottle away from its body. However, a scene that completely shocked the young man named Chen Yan suddenly unfolded in front of his eyes. Shun Long's pill bottle immediately exploded into fragmented pieces as soon as it came in contact with the 3 meters, 10 feet, long tentacle, spraying the liquid inside it all over the tentacle's surface. Miserable screams escaped the poison turtle's mouth, while its tentacles started slamming the ground around it with even more intensity than before. The pain coming from the soul-poisoning hell grass poison which directly attacked the soul, was extremely painful to the peak rank 4 magic beast. Its cries reverberated throughout the forest, making the magic beasts that were hidden in their nests feel its limitless anger, desolation and pain. And yet, in the end, these cries only lasted for less than 30 breaths of time, before the turtle's gigantic body lifelessly collapsed on the ground. Chen Yan was speechless as he stared at the unmoving huge body of the poison turtle, before he slowly backed away from it. Shun Long didn't seem to mind Chen Yan's reaction, and instead, he walked forward. Although the purple tentacled poison turtle was a powerful rank 4 magic beast, Shun Long was certain that it was completely dead by now. The fact that it had actually lasted for almost 30 breaths of time under the soul-poisoning hell grass poison had already exceeded his expectations. However, once he remembered that this was a magic beast whose tentacles were filled with powerful poison that could even affect an early rank 5 magic beast, it made sense. Placing his hand on top of the turtle's head, the 10 meters, 33 feet, long body of the peak rank 4 magic beast suddenly disappeared from the shore of the lake, as it appeared inside the space of the Stone of Time, right next to the herb garden. Chen Yan looked at Shun Long and the empty patch of grass where the turtle's huge body had collapsed just a moment ago with shocked eyes that were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that the powerful peak rank 4 magic beast had just collapsed from a single bottle that was most likely filled with poison. Instantly, wariness filled the young man's eyes. How powerful did the poison inside that pill bottle have to be in order to kill a peak rank 4 magic beast in 30 breaths of time? It had to be created from at least a rank 5 medicinal herb, right? As he slowly stepped backwards, Chen Yan's attention was suddenly focused on the young woman behind him, who had just lost consciousness after being hit by the purple tentacled poison turtle. Seeing that the woman's breathing had suddenly started to get weaker, anxiousness welled up in the young man's heart, and suppressing his fear of the unknown blue-robed young man in front of him, who was most likely a poison master, Chen Yan cupped his fists at Shun Long before he hurriedly ran towards the injured young woman. The moment that he saw her condition, however, the peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator felt as if the blood had suddenly been drained from his face. Without any delay, he took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring, and parted the young woman's lips before he placed a single pill inside her mouth, as he watched her condition with anxiousness and fear in his heart. At the same time, from the same tree that Shun Long had appeared a few moments ago, Chen Yan saw a white-robed young woman who had a white veil on her face, as she slowly flew next to the blue-robed young man who had thrown the poison bottle at the gigantic turtle. Chapter 342 Chen Yan. Looking at the young man named Chen Yan, who was waiting for the young woman in his arms to recover, Shun Long didn't say anything and instead just watched them quietly. Lu Mei however was stunned when she saw the purple mark in the woman's belly. She had already seen that the peak rank 4 magic beast's tentacles had already landed on the young woman's stomach with their attack, instantly disintegrating the part of her robes in that area while her face had already turned pale. Of course, Shun Long had also witnessed that scene, but he didn't choose to interfere now. Seeing Chen Yan had already fed her with a middle rank 5 antitoxin pill, Shun Long knew that the young woman's situation would slowly turn for the better. Of course, even with a middle rank 5 antitoxin pill, it would still take 2 days until the poison was completely expelled from the young woman's body. After all, even antitoxin pills weren't so magical that they would instantly expel the poison from someone's body if it had already started to affect them. Seeing that the young woman's expression on his face was slowly easing up, the young man named Chen Yan finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, Shun Long had already turned around, as he and Lu Mei started to walk deeper towards the lake in front of them. Of course, no matter how many adventurers and mercenaries had come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, it was impossible for them to explore every single place of this vast mountain range. Although it was likely that there was nothing important beneath the lake that the purple tentacled poison turtle was guarding, Shun Long was still going to check. Wait! Just as Shun Long and Lu Mei were about to enter inside the lake, the young man's voice from behind them sounded in their ears. Turning his head around, without a change in his expression, Shun Long stared at the young man who was still holding the young woman in his arms, before he asked seriously. What is it? Shaking his head, the young man looked at Shun Long and Lu Mei, before he cupped his hands and said in a serious tone. Brother, thank you for saving us. After a brief pause he then continued. My name is Chen Yan, and this is my sister, Chen Wuying. If it wasn't for your help, we would have definitely died today. If there is a way that I can repay you, you can ask for my help anytime. You can find me at the Mercenaries Association in the Heaven's Dome City in the future. Shun Long was stunned for a moment when he heard the familiar name of Heaven's Dome City, before his eyes sized up Chen Yan seriously. He suddenly remembered that there was the test for the so-called holy sect that was going to take place in the next 2 years and a few months, so it was natural for every peak rank 9 spirit realm expert who fulfilled the requirements to gather in the Heaven's Dome City in participation for the test. After all, who didn't want to expand their horizons and go to the central region, where their chances to become stronger and fulfill their dreams were endless? Of course, Shun Long didn't rule out the fact that Chen Yan may not have been willing to join the holy sect, and would instead try to join the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duanzhu. However, if that was the case, Shun Long guessed that Chen Yan wouldn't have told him that he could find him in the Mercenaries Association, so this possibility was very low. Of course, Shun Long didn't think that there was anything that he was going to ask Chen Yan to help him with, when he suddenly remembered that he didn't know enough things about this place called the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Remembering that Chen Yan was in a group with 4 other mercenaries, it was very likely that they had been in this place for quite a while, even if they were still close to the outskirts. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Long nodded his head, and holding Lu Mei's hand he walked towards Chen Yan who was still holding his sister in his arms. With a serious look in his eyes, Shun Long didn't intend to hide that this was his and Lu Mei's first time coming into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, as he said in a calm tone. My name is Shun Long, and this is my wife, Lu Mei. This is the first time that we come to this place, and we don't know much about the magic beasts or the regions here. Chen Yan's eyes instantly lit up when he heard Shun Long's words, as it wasn't hard to read between the lines of his sentence. Since Chen Yan wasn't new to this place, he would probably know which places are too dangerous and which aren't. With a smile on his face, the young man named Chen Yan nodded his head before he answered seriously. So it's brother Shun and sister Lu. Since it's your first time coming to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, let me explain the most important points. As you very likely may know, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is split into 3 main different regions, namely the northern region, the eastern region, and the western region. As for the south, that is mainly the outskirts, as well as the entrance of the mountain range itself. I have no idea how many miles the mountain range covers since it is said that no one has fully explored it just yet, but it is definitely one of the vastest and most dangerous places in our entire Night Star continent. However, brother Shun, you are lucky that you didn't choose to head towards the west and instead chose to come towards the north. Although we can still be considered to be mostly in the outskirts now and haven't really entered the northern region, both the north and the east are the only areas that should be explored. If you had chosen to go towards the west, then as soon as you left the outskirts, it is very likely that you would be attacked by a powerful rank 5 magic beast or even a rank 6 one. Seeing the expression of fear in Chen Yan's face, Shun Long verified that his previous guess was correct. Indeed, the western region of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is definitely more dangerous than the northern or the eastern regions. Without interrupting the young man in front of him, Shun Long continued to hear what Chen Yan knew about this place. With a mocking look on his face, Chen Yen looked at the lake ahead as he said with a rueful smile. Of course, even if you don't go to the western region, if you are unlucky enough, then you can definitely end up as me and my sister. There are many hidden powerful magic beasts even in the outskirts of the northern region, and this lake proved to be one of them. However, it's also true that the deeper you go into the eastern, the northern, or the western region, the more likely it is to face powerful magic beasts. After all, the more powerful some magic beasts are, the bigger their territory would be. Shun Long nodded his head, as he already knew about this even without Chen Yen mentioning it. This wasn't something specific to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but a characteristic of powerful magic beasts as a whole. After a brief moment of pause, Shun Long looked at Chen Yen's sister, Chen Wuying, whose face was still pale but her breathing had started to ease before he said seriously. Don't worry about the poison inside her. Although the purple-tentacled poison turtle's tentacles are poisonous, as long as you consume a high-grade rank 4 antitoxin pill within half an hour, there is no danger of dying. As long as you protect your sister for the next 2 days, her condition should be back to normal. Chen Yan's eyes lit up, before he cupped his fists once again as thanks. He didn't even know the name of the magic beast that had attacked their group, let alone the effects of its poison. The only thing that he could do after seeing his sister's condition, was feed her with a middle-grade rank 5 antitoxin pill and hope that it would be enough to resolve the issue. At the same time, his eyes fell on the 2 corpses of the middle-aged man and the woman who had already died to the poison turtle earlier, and a heavy feeling had appeared in his heart. Although his sister was able to parry the turtle's attacks to a certain extent, Chen Yen knew that the old man that he had called Old Han earlier, as well as that middle-aged woman, had both fallen headfirst into the turtle's tentacles, dying almost instantly from the impact of its attacks rather than the poison seeping inside their bodies. After chatting for a few more minutes with Chen Yen and having verified the most important issues that he and Lu Mei should take note of in this place, Shun Long cupped his hands at the young man in front of him before he and Lu Mei stood up and walked towards the lake behind him. Shun Long knew that it was very likely for some treasures to exist in the bottom of the lake itself. Chapter 343 Chen Yan's Request. Shun Long looked at the clear and cold waters in front of his feet, and after deliberating for a moment, he and Lu Mei both consumed a top-grade rank 4 antitoxin pill each, before Shun Long held her hand as he dove inside the lake. After all, as the den of a powerful peak rank 4 magic beast like the purple-tentacled poison turtle, Shun Long knew that despite the waters of the lake appearing crystal clear, there was a very high chance that they had been actually filled with the turtle's poison after such a long time. As he felt the clear waters around him, Shun Long entered deeper inside the lake with Lu Mei following right next to him. Of course, since this was still the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain region, no other magic beast would be allowed to survive in the same lake as the purple-tentacled poison turtle, as it would have already turned into food for the giant turtle. Barely 10 breaths of time had passed, until Shun Long and Lu Mei quickly reached the bottom of the small lake. A cave more than 20 meters, 66 feet, in height and almost 10 meters, 33 feet, in width could be seen at the depths of the lake, without any light coming from it. Standing in front of the cave's entrance, Shun Long thought seriously for a moment, before he used his spirit sense to cover his body. Although he had guessed that there shouldn't be any dangers inside the cave, he still prepared himself, before he and Lu Mei slowly entered inside. Shun Long couldn't use his spirit sense to cover the area around his body for a long time since it was extremely taxing to his spiritual strength, but luckily, the cave itself wasn't deep. Shun Long and Lu Mei didn't encounter any dangers, and half a minute later, they had already arrived at the end of the cave itself. Surprisingly, the cave wasn't empty, as more than 30 human skeletons were piled inside on top of each other. The moonlight coming from the sky could barely illuminate the cave itself, but it was bright enough for Shun Long to realize that most of these skeletons had most likely been buried in this place for a long time. Although there was nothing else inside the cave, more than 30 spatial rings found their way into Shun Long's hands. Despite the spatial rings being corroded due to the passage of time, as well as the amount of time that they had stayed underwater, they were still usable, as Shun Long found more than 140,000 middle-grade spirit stones inside them, as well as countless bottles of middle-grade rank 4, chi replenishing pills and antitoxin pills. Since there wasn't anything else inside the cave, Shun Long and Lu Mei didn't continue to stay in here, as they quickly swam back to the surface of the lake. After taking a look at his surroundings and seeing that there were still a few hours until morning, Shun Long decided to head deeper inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before he found a place to rest. Although this lake seemed to be relatively peaceful right now, however, once the magic beasts in the surrounding region realized that the peak rank 4 purple-tentacled poison turtle was already dead, they wouldn't hesitate to invade this area. At the same time, Chen Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Long and Lu Mei coming out from the lake so quickly. Of course, as a mercenary himself, he wouldn't ask if Shen Long had found anything inside the lake. However, seeing that Shen Long and Lu Mei were about to leave the area of the lake and head deeper inside the forest, Chen Yan took a deep breath before he shouted in a somewhat hesitant voice. "Brother Shen." Shen Long, who hadn't expected for Chen Yan to call for him, turned his head around to look at the young man who had now stood up and was cupping his hands at him. Shen Long noticed that there was a serious look in Chen Yan's eyes as he continued. "Brother Shen. I wonder if you are interested in cooperating with me." "Cooperate?" A look of curiosity flashed through Shen Long's eyes as he looked at the black-robed Chen Yan, while different possibilities flashed through his mind. He wants to cooperate. Is it because he saw the effectiveness of the soul-poisoning hell grass poison and wants to deal with a powerful magic beast, or is this actually a trap and he intends to rob me and Mayor instead? As these thoughts flashed through Shen Long's mind, he didn't choose to ask what Chen Yan needed help with, and instead, he stayed silent, as he waited to hear the man's reason before deciding. "Right." Chen Yan nodded his head when he saw that both Shen Long and Lu Mei were both silent after hearing his offer, before he continued. "The truth is, a month ago, our group discovered 2 stalks of a rank 5 icicle soul grass as we adventured in a mountain." Without waiting for Shen Long to respond, Chen Yan then continued. "Of course, as Brother Shen can guess, our group was extremely happy when we found the grass. After all, a single stalk of icicle soul grass is extremely valuable to any peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, let alone 2 of them." Shen Long was extremely shocked inwardly when he heard that there were 2 stalks of rank 5 icicle soul grass, and he almost failed to keep his expression in check. After all, the value of the icicle soul grass even exceeded that of the soul-poisoning hell grass itself. Shen Long also knew that Chen Yan was saying the truth when he said that this grass is extremely valuable to any peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator. It was because, in order for a cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage, they need to condense their soul in their spiritual space. And the icicle soul grass could actually help a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator during that process. However, at the same time, Shen Long considered the fact whether Chen Yan was actually lying. If they had really found 2 stalks of icicle soul grass, then it was extremely unlikely for Chen Yan to share this information with Shen Long. After all, a single stalk of icicle soul grass could be sold for more than 650,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 6,500 middle-grade ones. However, even if one had the spirit stones, they wouldn't necessarily be able to purchase a stalk of this grass. Shen Long was also aware that even the Alchemists' Guild of the Heaven's Dome City would at most have a single stalk of icicle soul grass as well. Chen Yan had a wary smile on his face as he looked at Shen Long and Lu Mei, before he continued his explanation. "However, as Brother Shen can guess, we were actually unable to obtain the stalks of icicle soul grass. It was because, at the peak of that mountain, there were a pair of gigantic snow apes who lived there." Chapter 344 Cooperating. Shen Long was stunned when he heard Chen Yan's last sentence, as he seemed to have understood why their group had failed. A pair of snow apes. Shen Long knew that the snow apes were at least rank 5 magic beasts in their adulthood. Almost as if he had guessed Shen Long's thoughts, Chen Yan continued with a mocking expression on his face. As Brother Shen can guess, the snow apes had reached the rank 5, and their strength was equivalent to powerful nascent soul stage experts. Not only were we unable to get close to the icicle soul grass, but we almost died in the process. We were lucky that the snow apes weren't willing to chase us too far from the mountain, in case that someone else tried to steal the stalks of the grass from them during that time. Shen Long nodded his head, before he fell silent for a few moments, as different possibilities flashed through his mind. Although it was rare, it wasn't impossible for a stalk of icicle soul grass to appear in this 10,000 beasts mountain range. As for the snow apes, it was natural for Chen Yan and his group to be unable to face off against them. After all, snow apes were indeed rank 5 magic beasts and they weren't among the weakest ones. Even an early nascent soul stage expert wouldn't necessarily be able to stay alive, if they had to fight against 2 early rank 5 snow apes head-on. If these apes had reached the middle or the late stages, then the situation would be even worse. Even Shen Long and Lu Mei couldn't ensure their safety facing off against 2 powerful rank 5 snow apes, even with the poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass. However, even with these thoughts in mind, there could only be one reason why Chen Yan was willing to share this information with Shen Long and Lu Mei, instead of keeping it to himself and searching for another group to explore that area in the future. Looking at Chen Yan in front of him, Shun Long stared at the man's eyes before he asked seriously. Was that man named Hao Qin part of your group when you found the icicle soul grass? A wary smile once again appeared in Chen Yan's face, and nodding his head he said with a pained look on his face. Brother Shun is right. Shun Long nodded his head without saying anything else in response, as he thought seriously for a few moments. Indeed, if Hao Qin and that peak rank 6 spirit realm cultivator who was along with him also knew about this matter, then it makes sense for Chen Yan to share this information with me and Mayor instead of trying to keep it to himself. After all, for 2 stalks of icicle soul grass, it's very likely that Hao Qin will also try to recruit a stronger group and try to steal them, before Chen Yan even has a chance to do so. Of course, I can't rule out the fact that this may actually be a trap, but in the end, there is no reason to refuse. As these thoughts flashed through Shun Long's mind, he finally turned his eyes to look at the anxious Chen Yan who was waiting for his answer, as well as Lu Mei who knew that Shun Long was analyzing the situation and had stayed silent. Staring at the man in front of him, Shun Long eventually nodded his head before he said seriously. We can split the stalks of icicle soul grass evenly. However, I need both of the beast cores of the snow apes. Of course, if there is any part of their body that you need, then you can take it as well. Chen Yan stared at Shun Long with a dumbfounded expression on his face. 2 breaths of time later, he hurriedly shook his head, before he waved his hands and said in a tone that didn't conceal his fear in the slightest. No, Brother Shun, a stalk of icicle soul grass is actually more than enough. Chen Yan couldn't believe how crazy Shun Long actually was, and stared at him and the young woman next to him with hints of fear in his eyes. He was planning to hunt the rank 5 snow apes. Chen Yan's own plan had been to attract the snow apes' attention, before Shun Long or himself moved to steal the stalks of icicle soul grass under their noses. As for the matter of hunting the snow apes, this possibility didn't even flash through the black-robed man's mind. After all, the snow apes were powerful rank 5 magic beasts. Even if he used all of his tricks, Chen Yan wouldn't be able to last more than a couple breaths of time against them. Chen Yan's eyes landed on the crazy young man and young woman in front of him, before he shook his head while an ugly smile was now plastered on his face. No matter what, this was his only hope of obtaining the icicle soul grass. If he waited until he left the 10,000 Beasts mountain region and gathered his own team, in case that Hao Qin had already found a way to steal the icicle soul grass by then, Chen Yan would most likely regret this for the rest of his life. Since he had no other option, he could only hope that Shun Long's poison would be effective enough to deal with the snow apes. Seeing that Chen Yan had agreed, Shun Long nodded his head as this was within his expectations. With Chen Yan's strength, he was probably just a step away from entering the nascent soul stage. If he really obtained the icicle soul grass, then he would most likely be able to break through the moment that he consumed it. Even within the Heaven's Dome City, Shun Long assumed that Chen Yan wouldn't be too weak among the peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators. After taking a look at Chen Yan's sister, Chen Wuying, and saw that she was still unconscious, Shun Long had a calm look on his face as he turned his eyes towards the black-robed Chen Yan and said calmly. Let's head towards that mountain right now. Chapter 345 Chen Wuying's Poison. Ah. Chen Yan was caught off guard by Shun Long's suggestion. Understanding what the young man was thinking, Shun Long pointed at their surroundings before he continued. Once the magic beasts around this place notice that the purple-tentacled poison turtle is dead, they will certainly storm this place to claim this area as their own. A look of realization flashed through Chen Yan's eyes, looking like he had neglected this matter. Indeed, since they were still closer to the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he had forgotten that there may be other powerful early and middle rank 4 magic beasts in the surrounding area. Although Chen Yan was confident that he could deal with almost any middle rank 4 magic beast by himself, even as a peak rank 9 spirit realm expert, he would be unable to fight against a dozen of early and middle rank 4 magic beasts without risking his sister's life. Seeing that Chen Yan understood his meaning, Shun Long turned his head to look at Lu Mei and smiled at her, before they headed deeper inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Chen Yan grabbed his sister who was still unconscious, and carrying her on his back, he followed after Shun Long and Lu Mei as they left the lake of the purple-tentacled poison turtle behind them. A little more than an hour later, the roars of angry magic beasts resounded throughout the forest. Turning his head around to look behind them, Chen Yan exhaled a sigh of relief once he made sure that there were no magic beasts chasing after them, before he turned his eyes towards Shun Long and Lu Mei. After thinking seriously for a moment and realizing that he didn't know when Hao Qin would gather a team to try and get the icicle soul grass, he looked at Shun Long before he said in a serious voice. Brother Shun, the mountain that I mentioned is towards the northeast of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Do you want to head there right away? After thinking seriously for a moment, Shun Long looked at Chen Yen who was still holding his sister, before he shook his head and said after a moment of deliberation. Let's find a place to rest for a couple of days. I don't think that Hao Qin can find a team and get there faster than us. A look of gratitude appeared in Chen Yan's face when he understood the meaning behind Shun Long's words. They could wait until his sister expelled the poison from her body before they continued moving forward. Of course, Shun Long didn't think of himself as a good person for doing this. It was simply better to wait 2 days for Chen Wuying to expel the poison of the purple-tentacled poison turtle, rather than carrying a person who was dead weight along with them. After all, Chen Yan wouldn't be able to fight while holding his sister in case that any magic beast attacked them, and Shun Long couldn't casually just enter the foggy space in the stone of time and make endless amounts of the soul-poisoning hell grass poison. If they were to casually take their time and move forward, it wouldn't matter, but this time it was a race against Hao Qin and his own team. Once the news of the rank 5 icicle soul grass started to spread, then it was unknown how many peak rank 9 spirit realm experts would flock to this place. Half an hour later, after traveling through the forest, Shun Long's group found an isolated cave, not too far from their current location. After placing Chen Wuying on the ground, Chen Yen smiled politely at Shun Long and Lu Mei, before he closed his eyes to recover. After all, although Chen Yen wasn't poisoned like Chen Wuying, Shun Long acutely noticed that the injuries in his body were actually much worse than his sister's. Shun Long nodded his head at Chen Yen, before he and Lu Mei sat down to cultivate. Since Chen Yen and Chen Wuying were in the cave along with him and Lu Mei, Shun Long couldn't enter the foggy space in the stone of time, so he simply sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to further his comprehension in the Tao of time. The night soon passed, and as the sun rays started to peer through the cave's entrance as they illuminated the interior of the cave, Shun Long heard a groan coming from the young woman next to Chen Yen before he opened his eyes. He then saw the black-dressed Chen Wuying who had already opened her eyes, but her body was still extremely weak. Her groan had also alerted Lu Mei and Chen Yen, making the latter have a joyous expression on his face as he looked at his sister who had finally opened her eyes. Chen Wuying looked around the cave in confusion, before she spotted Shun Long and Lu Mei, immediately placing herself on guard. Chen Yen smiled before he introduced Shun Long and Lu Mei to his sister, explaining how they had survived against the peak rank 4 purple-tentacled poison turtle after she had lost consciousness. With a grateful expression on her face, Chen Wuying bowed her head towards the handsome young man and the white-veiled young woman in front of her, before she said happily. "Thank you for saving us, elder brother Shun, big sister Lu." Shun Long simply smiled lightly in response while Lu Mei did the same beneath her white veil. Once she heard that Shun Long and Lu Mei were going to help them take the icicle soul grass, a shocked expression had appeared in Chen Wuying's eyes after understanding that her older brother had spoken about this already, but after thinking about it for a moment, she eventually gritted her teeth before she nodded her head. Indeed, there was no way for her and Chen Yen to claim the stalks of the icicle soul grass by themselves. At the same time, she remembered how Chin's and the young man's betrayal last night and the hatred in her heart was becoming even more intense. Shun Long nodded his head when he noticed that a few minutes later, the young woman had already calmed down her emotions and closed her eyes, as she focused on expelling the poison from her body. Half a day soon passed, as the smell of sulfur assaulted Shun Long's nose, before it slowly filled the entire cave, forcing Lu Mei and Chen Yen to open their eyes as well. As Shun Long turned his eyes towards Chen Wuying, he saw a black-colored liquid dripping from her black robes, before it was slowly absorbed into the ground. Shun Long clearly understood that this was the poison from the purple-tentacled poison turtle. Seeing that Chen Wuying had completely expelled the poison from her body, Chen Yen had a bright smile on his face, before he turned his eyes towards Shun Long and Lu Mei, and said with great eagerness. "Brother Shun, since Wuying is fine, let's not waste any more time here. Let me personally lead the way for us." Shun Long nodded his head when he saw that Chen Yen offered to lead the way to the mountain of the snow apes. It seemed that his anxiousness to obtain the icicle soul grass was in no way fake. Nodding his head, Shun Long and Lu Mei both left the cave along with Chen Yen and Chen Wuying. Chen Yen had a serious look in his eyes as he surveyed their surroundings for a few moments, before he turned his eyes towards Shun Long and said seriously. "Brother Shun, according to my estimations, it will take us less than 2 days until we reach the Snow Apes Mountain." Shun Long nodded his head, and without saying another word, his group headed towards the northeast. 2 days quickly passed in the blink of an eye, before an eye-catching, snow-white mountain appeared in the distance. Chapter 346 Rank 5 Snow Ape. Chen Yan excitedly turned his head to look at Shun Long, before he said in a voice that couldn't hide his joy. Brother Shun. That's the mountain of the snow apes. Shun Long nodded his head, as his eyes stared at the gigantic mountain in the distance that was covered in snow. Indeed, it had only taken 2 days for them to arrive here. In these 2 days, their journey had also been relatively smooth, as less than a handful of middle-rank 4 magic beasts ended up attacking them. Of course, with Chen Yan as the scout leading the way, none of these magic beasts could last for more than 10 hits against the peak rank 9 Spirit Realm Cultivator. Although Chen Yan was curious about Shun Long's actual strength, he knew that since they were going to count on Shun Long's poison to fight against the snow apes, it would be his job to deal with the magic beasts that attacked them on the way until they arrived. Staring at the white mountain in the distance, Shun Long thought seriously for a moment, before he took out 3 bottles filled with the poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass, and handed 2 of them to Lu Mei, and 1 of them to Chen Yan. As for Chen Wuying, despite her cultivation being at the peak of rank 6, she was most likely be unable to help against a pair of rank 5 snow apes. Shun Long had already taken the time during the past 2 days, to formulate a plan in his mind in order to deal with the 2 powerful snow apes. He couldn't just use brute strength to fight against 2 rank 5 magic beasts, who may have even reached the middle or even the peak of rank 5, unless he summoned Little Silver. As for Little Black, he had no intentions of exposing the black dragon, and was content into leaving him to munch on the stalks of dragon blood grass inside the Stone of Time. Chen Wuying looked at Shun Long with an aggrieved expression on her face, when she noticed that he had handed 2 bottles filled with poison to Lu Mei and 1 to her brother, while completely ignoring her. In her mind, it was completely normal to hand a bottle of poison to her brother since he was a powerful peak rank 9 Spirit Realm expert, but giving 2 bottles to a middle rank 4 Spirit Realm cultivator like Lu Mei and ignore her who was a powerful peak rank 6 Spirit Realm expert didn't make sense. Of course, Shun Long wasn't going to personally explain anything to Chen Wuying. Instead, it was Chen Yan who shot her a look indicating for her to stay silent. Shun Long barely threw a glance at the young woman in black robes, before he turned his eyes towards Lu Mei with a calm look on his face. Lu Mei smiled gently behind her white veil, since Shun Long had already explained his plan to her yesterday. Seeing that Lu Mei had understood his intentions, Shun Long smiled at her lightly before he turned his eyes towards Chen Yan. Then, with a serious look on his face, he looked at the black-robed young man in front of him before he said, "Let's go and confirm the situation first." Chen Yan had a solemn expression on his face now that they were ready to face 2 powerful rank 5 magic beasts. After turning his head around and indicating to his sister to stay silent, he and Shun Long headed towards the white mountain in the distance. Snow had filled the mountain, from its peak, all the way past the foot of the mountain, extending towards the forest where Shun Long's group were at. Shun Long and Chen Yan cautiously walked forward, their feet leaving deep footprints in the snow as they slowly climbed the mountain. At the same time, inside the Stone of Time, Little Black suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the distance ahead of Shun Long for a moment, before he closed them once again with a bored look on his face, as he continued munching on the stalks of dragon blood grass in front of him. Half an hour quickly passed by, until Shun Long and Chen Yan arrived just a few hundred meters away from the mountain's peak. With an excited expression on his face, Chen Yan turned his head to the side to look at Shun Long, before he pointed towards the peak of the mountain, at 2 light blue-colored stalks of grass that were protruding from the mountain's peak and said in a low voice, "Brother Shun, these are the stalks of the icicle soul grass." Shun Long nodded his head while a bright light flashed through his eyes as he instantly recognized the 2 stalks of icicle soul grass as well. At the same time that Shun Long and Chen Yan had arrived at this place and were looking at the 2 crystal-like stalks of grass, a loud roar that shook the entire mountain came from the snow-white peak. Roar! The moment that he heard the loud roar, Shun Long immediately circulated the Monarch's hourglass, as the invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body. The color of his eyes instantly turned golden, as a new scene appeared in Shun Long's mind. A large silhouette appeared from the mountain's peak, as it ran towards Shun Long's and Chen Yan's location, shaking the mountain beneath its feet in the process. It was a large ape more than 7 meters, 22.9 feet, tall, with long limbs and a snow-white fur covering its body. Shun Long's eyes instantly turned serious, and without any hesitation, a gust of wind appeared around his feet as he activated the gale steps, before he jumped backwards and headed towards the foot of the snow mountain. Chen Yan's face paled when he saw the powerful rank 5 snow ape running towards his and Shun Long's direction, but the peak rank 9 Spirit Realm cultivator didn't lag behind Shun Long in the slightest, as he ran towards the foot of the mountain as well. Shun Long had a serious look in his eyes as he turned his head around, and noticed that the gigantic snow ape was still chasing after him. At the same time, Shun Long instantly realized that the aura coming from this snow ape wasn't at the early rank 5, but at the middle of rank 5 instead. Chapter 347 Fighting the Snow Ape. Chen Yan had already told Shun Long that the snow ape that had chased after their group last time was at the early rank 5, but the other one that had only appeared at the mountain's peak and hadn't chased after them was unknown whether it was at the same level as the first. Since their group was too far away the last time, they couldn't confirm the strength of the second snow ape and could only speculate that it was at the early rank 5 as well. However, seeing that the powerful middle rank 5 magic beast that was now chasing after them was actually at the middle of rank 5 instead, made Chen Yan's heart constrict in fear. At the same time, shock had filled the peak rank 9 spirit realm expert's face when he noticed that Shun Long's cultivation was actually at the middle of rank 4 of the spirit realm. The person whom he had guessed that he was most likely a gold-grade poison master was actually just a middle-stage spirit realm cultivator. And yet, once he remembered the poison that Shun Long was carrying with him, Chen Yan didn't dare to belittle Shun Long in his heart. At the same time that these thoughts flashed through the peak rank 9 spirit realm expert's mind, another rank 5 snow ape had appeared at the top of the mountain, watching Shun Long and Chen Yan with a cold look in its eyes. This snow ape seemed hesitant to give chase, and in the end, it decided to just keep watch from the mountain peak instead. Shun Long, who turned his head around to check the situation, had already expected this outcome. After all, he already knew that the snow apes were magic beasts whose intelligence wasn't low. Since the snow apes knew that humans would most likely come here to take the icicle soul grass, there was no way that they would leave the 2 stalks of grass unattended. As Shun Long and Chen Yan were descending from the mountain, Chen Yan looked at Shun Long and was about to speak, when a shocking scene suddenly appeared in his eyes. An army of jade-white skeletons holding crystal-like bone swords, were led by 12 huge knights dressed in black armor, as they all ascended the mountain like an unstoppable army, as they headed towards their direction. Fear appeared in Chen Yan's heart when he saw the shocking scene in front of him. Although the aura of the skeletons and the black-armored knights was extremely weak in front of him, if he really wasted time fighting these creatures, Chen Yan was certain that the middle rank 5 snow ape would definitely catch up to him. After all, the powerful middle rank 5 magic beast had already been closing the gap between them extremely quickly during this time. As for Shun Long, although Chen Yan knew that his poison was indeed terrifying, even if it could affect the ghastly creatures in front of them, in the end he probably only had just a few more bottles left. Seeing the despair that had appeared in Chen Yan's eyes, Shun Long turned his eyes to look at him before he said in a calm voice, "Don't fight against them." Confusion filled the peak rank 9 spirit realm expert's eyes, but seeing the calm look that the blue-robed young man next to him had, he gritted his teeth before he nodded his head in response. As Shun Long and Chen Yan dove head-on in the midst of the undead army, Lu Mei's undead knights and skeletons looked like they couldn't even see the 2 young men around them, as they continued forward towards the gigantic snow ape. Roar! The snow ape roared angrily as it jumped forward, landing in the middle of Lu Mei's undead army. Without any suspense, the powerful middle rank 5 magic beast tore through the army that blocked its way without any obstruction, like a giant that was swinging its arms, crushing tens of enemies with every swing. It didn't matter whether it was the 3 meters, 10 feet, tall undead knights, or the jade-white skeletons that stood in the snow ape's path, they were all crushed under the terrifying magic beast's arms and feet one after another. The 7 meters, 22.9 feet, tall ape, swung its long limbs and destroyed everything that dared to stand in front of it, as it continued to chase after Shun Long and Chen Yan. It was clear that the snow ape had already recognized Chen Yan, and wouldn't let him leave a second time. However, just as the snow-furred ape swung its left arm and destroyed a black-armored undead knight, the knight who was actually holding a bottle filled with a dark purple threw it towards the ape's chest, before his body was destroyed by the ape's attack. The snow ape felt a sudden sense of danger when it saw the dark purple liquid flying towards it, as its instincts of a middle rank 5 magic beast screamed at it to avoid the pill bottle. The powerful rank 5 magic beast jumped to the side, as it hurriedly avoided the bottle filled with the purple liquid, that landed a few tens of meters away from it and fell to the ground. Before the ape had a chance to move, however, another undead knight had appeared behind it and threw a second identical pill bottle towards the ape's head. The snow ape had no room to dodge this time, as it had just landed on its feet when it saw the second pill bottle flying towards it, and using its long right arm, it slapped the pill bottle back towards the black-armored knight. As soon as it came in contact with the ape's arm, however, the pill bottle exploded into countless fragments, before the dark purple liquid inside it landed on the ape's snow-white fur. Groar! Under Shun Long's and Chen Yan's gazes, the snow ape let out painful screams, as the terrifying poison started to affect it almost instantly. The snow ape suddenly started to rampage around due to the pain, moving its arms and legs wildly, destroying tens of skeletons around it in the process. Chen Yan, who was standing a few meters next to Shen Long, unconsciously opened the distance between them as he stared at the powerful middle rank 5 snow ape that was writhing in pain with disbelief in his eyes. At the same time, the snow ape on top of the mountain's peak heard its companion's roars, and after hesitating for a moment, it headed towards the foot of the mountain as well. Barely 2 minutes however had passed, when the powerful middle rank 5 snow ape's cries slowly came to a halt, before its gigantic body collapsed on the ground. Chapter 348 Enraged Snow Ape. A shocked expression appeared on Chen Yan's face when he saw the middle rank 5 magic beast that had suddenly stopped breathing. In less than 2 minutes, a powerful middle rank 5 snow ape had lost its life. Roar! A powerful roar filled with anger and fury reverberated throughout the forest, shaking the entire snow-white mountain in front of Shen Long, as the second snow ape's aura was now filled with killing intent and was about to go berserk. Its eyes that were originally a yellow color had already turned red now, as the snow ape descended the mountain at an extremely rapid pace heading towards Shen Long and Chen Yan. The look in Shen Long's eyes had turned serious while Chen Yan also had a solemn expression on his face. It was obvious that Shen Long's plan had certainly involved taking care of the first snow ape, but the second one was up to him and Shen Long to take care of. Chen Yan only needed a few moments to understand that the bizarre undead army of skeletons and undead knights in front of him had something to do with the white-veiled Lu Mei. Seeing that the black-armored knights had already expended the 2 bottles of poison that Shen Long had handed to Lu Mei, Chen Yan knew that the second snow ape wouldn't be as easy to take care of. At the same time, a few meters away from Lu Mei, Chen Wuying had a shocked expression on her face as she stared at the white-robed young woman next to her. She still didn't understand how Lu Mei could summon an army of skeletons out of nowhere. At the same time, her eyes scrutinized Lu Mei with confusion as well as curiosity inside them, trying to understand what Dao this white-veiled young woman next to her had comprehended. Lu Mei however didn't seem to pay any attention to the black-robed Chen Wuying, as her eyes stared at the second snow ape that was moving towards Shen Long with apprehension inside her gaze. Although Lu Mei had absolute confidence in Shen Long, she knew that handling an early rank 5 magic beast was extremely dangerous. The enraged snow ape furiously stomped on the ground, and in just a few moments it had already arrived in the midst of Lu Mei's undead army. The snow ape stared at the remaining undead knights around it with hatred in its eyes, before it violently swung its long arms like 2 long hammers that were flying towards them. The middle rank 4 spirit realm undead knights as well as the jade-white skeletons around them, couldn't even last for a second against the snow ape's enraged attacks. The moment that the snow ape's fists landed on the undead knights, the black armor around them broke into countless pieces, before their bodies slowly turned into dust. The fate of the jade-white skeletons wasn't any different either, as their bones were pulverized after meeting with the powerful snow ape's attacks. Seeing that Lu Mei's army was quickly getting destroyed, Shen Long first glanced at the frozen-like Chen Yan, before a gust of wind appeared around his feet, as he moved towards the early rank 5 magic beast by himself. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment when he saw the angry snow ape easily destroying the undead army in front of it without any obstruction, but seeing Shen Long moving forward, he gritted his teeth before he also did the same. He knew that he wouldn't have any face to claim even a single stalk of the icicle soul grass if he just stayed behind and watched without lifting a finger. Besides, Chen Yan also knew that, if they didn't make their move now that the snow ape was still destroying the skeletons and the undead knights around it, he and Shen Long may not even survive against it just by themselves. Seeing that Chen Yan had decided to attack as well, Shen Long nodded his head, before a pill bottle filled with a dark purple liquid appeared in his hand. Shen Long knew that the snow ape would definitely be prepared for any attacks that used the poison of the soul-poisoning hell grass after having witnessed it once. At the same time, turning his eyes towards Chen Yan, Shen Long didn't seem to be in a hurry to make his own move, as he allowed the young man behind him to first attract the early rank 5 snow ape's attention. Nodding his head, an armor of ice appeared around Chen Yan's body as he rushed forward, towards the snow ape. The snow ape's red eyes instantly noticed the black-robed young man clad in ice armor who was flying towards it, before it swung its tail at him using its full strength. The moment that he appeared in the snow ape's range of attack, Chen Yan threw the pill bottle in his hands towards the ape's chest, before the ape's white tail met with his ice armor. The moment that the early rank 5 snow ape's tail landed on Chen Yan's armor, cracks resounded through the air before Chen Yan was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, at an even faster speed than the one he was flying towards the snow ape. Boom! Chen Yan's body crashed through some of the snow-covered trees behind him, before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His ice armor was only able to withstand a single hit of the early rank 5 magic beast before it collapsed, and yet Chen Yan had also been injured. Chen Yan couldn't believe this as he felt his internal injuries that weren't light at all. The ice armor was a martial skill that he could use every 6 hours, and it was also his most powerful defensive martial skill. 2 days ago, when their group had fought with the purple tentacled poison turtle, Chen Yan's ice armor had been able to withstand more than 10 of the peak rank 4 poison turtle's attacks before it collapsed, and yet the early rank 5 snow ape had managed to destroy it in a single move. Was this the true power of an enraged early rank 5 magic beast, that was equal to a nascent soul stage expert? Shen Long was also stunned when he saw the might of the early rank 5 snow ape, but he didn't stop his actions when he noticed that the snow ape's attention was still focused on Chen Yan. Raising his right hand, he slashed the air in front of him, opening a space tear, before he tossed the bottle filled with the soul-poisoning hell grass poison inside. Chapter 349, Grabbing the Spoils. The snow ape seemed to have noticed that something was wrong, as it hurriedly moved to the side almost out of instinct, but since its attention had already been focused on Chen Yan, who had collapsed on the ground this whole time, the early rank 5 magic beasts was a step too late. The pill bottle filled with the poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass appeared inside the snow ape's body, before the space tear closed. As the small bottle landed on the powerful rank 5 magic beast's body, it broke into many small pieces before the dark purple liquid inside it started to seep inside the snow ape's body. Grower. Cries filled with pain and endless killing intent erupted from the powerful magic beast's body, as the snow ape started to roll on the ground in pain. The potency of the poison from the soul-poisoning soul grass, however, was strong enough to kill even a middle rank 5 snow ape, let alone an early rank 5 one. The snow ape's cries lasted for less than 20 breaths of time, before the powerful rank 5 magic beast lifelessly collapsed on the ground. Chen Yan, who had just stood up, couldn't believe the scene in front of his eyes, but the injuries on his chest told him that everything he saw was real. The 2 powerful rank 5 magic beasts that had almost killed him and his sister the last time that they were in this place, were now lying motionless on the ground. No, it was only one of these magic beasts that had chased after their group the last time, otherwise, there was no way that they would have escaped alive. Of course, the black-robed peak rank 9 spirit realm expert didn't feel any sense of pity for the 2 powerful rank 5 magic beasts in front of him. The nature of magic beasts was to devour other humans and magic beasts alike. Even if Chen Yan didn't invade their mountain, the snow apes would occasionally roam around the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and hunt humans and other magic beasts by themselves. At the same time, his eyes were instead focused at the top of the mountain, where the 2 stalks of icicle soul grass were waiting for them. However, due to his injuries, Chen Yan could only suppress his desire to get the stalk of grass as soon as possible, and instead, he sat on the snowy ground and consumed a high-grade rank 4 healing pill. Lu Mei and Chen Wuying, who were still inside the forest, quickly approached the snow mountain in front of them, as they both went close to Shen Long and Chen Yan accordingly. Shen Long smiled at Lu Mei, who had executed the plan in the best way possible. He clearly knew that Lu Mei had personally controlled the 2 undead knights that had thrown the 2 bottles of the soul-poisoning hell grass poison to the first snow ape using her own spiritual strength. From the start, Shen Long's plan had been to have Lu Mei send her undead army up to follow after them, a few minutes after he and Chen Yan had started to climb the mountain, and intercept the snow ape that would soon chase them. Lu Mei took this chance to imbue her spiritual strength in 2 of her undead knights and personally control them during the fight, which was why she could hit the gigantic 7 meters (22.9 feet) tall snow ape with the second bottle that was filled with the poison of the soul-poisoning hell grass. Of course, if the middle rank 5 snow ape hadn't placed its attention on Shen Long and Chen Yan, who had acted as bait during that time, it wouldn't have been caught off guard by the 2 weak undead knights that were hiding the poison inside their armor, no matter whether it was a sneak attack or not. This was the main reason why Shen Long had placed his attention on him and Chen Yan heading up the mountain first. Even then, Shen Long wasn't completely certain that the snow ape would have been caught off guard and get hit by the poison, but that there was simply a high chance of it happening. At the same time, Lu Mei also realized the importance of swordsmanship when she was controlling the bodies of the undead knights. After all, each of her black-armored knights was wielding a 2 meters (6.6 feet) long black greatsword. Although her combat strength would definitely rise when she used her own spiritual strength and chi to control her undead knights, she also needed to be proficient in the weapons that they used to control them better. Although she didn't directly fight by having her undead knights control their swords this time, this didn't lower the importance of this matter. With a light smile on his face, Shen Long first placed the bodies of the early rank 5 and the middle rank 5 snow apes inside the Stone of Time, before he climbed the snow mountain heading towards its peak. Neither Chen Yan nor Chen Wuying objected when they saw Shen Long taking the bodies of the two powerful rank 5 magic beasts. After all, Chen Yan didn't care about the rank 5 magic beasts that much. Instead, what he fervently wanted, was the icicle soul grass so he could break through to the nascent soul stage in one go. Of course, the bodies of the rank 5 snow apes were extremely useful to Shen Long. After all, he was planning to use the snow ape's beast cores to refine the dragon blood grass into pills. A couple of minutes later, without facing any obstruction, Shen Long arrived at the mountain's peak, where 2 stalks of crystal-like grass were growing from the small crevice. With a light smile on his face, Shen Long carefully dug out the 2 crystal-like rank 5 medicinal herbs from the crevice, before he placed 1 stalk inside the herb garden in the Stone of Time. After taking another look at the mountain peak and making sure that there was nothing else of value in this place, Shen Long headed back to the foot of the snow mountain. Seeing Shen Long returning from the peak of the mountain, Chen Yan was completely unable to conceal the fervent look in his eyes as he stared at the crystal-like grass in Shen Long's hands. Ignoring his injuries, the peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator stood up hurriedly, as he smiled and said, "Brother Shen." Shen Long nodded his head at the black-robed young man, before he tossed him the stalk of the icicle soul grass in his hands. No matter what, since he had promised to give it to him and Chen Yan had also participated in the fight against the snow apes, Shen Long wouldn't go back on his word. Holding the rank 5 icicle soul grass in his hands, an excited expression had appeared in Chen Yan's eyes as he cupped his hands in thanks. Then, with a smile on his face, the young man looked at Shen Long and Lu Mei who still had the white veil on her face before he asked curiously. "Brother Shen, Sister Lu, me and my sister are going to return back to the Heaven's Dome City. Do you want to come with us?" Chapter 350 Future Plans. Shen Long smiled lightly when he heard Chen Yan's offer, but he didn't even consider it before he shook his head in response. Return to the Heaven's Dome City? He and Lu Mei had left the city because they weren't strong enough. Although their cultivation had definitely advanced a lot since then, but in front of the strongest people of the younger generation of the Night Star continent, they would be unable to even put up a fight. Forget about the strongest people of the continent, even Chen Yan's cultivation is more than 5 minor ranks above mine and Mayor's. Don't even mention those who have already reached the nascent soul stage like the 3rd princess of the Dark Elves or the blue-haired young master of the Golden Exchange firm, Hu Lu, as well as the rest of the people at the top of the rankings. As this thought flashed through Shen Long's mind, he was even more determined to become stronger. Seeing that Lu Mei had also stayed silent, obviously agreeing with Shen Long's decision, Chen Yan sighed before he shook his head and cupped his hands in response. Then, with a smile on his face, he first turned his eyes to look at his sister, before he looked at Shen Long and said with a light smile on his face. "In that case, Brother Shen, let's part ways here. If we are lucky enough to meet in the future, then let's have drinks together." Shen Long nodded his head at the smiling Chen Yan and Chen Wuying who was actually pouting her lips as she looked at him. As the 2 siblings left, Lu Mei turned her head to look at Shen Long, and after a moment's hesitation, she asked seriously. "Long Ji, do you want to join the holy sect?" After she had seen the eager look in Chen Yan's face once he received the icicle soul grass, Lu Mei understood that practically everyone from the younger generation of the Night Star continent would be willing to join the holy sect or the Demon Emperor Palace and go to the central region. Shen Long thought seriously for a moment after hearing Lu Mei's question, before he shook his head and said. "That will depend on what kind of sect it really is. If it's a sect that restricts its disciples from even leaving the sect's premises like the Floating Cloud sect, then of course there is no reason for us to join. At the same time, it doesn't make much of a difference whether we join the Holy Sect or the Demon Emperor Palace. However, if this is the only way to leave the Night Star continent, then we will most likely have to join one of these powers in the future." After a moment of deliberation, Shen Long had a mocking smile on his face as he continued. "Of course, if they are sects like the Floating Cloud sect, then I don't mind using them until we arrive at the central region before I leave." Lu Mei nodded her head with a serious look in her eyes when she heard Shen Long's words. Indeed, if they didn't want to stay confined in the Night Star continent forever, then they had to go towards the central region if they wanted to become stronger. After all, Lu Mei already knew that Shen Long had certain things that he had to do in the future. She also knew that Shen Long had some kind of secret inside his body, even if he hadn't explicitly explained what it was, so if he suddenly ended up disappearing again just like the last time in the City of Sin, he needed to be strong enough in order to stay alive the next time. Of course, it wasn't that Shen Long didn't trust Lu Mei, which was why he didn't tell her about the Stone of Time, but because he knew that the mental burden from a secret like this would definitely pressure Lu Mei a lot. At the same time, Lu Mei didn't care too much about what kind of secret Shen Long had in his body either. As long as he was safe and they continued to stay together, then this was enough for her. Seeing that Lu Mei had understood his intentions, Shen Long smiled at her before he held her hand and said seriously, "Mayor, let's look for a place to rest for the next few days." Seeing Lu Mei nod her head, Shen Long took a look around their surroundings, before they actually left the snow mountain behind them. Of course, the environment around the mountain's peak was actually very good for Shen Long and Lu Mei to stay in this place, but considering that the disappearance of the two snow apes would soon attract the attention of the powerful rank 5 magic beasts from nearby, made Shen Long's plans of staying here nothing but a fleeting thought that was soon extinguished. At the same time, Shen Long didn't forget that the middle-aged man named Hao Qin would sooner or later come to this place to obtain the stalks of icicle soul grass. Although Shen Long had the poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass, there was no reason to put himself in an unfavorable situation to fight against the peak rank 9 spirit realm expert. At the same time, if the man brought a group of more than 6 people, among of which there were even a few nascent soul stage experts, Shen Long knew that after exposing the soul-poisoning hell grass poison to kill the first few people, the rest of them would be on their guards against it, making the rest of the fight even harder. As for summoning Little Silver to take care of these people, unless absolutely necessary, Shen Long wasn't willing to expose the Black Panther in this den of magic beasts. He didn't know if there were any peak rank 9 Dao Kings hidden at the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, looking for rank 6 medicinal herbs or magic beasts, who could actually be attracted by the panther's aura and would try to tame Little Silver for themselves. If Little Silver really exposed its aura, although a peak rank 9 Dao King wouldn't be able to necessarily notice it, Shen Long wasn't willing to take this risk without any reason. A couple of hours later, Shen Long and Lu Mei arrived at a small, isolated mountain a few tens of miles from the north of the Snow Ape's snowy mountain. Seeing that there was a relatively small but comfortable cave near the center of the mountain, Shen Long led Lu Mei as they both entered inside it, before Lu Mei summoned a group of her skeletons to guard the surroundings of the mountain instead. Seeing that Lu Mei had started to practice her swordsmanship, tacitly giving Shen Long time to do what he wanted, Shen Long first had Little Silver completely retract its aura and guard the entrance of the cave, before he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, as he returned inside the foggy space in a stone of time. Looking at the bodies of the 2 rank 5 snow apes that were sprawled in front of him, an excited look flashed through Shen Long's eyes, as he was ready to finally advance to the middle of the 4th stage in the Monarch's eternal body. Chapter 351 Breakthrough. Shen Long knew that he was just a step away from advancing to the middle of the 4th stage of the Monarch's eternal body, and yet, he couldn't directly consume a stalk of dragon blood grass in order to advance. Aside from the violent energy inside the dragon blood grass that was harmful to cultivators if it was consumed directly, Shen Long knew that the only way to do it without leaving any latent dangers to his body, would be if he could refine the grass into rank 5 dragon blood tempering pills. However, what he had lacked the most during this time, had been the beast cores from rank 5 magic beasts. Thankfully, now that he had the beast cores of the 2 snow apes in his hand, he could finally attempt to refine the dragon blood tempering pills. Seeing that Little Black was actually asleep, Shen Long guessed that the black dragon must have been digesting the stalks of dragon blood grass that he had consumed during this time. Of course, due to their soul connection, Shen Long could also feel that Little Black's strength had been rising during this time as well. Standing up, he first removed the beast cores from the 2 snow apes' bodies, before he sat back on his usual seat and took out his alchemy cauldron. Closing his eyes, Shen Long then took out a dozen of rank 4 supplementary medicinal herbs, as well as a stalk of rank 5 dragon blood grass from his herb garden, before he started to warm up his alchemy cauldron. Thanks to Little Black and Little Silver eating huge amounts of dragon blood grass, Shen Long had already created a large stockpile of this medicinal herb, so he didn't need to specifically hasten the growth of the medicinal herbs in his herb garden just for this grass. After throwing the rank 4 medicinal herbs inside the alchemy cauldron, 15 minutes later, Shen Long finally placed the crimson stalk of dragon blood grass inside, as well as the beast core of the early rank 5 snow ape, before he closed the lid of the cauldron. Due to the quality of the alchemy cauldron itself being just a rank 2 silver grade 1, it was extremely difficult for it to contain the energy of the rank 5 medicinal herb inside it, as well as the beast core of the powerful rank 5 snow ape. Refining a rank 5 pill under these circumstances was extremely taxing to Shen Long's spirit sense, that continued to purify the medicinal essence of the medicinal herbs inside the cauldron, while he tried to melt the beast core into essence at the same time. Beads of sweat had appeared on Shen Long's forehead as minutes continued to pass, but he knew that he couldn't stop the pill refinement, otherwise everything he had done so far would be wasted. Although losing a stalk of dragon blood grass or the dozen of rank 4 supplementary herbs wasn't too much of an issue, losing the beast core of the snow ape would be a huge problem. After all, during this time, the number of beast cores that Shun Long had found which could be used in order to refine a dragon blood tempering pill could be counted in one hand. Aside from the 2 rank 5 snow apes, the only other suitable magic beast core that Shun Long had found in the past was the beast core from Chui Guoyang's precious 9-eyed giant worm. Of course, since Little Black had absorbed that beast core already in order to advance his strength, Shun Long could only use the beast cores from the 2 rank 5 snow apes that he had left. Time continued to pass, and soon, 3 hours had already gone by, as the fragrant scent of the medicinal herbs slowly escaped the cauldron, as they started to fill the foggy space inside the Stone of Time. At the same time, Little Black opened his blue eyes, as he tried to look for the source of the scent that had assaulted his nose, before his eyes landed on Shun Long who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. Shun Long patted Little Black's head as the black dragon had already placed it next to the cauldron, before he opened the cauldron's lid. An even more intense smell assaulted Shun Long's senses the moment that he lifted the lid of the cauldron, before his gaze fell on the scene inside it. 6 bright red-colored pills that were covered with a pale green glow were lying inside the cauldron, giving Shun Long a sense of hunger as he stared at them. Although Shun Long guessed that it was possible to refine 8 pills instead of 6, he also knew that this was impossible for him to do so with a rank 2 silver-grade cauldron. The conditions had to be perfect in order to refine 8 pills, which meant that Shun Long needed to have at least a rank 1 gold-grade cauldron as well as a strong enough spirit sense. Of course, Shun Long knew that even if he had the money, it was most likely impossible to find a gold-grade cauldron for sale, even in the Heaven's Dome City. Gold-grade formation masters would definitely be snatched up by a powerful power like the Alchemists Guild or the Golden Exchange Firm, and wouldn't randomly auction their own works. This way, the Alchemists Guild could also lure promising alchemists to join their ranks, while the formation masters could ensure the most benefits for themselves. Staring at the 6 dragon blood tempering pills inside the cauldron, Shun Long felt a wave of exhaustion overcoming him, as he had suddenly expended more than half of his spirit sense during the pill refinement. Of course, aside from one of the dragon blood tempering pills being at the high grade, the other 5 pills were all top grade rank 5 pills. Since he couldn't consume the high-grade pill without being able to avoid dealing with the pill toxins inside it later on, Shun Long gave it to Little Black before his eyes stared at the 5 top-grade pills in front of him. As for Little Black himself, the dragon's body wouldn't get affected by any kind of pill toxins. This was the difference between the bodies of cultivators and magic beasts. Even Shun Long who was cultivating in the Monarch's eternal body couldn't completely avoid the effects of the pill toxins. Although he could most likely deal with them later on and completely expel them from his body, it was still a troublesome process. Even Shun Long's powerful body couldn't be compared to the body of a king of magic beasts like Little Black's in this regard. Seeing Little Black excitedly eat the high-grade dragon blood tempering pill, as if it was some kind of delicacy, Shun Long smiled before he took a deep breath, and placed a top-grade dragon blood tempering pill in his mouth. The energy inside the top-grade rank 5 pill immediately exploded as soon as the pill entered inside Shun Long's mouth, as the condensed medicinal essence inside it poured down Shun Long's throat before it slowly seeped inside his body. The burning sensation filled Shun Long with pain, almost as if his body was about to explode from the excess energy, making him want to shout to relieve himself from the pain. And yet, he knew that he could only grit his teeth and continue to endure this. After all, this was the only way for his Monarch's eternal body to advance. Just when Shun Long felt that he had reached his limit and his body was about to explode, the Monarch's eternal body circulated by itself, as it started to hungrily absorb the energy from the dragon blood tempering pill inside Shun Long's body. The barrier that was holding him at the early 4th stage of the Monarch's eternal body instantly broke, as Shun Long felt his strength rising at an extremely rapid rate. He could feel endless amounts of energy filling his body, and barely a few minutes later, he had already entered the middle of the 4th stage of the Monarch's eternal body. A few more moments passed before Shun Long felt the remnant energy of the dragon blood tempering pill inside his body disappear. Although he was still sitting cross-legged, but Shun Long could feel that his body was now many times stronger than before. If he had trouble fighting with a rank 6 spirit realm expert in the past, Shun Long could feel that he could most likely defeat one in less than 3 punches. Little Black stared at Shun Long with excitement in his bright blue eyes, before he said in an excited voice. "Master, congratulations for your breakthrough." Shun Long could feel Little Black's joy for his breakthrough, before he smiled and petted the black dragon's head. Since their feelings were connected, even without Little Black saying anything, Shun Long could still feel his emotions. After taking a deep breath, Shun Long turned his eyes towards the remaining 4 pills inside his alchemy cauldron. He didn't choose to consume the remaining dragon blood tempering pills right away, and instead, he first placed them inside a pill bottle, before he closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Although a little more than 3 hours had passed inside the Stone of Time, less than 30 minutes had gone by for Lu Mei, who was still training with her for Season's Azure Sword. Seeing Shun Long appearing back in the cave so quickly, a shocked expression had appeared on Lu Mei's face, before a blooming smile soon replaced it. Shun Long smiled gently as he caressed Lu Mei's face, feeling much more confident now that he had advanced to the middle of the 4th stage in the Monarch's eternal body. Even if he had to fight with a peak rank 4 magic beast, even if he couldn't defeat it, he was still confident in fighting it on even grounds. Feeling the aura coming from Shun Long's body that was at least at the same level as that of a peak rank 6 spirit realm experts, Lu Mei's smile bloomed like a lotus. Lu Mei already knew that Shun Long was cultivating in both chi and body refinement. Without any hesitation, Shun Long first had Little Silver return inside the Stone of Time, before he held Lu Mei's hand and left the small mountain that they were staying in, ready to hunt some peak rank 4 magic beasts. Time continued to fly inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain region, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had soon passed. Chapter 352 2 years. 2 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. In a mountain deep inside the northeast of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, an early rank 5 magic beast that resembled an earth bear with iron armor around its head and chest, was lying motionless in front of a blue-robed man's feet. An army of skeletons and undead knights had completely surrounded the young man, but they seemed to have turned their swords towards the iron bear that had collapsed on the ground instead. With a smile on his face, Shun Long looked past the skeletons and the undead knights around him, as his gaze landed at the forest behind him. Lu Mei, who was standing on the branch of a huge tree, wasn't wearing her white veil on her face as she flashed a dazzling smile at Shun Long before she floated towards him. Shun Long looked at Lu Mei, who soon landed in front of him, before he said with a smile on his face. "Mayor, your control over the undead knights during a fight has improved a lot in the last few days." Lu Mei smiled even brighter after hearing Shun Long's praise, before she nodded her head without saying anything, but a sweet feeling had appeared in her heart. In the last few years, the thing that she had practiced the most, was her sword skills as well as her control of her skeletal warriors and her undead knights during a fight. Originally, due to her weak spirit sense, Lu Mei couldn't handle controlling more than 2 undead knights at the same time, but now, she could easily control 10 of them, as well as a certain number of her skeletons at the same time. During the past 2 years, Lu Mei had also consumed tens of thousands of top-grade, spirit-enhancing pills, and had killed hundreds of criminals in the City of Sin as well as absorbed their chi, bringing both her cultivation as well as her spirit sense at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm. The undead knights around Shun Long were also at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm as well, while the 200 skeletons were at the middle of rank 9 instead. A terrifying army of 200 middle rank 9 spirit realm skeletons, even if they weren't as strong as normal middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivators, could definitely stall for time, even when fighting against an early rank 5 magic beast. As for Lu Mei's comprehension of the Tao, it had long since reached the threshold of the nascent soul stage. The only thing that Lu Mei needed, was a spark of inspiration in order to begin her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. After all, the nascent soul stage was also called the Nirvana stage, while the spirit realm was the realm of preparation before entering this stage. It was simply impossible to break through and become a nascent soul stage expert without a sudden sense of inspiration. Little Black had long since told Shun Long, that Shun Long needed his soul to become one with his body in order to break through to the nascent soul stage. As for Shun Long, during the past 2 years, he had consumed countless middle-grade spirit stones in order to reach the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm as well. The spirit stones that he had consumed, were far more than what he had originally estimated. If it wasn't because of his pill shop in the City of Sin, Shun Long would have to think of another way to gather spirit stones during these 2 years in order to reach the late stages and subsequently, the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm. Unlike Lu Mei, he had also taken even more time to bring his spirit sense to the absolute peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm by consuming countless spirit-enhancing pills as well. This was even harder than advancing his own cultivation. Just the time he had spent in secluded cultivation to advance his spirit sense to the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm and bring it on par with his own cultivation level, had taken Shun Long more than 4 years inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. During this time, Shun Long's Monarch's eternal body had also advanced to the peak of the 4th stage. With both his chi and his body cultivation, at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm and the peak of the 4th stage respectively, Shen Long was certain that there was no other spirit realm cultivator in the entire Night Star continent, who would be able to last more than 3 exchanges against him. However, raising his spirit sense wasn't actually the most time-consuming part. Instead, it was the fact that Shen Long had spent almost 10 years inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, comprehending the Tao of Time. It was only a day ago that he had managed to finish his comprehension of the Tao and came out from the Stone of Time to test his strength. More than 2 years had passed as Shen Long and Lu Mei were hunting magic beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range or traveled back to the City of Sin to operate the pill shop. According to Shen Long's estimations, the test for the Holy Sect only had 2 or 3 months until it actually started. As Shen Long placed the corpse of the early rank 5 magic beast inside the Stone of Time, a sudden rumbling could be heard from the distance, as Shen Long and Lu Mei both felt the ground beneath their feet that had started to shake. Shen Long's and Lu Mei's expressions instantly changed as this obviously wasn't a normal earthquake. The terrifying rumbling did not only shake the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but instead, it actually affected the entire Night Star continent. A gigantic beam of light shot to the sky, that every single person in the entire continent could see no matter where they were. Shen Long's expression suddenly changed when he saw the direction that the enormous beam of light was coming from. It wasn't just coming from the center of the Night Star continent, but more specifically, from the Dragon Lord's Villa itself. Chapter 353 Returning to the Dragon Lord's Villa. It didn't take long for Lu Mei to realize this issue either, as she turned her head to look at Shen Long. Shen Long had a serious look in his eyes as he stared at the gigantic pills of light in the distance, before Little Black's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Master! Someone is trying to take the Dragon Stone from that place. Shen Long's eyes narrowed when he heard Little Black's words that didn't have a single hint of uncertainty inside them, before he started to think of the possible scenarios to resolve this situation. He knew that Little Black had a mental connection with the Dragon Stone inside the Dragon Lord's Villa after sensing its aura once, so there was no way that he would be mistaken about this. If there was something that had caused the Dragon Stone inside the villa to react, Little Black would definitely end up sensing it and be aware that someone was trying to take the Dragon Stone. At the same time, during the past 2 years, Shen Long had heard rumors in the City of Sin, that the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duan Zhu, had headed deep inside the Dragon Lord's Villa by himself around the same time that he and Lu Mei had left the Heaven's Dome City. As a peak rank 9 Dao King who was probably as strong, if not stronger than the 5 most powerful Dao Kings of the Night Star continent, Duan Zhu had a high chance of reaching the depths of the villa, if one factored in that he was also a Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace and most likely had no lack of treasures with him. This made Shen Long feel that this powerful rank 9 Dao King realm expert was the most likely suspect to have caused this pillar of light to erupt from the Dragon Lord's Villa. Of course, despite Duan Zhu's identity as a high-ranking Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Shen Long couldn't allow the Dragon Stone to fall in his hands. He already knew that this stone was extremely important to Little Black. Additionally, during the past 2 years, Little Black had also reached the middle of rank 6, while Little Silver was just a step away from advancing to that level as well. In a direct fight, Little Black may not necessarily lose to Duan Zhu. Even if Little Black was actually weaker than the peak rank 9 Dao King in the end, Shen Long was also confident that Duan Zhu wouldn't be able to keep him tied down if he wanted to leave. Although Shen Long wasn't willing to let the Black Dragon's existence become known, he couldn't afford to lose something like the Dragon Stone either. After a serious moment of deliberation, he turned his head to look at Lu Mei, and after taking a deep breath he then said in a serious tone. Mayor, let's go to the Dragon Lord's Villa. Shen Long didn't ask Lu Mei whether she wanted to go with him or not. In the last 2 years, he had already understood the way that he and Lu Mei both treated each other. Since Shen Long knew that venturing into the Dragon Lord's Villa was dangerous and it could potentially lead him into risking his life, Lu Mei would most likely choose to go with him instead of waiting outside. Besides, Shen Long had more than enough Dragon Lord's medallions for him and Lu Mei to both enter inside. Even without the Dragon Lord's medallion, that he had gotten from Cui Guoyang, Shen Long still had the medallions from the 2 Dao Kings of the Mercenaries Association, who had ambushed him and Lu Mei in order to rob Little Silver away. At the same time, Shen Long also remembered the red-haired female elder of the Blood Moon sect who wanted to make Shen Long into a pill slave. Zhong Bia would definitely have a Dragon Lord's medallion with her as well. Of course, Shen Long didn't have any tender feelings for the red-haired elder who had saved him by messing with Shui Zhilan's plans back then. Instead, he simply wondered if she was still alive and hidden somewhere after her ambush outside of the Heaven's Dome city. If it wasn't because the bald old man, Shuejilan, had simply refused to let Zhong Bia take Shun Long as a pill slave, incurring her wrath in the process, and making her use all of her strength to spoil the old man's plans, Shun Long would have to face 3 Dao Kings during that time. With Little Black's strength back then, Shun Long wasn't certain that they would be able to kill every single one of them. Lu Mei nodded her head once she saw Shun Long's serious look, before she waved her hand, making the army of skeletons and undead knights around her and Shun Long disappear. At the same time, Shun Long first covered himself with a black robe that completely concealed his face and body, before he gave an identical robe to Lu Mei. Then, without any hesitation, he first summoned Little Silver from the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before both he and Lu Mei sat on its back. The Black Panther that hadn't left the Stone of Time for the past few months, let out a deafening roar, almost as it wanted to intimidate the magic beasts around it with its presence, before it spread its bright silver wings and shot towards the south of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, heading towards the entrance. Shun Long twitched his lips when he heard Little Silver's excited roar that reverberated in the mountains around them, but since they were already leaving the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he wasn't afraid of a late-stage Dao King finding their location and catching up to them. Although Little Silver had yet to break through to the middle of rank 6 like Little Black, its strength had already advanced by a lot during the past 2 years after consuming countless stalks of dragon blood grass. Although it couldn't beat a middle-stage Dao King, let alone a late-stage one, its speed had definitely reached the threshold of the average late-stage Dao King. The Black Panther flew towards the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, like a bolt of silver lightning, completely ignoring the terrified magic beasts around it in the process. In just a few minutes, Shun Long and Lu Mei had already left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, as they flew towards the Dragon Lord's villa. At the same time, in the Heaven's Dome city, every single Dao King from the peak powers of the city had shot to their feet as they noticed the gigantic beam of light piercing through the clouds, before they hurriedly flew towards the Dragon Lord's villa, as well. Author's note: join our privilege for more chapters. Chapter 354: Entering the Villa. Every single Dao King in the Night Star continent had been alarmed by the abnormal matter of the Dragon Lord's villa, and the peak powers of the Heaven's Dome city were no exception. Inside the palace of the royal family of the Xianxia dynasty at the northern part of the city, the golden-robed old king, Xingjun, had already gathered a group of 16 Dao Kings that followed behind him, before he headed towards the Dragon Lord's villa. Xingjun had a solemn expression on his face as he remembered that more than 2 years ago the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duanzhu, had also entered the villa by himself. Even though Xingjun was one of the 3 strongest Dao Kings in the entire continent, he had never managed to elicit such a reaction from the Dragon Lord's villa, neither by himself, nor with his Xiantian dynasty's help. Could it be that he has obtained the treasures inside? As this thought flashed through Xingjun's mind, he couldn't help raising his speed, as he led the group of Dao Kings behind him towards the Nether Spirit Forest. The other peak powers of the city were no exceptions, as Zhao Lan led 9 gold-grade alchemists from the Alchemists Guild towards the Nether Spirit Forest's location as well. The same situation took place in the Golden Exchange Firm, as well as the Mercenaries Association's headquarters. Only the members of the Dark Elf race at the eastern part of the city seemed completely unperturbed by the Dragon Lord's villa's matter, as they continued their lives normally. At the depths of the Dark Elf race's palace, a young man with dark skin, dark green hair and pointy ears first knocked on a small wooden door before he cautiously entered the room where the 2 peak rank 9 Dao Kings, Yi Huyan and Yi Xiaoxi, were leisurely chatting with each other, with bewitching smiles on their faces that could capture any man's attention. Looking at the 2 beautiful red-haired women in front of him, the young man audibly gulped his saliva, before he hurriedly bowed and turned his body to face Yi Xiaoxi as he said in a flustered voice. "Your Majesty. Something important is happening in the Dragon Lord's villa. The Xiantian dynasty's old king and the other peak powers have all been roused and are leaving the city, heading towards the Nether Spirit Forest. Should we follow them?" Although the young man looked to be barely above 20 years old, he was actually an early-stage Dao King of the Dark Elves, and was the one responsible to inform Yi Xiaoxi over the important matters that happened in the city. Yi Xiaoxi turned her head towards the flustered young man, before an alluring smile had formed itself on her lips, as she shook her head and said calmly, "No need." The young man was shocked by this simple response, and after staying still for a moment to ruminate over Yi Xiaoxi's words, his eyes suddenly lit up before he asked in a voice full of fear and excitement. "Your Majesty, does that mean that Lord Duan has already obtained the treasures inside the villa?" Based on what this man knew, only if Duanzhu had already obtained the treasures inside the Dragon Lord's villa would Yi Xiaoxi and Yi Huyan dare to be so relaxed without worrying about Duanzhu needing any help from them. Nodding her head, Yi Xiaoxi looked at the young man before she said in a calm tone that was filled with absolute confidence. Even if he hasn't obtained everything yet, Lord Duan should be very close in getting the rest of the treasures inside that place. Even if Xing Jun and the rest go in now, I doubt that they will be able to find even scraps left behind by Lord Duan. The young man was stunned for a moment, and he even forgot to bow as he turned his eyes towards the gigantic beam of light in the distance with zeal filling his eyes. Indeed, only Lord Duan could do what Xing Jun and the other Dao kings have failed to do for thousands of years. As this thought flashed through the young man's mind, he hurriedly bowed as he looked at the smiling Yi Xiaoxi and the expressionless Yi Huyan, before he left the room with a look of pride on his face. Indeed, since Duanzhu had most likely already obtained the treasures in the Dragon Lord's villa, the situation in the Heaven's Dome City was going to completely change. At the same time, Dao kings from every place of the entire Night Star continent were heading towards the Dragon Lord's villa in huge numbers. With the Black Panther's speed, it took less than a day for Shen Long and Lu Mei to arrive just a few tens miles away from the Dragon Lord's villa. Even from a distance however, Shen Long could easily notice that the situation around the villa had already started to turn chaotic. It seemed that the gigantic beam of light had attracted even more people than what Shen Long had originally expected. Whether it was Dao kings who were flying by themselves, or those who were riding on top of powerful magic beasts, they were all heading directly towards the villa. On the way, Shen Long had already noticed more than 4 groups of Dao kings who were flying on the backs of powerful rank 6 magic beasts, and they had also turned their gazes to look at Little Silver as well. However, with the pressing situation of the gigantic beam of light that was coming from the depths of the villa, as well as the fact that Shen Long had completely retracted his aura and could very likely be a late-stage Dao king as well, none of these groups chose to probe him for his identity or strength. After all, although uncommon, it was very possible for a Dao king to bring their descendants to this place, which was why these experts ignored Lu Mei's cultivation that was still at the spirit realm before they continued flying forward. A few moments later, the gigantic building that was bigger than a city itself appeared in Shen Long's and Lu Mei's eyes. The massive crowd that was previously camping in tents outside the villa had grown even more than before, while even some early-stage Dao kings, as well as peak nascent soul stage experts, were hidden in their midst. At the same time, Shen Long noticed a group of 4 early and middle-stage Dao kings heading towards the villa's gigantic gates, each of them holding a small bronze medallion in their hands. As soon as the Dao kings approached close to the gigantic gates of the Dragon Lord's villa, the golden barrier that was covering the villa reacted to the Dragon Lord's medallions in their hands, as a golden glow of light covered their bodies, before the gates opened ever so slightly. The gigantic gates didn't fully open, but the small opening was still enough even for 6 people to walk side by side and enter inside. The moment that the 4 Dao kings entered inside, the gates of the villa closed, before the barrier of light around the villa returned to its previous calmness. After waiting for a few minutes so that he wouldn't have to directly meet with the people who had just entered, Shen Long took a deep breath, before he had Little Silver walk forward towards the villa's entrance. The early rank 6 Silver-Winged Panther King attracted the attention of some nearby Dao kings, as well as the rest of the people in the crowd, as it was obvious that it was heading towards the gates. Looks filled with doubt as well as envy had appeared in the spirit realm and the nascent soul stage experts' faces, once they felt Lu Mei's aura at the peak of the spirit realm who was sitting on the Black Panther's back. Without paying any attention to the people around him however, Shen Long had Little Silver continue forward, until it stopped in front of the golden barrier a few meters away from the villa's gigantic gates. It would be a lie to say that Shen Long didn't feel some fear in his heart as he approached closer and closer to the gigantic city-like building in front of him. After all, this was a place that only Dao kings and peak nascent soul stage experts were allowed to enter. Shen Long didn't know what dangers they would meet with inside, but aside from the fear and wariness, a feeling of excitement had also filled his heart as he looked forward to finding the secrets of this place that even held Cui Guoyang and his wife as prisoners. Waving his hand, he took out 3 small bronze medallions from the Stone of Time, and gave one of them to Lu Mei before he placed the other one on Little Silver's back. The golden barrier that covered the Dragon Lord's villa started to ripple the moment that it sensed the 3 bronze medallions, before it covered Shen Long's, Lu Mei's and Little Silver's body with a bright golden glow. At the same time, the gigantic gates slowly opened a little, allowing Little Silver to enter inside. The moment that the Black Panther stepped through the gigantic gates, the gates closed again with a thud, as Shen Long finally entered inside the Dragon Lord's villa. Author's note: join our privilege for more chapters. Chapter 355 Stone Labyrinth. The moment that little silver passed through the gates, a blinding light blocked Shun Long's vision, and only receded after a few moments, revealing a completely new scene in Shun Long's eyes. A labyrinth? Shun Long was stunned when he saw the baffling scene in front of him. Large greenish stone walls were raised from the ground, reaching all the way to the ceiling of the endless room, as they formed an enormous labyrinth. According to Cui Guoyang's map, his and his wife's location is actually close to the northeast of the Dragon Lord's villa, right after I passed through some kind of desert, but there is nothing mentioned about a labyrinth. Could it be that every time the gates of the Dragon Lord's villa open, every group is sent to a different location, or is it that everyone must first pass through this labyrinth before they can continue further inside? Different possibilities flashed through Shun Long's mind as he tried to understand the situation in front of his eyes. At the same time, Little Black's voice sounded in his mind, as the Black Dragon said seriously. "Master, my soul sense is unable to scan the area around us. There is some kind of power that completely restricts soul scanning." Although Shun Long knew that this was likely to happen after entering the Dragon Lord's villa, since the same situation occurred when Shun Long and Lu Mei had first arrived outside of the villa 2 years ago, he was still shocked once Little Black verified this. After all, putting Little Black's strength aside, Shun Long was certain that even Duan Zhu and the other peak rank 9 Dao Kings from the Night Star continent were probably inferior to soul strength if they were compared to the terrifying Black Dragon. After advancing to the middle of rank 6, Little Black's soul sense was certainly on par, if not stronger than the strongest Dao Kings. And yet, even with his current strength, Little Black was unable to have his soul sense extend past Shun Long's body. In that case, those Dao Kings are most likely in the same situation once they enter inside the villa. Lu Mei looked at the pondering look in Shun Long's face, before she asked curiously. "Long Ji, is this place somewhat different from what you expected?" Since Cui Guoyang had only mentioned the Dragon Lord's villa to Shun Long, and Lu Mei hadn't been curious enough about this place in the past to ask Shun Long for details, she didn't know whether this labyrinth that they found themselves in was something abnormal or not. Based on Shun Long's reaction however, it was obvious that it was out of the ordinary. After hearing Lu Mei's question, Shun Long nodded his head affirmingly, before he took out the beast skin that he had received from Cui Guoyang and spread it on Little Silver's back, who was still observing their surroundings. Although the map didn't depict the Dragon Lord's villa with great detail, it was still easy for anyone who saw it to identify whether a place was a desert, a forest, or a lake. Seeing that there were no labyrinths or anything similar to it on the map, Shun Long thought seriously for a few moments, before he said in a low voice. "No matter what, we still need to get out of this place first. Besides, there are many places on the map that are completely blank, so it's possible that Cui Guoyang created this map based on his own experiences." Lu Mei nodded her head in confirmation. She already knew that the map in Shun Long's hands was the map that he had obtained from the Dao King who had created the Vermilion Realm, and she also knew that that man was trapped somewhere inside the Dragon Lord's villa, along with his wife. If it was a map that he had personally created, then of course Cui Guoyang wouldn't have traveled through the entire villa by himself. After all, from the outside, the villa seemed to be at least as big as the Heaven's Dome city itself, but based on the map in Shun Long's hands, it could very likely be even bigger. Even peak rank 9 Dao Kings may not have searched through the entire villa, let alone Cui Guoyang, whom Shun Long suspected to be either an early or a middle stage Dao King. Additionally, if Shun Long's first guess was correct and that a Dragon Lord's villa's entrance point changed every time the gates opened, then this also explained why this labyrinth wasn't marked on the map. As he reached one of the two possible conclusions in his mind, Shun Long first returned the beast skin map inside the Stone of Time, before he had Little Silver start walking forward. In any case, the most important thing at hand was to get out of this labyrinth. Besides, Shun Long didn't know if there were any dangers lurking in this place. Staying still at the same place instead of looking for an exit could very likely bring even more troubles. The gigantic greenish walls around Shun Long and Lu Mei had completely covered their surroundings, as they rose all the way to the ceiling of the seemingly endless room. Even when Little Silver soared in the air, Shun Long was unable to get a bird's view of the labyrinth and find an exit, as everything was completely submerged by the gigantic greenish walls, so he could only choose to blindly continue forward. Time passed like this, and the only sound in the air around Shun Long and Lu Mei was the sound of the Black Panther's silver wings flapping. Shun Long and Lu Mei found themselves in a dead end more than once, forcing Shun Long to turn around and try different paths. 6 hours later, after many wrong attempts that lead into dead ends, Shun Long and Lu Mei finally saw a light in the distance ahead of them, while the labyrinth's path started to head upwards at the same time. Before Little Silver could reach the source of the light however, the entire labyrinth started to shake, before Shun Long saw 2 stone golems more than 16 feet tall, each rising from the ground as they blocked Little Silver's path. Each of the golems' auras was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while in their hands they held a sword and a shield formed from stone. Shun Long however didn't seem to be willing to slow down after feeling the golem's auras, and instead, he simply patted Little Silver's back with a smile on his face, urging it to go forward. Little Silver let out a powerful roar the moment that it saw the 2 golems blocking its path, before its silver-colored wings lit up with a bright silver light. The golem on the left raised its sword and slashed forward, while the golem on the right raised the shield in its left hand, in an attempt to block the panther's charge. The moment that Little Silver's wings met with the 2 stone golems' attacks, the 2 weapons surprisingly split in half, before Little Silver's bright silver wings landed on the 2 golems' bodies. The Black Panther's wings were like sharp swords that pierced through the golem's stone bodies, disintegrating them in an instant. Under Shun Long's and Lu Mei's eyes, the 16 feet tall golems crumbled into countless pieces that fell on the ground, before Little Silver flew forward like a streak of silver lightning, as it reached the source of the light. Author's note: join privilege for more chapters. Chapter 356 Dangers in the Dragon Lord's Villa. Warm sun rays passed through a 3 meters, 10 feet, tall entrance, as they illuminated the stone labyrinth. Shun Long instantly understood that this was the exit of the labyrinth. Having destroyed the 2 stone golems that stood guard in front of the entrance, Little Silver passed through the stone entrance without any obstructions, before a new scene appeared in Shun Long's eyes. It was a vast plain field that spanned for hundreds of miles, while large and small mountains alike filled its surroundings. The moment that Shun Long's eyes landed on the mountains around him, a look of disbelief flashed through his eyes, before he took out the map that he had received from Cui Guoyang once again. His eyes instantly landed on a spot of the map that was filled with greenery, while various mountains had surrounded it from every angle. Beyond those mountains was a seemingly vast desert, and right after the desert ended, was the place where Cui Guoyang and his wife were trapped at. According to the map, Cui Guoyang's location was actually not too far from the periphery of the core region of the villa. This made Shun Long have some doubts on whether Cui Guoyang was really just an early or a middle-stage Dao King. According to the scarce information that he had managed to gather during the past 2 years regarding the Dragon Lord's Villa, Shun Long was actually certain about one thing. It was the fact that the danger inside the villa grew exponentially the closer someone approached to its core region. It was said that even late-stage Dao Kings may encounter trouble in the outskirts of the core region, while only rank 9 Dao Kings were allowed to enter inside the villa's depths. Thus, early and middle-stage Dao Kings wouldn't get too close to the core region of the villa, and will look for treasures near its outskirts. This was what made Shun Long feel doubt regarding Cui Guoyang's actual strength. Of course, he could also not disregard the fact that Cui Guoyang and his wife had some other reason for heading to the core region. Right. This is also in line with the fact that Cui Guoyang created the Vermilion Realm and prepared everything beforehand, in order to find someone who could help him in the future. He seemed to have already known how dangerous it was to approach close to the core region for 2 early or middle-stage Dao Kings like himself and his wife, which is why he chose to leave a way out for himself by creating the Vermilion Realm, and find for someone to save him. The more that Shun Long thought about this matter, the more things seemed to have fallen into place as he understood Cui Guoyang's decision. At the same time, as he observed his surroundings, Shun Long also realized one other thing. His previous conjecture was actually correct. Once someone entered the Dragon Lord's villa, they were sent to a different location every time that the villa's gates opened. Shun Long could verify this, from the fact that there were no other people in his surroundings, as well as the fact that the stone golems at the labyrinth's exit were in perfect condition. After taking a look around him, he pondered seriously for a moment, but in the end, he didn't choose to summon Little Black from the Stone of Time. Unless the dangers in this place reached a level that Little Silver was unable to handle, Shun Long wasn't willing to have Little Black come out just yet. After all, if he and Lu Mei really ended up meeting with a group of Dao Kings that had a peak rank 9 Dao King in their midst, then once these people saw the Black Dragon there was no way that they would simply ignore it. Without any more hesitation, Shun Long urged Little Silver to soar in the sky and fly towards the mountains in the distance. As for the underground cave behind them that concealed the stone labyrinth inside it, neither Shun Long nor Lu Mei had any interest in it. As Little Silver approached the mountains in the distance however, tens of middle and peak rank 5 magic beasts appeared from the mountain's depths, as they all flew towards the Black Panther in an attempt to swarm it. Shun Long immediately recognized the countless magic beasts that were flying towards the Black Panther, as he muttered under his breath. Peak rank 5, silver-beaked eagles, peak rank 5, violet-winged poison bats, followed by tens of middle rank 5, thunderstorm killer bees, all flew towards the Black Panther in an attempt to drown it in numbers. Lu Mei's expression changed into one of worry as she saw this scene. No matter what, if 100 peak rank 5 magic beasts ended up attacking an early rank 6 beast like Little Silver, then the Black Panther would definitely suffer some serious injuries, even if it killed every single one of the beasts around it. Roar! The Black Panther roared loudly, but the magic beasts around it didn't seem to have any fear of death as they charged towards it with red eyes. Tens of them swarmed Little Silver, in an attempt to either bite its silver wings, its neck, or attack Shen Long and Lu Mei who were sitting on its back. Shen Long narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene, and just as he was about to summon Little Black to take care of this situation, the Black Panther's wings lit up with a blinding silver light, before it shot forward without any fear. Its silver wings ripped the magic beasts around Shen Long and Lu Mei into countless pieces, as blood dyed the sky before Little Silver escaped the encirclement. Although the magic beasts around Little Silver had left more than just a few wounds on its body, it was impossible for a rank 6 magic beast to be afraid of a bunch of rank 5 ones. In just this one attack, almost 30 middle and peak rank 5 magic beasts had been killed in an instant. Although more and more magic beasts seemed to appear from the mountains around them, even the strongest of them was still at the peak of rank 5, and were completely unable to catch up to Little Silver's speed. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther had already left the area of the surrounding mountains, as a scorching hot desert appeared in the distance ahead. At the same time, at the depths of the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa, the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace had a serious expression on his face, as he stared at the scene in front of him. Chapter 357 The Desert's True Danger. At the depths of the villa, Duan Zhu was standing right outside of the gigantic pillar of light, and he was staring at the scene in front of him with a fervent and greedy expression on his face. He knew that what was lying inside this pillar of light was most likely the final treasures of the Dragon Lord's villa. Originally, Duan Zhu hadn't expected to find too many things that would catch his interest, and neither did he expect for the Dragon Lord's villa to be dangerous to him. After all, as a Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, what kind of dangerous situation had he not been in already? Additionally, the treasures that could catch his eyes were really important. However, contrary to his thoughts, not only was the journey to reach this place extremely dangerous, but the treasures that he had found during the past 2 years were much more than what he originally owned himself. Seeing that he was just a step away from obtaining the treasures hidden at the core of the villa, even the prestigious Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace couldn't contain himself. Taking out a 1.7M blood-colored saber from his spatial ring, Duan Zhu first injected his chi inside it, before he started raining out powerful attacks on the pillar of light in front of him. As for the saber in his hands, this was a weapon that Duan Zhu had found a couple of days ago, just as he arrived at the depths of the villa. The moment that the Peak Dao King saw this weapon, his body had started to tremble from excitement. This was a weapon that would be coveted even by Dao emperors. After all, this saber had already surpassed the gold grade and had reached an entirely new level. Just this blood saber by itself was already worth more than the entire fortune that Duan Zhu had inside his spatial ring. At the same time that Duan Zhu was attacking the gigantic pillar of light, the old kings of the Xianxia dynasty, Sheng Jun's group, was the one closest to arriving at the core of the Dragon Lord's villa. A solemn expression had appeared on Sheng Jun's face when he felt the tremors coming from the villa's core region, but the old king only increased his speed in response, as he led the Dao kings of the Xianxia dynasty even further inside. At the same time, Shen Long, who was still sitting with Lu Mei on Little Silver's back, had just left the mountains that were filled with magic beasts further behind them, as they entered the region of the scorching hot desert up ahead. It was unknown what the reason behind this was, but the heat in this desert could actually affect even body cultivators. Shen Long could feel the discomfort caused by the heat that resulted in a painful headache. Lu Mei however found it even harder to withstand the heat, as the unbearable temperature had quickly brought her to the brink of collapse. Only Little Silver seemed completely unaffected by the change in the temperature on its surroundings, as it continued to fly forward completely unperturbed. Shen Long immediately understood the reason why only peak nascent soul stage experts and Dao kings would dare to venture inside the Dragon Lord's villa. After all, he and Lu Mei had been inside this place for less than a day, and yet the dangers they had already faced had completely exceeded what even most nascent soul stage experts could handle. Even a late-stage nascent soul expert would have most likely been unable to escape from the swarm of magic beasts that had surrounded Little Silver earlier. Seeing that she could no longer withstand the heat from the desert and would most likely end up collapsing soon, Lu Mei circulated her qi, as a thin layer of ice completely covered herself and Shen Long like a thin membrane. Although the ice would quickly melt, and the water on Shen Long's and her own body would evaporate from the scorching temperature of the sun, the cooling feeling was more than enough to help Lu Mei withstand the terrible heat from her surroundings as Little Silver continued to fly forward. Shen Long could also feel the discomfort caused by the heat to instantly disappear as soon as Lu Mei's layer of ice covered his body. Additionally, as a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, Lu Mei only needed to use a tiny amount of her qi in order to create the layers of ice around her and Shen Long's bodies every few seconds. The qi required from this action couldn't even compare to her summoning of a single skeleton. As Little Silver continued to fly through the desert, half a day soon passed like this. During this time, Shen Long was extremely surprised by how smooth his journey with Lu Mei actually was. In the past 12 hours, they hadn't met with a single magic beast. Forget about peak rank 5 or even early rank 6 beasts that Shen Long had expected to encounter, even rank 3 magic beasts were nowhere to be found. Based on the previous 2 experiences from earlier, since the desert was closer to the core region of the villa than the mountains that were filled with the rank 5 magic beasts, Shen Long was certain that it was highly unlikely that the only problem that he and Lu Mei would face would be the uncomfortable heat from the desert. Lu Mei also found this matter suspicious, and looking at Shen Long, she thought seriously for a moment before she said in a curious tone. Long Ji, perhaps not every place in this villa will hide powerful magic beasts. Shen Long nodded his head in response as he agreed with Lu Mei's words. He had also thought about this matter, and this was the conclusion he had just reached as well. Indeed, it was impossible for every single mountain, forest and desert, to have hundreds of peak rank 5 magic beasts. Just as Shen Long thought that their journey would actually continue like this, powerful sandstorms suddenly appeared in the distance ahead. The sandstorms had enveloped the desert as far as the eye could see, and left no room to fly through. If someone insisted on passing through the desert, they would definitely have to get past the sandstorms to continue. And yet, the giant sandstorms didn't seem to be that easy to pass through. Shen Long first had Little Silver stop flying before it reached the area of the sandstorms, as he then fell into deep thought. Long Ji, what should we do? There doesn't seem to be any other path to continue forward. Hearing Lu Mei's question jolt him awake, Shen Long finally nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes. Since there was no other way to get around it, in the end, he could only choose to get through the sandstorms. The Black Panther's silver wings lit up with a bright light, as it charged towards the gigantic sandstorms directly. However, the moment that Little Silver entered inside the sandstorm, Shen Long's expression suddenly changed. In the middle of the sandstorm, Shen Long tried hard, but he was unable to even open his eyes. He could feel his body was heavy, as though someone or something was pressing heavily on it. The power of the sandstorm was actually much more terrifying than what Shen Long had originally expected. He had to use all of his strength to resist this terrifying force, and turn his body around to hold Lu Mei's body tightly, preventing her from falling off from Little Silver's body. Every move inside the sandstorm was exhausting, and Shen Long was even certain that if he hadn't advanced to the peak of the 4th stage in the Monarch's eternal body, he wouldn't even have control of his body to even provide with any resistance. At the same time, Shen Long finally realized the danger of this desert. If he really lost control and allowed the sandstorms to sweep his body, he would definitely die in their midst, without ever finding his way out of the desert. And yet, Shen Long could only grit his teeth and hang on Little Silver's back as the Black Panther continued forward. Although the panther's speed had dropped by almost half inside the sandstorm, Little Silver didn't seem to face any other problems. At the same time, time continued to pass, and as he felt the pressure from the sandstorm around him get even stronger, a single thought appeared in Shen Long's mind. This place is far more dangerous than I originally imagined. Chapter 358 Searching for Cui Guoyang. Shen Long was holding Lu Mei tightly with one arm and had her chest placed against his own, while with the other arm he was grabbing Little Silver's back, afraid that if he let go, he would be trapped in this place forever. However, no matter how long he held on for, he could feel the pressure around him that was ever growing. This feeling was similar to diving inside a lake, trying to reach the lake's bottom, but the pressure around your body would only grow, while the lake's depths were actually nowhere in sight. Time continued to pass, and 1 hour later, Shen Long felt himself being completely suffocated under the sandstorm's pressure. No matter how hard he tried to hold on, he could feel his grip loosening from Little Silver's back, almost as if he was unable to hang on any longer. Seeing that he had no other choice left, he was about to summon Little Black and have the black dragon cover him with his gigantic black wings, when the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Shen Long could feel that he was able to open his eyes again, while at the same time, he could feel a light breeze brushing past his face, almost as if he had entered an entirely different world. When he opened his eyes, Shun Long's gaze didn't fall on his surroundings, but on Lu Mei, who seemed to have already lost consciousness. Of course, if it wasn't because he was cultivating in the Monarch's eternal body, and had already reached the peak of the 4th stage, Shun Long didn't think that he would have managed to stay conscious either. Taking out a pill bottle from the Stone of Time, he gently parted Lu Mei's lips open, before he placed a sun-healing pill in her mouth. Only after verifying that the pill had dissolved into essence and was slowly being absorbed inside Lu Mei's body did he finally heave out in relief before he raised his head to look at his surroundings. An endless blue sea appeared in Shun Long's eyes, extending far past the horizon, while behind him was the scorching hot desert. The sharp contrast where the sandstorm suddenly ended and the sea began to appear, was an extremely peculiar, as well as beautiful sight. Is this some kind of formation? This was the only logical conclusion that Shun Long could come to, that could explain how the terrifying sandstorm suddenly ended, while the calm sea appeared at the same time. Although Little Black also heard Shun Long's question, it seemed that he wasn't aware of the answer either. A few minutes later, Lu Mei finally opened her eyes, while her body still hadn't gotten rid of the pain that the sandstorm had caused to her, causing her to still be in pain. As she regained her consciousness, the sea that extended for thousands of miles instantly appeared in her gaze, before she turned her enchanting eyes that were barely covered by her black robes to look at Shun Long, and asked in a shocked voice. "Long Ji, where are we?" Pointing at the ever-raging sandstorms behind him, Shun Long smiled lightly, and as he continued to hold Lu Mei in his arms he then said. "We just passed the desert." After taking a moment to realize what was going on, Lu Mei nodded her head, before she turned her eyes to observe her surroundings with curiosity in her eyes. At the same time, Shun Long took out Cui Guoyang's map from the Stone of Time and spread it in front of him. He knew that this Tao King and his wife were both trapped somewhere inside this sea. Although Shun Long had promised Cui Guoyang that he would come and save him only after he became a Tao King, it was very likely that he and Lu Mei would already be in the central region by then, and returning back to the Night Star continent may not be that easy. Additionally, since matters had changed with Duan Zhu stirring up the entire Night Star continent by entering the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, Shun Long decided to take this chance and check Cui Guoyang's condition. Of course, as long as I don't have to put myself, Mayor, or Little Silver at danger, and things are really the way that Cui Guoyang described them to be, then I don't mind saving him in passing. After making up his mind, Shun Long turned his eyes towards the beast skin map in his hands, before he focused on the large X mark that wasn't too far from where the desert ended. According to Cui Guoyang's directions, the place where he is trapped in, is near an isolated island that is covered by snow, not too far away from this area. After taking a few moments to verify his approximate location, Shun Long first took a look at the calm sea waves around him, before he had Little Silver fly towards his southeast. Of course, there was no way that Shun Long or Lu Mei would believe, that this sea was really as calm as it seemed to be on the surface. If Cui Guoyang and his wife were really trapped somewhere inside this place, then this is more than enough to prove, that even Tao Kings will face danger here. After all, in the end, Little Silver was only an early rank 6 magic beast that was as strong as a rank 3 Tao King. Although Shun Long was confident that it could beat most early stage Tao Kings, it wouldn't necessarily be much stronger than Cui Guoyang and his wife. Half an hour soon passed as Little Silver continued to fly forward, when a number of islands appeared in the distance ahead. As the Black Panther approached closer, Shun Long could finally see clearly the appearance of these islands. There were 5 islands that looked like they had been intentionally placed next to each other, the biggest of which was almost as big as the Silver Sword City itself, while the smallest one was actually even smaller than a single city in the mortal world. However, each island was completely different from the others. The first island was actually filled with thunderclouds gathering in the sky above it, while the second island right next to it was like a paradise. The only thing that these islands had in common, was that there were absolutely no traces of humans or magic beasts living on them. As he stared at the islands in front of him, Shun Long's gaze was suddenly focused on the 4th island. Unlike the other islands around it, it was the only island that was actually covered in snow. Lu Mei's gaze followed Shun Long's, as her eyes soon fell on the island that was covered with snow as well. She clearly remembered that according to the map that Shun Long had, Cui Guoyang was trapped somewhere near this place. And yet, Shun Long only stared at the island for a few moments, before his eyes turned to look at the sea below it. This was the place where Cui Guoyang was trapped inside. Shun Long thought seriously for a few moments, and in the end, he didn't have Little Silver dive inside the sea right away, but instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Mei, before he said with a light smile on his face. Mayor, give me your robes. Chapter 359, Chui Guoyang's plight. Ah. A confused look appeared on Lu Mei's face when she heard Shen Long's words. Realizing the ambiguous meaning behind his words, Shen Long shook his head with a wary smile on his face, before he took off his black robes and placed them inside the spatial ring in his hand. Before Shen Long could explain what he meant, Lu Mei's face had turned red from embarrassment, before she took off her black robes and handed them to Shen Long. For a moment, she had misunderstood Shen Long's actual intentions, making her face turn redder than a tomato. Of course, Shen Long couldn't put the blame on Lu Mei. Instead, he knew that it was his poor choice of words that caused this misunderstanding. Looking at Lu Mei with a smile on his face, Shen Long placed his arms around her waist, and pulling her into a hug, he first pointed at the sea below them before he said. If Chui Guoyang and his wife are really trapped inside the sea, then having the black robes on will do more harm than good. Lu Mei's eyes suddenly widened, completely forgetting the embarrassing moment from a moment ago, and looking like she had just realized what Shen Long meant to say, she looked at him with shock in her eyes before she asked for confirmation. Long Ji, is it because people will recognize us in the future? Nodding his head, Shen Long turned his eyes towards the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, at the gigantic pillar of light that was visible even from his current location, and said with a serious look in his eyes. There is no way that we can continue going forward using just Little Silver's strength. In the end, if we are going to go to the depths of the villa, Little Black will have to show himself. Although it's unlikely that Chui Guoyang would be able to make the connection in the future, between the two people who are sitting on the silver-winged Panther King's back, and those two who will be sitting on the Black Dragon's back, it's not entirely impossible for it to happen. Of course, the only thing that these two groups will have in common will be the similar cultivation at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm. Additionally, although Chui Guoyang knows our identities, he doesn't know that we were wearing black robes before we entered the Dragon Lord's villa. Even the people outside the villa only saw two people riding on the Black Panther's back. Although it's possible that they will be able to make the connection between the two people who are riding on the Black Panther now, and the people who will be riding on Little Black, that will only be nothing more than an assumption in the end. As long as Chui Guoyang doesn't see us covering ourselves, it's practically impossible for him to make the connection. As Shen Long finished his words, he then added inwardly. And even if he does make the connection, when he realizes the consequences of offending the person behind Little Black, it's unlikely that either Chui Guoyang or his wife will come out to say anything. Lu Mei was stunned, as she stared at Shen Long with a gaping mouth. At the same time, a feeling of admiration and pride had sprouted in her heart as she looked at Shen Long, who confidently explained this thought process. Indeed, it's important to pay attention even to the smallest details. As for the reason why Shen Long didn't choose to ride on Little Black's back before entering the Dragon Lord's villa, and then switch to Little Silver, Lu Mei didn't need him to explain this, as she could already understand the reason by herself. Since Shen Long wasn't aware whether he and Lu Mei would be teleported to a random place inside the villa after passing through the villa's entrance, or whether they would arrive at the same place as every other Dao King who had entered before them, in case it was actually the latter and there were some peak rank 9 Dao Kings who spotted the Black Dragon. The trouble that this matter would have caused would probably be at the same level as the treasures at the core of the Dragon Lord's villa itself. It was very likely that even Xing Jun's group would be searching for the two black-robed people who were riding on the Black Dragon if that was the case, leaving no room for Shen Long and Lu Mei to move freely. Without any more delay, under Shen Long's directions, Little Silver directly dove inside the sea right in front of the snowy island. The crystal-clear waters of the sea turned turbulent, as big waves rose the moment that the panther's body entered inside. Although Little Silver's speed was many times slower inside the water than it was in the air, it was still as fast as an early rank 5 magic beast inside the sea. Although the water was cold and it gave off a chilly feeling once it touched a person's body, this wasn't a problem for either Shen Long or Lu Mei, as Little Silver continued diving deeper inside. 2 minutes later, Little Silver arrived at the depths of the sea, where a shocking scene appeared in Shen Long's and Lu Mei's eyes. At the bottom of the sea, tens of gigantic whirlpools seemed to have formed a maze, trapping inside them a handsome, golden-robed middle-aged man along with a beautiful middle-aged woman. Shen Long instantly recognized the middle-aged man as Chui Guoyang. Although his avatar inside the palace of the Vermilion Realm was that of a young man's, and his golden hair back then were much more lustrous, Shen Long only needed a glance to recognize the man inside the maze. As for the middle-aged woman next to him, she was obviously the same voluptuous, young woman, whose statue was erected right outside the king's palace in the Vermilion Realm. At the same time, almost as if he had felt Shun Long's gaze on him, Cui Guoyang raised his head to look at the handsome young man in blue robes, and the white-veiled young woman who were sitting on top of the silver-winged Panther King, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face, completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. Chapter 360 Rescuing Cui Guoyang. Seeing the sudden change in expression in Cui Guoyang's face, the woman next to him followed his line of sight, before her body started to tremble. An expression of despair appeared in her eyes as she looked at the two people who were sitting on top of a magic beast and were heading in her direction. Wan Zedong could easily guess, that once someone saw two Tao Kings trapped in between the whirlpools, only one thought would come to their mind. Push them to death and take everything they have on their bodies. After all, both Wan Zedong and Cui Guoyang had to expend all the qi that they absorbed from their surroundings, to resist the terrifying whirlpools from crushing their bodies. Even if a late-stage nascent soul expert ended up attacking them while she and Cui Guoyang were in this situation, Wan Zedong knew that that person would only need a few moments until he killed the two Tao Kings in front of him. At the same time, turbulent waves had been raised in Cui Guoyang's heart, and for a moment, the powerful Tao King thought that he was hallucinating. Isn't this the same brat that came to my secret realm 3 years ago? How can he be at the peak of the spirit realm? No, this is impossible, it has only been 3 years since I sent him to the Silver Sword City. But isn't that my silver-winged Panther King? As these thoughts flashed through Cui Guoyang's mind, the expression on his face turned from disbelief into joy, then to incredulousness and fear. He could clearly remember that Shun Long wasn't even a heaven-grade cultivator when he had left his palace 3 years ago. However, since he wasn't suppressing his aura with the Monarch's hourglass right now, Cui Guoyang could clearly sense that he was already at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. For a second, he even started doubting the experiences that he had received from his own soul incantation. As for Wan Zedong, she was completely oblivious to Cui Guoyang's thoughts. Although she already knew that her husband had found someone to save them within the next few thousand years, Wan Zedong didn't hold any hope in her heart for that person to appear. After all, how difficult was it for someone to become a peak nascent soul stage expert? How difficult was it for that person to reach the Tao King realm? And even if they managed to reach the Tao King realm, who could assure her that that person would then enter the villa to fulfill their oath to Cui Guoyang? And even in the situation that that person really manages to become a Tao King and enters the Dragon Lord Villa, in the future, and even if he was also willing to come and help Cui Guoyang, the dangers inside the villa were enough even for Tao Kings like herself and Cui Guoyang to get trapped and even die. Would that person necessarily be able to save them? In her heart, Wan Zedong didn't hold the slightest hint of hope for that matter to happen. Instead, she was certain that the first time that someone found them, she and Cui Guoyang would die. Of course, although she knew that this was the truth, Wan Zedong was unwilling to die. This was why she had chosen to resist with all her might, being trapped in this place for thousands of years, hoping that the natural formation that she and Cui Guoyang had fallen in, would at some point disperse by itself. Although this hope was nothing more than an illusionary, distant dream, it was still the only thing that could give hope to Wan Zedong. At the same time, Shun Long instantly recognized the whirlpools around Cui Guoyang that were a natural formation. Although Shun Long wasn't well versed in formations, during the past 2 years, he had taken some time to study the very basics. Although he had no idea how to break this formation and save Cui Guoyang, he knew that entering inside directly was equivalent to death. At the same time, Shun Long was able to determine Cui Guoyang's level of cultivation. He was a peak rank 3 Tao King, while the voluptuous woman next to him was an early rank 3 Tao King. As for the strength of the whirlpools around them, Shun Long didn't know how strong someone needed to be to break free from it, but he could guess that even rank 5 Tao Kings may have to use their full strength to free themselves. However, Shun Long also knew that Cui Guoyang was a formation master himself. Since he had asked him to come to this place, it was very likely that he had a plan to free himself. With a smile on his face, Shun Long had Little Silver take a step forward, and under Cui Guoyang's and Wan Zedong's shocked gazes, he cupped his hands as he looked at Cui Guoyang and said, "Senior." Cui Guoyang felt his mind short-circuiting after hearing Shun Long confirm his identity, while Wan Zedong turned her head to look at her husband with a curious expression on her face, while unconcealed joy flashed in her eyes. She couldn't believe that the young man in front of them happened to know Cui Guoyang. Although she could sense that Shun Long was still a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, she didn't belittle him thanks to the early rank 6 magic beast that he and the young woman behind him were riding on. Just the silver-winged Panther King, by itself was strong enough to fight against her and Cui Guoyang on even ground. Seeing the inquiring expression on his wife's face, Cui Guoyang puffed out his chest, and with a huge smile on his face, he suppressed the shock in his heart as he said proudly, Ha ha ha. Zedong, this is the young man I found to help us. What do you think? Isn't my foresight impressive? Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Cui Guoyang turned his attention towards Shen Long, and with that same bright smile on his face that was about to reach his ears, he continued to suppress the whirlpools around him as he said. Kid, I don't know what kind of monster you actually are to break through all the way to the peak of the spirit realm from the peak of the earth grade in just 3 years, but I am very happy you are here. As long as you can help me get out of this place. I swear to my Tao of water that half of my treasures will be yours. Cui Guoyang didn't hesitate for even a moment, as he took a serious oath to his Tao of water. Forget about half of his treasures, the middle-aged Tao King was even willing to give everything up in order to escape from this place. After all, he had been trapped here for thousands of years, and every day that he stayed in this place, was an extra day of danger. When he had felt the entire Dragon Lord's villa shaking 2 days ago, and that gigantic pillar of light that shot to the sky, the first thing that came to his mind was that he would end up being buried inside this place at the bottom of the sea. Thankfully, as a Tao King who was proficient in the Tao of water, Cui Guoyang could directly filter the oxygen inside the water, otherwise, after thousands of years, both he and his wife would have died from the lack of oxygen. At the same time, Wan Zedong nodded her head, clearly agreeing with Cui Guoyang's words. Even if Shen Long asked her to give up her own treasures as well, Wan Zedong was already prepared to agree. There was nothing more important to the 2 Tao Kings than to escape from this place. Since he had already decided to help Cui Guoyang and pay back his debt, Shen Long had no reason to decline, and after taking a look at Lu Mei who was standing next to him, he nodded his head, before he looked at Cui Guoyang and asked. Senior, what do you need help with? Nodding his head, Cui Guoyang exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly after seeing that Shen Long didn't extort him for more treasures this time, and pointing at the whirlpool that he was suppressing, he then said. It's simple. All you have to do, is have the silver-winged panther attack the center of the whirlpools until they weaken enough to naturally disperse. Of course, although it seemed simple at first glance, Cui Guoyang knew that this matter was much more difficult than it seemed. If someone was trapped inside the formation, then it was simply impossible to attack the center of the whirlpools. Additionally, even if Cui Guoyang could somehow destroy a single whirlpool, another one would soon take its place. Unless it was a peak rank 5 Tao King or an even higher level expert, then Cui Guoyang guessed that it was impossible to escape from this formation without using help from someone who was outside. At the same time, if Cui Guoyang wasn't a Tao King who had comprehended the Tao of water, as well as a body cultivator at the same time, he was certain that he and his wife would have long since perished. Nodding his head, Shen Long looked at the whirlpool in front of Cui Guoyang, which was completely covered by a thin layer of his Tao of water, before he had Little Silver attack the whirlpool center. Cui Guoyang watched with excitement, as well as envy in his heart, as the Black Panther opened its mouth, and let out a powerful roar. The roar turned into a shockwave that traveled towards the whirlpool in front of him, before it accurately struck the whirlpool's center. Author's note, join privilege for more chapters. Chapter 361 Cui Guoyang's Gratitude. Under Cui Guoyang's and Wan Zedong's shocked eyes, after just one hit, the whirlpool that Cui Guoyang was suppressing instantly weakened by more than half. Just based on the power of this shockwave alone, the 2 Tao Kings could infer that the Black Panther's strength was definitely at the peak of the early stage of rank 6. Even 2 peak rank 3 Tao Kings may not necessarily be able to win in a fight against it. As soon as the second shockwave landed on the whirlpool's core, the whirlpool that was already weakened instantly dispersed, making Cui Guoyang who was suppressing it have his eyes lit up with excitement. And yet, the moment that the first whirlpool disappeared, a second one moved from the surrounding ones and soon took its place, as it continued to pressure Cui Guoyang and Wan Zedong. The look in Cui Guoyang's face however, was no longer that of wariness or despair, but instead it was one of excitement, as he stared at the silver-winged Black Panther with shining eyes. As the water around him surged, Cui Guoyang used his expertise in the Tao of water, to suppress the new whirlpool that appeared in front of him. At the same time, Little Silver opened its mouth again, as it directed another shockwave towards the center of the new whirlpool. Time passed like this, and one by one, the whirlpools around Cui Guoyang and Wan Zedong disappeared. From the original 20, there were only 4 whirlpools left. Even Wan Zedong's eyes were staring at Little Silver like she was looking at her own ancestor, and with a look of excitement, she shouted at Shen Long in a voice filled with hope. Just one more whirlpool left. Please do your best. Nodding his head, Shen Long didn't stop Little Silver, who opened its mouth as it let out another powerful shockwave. This time, the moment that the shockwave landed at the center of the whirlpool, all of the remaining 4 whirlpools started to tremble at the same time. The moment that the second attack followed, the whirlpools were on the verge of collapse, but this time, they didn't instantly disappear. It was only after the third and fourth shockwaves finally found their targets that the whirlpools collapsed one after the other. The ground beneath Cui Guoyang's and Wan Zedong's feet started to tremble, before the seabed slowly cracked. The formation that had been restraining the two Tao kings for thousands of years finally disappeared, as Cui Guoyang and his wife anxiously shot towards the water's surface like fish that were being chased by a shark. The moment that the golden-haired middle-aged man and the voluptuous woman appeared above the sea surface, tears welled up in their eyes as Cui Guoyang mumbled to himself. Finally. Wan Zedong hugged him tightly, and with her eyes that were filled with tears of joy she looked at the golden-robed man in front of her and said joyously. "Brother Liang, we are finally free. I thought that we were going to die in this place, and get buried at the depths of the sea, without seeing the sun ever again." Cui Guoyang nodded his head, his eyes unable to hide the turbulent emotions inside them, before he turned his gaze towards the black panther that had just come out from the sea as well, and then looked at the handsome blue-robed young man and the white-veiled young woman who was standing next to him. Surprisingly, Cui Guoyang cupped his hands and bowed as he said in an amiable tone, completely different from the arrogant Tao King that Shen Long was used to deal with in the past. "Little brother Shen, thank you for saving me. I always thought that you would need at least a few hundreds, if not thousands of years until you came to this place. However, you took the risk to come here and help me and Zedong escape when you are still at the peak of the spirit realm. I, Cui Guoyang, am not someone who forgets grudges or goodwill. Please accept my token of gratitude." As he finished speaking, Cui Guoyang didn't wait for Shen Long to respond, before the peak rank 3 Tao King took out a small, golden-colored spatial ring from his robes and threw it towards him. Catching the spatial ring, Shen Long didn't decline, and without checking the ring's contents, he directly placed it in his pocket, intending to have a look at it later. Then, he turned his eyes towards Cui Guoyang before he cupped his hands and said with a smile on his face. "Senior, since I promised to help you, then of course I wouldn't go back on my word. Just the fact that you let me have little silver in the past, was enough for me to come and save you today. I will not forget the gratitude that you showed me in the past either." A shocked look flashed through Cui Guoyang's and Wan Zedong's eyes as they turned their eyes to look at the early rank 6 silver-winged panther king, in front of them. Cui Guoyang clearly remembered that the magic beasts that he had allowed Shen Long to choose from, were still at the early rank 5. As for the silver-winged panther king, that he had chosen back then, it was definitely a magic beast that his own servant, Old Tao, couldn't help advance to the middle of rank 5 no matter what he did. The disappointment that Cui Guoyang had felt for this magic beast had exceeded the joy he felt for having it. He had clearly deemed that the silver-winged panther king was useless and wouldn't be able to advance again in its life. And yet, 3 years later, this same magic beast had already reached the early rank 6, and is now probably as strong as he himself is, if it isn't even stronger. Of course, Cui Guoyang could also read in between the lines of Shen Long's words, causing him to chuckle awkwardly. He knew that Shen Long had surely noticed his envious gaze earlier as he stared at the rank 6 Black Panther, so mentioning that this was part of his reward, was the same as asking Cui Guoyang to forget any plans of asking him to return the panther. Of course, this thought had flashed through Cui Guoyang's mind, but he wouldn't push this matter either if Shen Long refused. Putting aside the fact that he wasn't 100% certain of beating the panther in a head-on fight, even if he could, Cui Guoyang wasn't a person who would go back on his word and try to backstab the person who had just saved his and his wife's lives. Cupping his hands, Cui Guoyang had a smile on his face as he looked at Shen Long, before he shook his head in a self-deprecating manner, as he then took out a large piece that looked like white iron from his spatial ring and held it in his hands. His gaze turned complicated, but there was joy amidst his pain as he said to Shen Long. "If it wasn't for this little thing, me and Zedong wouldn't have suffered for the past thousands of years like that." Chapter 362 The Reason Behind the Entrapment. Wan Zedong turned to look at the piece of white iron in Cui Guoyang's hands with a complicated look in her eyes, but in the end, she simply nodded her head in response. Lu Mei turned to look at Shen Long with curiosity in her eyes, but she saw the look of puzzlement in his face as well, obviously having no idea what the white iron in Cui Guoyang's hands actually was. Seeing that neither Shen Long nor the white-veiled young woman next to him were speaking, Cui Guoyang understood that he had yet to explain things properly, and with a smile on his face, the golden-haired Tao King waved his hand, as an old, tattered yellow beast skin appeared in his hands. With a sigh that seemed to have been trying to expel all of the negative emotions that were bubbled up inside him, Cui Guoyang sat cross-legged in the air, before he looked at Shen Long and asked in a serious tone. "Little brother Shen, do you know what this white iron in my hands really is?" Shen Long simply shook his head as he looked at the white iron in Cui Guoyang's hands. He was curious as to what was this item that had caused the entrapment of 2 Tao kings for thousands of years. Shaking his head, Cui Guoyang first turned to look at his wife who was also sitting next to him, before he said with a smile on his face. This is actually a rank 6 white sea ore. Knowing that Shen Long and the young woman next to him were most likely going to be unaware of the origins of this item, Cui Guoyang then continued. This is an extremely rare ore that can be used by rank 3 gold grade formation masters to create peak rank 3 gold grade weapons and armor, or it can be infused to strengthen gold grade formations. If a pinnacle rank 3 gold grade formation is infused with this ore, then it will certainly reach the absolute peak of rank 3 gold grade. No, such a formation may even exceed the gold grade. Of course, this also requires the formation master's level to have reached the required level as well. There was a fervent look in Cui Guoyang's green eyes as he said the last sentence. After taking a deep breath, he then added with an excited tone in his voice. Nevertheless, this is a priceless treasure that cannot be purchased, no matter how many spirit stones a powerful force from the Night Star continent is willing to offer. Shen Long and Lu Mei were both shocked when they heard Cui Guoyang's words. The thing in Cui Guoyang's hands was indeed a treasure. After all, Shen Long already knew that even the strongest experts of the continent were most likely at the peak of rank 9 of the Tao King realm, with no one managing to reach the level of a Tao Emperor. At the same time, even with his superficial understanding of formations, Shen Long easily understood that, if there really was a formation that could potentially exceed even the pinnacle of rank 3 gold grade, then no matter how many powerful Tao Kings gathered to fight against it, it would be practically impossible for them to forcefully break through such a formation using brute force. Seeing that Shen Long could instantly recognize the value of the ore in his hands, Cui Guoyang nodded his head before he turned his eyes to the tattered, yellow-colored beast skin, and said with a look of pain in his eyes. Back then, I found this treasure map along with a jade slip with stored information inside it, as well as a small piece of white sea ore next to it, in the cave of a deceased expert. The person who had left these items probably knew that he was going to die, since he had also recorded a mental message inside the jade slip, saying that if one followed the map carved out in the beast skin they would be able to find an even bigger piece of white sea ore. Turning his head to look at his wife, Cui Guoyang continued with a self-deprecating smile. Of course, the moment that I realized that the white sea ore was near the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa, I couldn't help but rethink this matter. After all, even middle-stage Tao Kings have a high chance of dying in this place. I who was just an early-stage nascent soul cultivator had no hope of surviving in this place. As he finished his words, Cui Guoyang looked around him warily, before he placed the white sea ore back inside his spatial ring, as he then continued. However, no matter what, the white sea ore wasn't a treasure that I could let go. I cultivated for thousands of years, and after becoming a Tao King and reached the peak of the early stages, I explained everything to Zedong before we came to this place together. Unfortunately, the map didn't mention that the white sea ore was hidden in a place filled with powerful formations. Noticing that Cui Guoyang had fallen silent after he finished this sentence, almost as if he was still trying to realize that he had finally escaped from this endless nightmare, Wan Zedong nodded her head as she then added. Thankfully, Guoyang had already taken precautions and created the secret realm in the desolate east in order to find someone to help us. Although I had always thought that such an action was worthless, in the end, I can only thank you since you were the reason why we could escape. Seeing Wan Zedong sincerely bow in thanks, Shen Long cupped his hands in response, accepting the Tao King's act of gratitude. Straightening her black robes that were embroidered with silver patterns, Wan Zedong then took out a Dragon Lord's medallion from her spatial ring, and with a smile on her face, she looked at Shen Long and the white-veiled, silent Lu Mei who was standing next to him, before she said. Unfortunately, being trapped in that formation meant that we were unable to activate our Dragon Lord's medallions and get teleported directly at the villa's entrance as well. Cui Guoyang seemed to have just woken up when he heard Wan Zedong's words, as he took out his Dragon Lord's medallion from his spatial ring as well, before he looked at Shen Long with an apologetic look on his face, as he then added. Right, little brother Shen. I forgot to mention this. If you want to instantly escape from the Dragon Lord's villa, all you have to do is to directly inject your chi inside your Dragon Lord's medallion, and you will be teleported to the villa's entrance. However, you have to be careful. If you are trapped in a formation similar to ours, then the Dragon Lord's medallion cannot be activated. If you don't find another way to escape, you will certainly die. Shen Long had never heard of this before, as he took out his Dragon Lord's medallion and examined it carefully. He wasn't able to sense any direct connection with it, without injecting his chi inside it. Even after examining it with his spirit sense, there was still nothing out of the ordinary with the bronze medallion in his hands. Excited to leave this place and return back to the Night Star continent, Cui Guoyang took a deep breath to suppress his anxious emotions, as he looked at Shun Long and the young woman next to him and asked. Little brother Shun, should we return together then? The road forward is extremely dangerous. Even with an early rank 6 magic beast, you won't manage to reach the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa. Understanding that Cui Guoyang was only warning him out of goodwill for the dangers that lied deeper inside, Shun Long cupped his hands at the golden-haired Dao King in front of him, before he reached out to hold Lu Mei's hand and said in a tone that had obvious hints of gratitude inside it. Senior, we have certain matters to investigate, so we won't be able to return back just yet. Cui Guoyang nodded his head, not willing to pressure the matter. After sweeping his gaze past Lu Mei, he turned his eyes to look at Shun Long and handed him a token with the words, Cui on it, before he said with a smile on his face. Very well. Make sure to be careful. This is the token of my Cui clan. If you visit the Golden Shield City, make sure to drop by the Cui clan. Me and Zedong will definitely hold a banquet to welcome you and your wife when the time comes. Although Cui Guoyang hadn't recognized Lu Mei, based on how close she was with Shun Long and the fact that they were traveling together in the most dangerous place of the Night Star continent, the experienced Dao King only needed a moment to understand that the white-veiled woman's relationship with Shun Long was anything but ordinary. As soon as he finished his words, the peak rank 3 Dao King and his wife injected their chi in the Dragon Lord's medallions in their hands at the same time. A golden light descended from the barrier above their heads that covered the entire Dragon Lord's villa, before it completely enveloped the 2 Dao Kings. Under Shun Long's and Lu Mei's eyes, Cui Guoyang and Wan Zedong's bodies slowly turned into motes of light, and just a few moments later, they finally disappeared. Chapter 363 Arriving at the Core Region. Looking at Cui Guoyang's and Wan Zedong's body that disappeared into motes of light, Lu Mei turned her eyes to look at Shun Long before she asked in a gentle voice. Long Ji, what should we do now? Lu Mei knew that Shun Long had been keeping the matter of Cui Guoyang at the back of his mind during the last 3 years. After all, no matter what, as a person who had given aid to Shun Long 3 years ago, unless Cui Guoyang was intentionally trying to bring trouble to him by having him explore this region of the Dragon Lord's villa, Shun Long wouldn't simply let the Dao King and his wife die. Shun Long looked at Lu Mei with a smile on his face, while a sense of relief filled his heart after finally helping Cui Guoyang escape from this place. After patting the Black Panther's head, he then said in a voice that was filled with gratitude. Little Silver, you did a good job. You can rest now. Waving his right hand, he then had Little Silver return inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Although it seemed that the Black Panther hadn't faced any major problems so far in their journey in the Dragon Lord's villa, Shun Long knew that this wasn't the case. Little Silver had initially suffered some minor injuries, from the tens of peak rank 5 magic beasts that lived in the mountains right before the desert that attacked Shun Long's group. Additionally, although the heat of the desert was completely inconsequential to a powerful early rank 6 magic beast like the Silver-Winged Panther King, the terrifying sandstorms at the end of the desert weren't that easy to pass through. Although Little Silver didn't suffer any injuries from them, it wasn't an easy journey either. Even Dao Kings would face a certain degree of trouble and would have to expend plenty of their chi to successfully pass through the desert. In the end, after passing through the sandstorms, the Black Panther still hadn't gotten any time to rest. After all, it still had to destroy the whirlpools that entrapped Cui Guoyang and his wife, while each whirlpool needed at least 2 or 3 full-powered shockwaves in order to completely disperse. Although Little Silver didn't whimper to complain that it had been tired and had expended too much of its strength, Shun Long could feel that after the last day's journey, it really needed the rest. The moment that Little Silver's body disappeared from Shun Long's eyes, the body of a 10 meters, 33 feet, tall dragon, with blue eyes and a pair of majestic black wings appeared in front of him and Lu Mei. Feeling Little Black's excited emotions after leaving the Stone of Time for a while, Shun Long patted the black dragon's head, before he covered himself with the black robes that he wore earlier, and looking at Lu Mei with a smile on his face, he said. Mayor, let's go to the core region of the villa. Since Cui Guoyang's matter had already been dealt with, Shun Long wasn't willing to waste any more time. He also didn't know if Duan Zhu would manage to obtain the Dragon Stone in the meanwhile, which made him even more urgent to explore the depths of the villa itself. Looking at Shun Long, Lu Mei nodded her head, as she simply replied. After covering herself completely with the black robes, she felt Shun Long's arm wrapping itself around her waist, before she quickly appeared on the black dragon's back. Although Lu Mei had seen Little Black appear in front of her for more than once, she was still filled with shock every time that her eyes landed on the majestic black dragon. With Lu Mei sitting behind him, Shun Long turned his eyes to look at Little Black and said with a smile. Little Black, let's go. I am also curious to find out what really lies inside the depths of this villa. As soon as he heard Shen Long's words, the black dragon flapped his wings, as he flew right above the sea and headed towards the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa. Although Little Black wasn't flying at full speed, his speed was many times faster than Little Silver's. In just a few hours, Shen Long could already see the gigantic pillar of light in the distance ahead, slowly becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes. At the same time, the sea that was supposed to be lethal for early and middle stage Dao Kings, didn't seem to pose the slightest danger to Shen Long and Lu Mei. Little Black's aura had completely terrified every early and middle rank 6 magic beast that lied at the depths of the sea as they saw the black dragon that flew above their heads. As for any peak rank 6 magic beasts, Shen Long was unaware if there were any of them hidden inside the sea and lying in wait. Almost as if sensing Shen Long's emotions, Little Black's voice suddenly sounded in his head as Little Black said confidently. Master, there is nothing to worry about. Even if we meet with peak rank 6 magic beasts, I can still rip them to pieces. Unless we meet with any abnormal magic beasts that have extremely powerful defensive or offensive abilities, or those with rare bloodlines, no other beast should be able to pose any danger to us. Shen Long knew that what Little Black had said was the truth, as he took a deep breath and said with a serious look in his eyes. In any case, it's not like we can ignore the dragon stone and let it be taken by someone else. Little Black nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes. Indeed, even if he had to fight against the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, he still couldn't allow the dragon stone to be taken away. Half a day later, the endless sea seemed to have finally come to an end, and right in front of Shen Long's and Lu Mei's eyes, an enormous, luxurious building appeared at the seashore, right where the endless sea ended. Shen Long could easily make out that the gigantic beam of light that was visible throughout the entire continent was actually coming from the depths of this building in front of him. This was the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa. At the same time that Little Black was about to enter through the half-open doors of the building in front of him, however, Shen Long noticed a group of powerful Dao Kings slowly coming out from the building's entrance. Raising their heads, the 5 Dao Kings' gazes all fell on the gigantic black dragon who was flying towards them at the same time. Chapter 364 Overbearing. Shock as well as confusion filled the 5 experts' eyes, while one of them couldn't help mumbling in a voice filled with disbelief. A dragon. Little Black had also noticed the 5 late-stage Dao Kings at the entrance of the core region of the Dragon Lord's villa, but he didn't seem to care too much about them, as he continued flying forward towards the building's entrance. Seeing that the 2 black-robed people who were sitting on top of the dragon's back didn't seem to have any intention to stop, the strongest out of the 5 Dao Kings who was at the middle of rank 8 in the Dao King realm took a step forward before he shouted in a loud voice. Stop right there. We are elders of the Xianxia dynasty. If you want to enter inside the villa, you need to identify yourselves first. Although the 5 Dao Kings could clearly sense the terrifying aura coming from the black dragon, and at the same time, they had more than just a little apprehension towards the black-robed Shen Long whose aura they were completely unable to sense, they still had to verify his and Lu Mei's identities before they allowed them to step inside the villa. Although the Dragon Lord's villa didn't belong to the Xianxia dynasty, since their old king had ordered them to stand guard here and prevent any members of the Dark Elf race from entering inside, the 5 Dao Kings wouldn't let Shen Long and Lu Mei enter before they verified where the 2 of them actually came from. Of course, the 5 Dao Kings were clearly aware that Shen Long and Lu Mei weren't from the Dark Elf race, but this was the first time that they were seeing a living dragon. And that dragon was only at the middle of rank 6. This wasn't a chance that they could simply ignore. Turning his head to look at the people around him, the old man who was at the middle of rank 8 in the Dao King realm said in a suppressed voice. Unless the power behind them is a behemoth that is even stronger than our Xianxia dynasty, you know what to do. The 4 Dao Kings around the old man all nodded their heads at the same time, as they looked at the black dragon simultaneously, certain that the person on its back would have it stop in front of them now that they had declared their identities as elders of the powerful dynasty. After all, there were only a handful of powers who could be considered to be at the same level as their Xianxia dynasty in the entirety of the Night Star continent. Additionally, none of these powers were even rumored to have seen a dragon, let alone to have tamed one, which made the 2 black-robed people's origins even more dubious. It was very likely that the 2 people on the black dragon's back weren't actually from their Night Star continent. However, this by itself wasn't enough to make the 5 Dao Kings to shy away. Unless these people were from a power that was as strong as the Demon Emperor Palace or the terrifying Holy Sect, their Xianxia dynasty would definitely dare to fight against them if they could obtain a powerful dragon. A real, living dragon's existence was reason enough to even start a war between two continents, let alone two powerful forces. Of course, the 5 Tao Kings had also taken battle positions at the same time. They couldn't neglect the fact that the black-robed person whose aura was completely retracted could very likely be a peak expert at the same level as their old king, Xingjun. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how he was able to ride on top of the dragon's back. The moment that he appeared in the air right above the 5 Tao Kings, Little Black had a scornful look in his eyes as he gazed down at them, almost as if he was looking at a bunch of ants beneath his feet. Opening his mouth, the black dragon didn't have the slightest hints of mercy in his blue eyes, as he sent out a terrifying ball of black flames towards the 5 Tao Kings. The old Tao King who was at the middle of rank 8 instantly paled the moment that he felt the power behind the black fireball, as he hurriedly shouted. "Run!" Without waiting for a response from the people around him, he was the first one to try and escape as far as he could before the black fireball approached his body. The 4 Tao Kings around him didn't delay either, as they all split themselves, trying to escape as far as possible from the incoming black fireball. Although the black dragon in front of them was just at the middle of rank 6, they could feel the lethality inside this fireball that could even threaten peak rank 9 Tao Kings. Boom! The entrance in front of the half-open gates instantly burst in black flames, while 2 unlucky Tao Kings of the Xianxia dynasty actually weren't fast enough to avoid Little Black's attack. Under the old man's horrified eyes, the powerful late-stage Tao Kings from his group didn't even have a chance to scream, as their bodies instantly turned into charred corpses. 2 late-stage Tao Kings had instantly died just like that. It wasn't just the old man however, even Shun Long was shocked by Little Black's power. Without waiting for a response however, Shun Long barely threw a glance at the 3 late-stage Tao Kings who had managed to escape in time, before he turned his eyes towards the half-open doors in front of him, as Little Black flew inside them. Even though these people had managed to conceal their greed over the black dragon's body well, how could Shun Long not guess their intentions? Besides, claiming that he had to show his identity before entering would place him in an even worse position later on. It was very likely that the entire Night Star continent, and perhaps even the Demon Emperor Palace, would try to look for him in order to get information about Little Black. The old Tao King at the middle of rank 8, watched the 2 black-robed people on Little Black's back entering inside the villa's core region, with a look of hate as well as fear in his eyes. After taking a moment to calm himself down, he turned to look at the 2 remaining Tao Kings around him who still hadn't gotten over their shock, and gritted his teeth before he said angrily. "Inform our king about this." Chapter 365 Face Off. Snapping out of their shock, the 2 Tao Kings hurriedly nodded their heads simultaneously, before one of them took out a green jade from his spatial ring and sent his soul sense inside it. The green jade lit up with a pale green light, as the Tao King then said in a hurried tone. "My king. 2 black-robed people have forcefully barged inside the villa. One of them is just a junior who is still at the spirit realm, but we were unable to identify the cultivation level of the person in the lead. Additionally, they are riding on top of a living dragon." Finishing his message, the Tao King stopped injecting his chi in the green jade in his hands, before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that they had informed Xingjun, they didn't need to worry about anything else. Even if the black-robed man somehow was at the same level as their old king, there was no way that he would be able to fight against the 10 remaining elders of the Xianxia dynasty who are accompanying Xingjun as well. At the same time however, at the depths of the core region in the Dragon Lord's villa, the old king of the Xianxia dynasty, Xingjun, hadn't even noticed his jade that had suddenly lit up as he stared at the purple-robed middle-aged man who was leisurely standing in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. Duanzhu was still trying to break past the gigantic beam of light that acted like a barrier and obtain the treasures at the core of the villa, when Xingjun and his group appeared in this place. Xingjun had never managed to get this far inside the Dragon Lord's villa in the past. He knew that there were some terrifying formations that even he and his wife had been unable to break past previously. Even if he asked for help from the other peak Tao Kings in the Heaven's Dome City, he still didn't have any confidence in reaching this point. And yet, Duanzhu by himself had somehow destroyed all of the formations in his way and arrived at the depths of the villa. Xingjun didn't know what kind of treasure Duanzhu had with him that could help him reach this place, but there was a solemn look in his eyes as he stared at the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace. After all, not only had Duanzhu managed to reach the depths of the villa, but he had also swept all the treasures that he had found so far. Staring at the group of middle and late-stage Tao Kings in front of him, the red-haired Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace didn't show any fear or wariness in his eyes. Instead, it was more like he was looking at a bunch of insignificant ants, with only Xingjun being worthy of his attention. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xingjun looked at the peak rank 9 Dao King in front of him, before he said in a calm tone. Hall Master Duan, don't you think that you have obtained too many things from the Dragon Lord's villa? This is a place that belongs to my Night Star continent. Your Demon Emperor Palace should show some restraint. A mocking look had appeared on Duan Zhu's face when he heard Xingjun's words, and looking at him like he was looking at a fool, the red-haired Hall Master then said with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Restraint? Because this place belongs to your Night Star continent. Fool. You had hundreds of thousands of years to explore this place, and yet the people of your Night Star continent didn't even manage to get so much as halfway through the core region of this villa. If it wasn't for me destroying the previous formations, you wouldn't even have the chance to enter here today. As for this place belonging to your Night Star continent, don't tell me that you want me to cough up the treasures that I have obtained as compensation. Ha ha ha. Xingjun's eyes twitched when he heard Duan Zhu's mocking laughter, but he didn't respond right away. Instead, he took a deep breath, before he plastered a fake smile on his face and said. Hall Master Duan is right. It will indeed be better if you voluntarily give up some of your treasures. However, I won't ask for too much either. Just the saber in your hands will do. As for the rest, I won't even ask what Hall Master Duan has gathered previously. After all, you did indeed clear the way here, so you can consider it compensation for your troubles. Duan Zhu couldn't believe what he was hearing, and was about to laugh and mock Xingjun even further, when the expression on his face suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a golden-colored talisman that had appeared in Xingjun's hands, while his aura of a peak rank 9 Dao King exploded at the same time. The saber in his hands lit up with countless patterns, as Duan Zhu took a defensive stance and shouted at Xingjun in a solemn tone, like he was looking at a madman. Xingjun, have you gone mad, you old fool? Are you certain that you dare to do this? I swear that my Demon Emperor Palace will raise your Xianxia dynasty from this world. How could Duan Zhu not understand that the talisman in Xingjun's hands was an extraordinary treasure? Duan Zhu was already a peak rank 9 Dao King, and with the crimson saber that he had found in this place, his might was certainly enough to certainly trample Xingjun if they fought against each other. He wasn't even afraid of the group of Dao Kings that Xingjun had brought with him. Although he would most likely suffer some injuries if they fought, Duan Zhu was still confident that he could exterminate every single one of them with the help of his saber. In his heart, Duan Zhu believed that he could fight evenly even against a Dao Emperor who had newly advanced, if that person didn't have a weapon at the same level as his saber. And yet, he couldn't help feeling fear when he felt the might inside the talisman that Xingjun held. This was definitely a talisman created by a Dao Emperor, and it was someone who had stayed in that realm for a long time. Duan Zhu was certain that if Xingjun activated it, there was a high chance that he would be left incapacitated, even if he managed to stay alive in the end. At the same time, Shun Long, who was still on Little Black's back, saw hundreds of Dao Kings as they flew deeper inside the core region of the villa, all of whom turned to stare at the black dragon with different emotions in their eyes. Confusion, fear, reverence, greed, as well as many other emotions appeared in the Dao Kings' eyes, as they saw the black dragon flying above their heads and heading towards the depths of the villa. And yet, despite their greed, none of these Dao Kings dared to step in Little Black's path. Although they could sense that the black dragon in front of them was just a middle-rank 6 magic beast, these people knew that there were Dao Kings of the Xianxia dynasty at the entrance of the villa. If they allowed the black dragon to enter inside the villa instead of trying to capture it for themselves, then the black-robed person on top of the black dragon's back, whose aura was completely retracted, must either have an extremely powerful background or his strength was certainly at least at the of rank 9 in the Dao King realm. Of course, none of these people would think that Little Black's strength was enough to threaten late-stage Dao Kings by himself. Even if he could, who in their right mind would dare to fight against the experts of the Xianxia dynasty in the Night Star continent? Only those monsters from the Demon Emperor Palace, or those who come from similar powers would have such guts, and even they would have to think twice before doing so. As they flew deeper inside the villa, Shun Long saw Little Black passing through a group of golden-robed experts, who all turned their eyes towards the black dragon at the same time. Confusion, shock, as well as greed, flashed through Zhao Lan's eyes, who was leading the group of Dao Kings from the Alchemists' Guild, once he saw the dragon flying above his head. His eyes narrowed, while at the same time he raised his hand to unleash an attack, but after thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and allowed Little Black to fly above him. Shun Long threw a glance at the peak rank 9 Dao King from the Alchemists' Guild before Little Black soon left that group far behind them, as he continued deeper inside towards the depths of the villa. Zhao Lan was stunned when he saw the black dragon's speed. Even if he flew at full speed himself, he would be unable to catch up to Little Black. Half an hour later, after seeing many destroyed formations that were engraved at the walls of the villa, Little Black passed through a pair of gigantic golden gates, as he arrived inside an enormous hall. Shock appeared in Shun Long's eyes when he noticed the tense situation of the hall, while at the same time, Duanzhu, Xingjun, and the experts of the Xingtian dynasty, all turned to look at the black dragon with shock in their eyes. Chapter 366 Plan. Absolute silence permeated the gigantic hall the moment that the Peak Dao King saw the black dragon, as well as the two people who were riding on his back. Looking at the tense situation in front of him, waves of shock appeared in Shun Long's heart, while Little Black's voice sounded in his head at the same time. Master, the old man in golden robes and the middle-aged man with red hair are both peak rank 9 Dao Kings. Although they aren't among the absolute strongest Dao Kings, they aren't weak either. Especially the red-haired man. His aura is even slightly stronger than the golden-robed old man's, while his saber has already exceeded the gold grade. However, the golden-robed old man isn't less dangerous than him either. He can actually pose lethal danger to myself and master. The golden talisman in his hands, most likely contains the full-powered blow of a Dao Emperor. The moment that he heard Little Black's assessment of the two Dao Kings, Shun Long could feel cold sweat rolling from his back. Both groups that were standing in front of him, were actually strong enough to threaten his and Lu Mei's, as well as Little Black's lives. And yet, Little Black seemed to have only thrown a glance at the two powerful groups in front of him, before he turned his attention towards the gigantic beam of light next to Duanzhu and Xingjun with shining eyes. Seeing the black dragon's fervent gaze, Duanzhu turned his eyes to look at the black-robed Shun Long before he asked in a probing manner. Who are you? Duanzhu had been shocked when he realized that he couldn't feel any aura coming from Shun Long's body, instinctively making him apprehensive. Although Duanzhu knew that there were certain techniques that could completely conceal a person's cultivation level, this was the first time that he was unable to feel even the slightest hint of aura coming from a person. His Demon Emperor Palace's Saint-grade Demon Blood Refinement art could usually detect a person's aura regardless of how much they tried to cover it with their own cultivation technique. There have never been a precedent where Duanzhu couldn't sense anything at all. This can only mean two things. Either that person's cultivation is already above the Dao King realm, or his cultivation technique is actually a Saint high-grade cultivation technique as well, and one that is especially suited to concealing their own aura. In both cases, the power behind these two people is most likely at the same level as my Demon Emperor Palace. Even if they are weaker, they can't be too far off. After all, I have never before heard of a power taming a living dragon. Even in our central region, only the absolutely strongest powers can maybe have a chance to see a living dragon. As these thoughts flashed through Duanzhu's mind, the peak rank 9 Dao King took an even more defensive posture. Although the power behind Shun Long could very likely be at the same level, or even stronger than his Demon Emperor Palace, this didn't mean that Duanzhu would back away. Unless Shun Long was actually a Dao Emperor, he could forget about getting the treasures from the Dragon Lord's villa. At the same time, half of Xingjun's army took defensive positions, as 5 late-stage Dao Kings faced the black dragon and the two people on its back, while the rest faced Duanzhu, not allowing him to make any sudden movements. Although Xingjun didn't speak, it was obvious that he was also waiting for Shun Long's answer. At the same time, after hearing Little Black's voice in his mind once again, Shun Long tried to calm himself down, before he turned his attention to the two peak Dao Kings who were waiting for his answer. Shun Long looked completely unfazed by the situation in front of him, and staring at the old king of the Xingtian dynasty, as well as the hall master of the Demon Emperor Palace, he didn't speak but instead, he simply pointed forward. Under Duanzhu's and Xingjun's astounded eyes, Little Black flew towards the gigantic beam of light like a streak of black lightning tearing through the midday sky. And yet, after flinching for a moment, Duanzhu and Xingjun merely snickered in response. If it was that easy to break the gigantic beam of light, Duanzhu would have done so long ago, and wouldn't have waited for Xingjun to come and ruin his plans. Sweat had appeared on Shun Long's forehead that was covered by his black robes, but he could only grit his teeth and hope that this plan would work. Duanzhu and Xingjun stared at the black dragon with mocking looks in their eyes, as they waited for Little Black to crash on the pillar of light and get injured before making their move. However, contrary to their expectations, the moment that Little Black appeared in front of the gigantic light pillar, the entire Dragon Lord's villa started to tremble. Shock appeared in Duanzhu's, Xingjun's and the other Dao King's eyes, but before they could realize what had happened, a large hole was suddenly opened in the barrier in front of Little Black. Without any hesitation, the black dragon entered inside the large pillar of light, completely ignoring the shocked Dao Kings behind him. Quickly, after him. Xingjun was the first one to speak, barely a moment later, as the powerful old king of the Xingtian dynasty flew towards the huge hole before he had even finished his own words. Duanzhu had made his move at the same time, as he also followed behind Xingjun not even a split second later. The Dao Kings of the Xingtian dynasty all followed behind Xingjun and Duanzhu, as they flocked towards the opening of the hole like a group of hungry magic beasts. Having entered inside the pillar of light before Duanzhu and the rest, a stunning scene appeared in Shun Long's eyes. Author's note: join privilege for more chapters. Chapter 367 Treasures. A gigantic throne room appeared in Shun Long's eyes, filled with endless gold, silver, and rare shiny jades. A gigantic golden throne that seemed to have been made for a 4 meters, 13 feet, tall giant was placed at the edge of the room, with a small, wooden chest in front of it. Shun Long had been stunned when he had seen Cui Guoyang's luxurious palace in the past, but in front of the throne room in front of him, the difference was even bigger than the clouds and the mud. Aside from the golden throne and the wooden chest, there were countless weapons on the floor of the hall, including swords, shields, sabers, spears, and bows. And yet, Shun Long only had a chance to throw a glance at the treasures around him as soon as they entered the room, before Little Black shot towards a corner of the room. A small, black-colored stone was levitating in the air, and it was emitting a powerful light, almost as if it was excited to feel Little Black's presence. Even Shun Long and Lu Mei only needed a second to understand that this was the piece of dragon stone that Little Black wanted. Shun Long also knew that this was this same piece of dragon stone that Little Black had formed a connection with just now, and had also stirred up some of its energy to open a hole in the enormous pillar of light. At the same time, Duanzhu and Xingjun had just passed through the hole at the same time, when the same shocking scene appeared in their eyes, dumbfounding the two peaked Dao Kings. Hundreds of weapons were sprawled on the ground, all of them actually being rank 3 gold-grade weapons. This was a shocking sight to behold, causing the two powerful Dao Kings to stand still for a few moments, as they gawked at the scene in front of them with eyes filled with disbelief. Even the Xingtian dynasty, which was among the strongest powers in the Night Star continent, had less than 10 gold-grade weapons in their treasury. Among them, only 2 of those weapons had actually reached the pinnacle of the gold grade. However, every single weapon in front of Xingjun right now was at the rank 3 without any exception, while almost half of them were actually at the peak of rank 3 in the gold grade. This was more than enough for Xingjun's Xingtian dynasty to dominate the entire Night Star continent. And yet, these weapons were thrown around on the ground as if they were trash. Duanzhu, however, wasn't any less shocked than Xingjun. As a hall master of the Demon Emperor Palace, he clearly understood the value of the weapons in front of him. Although his Demon Emperor Palace had their own peak rank 3 gold-grade formation masters who could create similar weapons, this wasn't just a matter of the weapons themselves. After all, the materials used to create all of the weapons in here were definitely more than what the Demon Emperor Palace could afford to spend. At the same time that the two peak Dao Kings were staring at the treasures around them, they suddenly noticed Little Black arriving in front of a levitating black stone. Xingjun's and Duanzhu's eyes, however, weren't focused on the levitating stone, but on a translucent armor as well as a black sword with strange patterns on it, that were also hovering in the air next to the black stone. Sensing the powerful auras coming from the armor and the black sword, the two peak Dao Kings only needed a moment to understand that these weapons had already exceeded the gold grade. They were definitely at the same level as Duanzhu's blood saber. And yet, before Xingjun and Duanzhu could even make their moves, Little Black opened his mouth and swallowed the levitating stone, the black sword and the translucent armor all at the same time. Stop! Hand over that sword! Xingjun and Duanzhu both shouted at the same time, as Duanzhu brandished his blood saber, while Xingjun took out a pair of gloves from his spatial ring and put them on his hands, before they both attacked Little Black at the same time. Little Black, however, didn't seem to have paid any attention to the two Dao Kings, as he shot forward at full speed towards the wooden chest in front of the throne. Duanzhu, however, seemed to have already expected this, as he sent a powerful slash forward, blocking Little Black's path. A powerful crimson slash that was even redder than the color of fresh blood erupted from the saber, infused with the full might of the peak rank 9 Dao King. Although Little Black had already avoided the first 2 attacks, if he wanted to get closer to the chest, he would have to take Duanzhu's attack head-on. However, equipped with the blood saber in his hands, there was no need to even consider whether Duanzhu's slash was strong enough to hurt him. Taking this chance that the Black Dragon had to back off, Duanzhu and Xingjun temporarily ignored the 3 items that Little Black had stolen, before they turned their attention to the chest as well. Scram! Duan-ju shouted as he slashed his saber at Xing-jun, who was also rushing towards the throne at the same time as him. Although he had expected this attack, the old king of the Xianxia dynasty barely had enough time to duck and dodge, as another powerful crimson slash erupted from the blood saber in Duan-ju's hands. Seeing that he was just 100 meters away from the wooden chest, while Xing-jun tumbled backwards, Duan-ju had a huge smile on his face, before he extended his hand in anticipation to grab the chest. However, seemingly out of nowhere, a space tear appeared right in front of the chest, while a pair of hands covered by black robes extended themselves to touch the wooden chest before Duan-ju. Under the peak rank 9 Dao King's disbelieving gaze, the wooden chest was dragged inside the space tier, before it disappeared right in front of his eyes. At the same time, both Duan-ju and Xing-jun turned their heads to look at the black-robed person on top of the black dragon, only to see the wooden chest now lying in his arms. Chapter 368, riling up the entire Xingtian dynasty. Shun Long's heart had started to beat wildly, as the chest in his arms felt heavier than a mountain. He could feel the pressure coming from the two peak Dao Kings who were about to swallow him whole. Not only had Little Black snatched the dragon stone and the translucent armor as well as the black sword, but Shun Long was now holding what was potentially even more valuable than these items together. Die. Hand the chest over. Duan-ju and Xing-jun shouted at the same time, as they both unleashed their attacks towards Little Black. A crimson slash that seemed capable enough to split even a group of late-stage Dao Kings apart appeared from Duan-ju's blood saber, while two gigantic fists that were shining with a bright light materialized from Xing-jun's gloves, both of them heading towards the black dragon. Shun Long however was already prepared for the Dao King's attacks, and the moment that he got his hands on the wooden chest, he hurriedly injected his chi into the two Dragon Lord's medallions, while Lu Mei did the same. The golden barrier around the villa started to tremble, before it suddenly descended to cover Shun Long, Little Black and Lu Mei like a golden blanket. Before Duan-ju's and Xing-jun's powerful attacks could even approach him, Shun Long felt spatial distortions around his body, while his vision also started to blur. Seeing the black dragon, as well as the two black-robed people on his back disappear right in front of his eyes, a furious expression appeared on Duan-ju's face. Holding his own Dragon Lord's medallion in his hands, he was ready to activate it and chase after Little Black, but he hesitated for a moment. Although Little Black had gotten everything, if he left right now, the Dao Kings from the Xingtian dynasty would definitely sweep up everything in this place. Hundreds of rank 3 gold-grade weapons and armors were enough even for Dao emperors to get involved. However, Duan-ju only hesitated for a single moment, before his Dragon Lord's medallion lit up with a golden light. After all, the treasures that Shun Long had gotten would definitely exceed the value of the rank 3 gold-grade weapons in this place. At the same time, Xing-jun's Dragon Lord's medallion lit up as well, as both Dao Kings felt themselves being covered by the Dragon Lord's villa barrier, before they disappeared from the majestic throne room. As for Xing-jun, he was actually in a much more favorable position than Duan-ju. Let alone the fact that he could hunt down a living dragon in his own territory in the Night Star continent, he had also managed to let the elders of his Xingtian dynasty freely gather everything inside the throne room, now that Duan-ju decided to chase after Shun Long, while at the same time, Xing-jun himself didn't have to activate his golden talisman just yet. As Shun Long appeared outside of the Dragon Lord's villa's entrance, he didn't wait to see the shocked expressions of the people in the crowd who were gathered outside the villa, as he had Little Black immediately leave the scene. Before the crowd could even react, Little Black spread his majestic black wings, before he flew towards the north of the Night Star continent at full speed. Duan-ju and Xing-jun appeared at the villa's entrance barely a split second later and hurriedly turned their eyes to look at the sky, looking for the black dragon. The shocked crowd instantly exploded into exclamations. A dragon? A real dragon? Isn't that the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace? I saw him entering the villa 2 years ago. What is he doing with the old king of the Xingtian dynasty? Don't tell me that they are chasing after that dragon. Could it be that the dragon has been living inside the Dragon Lord's villa for tens of thousands of years? Ignoring the speculations of the crowd, Duan-ju looked at an early-stage Dao King who was standing among the crowd, before he asked in a furious tone. Where did that dragon go? The early-stage Dao King trembled when he felt Duan-ju's aura, which was even more terrifying than the average peak rank 9 Dao Kings, but he still steadied himself and pointed towards the north as he said hurriedly. That way. It flew towards the north. Without even considering that the Dao King in front of him could have lied to him, Duan-ju instantly shot towards the north of the Night Star continent with his blood saber in hand, like a hungry magic beast that was out for blood. Of course, if that Dao King had really dared to lie to him, Duanzhu would make him wish that he was dead instead. Although normal people may not know how terrifying the experts of the Demon Emperor Palace really were, most of the Tao kings in the Night Star continent dreaded them from the bottom of their hearts. Xingjun didn't lag behind Duanzhu either, as he soared in the sky, flying towards the north of the Night Star continent as well. At the same time, he took out his green jade from his spatial ring, and completely ignoring the report that he had missed from earlier, he injected his chi inside the jade, making it light up with a pale green light, as he then said in a commanding voice. This is a command to every nascent soul stage cultivator of my Xianxia dynasty. Immediately head to the north of the Night Star continent and find clues to the Black Dragon and the 2 black-robed people who are riding on his back. The person who finds the dragon's location will obtain a rank 3 gold-grade weapon. The moment that Xingjun finished his words, the entire palace of the Xingtian dynasty in the Heaven's Dome city instantly exploded with shock and excitement, as every single nascent soul stage expert flew out from it and headed towards the northern part of the Night Star continent. Of course, this was Xingjun's plan as well. The moment that someone caught wind of the Black Dragon's whereabouts, the old king of the Xingtian dynasty would definitely hear about it before Duanzhu. At the same time, Little Black was still flying in the sky a few tens of thousand miles away from the city of Sin, when Lu Mei turned her head to look behind them, and see if Duanzhu or Xingjun had managed to catch up with Little Black, before she then asked Shenlong. Longji, what should we do now? Everyone in the Night Star continent will be looking for us. Chapter 369 Attracting Attention. Shenlong turned his head to look behind him and make sure that Duanzhu and Xingjun hadn't caught up with Little Black, before he turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei and answered with a light smile on his face. Let's go and take a look at the city of Sin. Lu Mei felt confused in her heart when she heard Shenlong's answer, and after taking a deep breath, she then asked. Long Ji. Won't the people from the Xingtian dynasty find us instantly then? Isn't it better for us to hide and wait somewhere else? Of course, Lu Mei had already understood from Shenlong's tone, that he wasn't planning on hiding Little Black before they went to the city of Sin. Instead, it seemed like he wanted to attract even more attention. Nodding his head, Shenlong's eyes suddenly turned deep as he looked in the distance ahead, at the blood-red mountain that had slowly appeared on the horizon, before he said with a serious tone. Mayor, you are right. The best course of action is to hide and wait or leave the Night Star continent. However, that Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, as well as that old man who is most likely the king of the Xingtian dynasty, won't let things go no matter what. Even if they can't find us in the northern part of the city, I have no doubt that they will end up sweeping through the entire continent if they have to. After all, let alone this wooden chest, or that black sword and the translucent armor that Little Black snatched away earlier, even the rest of the weapons that were randomly sprawled around on the ground were enough to make those Tao kings excited. Lu Mei seemed to have just realized what Shenlong wanted to do, as she then asked in a shocked voice. Long Ji is planning to lure them into thinking that we are hiding near the city of Sin, then? Shenlong nodded his head with that smile on his face, before he placed the wooden chest in his hands inside the Stone of Time. Although he was curious about the chest's contents, he wouldn't try to open it while Duanzhu and Xingjun were still chasing after him. At the same time, Shenlong didn't think that the 2 peak Tao kings would have been able to find Little Black once he entered inside the Stone of Time. However, it would have been much harder for him and Lu Mei to hide if they didn't direct the Xingtian dynasty's attention to the north of the Night Star continent. A few moments later, while the entire Heaven's Dome city was riled up by the experts of the Xingtian dynasty who were all heading towards the north of the continent, the familiar-looking Mountain of Blood, where the City of Sin was located, appeared in Shenlong's eyes. As Little Black appeared above the lawless city, he let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire Crimson Mountain. Roar! Every single person in the City of Sin turned their eyes to look at the sky, as they stared at the Black Dragon who was flying above their heads. Even the middle-stage Tao King, Senior Huang, flew out from his palace at the center of the City of Sin, as he stared at the Black Dragon in the sky with shock in his eyes. And yet, Little Black only flew above the city for a single moment, before he disappeared in the distance. Even if Senior Huang wanted to give chase, he would be completely incapable of catching up to the Black Dragon. After all, even Xingjun and Duanzhu would at most be on par with Little Black's speed, let alone a single middle-stage Tao King like him. As the matter of a living Black Dragon started to spread throughout the city like wildfire, Shenlong had Little Black descend in a small forest 300 miles away from the Mountain of Blood. Even the strongest magic beast in the forest, which was at the early rank 4, equal to a peak rank 3 spirit realm cultivator, could only tremble and prostrate itself in front of the Black Dragon's aura that had covered the entire forest. Patting Little Black's head, Shun Long said in a low voice that was filled with obvious hints of relief. Little Black, you did a good job. You can rest now. Opening his mouth, Little Black spat out the translucent armor, as well as the black sword with strange patterns on it, before he returned back inside the Stone of Time. And yet, Shun Long only threw a glance towards the black sword and the armor that he suspected to be weapons at the absolute peak of rank 3 in the gold grade, before he placed them inside the Stone of Time as well. Long Ji, what should we do now? After falling silent for a few moments, Shun Long looked around him before he said. Let's find an isolated place first. I am really curious about what is inside that wooden chest. Since the chest was placed right before that golden throne, Shun Long was certain that even if its value wasn't the highest among the things inside that hall, it would definitely be something at the same level as the Dragon Stone. At the same time, in the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, the group of the Alchemists Guild that Zhao Lan's was leading had just arrived inside the throne room, when they saw the experts of the Xianxia dynasty gathering the remaining rank 3 gold grade weapons from the floor. Looking at the peak rank 9 Dao King of the Alchemists Guild, Xingjun's wife, the queen of the Xianxia dynasty, Xiao Lifen shot him a cold glance when she saw the greedy look in his eyes, before she said. Zhao Lan, I suggest that you don't get any funny ideas. My Xianxia dynasty was the one who managed to find this place first. I suggest that you turn around and leave immediately, otherwise. Ha ha ha. Otherwise what? Xiao Lifen, I suggest that you give up half of what you have already obtained, otherwise, I will take everything by force. Your Xianxia dynasty found this place first. Why don't you say that you also found the Dragon Lord's villa first? Do you think that I would believe you? How could you even enter this place without Duan Zhu's help? This is me giving you some face. Give up half of what you have already obtained, otherwise I will take everything myself. Although Zhao Lan knew that he most likely wasn't a match against Xingjun, as the strongest Dao King of the Alchemists Guild, he was confident enough to completely suppress Xiao Lifen and her group by himself. If he added the group of Dao Kings from the Alchemists Guild behind him, he was certain that he could even kill the Xianxia dynasty's group if Xingjun wasn't present. An ugly look appeared in Xiao Lifen's eyes, before she fell silent for a few moments, while furious looks had appeared in the Dao Kings of the Xianxia dynasty's faces. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Lifen drew her sword before she shouted angrily. Zhao Lan. I will make you regret this. Without waiting for Zhao Lan to respond, Xiao Lifen flew towards him, aiming to surprise attack the peak rank 9 Dao King. Zhao Lan however seemed to have already expected this, as a huge fight instantly erupted between the two peak powers of the Heaven's Dome City. Chapter 370 Black Sword and Translucent Armor. Xingjun's expression instantly darkened the moment that he received a report from one of the Dao Kings inside the throne room, that a fight had erupted between their Xianxia dynasty and the Alchemists Guild. The peak rank 9 Dao King stood rooted on the spot, torn whether he should return back to the Dragon Lord's villa and destroy Zhao Lan's group, or whether he should continue chasing after Shun Long. In the end, Xingjun simply stared at the Dragon Lord's villa's direction as he mumbled to himself. Zhao Lan. I will make you regret this. Without wasting any more time, the old king of the Xianxia dynasty continued flying towards the north of the Night Star continent. After all, in Xingjun's mind, just that black sword or that translucent armor, were worth far more than all the rank 3 gold-grade weapons in the Dragon Lord's villa, together. While Xingjun kept flying towards the northern part of the Night Star continent with an ugly expression on his face, Shun Long and Lu Mei had left the small forest that was a few hundred miles away from the City of Sin, as they flew towards the east of the Night Star continent. Although Shun Long knew that it would take a longer amount of time if he and Lu Mei flew towards the eastern part of the continent by themselves instead of riding on Little Silver's back, this time he had to be extremely cautious. After all, the crowd at the entrance of the Dragon Lord's villa had already seen two black-robed people enter the villa's gates on the Silver-Winged Panther King's back, while two other people similarly dressed in black, left the villa just a day later, riding on a black dragon. Shun Long wouldn't underestimate the intelligence of every single person in the crowd, and think that they would be unable to put two and two together to figure out that the Black Panther had something to do with the people on the Black Dragon's back. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to summon Little Silver, and instead, he continued to fly with Lu Mei by themselves. A week soon passed, and yet, Shun Long and Lu Mei had only crossed 2/3 of the distance required to reach the eastern part of the continent. During this time, Shun Long and Lu Mei had spotted more than just one group of golden-robed cultivators patrolling the northern part of the continent. From the robes that these people were wearing, Shun Long could instantly guess that they were members of the Xianxia dynasty. However, since Shun Long and Lu Mei were wearing their normal clothes instead of the black robes, the groups of nascent soul experts from the Xianxia dynasty ignored everyone who wasn't related to the Black Dragon. At the same time, and especially now that there were just 2 more months left before the test of the Holy Sect started, it was completely normal for peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators to travel through the continent in search of fortuitous encounters, just like the young man that Shun Long had met in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Qin Yan. After all, in the Holy Sect's test, peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators would be at the bottom of the barrel, while even nascent soul stage experts may not necessarily pass it successfully. 3 more days soon passed, and Shun Long and Lu Mei finally arrived outside a middle-sized city in the eastern part of the Night Star continent. Although this city was smaller than the Silver Sword City, there were hundreds of cultivators entering and leaving through the gates at all times. The moment that Shun Long's eyes fell upon the city, an invisible wave of energy appeared from his body, covering the city completely, before Little Black's voice sounded in his head. Master, this city only has a dozen nascent soul stage cultivators, and even the strongest of them is only at the peak of rank 3. Nodding his head, Shun Long exhaled a sigh of relief, before he held Lu Mei's hand and queued up at the entrance of the city. After paying 100 low-grade spirit stones, Shun Long and Lu Mei were allowed to enter the city, before Shun Long looked around for an inn to spend the night. As for the early-stage nascent soul cultivators inside the city, although Shun Long believed that he wouldn't come into conflict with them since he was planning to just stay inside the inn in the first place, he wasn't afraid of them either. Now that he had already advanced to the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm as well as the peak of the 4th stage in his Monarch's eternal body, Shun Long believed that he could fight against most normal early-stage nascent soul experts without any problems. As for nascent soul stage cultivators who were newly advanced, he was certain that he could destroy them with a single move. After spending 600 low-grade spirit stones to rent a large courtyard for 1 month, Shun Long and Lu Mei entered inside the room and closed the door, before they sat cross-legged on the meditative cushions on the floor. Seeing the dazzling, gentle smile on Lu Mei's face after she finally removed her white veil, a warm feeling appeared in Shun Long's heart. After all, Shun Long knew that Lu Mei had felt extreme pressure during the time when they were facing the 2 peak rank 9 Dao Kings in the depths of the villa. After all, one of those people was the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, a power that wasn't located in the Night Star continent, but instead, the place where they would be going towards soon, the Central region, while the other one was most likely the old king of one of the strongest powers in the Night Star continent. There was practically no spirit realm cultivator who wouldn't feel pressure when facing those 2 old monsters. After sitting cross-legged on the floor, Shun Long waved his hand, and a black sword with strange patterns on it, as well as a translucent armor appeared in front of him and Lu Mei. Feeling the pressure that was coming from the black sword and the translucent armor from such a close distance, waves of shock appeared in Shun Long's heart. At the same time, Lu Mei also asked in a shocked voice. Long Ji, are these really gold-grade weapons? Lu Mei had seen a fair share of gold-grade weapons along with Shun Long during the past 3 years, and her For Seasons Azure Sword was also a peak rank 1 gold-grade sword, but she could clearly feel that the aura coming from the sword and the armor in front of her was completely different from the gold-grade weapons that she had encountered in the past. After a moment of serious thinking, Shun Long shook his head before he said confidently. They have definitely exceeded the gold grade. Even the rank 3 gold-grade weapons in the Dragon Lord's villa didn't have this kind of aura. The moment that he finished his words, Little Black's voice sounded in Shun Long's mind as he said. Master, these are peak 1-star weapons. 1-star weapons. Chapter 371 Star Weapons. Nodding his head inside the Stone of Time, Little Black then continued. Right, Master. Above the gold grade is the star rank. Star weapons are extremely powerful weapons that only Dao Emperors and above would normally wield. Unlike bronze, silver, or even gold-grade weapons, star rank weapons are considered to be on a tier of their own. After all, each star rank weapon has a small part of a certain Dao infused inside it when it is created, making the person who wields that weapon be able to draw the strength of that Dao as well. It's not an exaggeration to say that 1,000 rank 3 gold-grade weapons can't even compare to a single star rank. Waves of shock filled Shun Long's heart the moment that he heard Little Black's explanation. A small part of the Dao. As this thought flashed through his mind, Shun Long closed his eyes before he sent his spirit sense inside the star rank weapons in front of him, in an attempt to sense the Dao inside it. The moment that Shun Long's spirit sense entered inside the black sword, Lu Mei saw the various patterns on the sword's surface lit up, as sparks of lightning covered the sword's surface. The Dao of Lightning. Shun Long mumbled to himself in a voice filled with disbelief, before he retracted his spirit sense from the black sword. There really is a Dao hidden inside a star-rank weapon. At the same time, Shun Long could sense that the Dao of lightning inside the sword was definitely extremely strong. Curiosity had also filled Lu Mei's stunning black eyes as she stared at the lightning sword in front of her. At the same time, Shun Long sent his spirit sense inside the translucent armor, curious about the type of Dao that was contained inside it. This time however, Shun Long wasn't able to recognize the Dao inside the armor. Although he could feel that it was some kind of abnormal energy, he was unable to identify what it was. Seemingly as if he could sense Shun Long's puzzlement, Little Black's voice that had hints of surprise inside it once again sounded in Shun Long's head. Master, this is an extremely rare Dao called the Dao of Reflection. The armor in Master's hands was definitely created by a Dao Emperor who had insights in the Dao of Reflection. It's too bad that that person's comprehension wasn't deep enough, otherwise this armor may have even managed to become a 2-star weapon. However, that is not to say that the armor is useless right now. It is actually a life-saving treasure for any cultivator below the Dao Emperor realm, as it should actually be able to weaken any attack that doesn't come from a Dao Emperor by 30%. Of course, if someone's comprehension of the Dao has actually exceeded the Dao Emperors who created this armor, then the Dao of Reflection inside the armor will be useless in front of them, making it just slightly better than a peak rank 3 gold grade armor. Shun Long was still shocked when he heard about the armor's ability. Reflecting 30% of someone's attack. Wouldn't that mean that whoever was wearing this armor would have their survivability increased by many times? After all, even without the Dao of Reflection, the translucent armor in front of Shun Long was still stronger than a peak rank 3 gold grade armor. Shun Long hadn't even seen a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon before, and yet, there were 2 of them in front of him and Lu Mei right now. After explaining to Lu Mei what he had learned about the star rank weapons from Little Black, Shun Long said, "Mayor, you should keep both this black sword and the armor. Since I am also a body refiner, I am not in as much danger of dying as you are. After all, as long as I have enough energy, I can heal most wounds on my body even without consuming any pills. Additionally, there should only be 2 months until the test of that so-called holy sect starts. We also don't know how dangerous the test will be or what it will contain, making the situation even more dangerous. As for the black sword, since you are more proficient in using swords than I am, it's better for you to have it anyway." Lu Mei instinctively wanted to refuse, but she knew that Shun Long's words made sense. She was indeed in much more danger of dying compared to Shun Long, even though she had an army of skeletons and undead knights at her command. At the same time, during the past 2 years of training in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Mei had also realized her own weakness. It was sneak attacks. Although her skeletons and undead knights could take care of any cultivator at the same level as Lu Mei, or even those who were stronger than her with their sheer numbers, if Lu Mei didn't have her army around her, she was at most, as strong as a weak peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator. However, the moment that Shun Long finished his words, Little Black stared at the black sword from the foggy space in the stone of time, before he said in a serious voice, "Master, although it's fine to give her the armor with the Dao of Reflection, Master should still hold that black sword. The Dao inside it is the Dao of Lightning, while Lu Mei's Dao is the Dao of Death. The Dao of Lightning and the Dao of Death are naturally opposing Daos and they don't mesh well with each other. Instead, they both counter each other to a certain extent. Not only would it not help Lu Mei to have this sword, but it could instead weaken the strength of her undead creatures. During the past 2 years that Shun Long and Lu Mei had trained inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and since Lu Mei had followed Shun Long inside the Dragon Lord's villa, Little Black no longer felt aversion towards this human, as he started to slowly accept her existence in Shun Long's life. Once Lu Mei heard that the black sword may weaken her skeletons and her undead knights, she didn't even wish to so much as touch it. After all, for a cultivator, their own Dao was the most important thing. Nodding his head, Shun Long placed the black sword to the side, before he took out the wooden chest from the stone of time and placed it in front of him. Chapter 372 Elderwood King Tree. Looking at the wooden chest in front of him, Shun Long was actually stunned for a moment, as he then mumbled to himself in a voice filled with disbelief. This is, actually made from an Elderwood King tree. Although Shun Long hadn't noticed this back in the Dragon Lord's villa, since he had grabbed the chest in a hurry and placed it inside the stone of time, now that he observed it carefully, he was shocked when he realized this minor detail. At the same time, after hearing Shun Long mumbling to himself in a shocked voice, Lu Mei couldn't help ask curiously. Long Ge, is this Elderwood King tree very rare? Nodding his head, Shun Long looked at Lu Mei before he said. It isn't only rare, it is also extremely valuable, even among rank 6 trees. A rank 6 elderwood tree will take 1,000 years to mature. Upon reaching maturity, its wood becomes extremely durable, and can be used to create powerful gold-grade weapons like bows, arrows, and staffs. Among 1,000 rank 6 elderwood trees however, there is a small chance for a single rank 6 elderwood king tree to appear. That tree will continue to grow, and it will take 7,000 years until it reaches maturity. Not only is the wood of the elderwood king tree even sturdier than the normal elderwood trees by many times, but it can also be used as a supplementary ingredient to create high-grade and even top-grade rank 6 pills. Although Lu Mei wasn't an alchemist or a formation master, it wasn't difficult for her to realize the value of the elderwood king tree after hearing Shen Long's explanation. This tree was a real treasure that could be used to create both rank 6 pills, as well as gold-grade weapons. And yet, such a tree had simply been used to create a simple-looking chest. As he continued to stare at it, Shen Long also noticed various runes that were carved on the chest's surface. Although Shen Long wasn't too knowledgeable regarding formations, he could vaguely make out that the formations on the chest weren't dangerous, but instead, they were used to protect it from any attacks. Ignoring the formations on the chest's surface, Shen Long took a deep breath, before he pushed the chest open. Shen Long and Lu Mei, as well as Little Black and even Little Silver inside the Stone of Time, all watched with rapt attention as the chest slowly opened. However, contrary to what Shen Long had originally expected, there was nothing else inside the chest aside from a single white jade. Shen Long was stunned for a moment, and he didn't even try to pick up the white jade. He had originally expected that there would either be a spatial ring filled with treasures, or a star-rank weapon similar to the black sword and the translucent armor. After all, since this chest was placed directly in front of the golden throne, and since the chest itself was made from a rank 6 elderwood king tree, the chest's contents were certainly valuable. However, after hesitating for a moment, Shen Long still placed his hand inside the chest and picked up the white jade. The jade was actually cold to the touch while its edges seemed to have been carved meticulously, but there didn't seem to be anything too special about it. Before Shen Long could even ask Little Black if he knew what this jade was, Little Black exclaimed in a somewhat surprised voice. "Master, this is a memory jade. This jade is usually used, when a cultivator at the Tao Emperor realm or above wants to record a message and pass it down to their descendants." Although Shen Long had never heard of the term memory jade before, since this jade was actually stored inside the wooden chest, its contents were definitely nothing simple. At the same time that Little Black finished his words, a powerful soul sense erupted from Shen Long's body, submerging the entire room under its terrifying pressure. Little Black stared intently at the memory jade in Shen Long's hands, before he shook his head a few moments later, and said in a relieved voice as he retracted his soul sense. "Thankfully, there is no soul inside that jade trying to take over Master's body. It is actually not uncommon for cultivators to hide part of their souls inside a memory jade, and once a lucky cultivator finds the jade and activates it, they will also find the soul hidden inside it invading their body. If that person is lucky and the soul hiding inside the jade is weak, there will usually be no problem to expel it before it can wrest control of their body. However, in the case that the soul is too powerful, it isn't impossible for that person to die, and the soul inside the jade to take control of that body." Shen Long suddenly realized that he had actually neglected this matter. Although he had originally been confident that he could fight or escape against most enemies, he had actually neglected the fact that nascent soul stage experts also had the ability to take over other cultivators' bodies. It wasn't impossible for the soul of a powerful expert to hide itself inside the jade, and attack him when he wouldn't expect it. Although Shen Long was confident that there was a very high chance for the Stone of Time to protect him in such a situation since it was merged with his soul, it still wasn't a risk that he was willing to take. Closing his eyes, Shen Long first calmed down his agitated emotions, before he sent his spirit sense inside the Stone of Time and asked Little Black. "Little Black, how do I activate this memory jade?" "Master only needs to inject your chi inside the jade to activate it, before you send your spirit sense inside it." Nodding his head, Shen Long opened his eyes and circulated the Monarch's hourglass, before he injected his chi inside the white jade in his hands. A pale white light appeared from the jade, growing brighter and brighter as Shen Long infused more and more of his chi inside it. Less than 10 breaths of time later, after feeling that the light from the white jade had finally reached its peak, Shen Long closed his eyes, before his spirit sense was absorbed inside the jade. Chapter 373 Huowui. The moment that Shen Long's spirit sense entered the white jade, Shen Long could feel a blinding white light filling his mind, before a completely new scene appeared in his eyes. A man in his early 40s who seemed to be even younger than Cui Guoyang, was floating in the air and was staring at Shen Long, who seemed to have suddenly appeared in front of him. Shun Long noticed that this man had black hair and deep silver-colored eyes, while his body was covered by a white robe with mysterious runes and patterns on it. With just a glance, Shun Long could instantly understand that this man's robes were covered with some kind of formations. At the same time, Shun Long also noticed that he was no longer inside the room of the inn, with Lu Mei sitting on the floor directly opposite from him. Instead, it seemed like he was floating in an empty white world, that had nothing else inside it aside from the white-robed man who was now standing in front of him. Is this the scene inside the memory jade? As this thought flashed through his mind, Shun Long saw the man in front of him finally move for the first time. The black-haired man looked at Shun Long and opened his mouth, causing a loud, booming voice to sound in Shun Long's ears, before it reverberated throughout the empty white world. Welcome to my palace. My name is Huo Wui and I am the person who created the Dragon Lord's Villa. As the man's voice reverberated throughout the empty world, Shun Long felt a powerful headache overcoming his mind. At the same time, he also saw that his surroundings had started to change, before the throne hall at the depths of the Dragon Lord's Villa appeared in front of his eyes. As for the black-haired, white-robed man, he stood in front of the throne as he gazed towards Shun Long's direction before he then continued. Since you have obtained this memory jade, it means that you have managed to pass through the obstacles of my villa, making you eligible to inherit my legacy. As the white-robed man finished speaking, Shun Long saw the throne room that he was standing in slowly fade away into emptiness, before an entirely different scene appeared around him. It was a young man with short black hair and bright silver-colored eyes, fighting barehanded against a magic beast that resembled a bear. Although Shun Long couldn't feel any aura coming from the young man in front of him or the brown bear, he only needed a glance to recognize the magic beast in front of him, that was certainly an early or a middle rank 2 Earth bear. As for the young man who was fighting the bear, Shun Long instantly understood from his unique facial features, that this must be the same man who is standing in front of him right now. At the same time that Shun Long was observing the scene in front of his eyes, the black-robed man who seemed to have also been staring at the same scene took a deep breath, before he said in a voice that was devoid of any emotions. I was originally born in this Night Star continent as well, in a small clan named the Hua clan. My clan lived in a small village, not too far away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range at the west of the continent. However, thanks to my talents, my cultivation quickly rose, and within just a few years, I had already reached the peak of rank 9 in the heaven grade. I continued adventuring throughout the continent, exploring different places and meeting many new people, until I became a nascent soul stage cultivator. That was when I found the first big opportunity in my life. As the black-robed man continued to speak, the scenes around Shun Long constantly changed, almost as if they were allowing Shun Long to observe what the black-robed man had gone through in his life. Although Shun Long saw the man struggling, laughing and crying, the voice that resounded in his mind was actually devoid of any joy or sadness, as it continued speaking. Since I was qualified to participate in the Holy Sex test, despite the dangers that it entailed, and despite having no powerful faction of the Night Star continent backing me, I still decided to take the risk and participate in it. Although I faced some terrifying monsters during that test whose powers could not be measured using common sense, I still managed to pass the test and become a disciple of the Holy Sect. Shun Long didn't know if the white-robed man had done this intentionally or if it was due to some other unknown reason, but he was actually unable to see anything regarding the Holy Sex test from the man's memories. The man however didn't seem to have noticed anything amiss as he continued speaking. After becoming a disciple of the Holy Sect, not only did I finally obtain a backing and a place to stay in the cultivation world, as well as countless resources, but I also gained the chance to interact with those powerful monsters inside the sect. At the same time, after sparring with other members of the sect and taking on sect missions, I grew stronger at a rate, countless times faster than when I was still in the Night Star continent. Although I wasn't even close to the strongest disciples of the sect, I was definitely not weak, even among other nascent soul stage cultivators. For the first time during the narration, Shun Long heard the man's voice suddenly turning emotional. Once I believed that I was strong enough, I started to take on even more difficult missions, even those that involved traveling to places far away from the sect. It was during such a sect mission however, that I met the person who ruined my life. Chapter 374 The Dragon Lord's Villa's Purpose. As Huo Wui's voice trailed off, the scene in front of Shun Long's eyes changed. Shun Long saw the young Huo Wui inside a forest, standing in front of a very beautiful young woman who was dressed in white robes. There was a stunning smile on the young woman's face when she saw Huo Wui who was standing in front of her, and had just saved her and her younger brother who had been attacked by a powerful magic beast. Even Shun Long had to admit that this young woman was extremely pretty. Even if she wasn't as pretty as Lu Mei, she was definitely not too far off. As Shen Long looked at the young woman and her brother who were just saved by the young man they had just met, Huo Wui's voice that was filled with self-mockery, anger and helplessness resounded in Shen Long's ears once again. This was my Dao partner, Yi Qinyu. The day that I met her, she and her younger brother were being attacked by a middle-rank 5 magic beast and were on the verge of dying. The moment that I saw her, I was stunned by her beauty, and couldn't bear to let her die like that. I originally thought that we would each follow our own ways after they thanked me for saving their lives. I had never thought that Qinyu would actually ask me to travel with them. Of course I also knew back then, that she had most likely asked me to travel with them only because she didn't feel safe, that she and her brother would manage to complete their journey by themselves, and not because she was interested in me or because she felt grateful. However, I had no reason to refuse either. That was when I learned that Qinyu came from a small village, and she was passing through that forest to enter a big city. However, the more that I traveled with her, the more I could feel myself being attracted to her as well. Half a month later, after we arrived at the city that she and her brother were heading towards, I confessed my feelings for her, and she responded back. That was when we first became Dao partners. Dao partners, huh, what a foolish pair of words. We traveled together for many years, and of course, I did everything I could to help my own woman to become stronger and live longer. I tried my best to help her become a disciple of the holy sect as well, but whether she could pass the test or not was up to her. I had never expected that just 100 years later, she would actually betray me for another man. Shen Long was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Huo Wui was narrating his life story to him right now, nor what was the reason behind it. However, he was also stunned when he heard that Huo Wui's wife betrayed him for another man. Although it was said that it wasn't too uncommon for Dao partners to betray each other for an extremely rare and valuable treasure, this was actually the first time that Shen Long had heard about someone betraying their Dao partner for another person. At the same time, the scene in front of Shen Long changed once again, depicting a young Huo Wui who was confronting Yi Qianyu and a handsome young man who was standing next to her, with a nonchalant smile on his face. Shen Long could easily discern the fury behind Huo Wui's voice as he continued his narration. Everything changed the day that a young man from a powerful family saw Qianyu, and was instantly enchanted by her beauty. What I hadn't expected however, was for Qianyu to betray me and follow that man instead, the moment that he said that he was interested in her and wanted to marry her. Back then I screamed on top of my lungs and cursed her as a shameless bitch before I fought with that man, but in the end, I was miserably defeated. Shen Long saw the young Huo Wui lying in a pool of blood, with his arms both bent unnaturally, while an expression of fury and helplessness had appeared on his face, as tears had welled up in his eyes at the same time. However, even though I was defeated, that man didn't have the guts to kill me either. After all, he knew that he was in the wrong, and although the holy sect isn't the strongest sect in the central region, it definitely wasn't much weaker than that man's family. In the end, that man simply told me to never approach him and Qianyu again, otherwise, he said that he would kill me no matter which power I belonged to. After a brief moment of pause, Shen Long heard Huo Wui who started to laugh maniacally before he said. Ha. Not only did that man steal my woman, but he even threatened me that he would kill me if I ever approached her again. I wonder if any man can live with this kind of shame. A woman who I had always loved and did my best for her, had not only betrayed me for another man, but I was also humiliated by both of them. As a cultivator, I was simply unwilling to accept this. My heart was unwilling to accept this humiliation and shame. And yet I knew that I simply couldn't fight against that man. Not only was his family almost at the same level as the holy sect itself, but I also couldn't bear to bring myself and ask for help from the sect, to take revenge on the man who managed to steal my wife. Besides, it's not like just anyone would be willing to help me either. Thus, I decided to cultivate by myself, until I became strong enough to challenge him and take my revenge. Although I believe that I am strong enough to seek revenge today, I do not dare to underestimate that man either. After all, I have already fought against him once, and I was completely incapable of even lasting for 10 hits against him back then. Even in the entire central region, that man can definitely be considered a genius. This is why after much thought, I decided to first return back to the Night Star continent and create the Dragon Lord's Villa. After all, I can't say with certainty if I will be able to return alive either. Thus, I created trials, and placed many treasures inside the villa, in order to help the natives of my home become stronger in the future. Of course, the real treasures were actually placed at the depths of the villa, hidden behind the last barrier. Since you have already obtained my memory jade, it means that you are at the very least, a peak Dao King whose talent isn't too low either. After all, to break through my final barrier, requires the full-powered blow of someone whose strength is close to a Dao Emperor. Since you are fated to get my memory jade, I will tell you where my most valuable treasures are actually hidden, but I also hope that you can do one thing for me as well. Author's note, join our privilege for more chapters. Chapter 375 Shun Long's Choice. Without waiting for a response, the black-robed man in front of Shun Long took a deep breath before he continued. My request is, that if you ever become strong enough, you will kill Yi Chuanyu and Murong Tian from the Murong family in the central region. Of course, I know very well that it is more than unlikely that you will even come to the same level as that man, but I still hope that you will try to fulfill this request of mine. As for my treasures, I have already placed everything inside a spatial ring, and buried it on the mountain right outside the Murong city. As long as you are willing to bring the chest that this memory jade was placed inside to the peak of that mountain, you will be able to obtain all of my treasures. Without saying another word, the black-haired Huowui's figure started to fade, before Shun Long felt the empty world around him that had started to tremble. A few moments later, he felt his spirit sense returning back to his body as he found himself back in the inn room once again. At the same time that he opened his eyes, he saw the memory jade in his hand that had started to crack, before it surprisingly turned into a pile of white dust. Seeing that Shun Long had just opened his eyes, Lu Mei had a worried look on her face as she asked. Long Ji, are you okay? Nodding his head, Shun Long smiled lightly before he started to explain to Lu Mei and Little Black, as well as Little Silver who was also watching from the Stone of Time, what he had seen inside Huowui's memory jade. The moment that he finished his explanation, Shun Long then turned his eyes to look at the box of Elderwood King Tree in front of him before he said with that same smile on his face. By hiding everything inside his spatial ring and burying it on the mountain right outside the Murong city, instead of leaving it in the Dragon Lord's villa along with his other treasures, that old man practically made sure that whoever inherited his treasures, would at least arrive at the doorstep of that Murong family. As for whether they would take revenge for him, that would depend on whether they were strong enough to do it. Little Black nodded his head inside the Stone of Time as well as he agreed with Shun Long's words. Long Ji, will you try and kill that Murong Tian? After hearing Lu Mei's question, Shun Long fell silent for a few moments without answering straight away. Half a minute later, he looked at Lu Mei before he said with a solemn look in his eyes. That will depend on that Murong Tian. Honestly, I don't even know how strong that person is just yet, nor do I know anything about the real strength of the Murong family either, or Murong Tian's importance in his family. All I know is, that the Murong family's strength was definitely not too far away from the holy sects, at the time that Huowui recorded his memories in the memory jade. However, there is no way that I will simply risk my life to get revenge for that old man. Let alone that I have no feud with the Murong family, saving someone and taking revenge are two completely different matters. After taking a deep breath, Shun Long continued. Of course, that doesn't mean that I will simply be ungrateful and take everything that Huowui left without doing anything. As long as I can help him without placing my own life at risk, then I don't mind killing that Murong Tian if it's actually possible. The moment that he finished speaking, Shun Long heard Little Black's voice sounding inside his head. That's right, Master, you shouldn't think too deeply about this matter just yet. These types of legacies are far too common in this world. A powerful expert will leave behind his treasures as well as a memory jade, in order to persuade the person who finds it to fulfill his wishes. However, until Master becomes a Dao King, it is better to not get involved in such matters. After becoming a Dao King, Master's strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and I can't even guess how strong Master's time Dao will become by then. Shun Long nodded his head as he agreed with Little Black. Indeed, before becoming a Dao King, he wouldn't even think about taking revenge for Huowui. After all, just from the fact that the final barrier of the Dragon Lord's villa required the strength of a person who was at least a peak Dao King and was approaching the level of a Dao Emperor, Shun Long had also understood that Huowui was even stronger than that. At the same time, Lu Mei exhaled out in relief, while a gentle smile had also appeared on her face after hearing Shun Long's answer. After all, she didn't want Shun Long to feel burdened by Huowui's request, before they had even arrived in the central region. Shun Long then closed his eyes for a few moments, as he started to think seriously over what he and Lu Mei should do next. Although he had already obtained Huowui's black sword, the translucent armor and the dragon stone, as well as the chest with the memory jade, he was also certain that he had riled up the entire continent during this time, including the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duan Zhu, as well as the full force of the Xianxia dynasty. After thinking seriously for a moment, He turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei before he said with a regretful tone. Mayor, let's stay in this inn for a while. I was originally planning for us to participate in the fights in the House of Rankings now that we have both advanced to the peak of the spirit realm, but it's better for us to not attract too much attention at this point. There should be a little more than 2 weeks before the test of the Holy Sect starts, and we can't expose ourselves until then. Although I doubt that the Xianxia dynasty will be able to find any clues, it will still be dangerous for us to stroll around the continent. Lu Mei nodded her head with that same mesmerizing look on her face. It was obvious that she didn't mind too much whether she participated in the fights in the House of Rankings or not. 2 weeks passed by in the blink of an eye, before Shenlong and Lu Mei appeared a few hundred miles away from the Heaven's Dome city. However, before he and Lu Mei could even approach the city gates, Shenlong saw the sky above his head suddenly darken. Every single person in the entire Night Star continent turned their heads to look at the darkened sky above their heads, before a powerful voice resounded throughout the entire continent, shaking the hearts and souls of everyone who heard it. People of the Night Star continent. The Holy Sect's test will start in 48 hours. Every person whose age is below 300 years old and has reached at least the late stages of the spirit realm, can participate in it. Those of you who want to participate, gather outside the Heaven's Dome city within the next 48 hours. Chapter 376. The test begins. The moment that this powerful voice disappeared, the darkness that covered the continent also faded away, allowing the sun to find its way into the Night Star continent once again. The crowd in the Heaven's Dome city, however, instantly exploded in discussions. The test of the Holy Sect will really start soon. I wonder what kind of test it will be. I am thankful I could come to the Heaven's Dome city a month ago. Participating in the House of Rankings against other geniuses really helped me grow stronger. Stronger? You are just a middle rank 8 spirit realm cultivator. Unless you are a nascent soul stage expert, your only fate will be to become cannon fodder during the test. At the same time that the darkness disappeared, Lu Mei turned her head to look at Shenlong, before she asked in a suppressed voice that held hints of shock in it. Long Ge, that person was probably even stronger than the Tao King of the Demon Emperor Palace, right? Although Lu Mei didn't know how strong Duan Zhu really was, even as a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, she could discern that the pressure that this voice alone had brought her was definitely much more terrifying than the feeling she had gotten from Duan Zhu when he had sent an all-out attack towards Little Black in the Dragon Lord's villa. Shenlong nodded his head with a solemn look in his eyes, before he said. That person was most likely a Tao Emperor realm powerhouse. Shenlong would have asked Little Black to ascertain exactly how strong that person was, but after he started to absorb the Dragon Stone 2 weeks ago, Little Black had fallen into deep sleep. Of course, he had already guessed that this would happen, as Little Black had already explained, that the difference in strength between a Tao King and a Tao Emperor is even larger than that of a nascent soul stage cultivators and a Tao Kings. Shenlong knew that as soon as Little Black finished absorbing the Dragon Stone, he would definitely break through to the rank 7 and be equivalent to a Tao Emperor. At the same time, Shenlong had also spent the first 6 days that he and Lu Mei were staying in the inn, inside the Stone of Time, as he tried to familiarize himself with the Black Sword. Although he had never used a sword in the past, but since Lu Mei couldn't use the Black Sword since it could reduce the strength of her undead army, he decided to use it instead, as it would make no sense for him to keep using the Purple Blossom Staff. After all, in the test of the Holy Sect, Shenlong was certain that there would be no lack of those people who would have rank 2 and even rank 3 gold grade weapons, so not using his own star weapon and use his peak rank 1 Purple Blossom Staff instead, would definitely put him at a disadvantage. At the same time, although it was unlikely, Shenlong couldn't rule out the possibility that someone else would also have a star rank weapon. Although these weapons were mostly used by Tao Emperors, if one had a powerful background, there was the possibility for them to have such a weapon as well. Coupled with Shenlong's cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, he would definitely find it extremely hard to face off against those geniuses who had long since reached the nascent soul stage if he had weaker weapons as well. After all, just Yi Mingzhu and Su Shanyuan, whom Shenlong had first seen in the House of Rankings fighting against each other, were already at the early rank 1 and the middle of rank 1 in the nascent soul stage just 3 years ago. Shenlong could only guess how strong these people would have become by today. And the most frightening thing was, that those two weren't even peak geniuses of the Night Star continent. Compared to the blue-haired Hulu who was ranked 3rd in the House of Rankings whom Shenlong had met in the Golden Exchange firm more than 2 years ago, these people couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. Thus, Shenlong had spent almost 60 days inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, trying to familiarize himself with the Black Sword, and compare it with the usage of a staff. Although the staff and the sword weren't fundamentally too different in the way that they were used, Shen Long noticed distinct differences between the two weapons. The staff definitely allows someone to be more nimble and flexible with their movements, while allowing also a larger variety of attacks at the same time. However, the sword has a much higher destructive power and offensive capabilities that are simply incomparable to that of a staff. These have been Shen Long's insights during the past 2 months, and although he couldn't be called an expert with the sword, he could definitely use it without too many issues. As Shen Long and Lu Mei walked towards the plains outside of the Heaven's Dome city, more and more people gathered as well, as they flew out of the gates of the city almost as if they were in a race. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 people had already been gathered, and yet the number was only growing by the seconds. A full day later, 100,000 people, all of them at the late stages of the spirit realm or above, had already gathered outside of the city. Look, that is Senior Long Hong, the person who is ranked 20th in the House of Rankings. Wasn't Long Hong ranked 5th in the past until he lost to the young White Lord though? How did he fall all the way to the 20th place? Idiot. Who is the young White Lord? He is the youngest rising star of the continent. He is already second in the House of Rankings, and the only person above him is Xinhuang. I have also heard people saying that the young White Lord would even have a chance to beat Xinhuang if the two of them fought against each other, but alas. Other people also chimed in when they heard this man belittling Long Hong's 20th place. Fool. Do you think that being ranked 20th in the House of Rankings is easy? Previously Senior Long Hong was ranked 5th, but that was among the cultivators of the Heaven's Dome city. How many people have come to the city ever since he fought with the young White Lord? His 20th place now isn't just 20th in the Heaven's Dome city, but in the entire continent instead. That person who had criticized Long Hong instantly tucked his head as he fled the scene, unable to bear the crowd's berating any longer. More and more experts gathered, and Shen Long started to hear even more unfamiliar names, when a sudden name attracted both his and Lu Mei's attention. Hey! Isn't that Xianxia from the Xie family of the Silver Mountain? I heard that she had already taken the 5th place in the rankings more than a year ago. That's all you know. Half a year ago Miss Xie also fought Hu Lu from the Golden Exchange Firm to a draw. However she disappeared shortly after, unable to take the 4th place in the rankings. Damn! I wish she would have fought more often in the rankings so I could admire her beauty every day. As both Shen Long and Lu Mei turned their heads towards the source of the noise, they saw a gorgeous young woman dressed in green robes walking through the crowd. Her pale blonde hair and her stunning emerald eyes only served to accentuate her gorgeous face and stunning figure, making this woman the object of attraction for countless young men around her. No matter what, neither Shen Long nor Lu Mei could deny the fact that this young woman was definitely a kingdom-toppling beauty. Lu Mei had a surprised look in her eyes behind her white veil, as she turned her head to look at Shen Long and said. Long Ji, she is probably related to Madame Xie Rong from the Pale Moon Guild. Shen Long nodded his head in response, as he remembered the beautiful woman from the Pale Moon Guild of the Silver Sword City, whose facial features were very similar to this woman's. Of course, Shen Long only stared at her for a few seconds more than he had stared at Long Hong earlier. No matter how beautiful a woman was, he wouldn't simply be interested in her just because of her beauty. Besides, Xianxia could at most be considered on par with Lu Mei, even though they both had a different type of beauty. Time continued to pass and more people continued to gather, but between so many thousands of people, Shen Long wasn't able to see everyone who had made a name for themselves in the Heaven's Dome city during the past 2 years. Finally, one more day passed as well, marking the end of the 48 hours period that the powerful expert from 2 days ago had set. More than 200,000 people were gathered in the plains outside the city, when the continent was plunged into darkness for the second time, before the same, powerful voice, once again resounded throughout the continent. The 48 hours are over. As that person finished speaking, a gigantic white gate that spanned for a few miles suddenly appeared in the sky before that person then continued. Those of you who are eligible to participate in the Holy Sex test, pass through the gates and enter inside. However, if any of you is already above 300 years old and you still attempt to enter inside, know beforehand that you will die. Additionally, there are no alliances in the Holy Sex test, and it is also possible that during the test you will also lose your life. Now, let the test of the Holy Sect begin. Chapter 377 The First Test. The moment that this voice finished speaking, thousands of people soared in the sky, as they flew towards the gigantic white gate one after the other, almost like they were competing with each other to see who would enter first. And yet, Shen Long wasn't in a hurry to enter the white gate. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Mei, before he took out a bottle from the stone of time that was filled with purple-colored pills. As he stared into Lu Mei's gorgeous black eyes behind her white veil, Shen Long handed her the bottle of pills, before he said in a serious voice. "Mayor, be very careful. Since that voice said that there will be no alliances, it's very likely that they will have everyone split from each other to ensure fairness during the test. We have no idea what kind of tests we will have to face, so make sure to be careful. Even if you somehow fail during test, don't be anxious. There will definitely be many other places in the central region for us to go to, it's not like we have to enter the holy sect no matter what. However, there is one important thing that you have to pay attention to. If you suddenly obtain inspiration and have to break through to the nascent soul stage, make sure to consume these pills before your breakthrough." As he finished speaking, Shen Long didn't say anything else, and instead, he simply patted Lu Mei's head. Staring at the pills in her hands, Lu Mei nodded her head, before she placed the pill bottle inside her spatial ring. Then, with a serious look on her face, she stepped forward and hugged Shen Long, placing her head on his chest before she said in a low voice. "Long Ji, you have to be careful too." Nodding his head, Shen Long hugged Lu Mei back, before the two of them soared in the sky, as they followed the crowd and flew towards the gigantic white gate as well. Staring at the gigantic white gate in front of him, Shen Long took a step forward before he entered inside. The moment that his body passed through the gate, however, he felt his previously clear vision suddenly getting blurry. Shen Long could feel the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations covering his body, before he suddenly felt Lu Mei disappear from his arms. More than a minute later, he could finally open his eyes again, as Shen Long found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. He was standing on a white platform that seemed to have been created by some kind of white jade, while endless grassy plains filled the area around the platform. However, what startled Shen Long was neither the white platform nor the green scenery of his surroundings, but that he was actually unable to move a single muscle on his body. It was like his body had been immobilized, and no matter how much strength he tried to exert, he was unable to break free. The only thing that he could do was to just stare in front of him, but he was unable to even turn his head to the side. Shen Long wanted to try and see if he could break free from this invisible restraint using blink, when he suddenly noticed people appearing around him, practically out of thin air. 1, 2, 3. 8, 9, 10, 11. The moment that the last person appeared around him, Shen Long acutely noticed that none of these 11 people were able to move either. These people's conditions were similar to Shen Long's own, unable to move any part of their body but their eyes. At the same time, Shen Long noticed countless different emotions flashing through these people's eyes. Some of them observed the people in front of them with curiosity, others looked scared, while others seemed impatient to start a fight, while they were unable to conceal the bloodthirsty look in their eyes. However, what shocked Shen Long the most, was that most of these people didn't seem to come from the Night Star continent. Don't tell me that they come from another continent instead? And possibly more than one. As this thought flashed through his mind, Shen Long found it even more plausible with every passing moment, as he continued to observe the people in front of him. The reason behind this assumption of his, was the way that some of these people had dressed themselves. Two of them were dressed in luxurious clothes that seemed similar to the way that clothes were made in the Night Star continent, with powerful formation masters engraving protecting runes inside them, while others were covered with the hides of powerful magic beasts from head to toe. Of course, the people who were dressed in normal clothes similar to Shen Long's, were still the vast majority. A few moments later, the familiar, powerful voice that had covered the entire Night Star continent earlier, resounded in Shen Long's ears for the second time. This is the first test to enter the holy sect. The first test tests your luck, as well as your resolve to be cultivators. At the same time, it can also be considered a preliminary test as well. Cultivators not only need to be lucky to survive, but they also need to be strong-willed. Unless there is a supreme expert to protect you and help you grow, soft-hearted cultivators will definitely die sooner or later. The path to be a cultivator is the path to defy the heavens. You will need to step on the bodies of countless experts if you want to survive and continue moving forward, and this test is no exception. This is a world where the strong rule and the weak get trampled on. Shen Long could feel waves of shock trying to rock his heart, almost as if his emotions had turned turbulent just from this person's words. However, this feeling barely lasted for less than a moment, before his heart returned to calmness. After a brief moment of pause, that voice sounded again before it continued in a nonchalant tone. In front of you there are 11 other cultivators who are participating in the Holy Sect's test as well. However, if you want to pass the test, each of you have to kill 3 people. If you fail to complete this within half an hour, then you will be considered to have failed the test. Now, all of you can begin. The moment that this voice disappeared, Shen Long felt the restraints around his body disappear at the same time, as he stared at the people in front of him who seemed to have noticed this change as well. Author's note: chapters are coming a bit later than usual these days because I have been experiencing some pain in my wrist. We are still getting our 2 chapters every day, but they will take some more time since I need to take breaks so I won't cause any damage to my hand and be unable to write in the future. Love. Chapter 378 Dangerous Woman. Although the voice told them to begin, no one of the 11 people in front of Shen Long chose to make a move right away. Instead, they silently observed everyone else in front of them like wolves staring at a group of defenseless sheep. As Shen Long stared at the people in front of him, a look of shock appeared in his eyes, as his gaze landed on a young woman whose body was covered by a beast hide. She had short black hair and a big chest, but the muscles in her arms and legs weren't inferior to those of powerful men either. Additionally, it only took a glance for Shen Long to recognize that her cultivation was definitely the strongest out of the 12 people here, as it had already reached the early rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. The moment that the bindings around everyone's body disappeared, everyone hurriedly opened up the distance between themselves and this woman, whose gaze roamed around her without concealing her bloodthirsty intent. This was even more evident when she noticed that aside from herself there were no other rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators around her. Aside from a peak rank 1 and a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator, the cultivation of everyone else around her was only at the late stages of the spirit realm. This was enough to make this woman stare at everyone else in front of her, with a look of disdain in her eyes. Of course, Shen Long wouldn't choose to keep his cultivation concealed in this place, and instead, he had immediately circulated the Monarch's hourglass without any hesitation, allowing everyone to see that he was just at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. Otherwise, if he chose to hide his cultivation, it would definitely attract even more attention. Seeing that the woman at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage didn't fix her gaze on him, Shen Long wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he silently watched the people around him who were all staring at this woman, while he also thought to himself. That voice said that the rules for this test are, that each person has to kill 3 people in order to pass this test. Although this rule seems somewhat cruel, this is the cultivation world in the end. I can only hope that Mayer's group will be relatively easy and that she won't have any serious trouble. As these thoughts flashed through Shen Long's mind, he noticed the young woman's gaze landing on a young man who seemed to be less than 18 years old, and was standing a few meters away from him. The moment that this young man whose cultivation was at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm felt this woman's gaze settling on him, his face instantly paled, as he hurriedly took out a saber from his spatial ring and held it in front of his chest. The woman however smirked when she saw the young man's response, and after kicking the ground, she arrived in front of him almost instantly. Shen Long felt some shock as well once he saw the woman's speed, before he opened up the distance between himself and the two of them seeing that they were about to fight. Although Shen Long was confident that he could fight against an early rank 3 nascent soul stage expert even while he was still at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, he knew that it wouldn't be an easy fight either. Additionally, this woman's speed was definitely nothing to scoff at, making a fight against her even harder. Shen Long knew that even if his time prison could successfully trap this woman for a split second, allowing him to find an opening to attack, more than half of his chi would be sapped during that time, and he still wasn't certain if the time prison would be successful either. At the same time, even if the time prison succeeded, Shen Long would have to use it at the most perfect moment, otherwise the slightest misstep would allow the woman to break free from it before his own attack landed, effectively wasting the chi during the process. After all, although the time prison was an extremely powerful move, against opponents whose cultivation base was much higher than Shen Long's, it would only last for a split second before they managed to break free. And even in the scenario where Shen Long managed to kill this woman, he was also certain that the other 2 nascent soul stage cultivators would notice that his chi would be depleted after the fight, and wouldn't let him go like that. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Shen Long didn't wish to clash with this short-haired, big-chested woman just yet. As soon as she arrived in front of the young man whom she had targeted, Shen Long saw the young woman's cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage erupt at full force, as she gathered her chi in her hands and punched towards the young man's saber. It wasn't just Shen Long who was staring at this fight, but everyone else as well, including the peak rank 1 and the middle rank 2 nascent soul experts. The moment that the woman's hand punched the saber, the young man who was holding it was sent flying towards the sky like a shooting star, before he landed a few hundred meters away with a bang. Even from a few hundred meters away, Shen Long could see that the young man's arm that was previously holding the saber, which was now distorted, causing the young man to scream in pain. At the same time, everyone stared at this young woman with shock in their eyes. She wasn't even a body cultivator, and yet, she had managed to punch through a rank 1 gold-grade weapon with her bare hands. Even body-refining cultivators at the early 5th stage of body refinement wouldn't dare to punch through a gold-grade weapon with their bare hands. The moment that the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert said this out loud, everyone turned to look at him with shock in their eyes, while Shen Long nodded his head in confirmation. Indeed, even cultivators who had just entered the 5th stage in body refinement wouldn't dare to punch a gold-grade weapon directly, without using qi to protect their bodies. Otherwise, there was no way that they would come out on top without any injuries, even if their cultivation was higher than their opponents. Although she managed to conceal it, she definitely used some sort of Dao to do this. As Shen Long reached this conclusion, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who had spoken earlier, as well as the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert who was standing the furthest away from that young woman and was staring at her with fear in his eyes, had all arrived at this conclusion as well. As he saw the young woman approaching him, the young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm whose arm was mangled and in a terrible condition, couldn't help shouting in a voice filled with horror. "Wait! Wait! I quit! I give up!" The black-haired woman however simply smiled mockingly when she heard this, before she raised her foot above the young man's head. She then turned around to look at the people who were watching her and smiled brightly, before she brought her foot downwards like a hammer. Boom! A small earthquake shook the ground the moment that the woman's foot descended on the young man's head, destroying it in an instant, as blood dyed her bare foot a bright red color. Without waiting to see who would be this woman's next target, everyone turned around to look for the weakest opponents. After all, as long as they could kill 3 people, they would pass the test regardless of what that crazy woman did. At the same time, Shen Long also looked around him to find an opponent, when he felt a piercing gaze staring at him. Turning his head to the side, he saw a young man who was wearing a beast hide, stare at him like a hungry magic beast that had just found its target. This gaze belonged to the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert. That man had chosen Shen Long as his first target. Chapter 379 Fighting a Nascent Soul Stage Cultivator. Shen Long's eyes narrowed when he felt the piercing gaze of the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. After seeing the dangerous woman's power, every single person seemed to have the same thought in their minds. As soon as I can kill 3 people, then I won't have to be afraid of that monster choosing to fight me against her next opponent. Even the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who was the second strongest person in this place after that woman was no exception. Seeing the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert running towards him while holding a long and thick wooden club in his hands, Shen Long smirked inwardly, before he circulated the Monarch's hourglass. Shen Long's eyes instantly turned golden, while his aura of a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator exploded from his body, with even more intensity than before. At the same time, a purple-colored wooden staff appeared in his hands, and looking at the young man who was rushing towards him, Shen Long said in a low voice. "Come." Of course, against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, Shen Long didn't think that he would need to use his black sword just yet, and chose to use the purple blossom staff instead. Of course, if he was fighting against the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator or that short-haired young woman, then this would be a completely different matter altogether. Looking at the rank 1 gold grade weapon in Shen Long's hands, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage young man smiled coldly, before he gathered his qi and infused it in the wooden club in his hands. Not only was his club a rank 2 gold grade weapon, but his cultivation was also higher than Shen Long's as well. Thus, he was confident that he could kill Shen Long within 3 exchanges at most, before he moved to kill his next target. Seeing the wooden club descending towards his head with immense force behind it, Shen Long's golden eyes instantly lit up with a bright blue light, before he took a single step to the side without directly parrying this man's attack. Boom! After failing to hit Shen Long, the young man's club struck the ground with his full power behind it, causing it to tremble from the impact and bringing chills to the nearby cultivators who saw the power behind it. Even the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator turned his eyes to look at that young man with a serious look in his eyes as he mumbled to himself. That guy is not weak after all. However, the tiles beneath Shen Long's and the young man's feet that were made from white jade, didn't seem to have even a single scratch on them. Of course, since even that terrifying woman's attacks had failed to cause any damage to them earlier, it was impossible for this man's club to do so. Despite having avoided the attack, Shen Long didn't choose to counterattack right away, and instead, he took another step to the side, the look on his face being completely calm as he stared at the young man in front of him, almost as if he could predict his own movements before him. At the same time, the young man in the beast hide had a shocked look in his eyes when he saw Xianlong's movements, but his own actions didn't stop, as he swung his club to the side without any delay, looking like he was trying to strike a fly in the air in front of him. Don't tell me that he saw through my feint. The young man thought to himself in disbelief, unable to understand how Xianlong had managed to see through his attack. After delivering the first strike, he had left his left side completely exposed, allowing Xianlong to strike him if he wanted to. However, Xianlong didn't take this chance to attack, and instead, he had taken another step to the side, almost as if he knew that this was a deliberate opening. No, this is the first time I have met him, there is no way that he knew about this tactic of mine beforehand. This was just pure luck. Certain that it was Xianlong's own cowardice that had saved him, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert suppressed the irritated feeling in his heart, as he delivered attack after attack towards Xianlong, either one aimed at his head, his torso, or his waist. And yet, Xianlong only dodged these attacks without counterattacking right away. Worm. Do you only know how to dodge? Do you think that you can enter the holy sect like this? Unable to rein in his anger any longer after seeing his attacks landing on empty air one right after the other, the man could only shout in an angry and insulting manner, in an attempt to force the young man in front of him to fight him head-on. And yet, despite knowing that the man in front of him was clearly taunting him, Xianlong smiled lightly before he nodded his head, dumbfounding the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert in front of him. Before the man could react, Xianlong pointed forward with his right hand, before he mumbled in a low voice. Thunderbolt finger. Boom. The sound of thunder booming sounded in the air, and before the man in the beast hide could do anything, he saw a sudden thunderbolt flying towards his face. Raising the wooden club in his hands and placing it in front of his face, the young man hurriedly blocked Xianlong's attack. However, Xianlong's attack wasn't as simple as the man had expected it to be. The peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert felt his own arms struggling to keep the wooden club in front of his face, as his feet slid through white jade tiles, looking like he was unable to hold on. A few moments later, the lightning bolt finally lost its power and dispersed in the air, allowing the young man to heave a sigh of relief, his eyes staring at Xianlong with apprehension and fear inside them. Even the middle rank 2 nascent soul expert and the terrifying young woman had their attention attracted from the powerful thunderbolt, as they turned their attention towards Xianlong. Chapter 380 Kill or Be Killed. Xianlong however simply sighed in response when he saw that the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert had managed to defend against his thunderbolt finger without suffering any injuries, before he mumbled to himself. Nascent soul stage cultivators are indeed in a league of their own. After all, this wasn't the same thunderbolt finger that Xianlong had used 2 years ago. Not only was his cultivation at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm now, but his thunderbolt finger was no longer in its infancy stages either. Xianlong had already reached the 3rd rank of this mystic high-grade martial skill, bringing it to its peak state. The middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert turned his eyes and glanced at Xianlong for a single moment, before he continued to fight against the early rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him. Thankfully my own opponents weren't monsters like that guy. Just like that voice said earlier, luck really is part of your own skills as well, so choosing easier opponents is important too. Of course, there is no way that a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator would be able to pose any danger to me. At most, I would take a longer amount of time to kill him, so this can be considered that guy's good luck as well. Without paying any more attention to Xianlong's and the peak rank 1 nascent soul man's fight, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert continued to fight against the opponent in front of him. A few moments ago, it had only taken him 2 strikes to kill the previous early rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, and the second target in front of him would be no different. However, after seeing Xianlong's power, although he wasn't afraid of a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert started to act more cautious as well against his opponents. At the same time, the black-haired young woman stared at the handsome young man who had fired off the thunderbolt from his finger with a hungry look in her eyes, and after licking her lips once, she turned her attention towards the rest of the late-stage spirit realm cultivators around her. She only needed to kill one more person to be passed through the first stage of the test, so she wasn't willing to waste too much time in this place either. Although that guy is somewhat interesting. In the end, he is only a spirit realm cultivator. As this thought flashed through her mind, she narrowed her eyes before she turned her attention towards a middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator who was fighting against an early rank 9 spirit realm young woman. At the same time, although he had felt shock in his heart, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert in front of Xianlong finally felt a sense of danger after receiving the thunderbolt finger head-on, while a serious look flashed through his eyes as he stared at Xianlong. Although he had been too anxious earlier, he finally realized that he wouldn't be able to kill the blue-robed young man in front of him that easily. Of course, he couldn't change targets either, even if he wanted to. Since only 3 people can pass through the first test, I will either have to kill this guy, that crazy monster at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, or that guy who has already reached the middle of rank 2. No matter what, fighting against a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator is countless times better than having to fight against a nascent soul stage cultivator at the middle of rank 2. As for that monster, Tan Wei, I'd rather fight everyone else in this place together than fight against her. Of course, how could Shen Long not sense the killing intent that was coming from this young man's body? This time, he didn't wait for the man to attack him first, and instead, he took the initiative to rush forward. For a moment, it seemed as if Shen Long had turned one with the wind, as his body seemed to have suddenly disappeared. This was the 5th stage of the Gale Steps. Of course, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, the young man in front of Shen Long had plenty of experience, and only needed a second to determine Shen Long's general location. Even though Shen Long seemed to have turned invisible in the eyes of the late-stage spirit realm cultivators around him, nascent soul stage experts were still able to pinpoint his location without any trouble. This was the qualitative difference between spirit realm cultivators and nascent soul experts after all. Once a cultivator had condensed their nascent soul, their own existence was elevated to another level. What others were unable to see with their own eyes, nascent soul stage cultivators could easily see with their soul sense. Of course, Shen Long was already aware that the concealing ability of the Gale Steps was practically useless against a nascent soul stage cultivator, which was why he hadn't even trained in this martial skill in the past 2 years. Appearing by the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert side, Shen Long grabbed the purple blossom staff with both hands before he swung it sideways. The young man was surprised when he felt a sense of danger coming from the wooden staff, which was nothing more than a peak rank 1 gold grade weapon, but he had already been prepared for Shen Long's attack, and raising his wooden club in front of him, he infused his chi inside it as he easily parried the purple blossom staff with a mocking look in his eyes. Of course, the power behind Shen Long's attack wasn't as simple as it looked, forcing the young man to take 5 steps backward until he stabilized himself. Finally, the confident look in his eyes changed into one of horror, as he looked at the blue-robed young man in front of him and asked in a voice filled with disbelief. You are also a body refiner? Although people who dual cultivated in both chi and body refinement weren't common, they weren't abnormally rare either. It was possible to find 1 out of 100 cultivators in the western region who trained in both chi and body refinement cultivation techniques. The reason why this young man was so shocked was because of Shen Long's power. Just a single martial skill of his was infused with an extremely pure chi, making me have a hard time to defend against it. But now, even the power of his body is this crazy. Where did this monster come from? Shen Long nodded his head without explaining anything, as he moved forward and swung the purple blossom staff diagonally. This was the second move of the Staff of Obliteration. The third move followed right after without any delay, then the fourth and finally the fifth. However, although Shen Long's chain attacks had put him in a tough position, the peak rank 1 nascent soul expert knew that he had to hang on and find a chance to counterattack and kill Shen Long. Otherwise, his hopes of entering the holy sect would be gone. Shen Long however couldn't give up either. This was the test of the holy sect, and there was only one rule. Kill or be killed. If one didn't have a resolute heart and couldn't kill the enemies who threatened their lives, they could no longer be called cultivators, and the holy sect certainly wouldn't accept them in their midst. As he stared at the man in front of him and was about to follow up with the 6th move of the Staff of Obliteration, Shen Long's golden eyes suddenly lit up, and without any hesitation, he instantly jumped to the side. At the same time, the man in the beast hide in front of him had opened his mouth, and spat out a gigantic red fireball towards Shen Long, in an attempt to kill him before he could use the 6th move of the Staff of Obliteration. At that moment however, Shen Long abandoned the purple blossom staff and allowed it to fall on the ground, before he mumbled to himself. Blink. Before the fireball could even approach close to him, Shen Long instantly disappeared on the spot, before he suddenly appeared behind the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage young man. Without any emotion in his eyes, Shen Long slashed the illusionary, purple-colored blade in his right hand sideways, towards the peak rank 1 nascent soul man's head. Chapter 381 Passing the Test. Blood spurted through the air like a fountain as Shen Long's spatial blade easily cut through the young man's neck. The headless corpse remained standing for a moment, before it collapsed on the ground. However, it wasn't just his head that was severed. The peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's soul had also dissipated as a result, after it was touched by the illusionary, purple-colored blade. After all, in order to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, Shen Long was certain that it meant killing that person's soul as well. Everyone turned their eyes towards Shen Long at the same time, including the middle-rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who had a look of disbelief plastered on his face, as well as the terrifying young woman who was called Tan Wei. Although they had already guessed earlier that Shen Long wasn't much weaker than the young man in the beast hide, they hadn't expected that he would be able to kill him so quickly. At the same time, expressions of despair appeared in the remaining late-stage spirit realm cultivators' faces. They had originally hoped that Shen Long or that peak rank 1 nascent soul young man would be gravely injured during their fight before one of them finally clinched victory, allowing one of the remaining late-stage spirit realm cultivators to kill them, and pass through the test as a result. However, not only wasn't Shen Long hurt, but he didn't look like he had expended much of his chi either. Naturally, that made those young men's hopes of passing the test to be instantly extinguished. At the same time, the black-haired young woman, Tan Wei, licked her lips in excitement, before she removed her hand from the chest of the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of her. The person in front of her collapsed lifelessly on the ground, the look in his eyes one of anger as well as despair. A white light suddenly enveloped Tan Wei's body, covering it completely like a white cocoon. Shen Long watched as the black-haired young woman's body started to turn transparent, before it slowly disappeared in front of everyone else's eyes. She passed the test. Surprisingly, the one who spoke was the middle-rank 2 nascent soul stage expert, who was still staring at the disappearing Tan Wei with a look of relief in his eyes. Although it was unlikely that she would choose to fight against him, the middle-rank 2 nascent soul stage expert had no confidence in fighting against her head-on. Even among other early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, he could sense that Tan Wei wasn't considered weak. At the same time, Shen Long saw this young man turning around and giving him a deep look, before he said in a seemingly casual tone as he had finally gotten rid of his nervousness now that Tan Wei had disappeared. Although you are not weak, I wonder what you would do if you had to fight against me this time. Seeing the confident look in this man's eyes, Shen Long simply smiled in response without saying anything, as he took a step forward. TSK. The young man clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes, before he turned his attention away from Shen Long and towards a young woman at the early rank 9 of the spirit realm who was just a few tens of meters away from him. After merely 3 exchanges, the middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert easily tore open a hole in the young woman's chest, crushing her heart with his bare hands. After throwing another look towards Shen Long's direction, the young man closed his eyes, as he saw the white light that had previously covered Tan Wei now enveloping his own body. 10 seconds later, the man's body completely disappeared, leaving behind just Shen Long and 2 other cultivators at the middle of rank 9 and the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm respectively. The 2 men were dressed in different attires, as one of them was covered with a beast hide that wasn't too different than Tan Wei's or from the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage experts that Shen Long had killed a few moments ago, while the other one was dressed in normal white robes, that were similar to the clothes that people wore in the Night Star continent. And yet, despite their different appearances and despite never having met each other before, the 2 men stood side by side as they faced off against Shen Long, before the man in the beast hide who was at the peak rank 9 of the spirit realm looked at the young man next to him and said, "Let's fight him off together. Since he can fight and even kill a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, he is definitely stronger than both you and me. However, if we fight him together, there is a chance that we can kill him. In the end, we can both fight each other and at least one of us will pass this test." Shen Long saw as the young man in white robes didn't even need to think about this offer, as he nodded his head without any hesitation. After all, fighting against Shen Long by himself would certainly spell his own death. Thus, fighting against the young man next to him after they had both killed Shen Long was a much better option. Shen Long shook his head, but he didn't feel much pity for the 2 rank 9 spirit realm cultivators in front of him. Let alone that they already knew that their lives would be in danger before they participated in the Holy Sex test. The Holy Sex instructions were clear. Kill or be killed. If you are not willing to kill the enemies in front of you, you can wait and be killed by them instead. After all, this was the cultivation world, and every single expert had already stepped upon the bodies of tens, hundreds, or even thousands of other cultivators already. Instead, although he stared at the 2 people in front of him, Shen Long's mind was on Lu Mei and whether she had landed in an easier group than him. Of course, even if her group is harder than this, as long as she uses that, her life will most likely not be in danger, but I really hope that she won't have to use it. At the same time, Shen Long saw the peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him taking out a long spear from his spatial ring, while the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator unsheathed his sword, as they both rushed towards Shun Long at the same time, unwilling to allow him to take the initiative. Shun Long, however, had an apathetic expression on his face when he saw the scene in front of his eyes, as he said in a completely calm tone. Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body, completely covering Shun Long, as well as the 2 rank 9 spirit realm cultivators who were rushing towards him at the same time. Under Shun Long's gaze, time instantly stopped flowing inside the monarch's domain, forcing the bodies of the 2 men in front of him to go still. Shun Long didn't hesitate, as he took a step forward and slashed the illusionary purple blade in his right hand sideways, instantly tearing open the 2 rank 9 spirit realm cultivators' chests, and destroying their hearts. Blood filled Shun Long's hands, but not a single drop of this blood touched the spatial blade in his hand, as the bodies of the 2 rank 9 spirit realm cultivators lifelessly collapsed on the ground at the same time. In front of Shun Long's peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivation, the 2 men had been completely helpless, as soon as they stepped inside the monarch's domain. Shun Long barely had enough time to remove the 2 men's spatial rings, when a blinding white light covered his body from head to toe, like a cocoon that completely obstructed his vision. Barely a few moments later, Shun Long felt a dizziness overcoming his mind, as his body slowly turned transparent and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 382. Each with their own plans. A few seconds later, Shun Long's blurry vision slowly turned clear, as he found himself inside a dark, closed space that resembled a cave. His surroundings, however, were completely dark, with only a faint trace of light coming from the distance up ahead. Since that Tao Emperor had said that this was only the first test, there must be at least another one that will follow up. Well, it makes sense as well. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone who managed to kill 3 people be eligible to join the holy sect? In that case, forget about the nascent soul stage cultivators, even rank 9 spirit realm experts would be able to easily join after passing the first test successfully. Additionally, based on what Zhao Lan had said 2 years ago, the test of the holy sect is going to be more than just hard. After all, that old man had been certain that only the top geniuses of the Night Star continent would have a chance to pass. In that case, let's see what this second test really entails. As he sorted out his thoughts, Shun Long spread his spirit sense around his body, before he walked towards the source of light in the distance. At the same time, in a jade-white arena similar to the one that Shun Long was standing during the first test, Lu Mei was holding the Four Seasons Azure Sword in her hand, as she faced a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. The young man in front of Lu Mei was at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, and was holding a pair of daggers in his hands as he attacked Lu Mei without stop. It was obvious that these 2 daggers were rank 2 gold grade weapons, and perhaps even peak rank 2 gold grade ones. Lu Mei was having a hard time defending herself against the young man's relentless attacks, but she still gritted her teeth as she continued to fight against him. Aside from Lu Mei and this young man, there were 4 other people who were fighting against each other. It was a peak rank 2 nascent soul stage expert who was holding a hammer with both of his hands and was attacking a peak rank 9 spirit realm young woman relentlessly, as well as an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator who was fighting a young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm. In a sense, Lu Mei's group could be considered even more dangerous than Shun Long's. Although there were only 3 nascent soul stage experts just like in Shun Long's group, the strongest of them was at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, and had killed 3 late-stage spirit realm cultivators almost instantly, causing a white light to descend from the sky and cover his body before it teleported him away. As for the second strongest person, who was the peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator who was holding a hammer, he had already killed 2 late-stage spirit realm cultivators as well, and only needed to take care of the young woman in front of him to successfully pass the first test. As for the remaining early rank 1 nascent soul cultivator who was fighting with the young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm, as well as Lu Mei and her own opponent, they could be considered the luckier ones since they hadn't been targeted by the 2 monsters and were left to fight opponents at the same level as them. Of course, fighting an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator as a peak rank 9 spirit realm wasn't an easy feat. Even 3 peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators wouldn't be able to stand against a rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. Finally, just as Lu Mei felt that she was unable to hold on any longer, a blinding white light appeared from the sky and covered the peak rank 2 nascent soul expert's body like a cocoon, before the man slowly vanished from the jade-white arena. The 4 remaining people, including Lu Mei, all turned their heads to look at the disappearing peak rank 2 nascent soul stage expert, before different looks flashed through everyone's eyes. A look of relief appeared in the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's eyes now that he was the strongest person left in this white platform, while the young man in front of him who was at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm had a look of despair in his eyes. He had been hoping that that peak rank 2 nascent soul stage expert would kill this person in front of him and would allow the rest of them to fight against each other for the final spot. This way, he would have a better chance to pass through the holy sex test as well. However, seeing that that person had disappeared, his own hopes to pass the test were also extinguished as well. At the same time, Lu Mei noticed that the man in front of her had actually stopped attacking her all of a sudden. Instead, his lips had curved up into a smile, and without any hesitation, he abandoned his fight with Lu Mei as he rushed towards the remaining nascent soul expert. Lu Mei instantly understood what that man was trying to do. He is trying to kill that nascent soul cultivator before that person can kill the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him. Lu Mei didn't move, and instead, she simply watched the young man who was wielding the 2 daggers in his hands with a calm look behind her white veil. Before that man could stab the rank 1 nascent soul expert in the back, Lu Mei watched as the nascent soul stage cultivator turned around with a mocking look in his eyes, and swung the saber in his hands towards the young man's waist. Of course, how could the nascent soul stage cultivator not expect that as soon as they were just the 4 of them left in the arena, Lu Mei and the young man who was fighting against her would try and team up with the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him and would try to get rid of him first. Then they would look to fight for the last place against each other. He had already been on guard against a sneak attack from behind, certain that it was going to come sooner or later. Seeing that his attack had failed, the young man with the 2 gold-grade daggers in his hands hurriedly stepped back before the saber's attack could land on his waist, as he then turned his eyes towards Lu Mei. Then, with an anxious look on his face, he shouted angrily. "Are you going to help us take care of this guy, or will you wait until it's your turn to die after he kills us one by one?" Of course, although this young man knew that their chances to fight against a nascent soul stage expert weren't high, this was his best bet to pass the test. He already knew that he was much stronger than Lu Mei, and probably he could even kill her if he had gone all out earlier, but he had simply been waiting for the 2 other nascent soul stage experts to disappear before he turned his attention towards the remaining one. After he and Lu Mei, as well as the remaining young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm managed to take care of him, then they could fight against each other. With his strength as the highest among the 3 of them and once Lu Mei's and the middle rank 9 spirit realm young man's strength were depleted, he would certainly emerge as the winner then. However, the problem was that Lu Mei was simply spectating the fight instead of joining. If it was just 2 against 1, then the young man with the 2 daggers had no confidence in killing an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. Ha ha ha. You worthless worms. You think that you can kill me even if you all band together? Do you know why I haven't killed any of you just yet? It's because I was waiting for those 2 monsters to disappear first and make sure that they don't go crazy and fight against me. I allowed them to choose their targets, since none of you matter to me in the first place. Before the young man with the daggers had time to respond however, Lu Mei smiled coldly beneath her white veil, before a pitch-black ball of qi appeared between her hands. Although the young man with the daggers had his own scheme, while the early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator had his own plans as well, how could Lu Mei not have plans of her own? The reason why Lu Mei was fighting with her own sword and wasn't showing her full strength as a necromancer, was because she didn't want to attract the attention of the 2 nascent soul stage experts from before. Although she had a trump card that she could use and could most likely protect herself, unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to use it. The rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's eyes constricted when he saw the black ball in Lu Mei's hands, as a sense of lethal danger instantly appeared in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately abandoned the middle rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in front of him, as he turned around and rushed towards Lu Mei. He could feel that nothing good was going to come from the black ball of qi in that woman's hands and he had to kill her right away. However, before the early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator could even close half the distance between himself and Lu Mei, the black ball filled with death qi suddenly fell on the ground. The terrifying aura of death filled the jade-white platform of the holy sect, as an army of white skeletons led by a dozen undead knights surrounded Lu Mei, like soldiers paying their respects to their general. Chapter 383 Lu Mei's Prowess. The early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator instantly stopped in his tracks, as he stared at the army of undead creatures that were emerging from the black ball of qi with a look of fear in his eyes. In just 4 breaths of time, 300 jade-white skeletons, as well as 18 undead knights, were standing in front of Lu Mei, as they faced the 3 men who were standing in front of her. The young man with the gold-grade daggers who had previously fought against Lu Mei could feel his knees growing weak as he stared at the white skeletons and the black-armored undead knights who were now looking at him, as he then asked in a disbelieving voice. "What kind of monster are you?" Of course, this question was aimed towards Lu Mei, who was looking at the 3 young men in front of her with an expressionless look beneath her white veil. What kind of monster could summon so many undead creatures out of nowhere? At this moment, the look in Lu Mei's eyes was completely different from the gentle and warm look she had when she looked at Xianxia. There was only coldness and apathy as she stared at the three people in front of her, while the aura of death around her body was only growing stronger and stronger until it slowly reached its peak. Lu Mei had already faced the young man with the two daggers, and could clearly feel how close she had been to death earlier. Even with her peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivation, she had reached a point where she had been unable to hold on any longer with just her 4 seasons azure sword. If the fight had continued for a few more moments, she was certain that she would have no other choice, other than to summon her undead creatures earlier if she didn't want to die. Of course, since this was the holy sex test, Lu Mei knew that she couldn't blame anyone else for her own weakness. Although her Tao of Death was extremely powerful, Lu Mei knew that she was unsuitable to fight head-on against her enemies. Additionally, if it wasn't because she had wanted to keep a low profile earlier and didn't want to attract the attention of the peak rank 2 and the middle rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, she would have summoned her undead creatures long ago. However, it wasn't just the peak rank 9 spirit realm young man who felt fear when he faced Lu Mei's undead army. Even the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert felt terror growing in his heart the moment that he sensed the white skeletons and the black-armored undead knight's cultivation level. Although the jade white skeletons were just at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm, there were actually more than 300 of them. As for the undead knights who were leading them, their cultivation was even higher than the skeletons, as it had already reached the peak of the spirit realm. Over 300 rank 9 spirit realm opponents, even a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator would actually have trouble facing this monster. How can a small, spirit realm worm, summon so many creatures at the same level as her? A look of despair appeared in the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert's eyes as he stared at the ugly creatures in front of him. He knew that even with his own strength and the 2 remaining spirit realm cultivators, they wouldn't be able to destroy Lu Mei's army, unless another nascent soul cultivator could somehow appear and help them. Lu Mei however didn't seem to be willing to wait any longer. Instead, she pointed her hand forward as she said in a low voice. Kill. The entire arena started to tremble the moment that Lu Mei's voice resounded through the air, as the jade-white skeletons and the 3 meters, 10 feet, tall, black-armored undead knights instantly marched forward. Surprisingly, it was the young man with the 2 daggers who was the first to compose himself in the face of this terrifying army, and looking at Lu Mei who was standing still behind the skeletons and the undead knights, he then turned to look at the early rank 1 nascent soul expert next to him as he said in a determined tone. It's not over yet. As long as we can kill that woman, then there is still a chance for us to survive. The nascent soul stage young man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the peak rank 9 spirit realm young man next to him, but in the end, he still nodded his head with a resolute look in his eyes. Killing Lu Mei was the only option they had left to begin with, if they wanted to survive. Without any hesitation, the spirit realm cultivators and the nascent soul stage experts split up, as they charged into the midst of Lu Mei's army. However, contrary to what the 3 men had originally expected, Lu Mei's skeletons and undead knights weren't disorganized. Instead, they split into 3 groups, as 10 skeletons attacked the young man at the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm, while more than 100 skeletons surrounded the man with the 2 daggers whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm instead. As for the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert, a look of despair appeared in his eyes as he had to fight off against the attacks of the 18 undead knights and the remaining almost 200 skeletons. In less than a minute, the 2 spirit realm cultivators were the first ones to die under the skeletons' relentless attacks, as the 2 men's bodies were filled with wounds from the white bone swords. As for the early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, it only took a few minutes for him to be drowned in the undead knight's attacks that didn't even spare his soul in the process. Lu Mei however, didn't try to absorb the energy from the 2 spirit realm cultivators and the early rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. Instead, she simply removed their spatial rings, before a bright white light descended from the sky, completely sealing off her vision at the same time. Her body that was covered by a white light, slowly turned into motes of light as she disappeared from the white platform, leaving behind nothing but the bodies of the dead cultivators. Chapter 384 Barrier of Knowledge. At the same time that Lu Mei disappeared from the white platform, Xianxia, who had walked for more than 10 minutes inside the dark cave, had finally arrived at the source of light in the distance ahead. However, contrary to Xianxia's expectations, the source of light wasn't coming from the sunlight that led to the exit of the cave. Instead, it was coming from an enormous barrier of light that was erected right in the middle of the cave itself. This barrier was shining with a bright azure color that resembled the clear sky. And yet, it was this same barrier that was barring Xianxia's path, preventing him from walking further forward. After taking a look around him and examining his surroundings, Shen Long noticed two major details. The first was that there was nothing else in this place aside from this barrier of light. It seemed to have been set up in such a way that completely blocked Shen Long's path forward. The second detail was, that in the center of the barrier, there was the outline of a palm print. Shen Long immediately thought that this must be related to the second test of the holy sect. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to suddenly arrive in this place after passing the first test, only to see this bizarre sight. After hesitating for a moment, he decided against using his Tao of space and tearing the space in front of him open, to arrive at the other side of the cave. Since this was the test of the holy sect, it was very likely that there were supervisors who were paying attention to this test, and they would most likely be alerted if someone tried to cheat. Shen Long took a few moments to verify that there was nothing else in this place, before he slowly walked up to the azure barrier in front of him, and placed his hand on the empty spot with the outline of a palm. The moment that his hand touched the barrier of light, Shen Long felt his vision blur for the second time today, as the melodic voice of a woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Welcome to the barrier of knowledge. This is also the second test of the holy sect. Unlike the first test, this test won't test your resolve to be cultivators or your luck. Instead, this time it will be your talent as well as your comprehension ability that will be tested. After all, talent and comprehension ability are equally as important to a cultivator as their own resolve and will to become stronger. At the same time, this test can also be considered a gift from my holy sect, to all of you who passed the first test. As the voice finished speaking, Shen Long could see the enormous barrier of light in front of him change as various symbols started to appear on its surface one after the other, before the melodic voice of the woman then continued. You will be allowed to choose a single saint low-grade cultivation technique or martial skill from the barrier of knowledge. You have 5 days to get a preliminary understanding of the cultivation technique or the martial skill that you choose. If you fail to comprehend even the preliminary stages of that technique during the 5 days, then you can only be considered to have failed the test. Once you finish comprehending that technique, you only need to place your hand on the barrier of knowledge and circulate the technique that you chose. The barrier will judge your results and will choose whether you have failed or succeeded. As the voice disappeared from Shen Long's head, he saw the various symbols on the azure-colored barrier in front of him converge into different letters, before they formed the names of cultivation techniques or martial skills. What? Shen Long was unable to believe his eyes for a second, as he stared at the endless converging words that filled the so-called barrier of knowledge. Almost 10,000 cultivation techniques and martial skills had appeared in his eyes, and all of them were at the Saint Low grade. The only Saint grade cultivation technique that Shen Long had previously seen, was the Moonlight Sigil, that he had obtained from Cui Guoyang's collection, and Shen Long had assumed that even that was on the weaker spectrum of Saint Low grade cultivation techniques since it only allowed its user to practice it at night. Of course, that was if Shen Long excluded his own Monarch's Hourglass, which was most likely far above the Saint grade, as well as Lu Mei's blood absorption art. As for Saint Low grade martial skills, Shen Long had never seen any of them before. Even in the contribution hall of the Alchemists Guild, in the Heaven's Dome city where alchemists were allowed to trade their contribution points for cultivation techniques, martial skills or medicinal ingredients that they needed, Shen Long had only seen one Saint Low-grade cultivation technique, and even that was inferior to the Moonlight Sigil as well. As for martial skills that alchemists were allowed to trade for, the highest among them was only at the Mystic High grade. Of course, Shen Long had also believed that it was very possible for the higher echelons of the Alchemists Guild to have at least a few more Saint Low-grade cultivation techniques or martial skills, but they would definitely reserve those for themselves and wouldn't allow them to be traded for contribution points. After all, Jin Wenling had already told Shen Long that behind their Alchemists Guild was the Feng family of the Central Region. A family that was able to spread the Alchemists Guild throughout the entire Night Star continent as well as the Desolate East, must definitely have at least a few Saint Low-grade cultivation techniques or martial skills in their treasury. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Shen Long turned his sight towards the barrier of knowledge in front of him, as he saw the endless names of cultivation techniques and martial skills that filled his eyes. Chapter 385 The Tip of the Iceberg. Infernal Qi Refinement Art. A Saint Low-grade cultivation technique that allows its user to absorb the qi in the air around them, and transform it into infernal qi that they can store in their dantian. This cultivation technique is exceptionally suited for cultivators who had comprehended the Tao of Fire. If the cultivator who trains in this technique chooses to absorb the qi from a hot environment, their cultivation speed will increase according to the heat's intensity. Only the first part of the cultivation technique is available. Earth Armor's Protection. A saint low-grade martial skill that allows its user to condense their chi into a protective armor around their body and protect themselves from physical attacks. This martial skill is exceptionally suitable for chi cultivators who had comprehended the Tao of Earth. Even body refinement cultivators at the same level will have trouble piercing through the earth armor in a short amount of time. Only the first part of the martial skill is available. Holy Light Absorption Art. A saint low-grade martial skill that allows its user to absorb the chi around them and transform it into light element chi that they can store in their dantian. This cultivation technique is much stronger than most other saint low-grade cultivation techniques, but its degree of difficulty is also much higher. Only cultivators who have comprehended the Tao of Light can train in this technique. Only the first part of the cultivation technique is available. Shun Long stared in front of him with wide eyes, as more and more cultivation techniques and martial skills filled his gaze, all of which were clearly at the saint grade. Additionally, when compared to the Moonlight Sigil that he had gotten from Cui Guoyang in the past, or the saint low-grade cultivation technique from the Alchemists Guild in the Heaven's Dome City, these techniques were clearly at a higher level, despite them being at the saint low-grade as well. The Holy Sect is definitely much stronger than the Feng family that is supporting the Alchemists Guild. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to teach so many cultivation techniques and martial skills only to those who managed to pass through the first test. Even if these martial skills and cultivation techniques are all incomplete, they are still countless times more valuable than any mystic high-grade cultivation technique or martial skill. As Shun Long stared at the saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills in front of him and noticed that he was only allowed to study the first part, he didn't feel any disappointment. Instead, he had already expected that and thought that it was completely natural. After all, how could the Holy Sect hand over the complete saint-grade techniques and skills like they were cabbages on the streets? This is definitely done in order to entice every cultivator into doing their best to enter the sect. At the same time, even if these people return back to their own continents in the future, as long as they haven't obtained the complete cultivation techniques or martial skills, they would definitely ask their descendants or disciples to do so for them once they participated in a test of the Holy Sect. As Shun Long's train of thought continued towards that direction, he suddenly guessed that the Xianxia dynasty and the other peak powers of the Night Star continent that had sent their descendants to participate in the Holy Sect's test, must have definitely told them to do their best and obtain certain powerful saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. After all, if any of them managed to enter the Holy Sect and could obtain even a single powerful saint-grade cultivation technique or a martial skill, to those peak powers of the Night Star continent, it would be countless times more useful than obtaining even 10 saint low-grade techniques at once. Such a matter could even change the balance of power inside an entire continent, creating a new peak power that could probably exceed even the likes of the Xianxia dynasty and the others. After a brief moment of pause, a look of realization flashed through Shun Long's eyes at the same time, as he then thought to himself. Indeed, only a huge power that is many times stronger than any power from the Night Star continent, could possibly hold such a recruitment event and at such a large scale. Even if 3/4 of all the participants from the Night Star continent were eliminated during the first test, that still leaves 50,000 people from the original 200,000 that had entered the first test. However, there were definitely people from other continents instead of just the Night Star continent that participated in the first test. In the eastern region alone, there are said to be 2 other continents as well aside from the Night Star continent, and it's very likely that the test of the Holy Sect involved those 2 continents as well. Additionally, based on the different clothings that those people were wearing, the Holy Sect's test definitely involved more than just the 3 continents of the eastern region. The southern region is also said to have 4 different continents which are probably the same size as the Night Star continent, while the western region has 2 of them. As for the northern region, it is said to have 5 continents instead. Even if the Holy Sect's test didn't expand to all of those continents and instead it just reached half of them, if each continent has on average as many people as the Night Star continent, just the people who managed to pass through the first test of the Holy Sect must definitely exceed 400,000. And these 400,000 are the strongest cultivators from the original 1,600,000 that entered the first test. As Shun Long realized the horrifying level of influence and power that the Holy Sect had, a look of shock had appeared in his eyes. At the same time, as he reached this conclusion, Shun Long seemed to have realized another thing as well. In that case, these are definitely not all of the cultivation techniques that the Holy Sect has. This is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, it would have made no sense for the Holy Sect to leak their elite techniques to people in every continent. Even if it is just the first part of the techniques, this isn't a trivial matter. Unless they have even stronger cultivation techniques and martial skills, there is no way that they would dare to do this. As Shen Long reached this conclusion, his eyes continued to gaze at the names on the barrier of knowledge, before his gaze was suddenly attracted to a certain martial skill. Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill, Death's Chant. Chapter 386 Choosing a Saint-Grade Martial Skill. Death's Chant. A Saint Low-Grade martial skill that allows its user to freely control their chi and use it to coat their weapon or armor, similar to that of a protective chi barrier. A weapon or armor that is covered by Death Chant will become increasingly stronger and more resilient, while it will also exude the decaying aura of death. Any enemy touched by Death Chant will find their life force being corroded at an extremely rapid rate, and will have to use their own chi to get rid of its effects. Only cultivators who have comprehended the Tao of Death can train this martial skill. Only the first part of the martial skill is available. As Shen Long read the description of this martial skill, his eyes immediately widened in surprise. This martial skill seemed like it had been tailor-made for Lu Mei. No, it is more apt to say that this martial skill has been tailor-made for cultivators who have comprehended the Tao of Death instead. I wonder if Mei has already advanced to the second test by now as well. Shen Long had guessed that it was very unlikely that there would be another person who had comprehended the Tao of Death during this selection exam of the Holy Sect. According to Little Black's words, not even 1 in 10 million cultivators may be able to comprehend the Tao of Death and survive, due to its extraordinarily strict and dangerous condition. As this thought flashed through Shen Long's mind, he threw one final glance towards the Death's Chant, before he continued to look at more martial skills in front of him, in hopes that he would find something suitable for him. As for cultivation techniques, Shen Long decided to ignore them. Since he had the Monarch's hourglass, training in another cultivation technique would most likely be a waste. Although the Stone of Time would more often than not put Shen Long in situations of extreme danger, both the Monarch's hourglass as well as the Monarch's eternal body were extremely important parts of his strength that Shen Long wasn't willing to replace. As Shen Long continued to sweep his gaze over the barrier of knowledge, his eyes lit up as he stared at the name of a certain martial skill that had instantly attracted his attention. Thunder God Slash. A Saint Low-Grade martial skill, suitable for cultivators who wield a sword. It allows a cultivator to gather their chi on their sword, and send out a powerful slash filled with lightning element chi, that will obliterate everything in its path. Cultivators who have comprehended the Tao of Thunder or the Tao of Lightning are extremely suitable to train in this martial skill, increasing the martial skill's power even further. Only the first part of the martial skill is available. Shen Long's eyes instantly lit up when he read the description of this martial skill. He had already found more than 50 martial skills related to either swords or sabers already, but this was the first time that a technique also involved the Tao of Thunder or the Tao of Lightning. As for the star-rank sword inside the Stone of Time, that was clearly a weapon infused with the Tao of Lightning. Although Shen Long himself wasn't proficient in either of these two Taos, since the sword itself had a small part of the Tao of Lightning inside it that its wielder could use, this martial skill was highly suitable for Shen Long who had no martial skills related to a sword. I shouldn't be rash. Perhaps there will be a martial skill related to the Tao of Time or the Tao of Space among them. I shouldn't be in a hurry to choose just yet. After calming himself down, Shen Long continued to stare at the rest of the cultivation techniques and martial skills on the barrier of knowledge. Although there were 10,000 skills and cultivation techniques in front of him, an hour later, Shen Long was slightly disappointed when he realized that none of them were related to the Tao of Time or the Tao of Space. However, he had already expected this result as well. After all, rarer Taos will have even fewer people who had comprehended them, and in turn created cultivation techniques or martial skills related to those Taos in the end. Even for the Tao of Death, which Shen Long had assumed that it was just slightly easier to comprehend than his Tao of Space, aside from Death's Chant, Shen Long didn't find any other martial skill or cultivation technique. As for other related martial skills, although Shen Long did find a movement technique that seemed to be very suitable to him, in the end, he still decided to choose the Thunder God Slash. After all, now that the Purple Blossom Staff is becoming obsolete when faced against with everyone else who all have at least rank 2 and rank 3 gold grade weapons, a martial skill that can enhance the power of the Black Sword is extremely important. After he had taken his decision, Shen Long closed his eyes and allowed his spirit sense to enter the barrier of knowledge, and touch the golden words of the Thunder God Slash. The moment that his spirit sense touched the golden words, Shen Long felt a stream of information coming from the barrier of knowledge in front of him, as it entered his mind. However, he didn't feel any discomfort, and simply allowed his mind to absorb the information related to the Thunder God Slash. 6 hours later, Shun Long opened his eyes and saw the bright blue wall in front of him that was now empty of any other words. All other cultivation techniques and martial skills had disappeared. Aside from the azure light that was still coming from the barrier, as well as the palm imprint that was still present, there was nothing else on the barrier of knowledge. Shun Long's lips curved up when he saw the sight in front of him, and ignoring the empty barrier of light in front of him, he suddenly closed his eyes, as a black sword with strange patterns appeared in his right hand. Chapter 387 Training in a Saint-Grade Martial Skill. Holding the star-rank black sword in his right hand, Shun Long didn't make a move right away. Instead, he stood still for a moment with his eyes closed, almost as if he was processing the information in his mind. The Thunder God Slash has 3 moves. The first move requires me to gather my chi in my hands, and inject it inside the sword before I use the Tao of Lightning or the Tao of Thunder to slash the air in front of me. Although I haven't comprehended any of these 2 Taos, the Tao of Lightning inside the black sword should be more than sufficient to make up for this issue. After all, this is the biggest advantage of a star-rank weapon. The only problem is, that to use the first move of the Thunder God Slash, a cultivator needs to have reached the nascent soul stage at the very least. Although I have yet to enter the nascent soul stage, my chi is probably not inferior to that of an early nascent soul cultivator's. As for my spirit sense, although it is much weaker compared to an actual soul sense that should be able to reach at least 30 meters around a nascent soul stage expert's body, it shouldn't matter too much since I can extend it beyond my body like a weaker soul sense. As for the second and the third moves of the Thunder God Slash, they can only wait until I enter the holy sect in the future. I shouldn't be too overconfident either. There is definitely no lack of geniuses from all over the continents while my own cultivation is only at the peak of the spirit realm. Against a strong genius who has reached the rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, I may not necessarily be able to win, even with the black sword in my hands. After all, the difference in cultivation can't be breached so easily. At the same time, I also don't know if there will be anyone else who may also have any star rank weapon either. Although these weapons are extremely rare, I can't possibly rule out this possibility either. After reorganizing his thoughts, Shun Long first calmed himself down, before he actually closed his eyes and emptied his thoughts. Holding the black sword in his right hand, Shun Long first circulated the Monarch's hourglass, as 81 balls of chi appeared above his head in the upper part of the invisible hourglass. During the past 2 years, Shun Long had already purified all 80 balls of chi, bringing them at the same level of purity as the 81st. With his eyes closed, Shun Long stirred his chi inside the Monarch's hourglass, as waves of pure chi entered the peak rank 1 star rank sword in his hands. The strange patterns on the sword's surface lit up with a golden light, before sparks of lightning appeared around the black sword's edge. Contrary to Shun Long's original expectations however, the star rank sword wasn't that easy to use. Just to fully activate the Tao of Lightning inside it, Shun Long had to expend more than 10% of his chi. Considering that even more chi was required for the Tao of Lightning inside the sword to stay active during a fight, Shun Long realized the difficulty of using a star rank weapon with an insufficient cultivation. Shun Long however, didn't seem to mind the expenditure of his chi, as his mind was fully focused on the Saint low-grade martial skill in his head. According to the first move of the Thunder God Slash, a cultivator has to converge the energy of their Tao of Lightning or their Tao of Thunder around the sword's edge before sending a full-powered slash forward. After verifying the way to use the first move of the Thunder God Slash, Shun Long used his chi to make the sparks of lightning around the sword converge on the black sword's edge. Using his spirit sense to cover the sword's surface, Shun Long raised the black sword in the air, ready to send a powerful slash forward filled with the Tao of Lightning. However, the moment that the sword was raised above his head, Shun Long could feel the lightning around it getting out of control, as the sparks of lightning easily escaped the control of his spirit sense, and started to flow chaotically around the sword's surface instead of converging on the sword's edge. A few moments later, the sparks of lightning around the sword's surface disappeared, before the strange golden pattern started to dim. Shun Long wasn't disappointed that he had failed to control the Thunder God Slash on the first try. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his hand still holding on the black sword's hilt, as he thought to himself. The Tao of Lightning inside the black sword is definitely amplifying the might of the skill, but it is also easier for the lightning to go out of control. If I had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, I could probably use the Tao of Time to completely control the sparks of lightning without needing to use my spirit sense. Additionally, I could probably also enhance the power of the Thunder God Slash, if I merged the effects of my Tao of Time with the Tao of Lightning. The moment that this thought took root in Shen Long's head, the urge to break through to the nascent soul stage became even more intense in his heart. He knew that his comprehension level of the Tao of Time was already sufficient to break through to the nascent soul stage, but his soul still didn't have the feeling of breaking through just yet. Although Shen Long could break through at any moment he wanted, he also knew that forcing a breakthrough when his mind wasn't ready, would most likely end up having adverse effects instead. A day passed in the blink of an eye, as Shen Long had remained seated in front of the barrier of knowledge during this time. Finally, as the day neared its end, he stood up from the ground, and faced the azure barrier in front of him with a bright look in his eyes, before he slowly raised the black sword above his head. The patterns on the sword's surface once again lit up with a bright golden light, while sparks of lightning crackled on the sword's surface. As the lightning converged on the sword's edge, Shen Long clenched the sword's hilt tightly, before he slashed the black sword forward towards the azure barrier in front of him. Chapter 388 Choice. A powerful, black-colored sword slash filled with the Tao of lightning escaped from the black sword, as it flew towards the barrier of knowledge in front of Shen Long. However, the moment that the black-colored slash touched the barrier, the azure barrier barely rippled, before the sword slash lost all of its strength and quickly disappeared. It looked no different than a small rock being thrown into the sea, barely creating any waves in the process. Shen Long, however, didn't seem disappointed when he saw the scene in front of him. Instead, it seemed as if he had already expected this, as his lips curved up into a smile. Of course, how could a barrier that could contain information about tens of thousands of martial skills and cultivation techniques, be harmed by a single sword slash at the early nascent soul stage? Even if it was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator instead of Shen Long, they may not necessarily be able to damage the azure barrier in front of him. This was the reason why Shen Long had decided to send the black-colored sword slash towards the barrier of knowledge, instead of randomly hacking and slashing at the walls around him. This was Shen Long's way to test the power of the Thunder God slash, without destroying the cave he was in, and possibly getting buried in the process. At the same time, Shen Long had also realized that his comprehension of the Thunder God slash had almost reached 20% by now. This meant that his comprehension of this Saint low-grade martial skill had already reached a preliminary understanding. In other words, he could pass the second test the moment that he stood up and placed his hand on the palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge. However, after thinking about it for a while, Shen Long simply shook his head as he thought to himself seriously. It's very likely that there will be another test after this one. After all, according to that old man from the Alchemist Guild, the Holy Sect's test is extremely hard to pass. Based on what he had said, he had clearly believed that not more than 3 people from the Night Star continent would manage to pass the test and enter the sect. Although I don't know how fast everyone else is, it is impossible that there are only 3 people in the entire Night Star continent who can manage to pass through this test and comprehend a Saint low-grade technique to a preliminary understanding within 5 days. As for me, what I lack the most right now, is a proper martial skill to use along with the black sword, as well as experience with the sword itself. Although the second matter is simply impossible to be solved in a matter of 5 days, I can use the remaining 4 days to try and comprehend the first move of the Thunder God slash even further. Therefore, even if I have to face a rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, I will still have a killer card if my time prison is unable to affect them. Coming to this decision, Shen Long didn't hesitate any further, as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground once again. As for entering the foggy space in the Stone of Time, to accelerate time and comprehend the skill even further within the remaining 4 days, Shen Long decided against it in the end. Although he had believed that it was impossible for the Holy Sect to monitor every single one of the hundreds of thousands of disciples who were taking the second test at the same time, in the off chance that someone from the Holy Sect noticed that this cave was empty and came to investigate it, Shen Long wouldn't have a way to explain where he had gone once he returned. In that case, forget about being unable to join the Holy Sect, his own life could very likely be in danger. After all, as the second test of the Holy Sect, it was very likely that any abnormalities would be detected by the Holy Sect itself. Half a day quickly passed, but Shen Long remained seated in front of the barrier of knowledge without moving an inch, as he tried to comprehend the Thunder God slash even further. At the same time, in a spacious hall inside a luxurious white palace that pierced the clouds, a white-robed elder with long white hair and a clean-shaven face had focused his gaze on the horizon with a serious expression on his face. Aside from the elder, more than 5,000 young men and women dressed in yellow robes were also gathered in this hall, as they stared at a gigantic screen of light that was placed at the center of the hall with interest in their eyes. Thousands of scenes were depicted in this gigantic screen of light that looked very similar to the barrier of knowledge in front of Shen Long, showing different young men and women every time. All of these young men and women were either brandishing their weapons, or they were sitting cross-legged on the ground like Shen Long, trying to further comprehend the cultivation techniques or martial skills that they had chosen. Suddenly, a certain scene seemed to have turned bigger, attracting everyone's attention, as it depicted a person in black robes who was completely covering his appearance, placing his right hand on palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge. Behind that person, a pair of huge black wings that were covered by dark red flames seemed to have sprouted from his back, but surprisingly, they didn't set his robes on fire. The appearance of these wings, along with the face covered by the black robes, gave off an eerie feeling to anyone who watched this scene. Suddenly, the azure barrier in front of that person lit up as his hand touched the palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge, before a series of words appeared one after the other, shining with a bright white light. Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill, Demonic Wings. Level of Comprehension, 27%. Pass. Chapter 389 Geniuses. As these words appeared on the barrier of knowledge, an azure light covered the person in black robes before he disappeared from the dark cave. Everyone in the hall, including the white-robed elder who was previously staring on the horizon, had instantly turned their eyes towards the gigantic screen of light with various expressions on their faces. The first person who has comprehended a Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill, and it's the Demonic Wings no less. This person managed to comprehend 27% of the Demonic Wings in less than 2 days. What kind of monster is this? Even junior brother Xianxia had only comprehended 25% of this martial skill during the same time frame. Hehe, I look forward to this person's 4th test. It is bound to be very interesting. Even the white-robed elder looked at the white screen with a curious look in his eyes, as his gaze was focused on the figure of the person in black robes that was quickly disappearing. Of course, as the first person who managed to comprehend a Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill from the hundreds of thousands of people who were participating in the Holy Sex test, that person would naturally attract everyone's attention. However, barely an hour had passed since the black-robed man had disappeared, when 2 more scenes were suddenly enlarged in the enormous screen of light at the center of the hall, attracting everyone's attention. The first scene showed a spiky-haired young man dressed in golden robes, placing his right hand on the palm imprint of the barrier of knowledge in front of him. Unlike the previous scene with the black-robed person who had a glaring pair of flaming black wings on his back, there was no such exaggerated scene around this young man. The only difference was, that his own palm that was touching the barrier of knowledge, was now shining with a dark red light. Suddenly, the azure barrier in front of the spiky-haired young man lit up, before a series of words that were shining with a bright white light appeared in his eyes, as well as in the eyes of the young men and women who were staring at the screen of light with rapt attention. Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill, Annihilation Palm. Level of Comprehension, 26%. Pass. As these words appeared on the barrier of knowledge, the young men and women who were staring at the screen of light in front of them had looks of astonishment in their eyes, before a young woman then said. Another person who managed to comprehend a Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill in just a little more than a day, and it's even the Annihilation Palm, no less. Since when did these martial skills become so easy to comprehend? This person is probably not much weaker in terms of comprehension level even if he is compared to that black-robed young man from an hour ago. Wait. Look at that guy. Just as everyone was staring at the spiky-haired young man in golden robes whose body was covered by the light from the barrier of knowledge and was slowly fading away, another young man shouted as he pointed towards the second screen with a surprised tone in his voice. A young man dressed in white robes, who had a pair of sword-like eyebrows, long black hair and deep blue eyes, was standing in front of the azure barrier of knowledge in front of him, while his own body seemed to have been bathed by a holy white light. A series of white words appeared on the azure barrier one after the other, while the bright light around his body seemed to be increasing in intensity. Saint Low-Grade Cultivation Technique, Holy Light Absorption Art. Level of Comprehension, 29%. Pass. 29%. Just how high is this person's affinity with the Tao of Light? No, it's not just his affinity. His own level of comprehension in the Tao of Light is definitely not lacking either. When the white-robed elder heard this, he nodded his head, while his eyes were staring at the young white lord of the Night Star Continent, by Long Tian with a profound look in his eyes, before he said in an emotionless voice. Indeed, there are many factors to take note of as well when judging someone's talent. That person's level of comprehension regarding the Tao of Light is probably a level above the black-robed brat and that spiky-haired kid from earlier. However, this is only the level of comprehension regarding the Tao of Light, and the Taos that those two people used, and this is only a possibility in the end. After all, it's not impossible that the black-robed brat's comprehension level could also reach 28 or even 29% if he spent another hour. Perhaps he was simply unlucky, or perhaps he was in a hurry, which was why his comprehension level and talent seems to be lower than this white-robed kid's. It's not impossible that they are actually on the same level with each other. Additionally, when someone tries to comprehend a martial skill or a cultivation technique, even though the early stages are much easier, the later stages are far more difficult. As for the spiky-haired brat from before, it's also possible that his Tao didn't have the same level of affinity with the annihilation palm as these two brats. Bright lights appeared in the young men and young women's eyes when they heard the white-robed elder's words. Indeed, affinity with the Tao was also extremely important when judging someone's talent, and so was their level of comprehension. However, luck seemed to also play a small factor as well, and how compatible each person was with the cultivation technique or martial skill that they had chosen. Just as everyone kept staring at the screen that depicted Bai Longtian's body disappear and thought that this would be the last scene for a while, the enormous screen of light suddenly focused itself on another scene, as a gorgeous young woman with blonde hair and emerald eyes, stood up and placed her palm on the barrier of knowledge in front of her. If Shen Long and Lu Mei could see this scene, they would be able to instantly recognize this young woman whose facial features greatly resembled Madame Xie Rongs from the Pale Moon Guild. This was the same young woman that Shen Long and Lu Mei had seen amidst the crowd in the outskirts of the Heaven's Dome City, right before the Holy Sex test had started. As Xianxia placed her palm on the barrier of knowledge in front of her, a series of words appeared on the azure barrier's surface, but this time, the color of the words wasn't white, but a bright silver instead. Chapter 390 Lu Mei's Shocking Results. Saint Low-Grade Martial Skill, Creeping Shadows. Level of Comprehension, 31%. Pass. As these silver-colored words appeared on the surface of the barrier of knowledge, surprised expressions quickly appeared on the faces of the young men and women who were staring at the screen of light in the center of the hall. Even the white-robed elder raised his eyebrows as he stared at the beautiful young woman in green robes on the screen in front of him. After all, the words on the screen would only turn silver once someone had managed to comprehend more than 30% of the cultivation technique or the martial skill that they had chosen. Although comprehending 30% wasn't something rare to see during the Holy Sex second test, doing so in less than 2 days showed the affinity that this young woman had with the martial skill that she had chosen, as well as how high her level of comprehension as well as her talent really were. At the very least, her level of comprehension regarding martial skills was probably at least a level higher compared to the black-robed person from earlier, as well as the young white lord, Bai Longtian, and the spiky-haired young man. A few moments later, a young man in yellow robes was the first one to break the silence in the hall, as he looked at Xianxia inside the screen of light and said with a bright smile on his face. Hee, not only is that junior sister talented, but she is also extremely beautiful. Once she joins the sect, I would be very happy to teach her as her senior brother. A pretty young woman in yellow robes was the first one to react once she heard these words, as she looked at the young man who had just spoken with her eyes narrowed, before she asked him in a mocking tone. Jin Ming, you want to teach her personally? What makes you think that she would want you to teach her anything in the first place? Besides, don't you think that it's too early to say that she will certainly pass the test and join the sect? Although the level of comprehension is important during the second test, it has absolutely nothing to do with the third test. Another young man nodded when he heard this, and with a serious look on his face, he looked at the young man named Jin Ming before he also added in. Indeed, junior sister who is right. Although the second test values someone's talent and comprehension ability, it's still too early to say that this girl will definitely pass the third test, let alone the fourth one. The young man named Jin Ming who had originally spoken in Xiaxini's favor snorted when he heard this, but he didn't say anything else in response, as he kept staring at the screen of light at the center of the hall. Xiaxini's body that was covered by shadows, was suddenly enveloped by a white light that came from the azure barrier in front of her, before her figure slowly faded away until it disappeared from the cave. In the next 12 hours that followed, only one other person aside from Xiaxini had managed to light up the silver words on the barrier of knowledge, but with Xiaxini as a precedent, the yellow-robed disciples of the Holy Sect didn't seem to have paid too much attention to that person. The second day soon came to an end, and the third day quickly took its place. However, during the last 2 days, Shen Long didn't seem to have moved at all, as he kept sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His right hand was still holding on the hilt of the star-ranked black sword, but he didn't take any further action. Occasionally, sparks of lightning would appear on the black sword's surface, but they would only last for a moment before they would recede back inside the sword. As the third day slowly came to its end, thousands and thousands of people would place their hands on the barrier of knowledge in front of them at the same time. After all, the third day was usually the benchmark, where most of the people would start to successfully pass the test or they would fail. At the same time, people who had comprehended 30% weren't too rare anymore either. By the end of the third day, there had been at least 1,000 people who had managed to comprehend 30% of the cultivation techniques and martial skills that they had chosen from the barrier of knowledge. However, just before the third day could completely come to its end, in an isolated cave that was similar to Shen Long's, Lu Mei stood up from her meditative cushion that she had placed on the ground, and took a few steps forward, as she stood in front of the azure barrier at the center of the cave. After hesitating for a moment, her beautiful black eyes behind the white veil had turned serious, as she took a deep breath, and placed her lithe white palm on the palm imprint on the barrier of knowledge in front of her. Strands of death chi flowed around her hand at the same time, before a series of eye-catching golden-colored words started to appear on the azure barrier's surface. Although there were tens of thousands of people who were placing their hands on the azure barrier in front of them at the same time as Lu Mei, the golden-colored words had instantly attracted the attention of the disciples of the holy sect, who were now staring at the screen of light with wide-open eyes. Even the white-robed elder who had only reacted a few times after he had seen Xianxia's results earlier, had now placed his attention on Lu Mei's scene, as he saw a series of shocking golden-colored words, which made him almost lose his composure. Saint low-grade martial skill, Death's Chant. Level of comprehension, 52%. Pass. Chapter 391 Thundergod / Death's Chant. The white-robed old man mumbled in a voice filled with disbelief as he stared at Lu Mei's hand that was covered with black strands of death chi. As for the yellow-robed disciples, they had all fallen silent as they heard the old man's voice that reverberated throughout the spacious hall. A few seconds later, a young man looked at the elder who was dressed in white robes, before he asked in a hesitant voice. Elder Zhuan. Weren't the requirements for a disciple to train in Death's Chant, that they first had to comprehend the Tao of Death? The white-robed elder turned his eyes to look at the young man who had just spoken and nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes, before he once again turned his gaze towards the screen of light at the center of the hall, at Lu Mei's figure that had already started to disappear. Seeing the thoughtful look on Elder Zhuan's face, a young woman took a deep breath before she asked curiously. Elder Zhuan, is the Tao of Death that powerful? Is it even more powerful than Senior Brother Huang's Tao of Eternal Night? Serious looks immediately appeared on the faces of the disciples around the young woman when they heard her question, as they all then turned their attention towards Elder Zhuan as they waited for his answer. Elder Zhuan however didn't reply right away, and instead, he kept staring at the gigantic screen of light at the center of the hall. Without moving his gaze, the white-robed elder shook his head a few moments later, before he said seriously. I can't be certain whether that girl's Tao of Death, or if inner disciple Huang's Tao of Eternal Night, is actually stronger if both of them were at the same level, but I do know one thing. The Tao of Death is definitely much more dangerous to comprehend than the Tao of Eternal Night. Although both of these Taos have a high degree of danger to start comprehending them, the Tao of Death actually requires a cultivator to peer through the abyss of death and live. However, the one similarity that the Tao of Death has with the Tao of Eternal Night, is that cultivators who train in these Taos need to kill hundreds and thousands of cultivators in order to advance. Of course, this can be both a boon and a bane. The young woman who had asked the previous question seemed like she had wanted to ask some more things the moment that she heard this answer, but seeing that Elder Zhuan wasn't willing to reveal anything else, she suppressed her curiosity as she turned her eyes towards Lu Mei at the gigantic screen of light once again. Lu Mei's body was covered by a bright white light, as her silhouette that had already started to fade, finally disappeared from the dark cave. As Lu Mei disappeared, the third day soon came to an end as well. Inside his own cave, Shen Long was completely oblivious to the commotion that Lu Mei's results had caused, as well as the revelation that she had comprehended the Tao of Death, causing plenty of disciples of the holy sect to pay attention to her. Instead, he kept sitting cross-legged on the ground, as he continued to comprehend the Thunder God / At times, Shen Long would occasionally inject part of his chi inside the black sword, and make the strange patterns on its surface lit up, while at other times he would simply continue sit inside the cave silently without even circulating his chi. During this time, Shen Long also felt himself coming a step closer towards the Tao of Lightning. However, comprehending a Tao, even in its initial stages was never easy. As the fourth day came to an end and the fifth day started, the disciples of the holy sect who were watching the remaining participants of the second test in the gigantic screen of light in front of them, seemed to have exhaled a sigh of relief, as they started to chat between themselves in light-hearted tones. It's probably pointless to wait another day for the second test to finish. Those that were strong enough to pass and advance to the third test have already done so. There is no point in waiting. Let's see the third test already. Junior Brother Mu is wrong. It's possible that there are still some people who are hiding themselves and are still trying to comprehend the cultivation technique or the martial skill that they have chosen as much as they can, before they test themselves in the barrier of knowledge. Senior brother, what's the point of waiting instead of competing with the rest about who is fastest? Isn't that a more accurate representation of their talent? Besides, it's not like the third test will wait for them either. I am sure those kids have already started. There really were some terrifying brats among them. I wonder how many of them will manage to enter the test and become our junior brothers and sisters. However, let alone entering the sect, the third test itself is already terrifying enough to eliminate most of them. At the same time that the disciples of the holy sect were chatting between themselves, Shun Long, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for the past 3 days, finally opened his eyes. His golden-colored eyes had a sharp and serious look inside them, while his gaze resembled that of a sharp sword that was finally leaving its sheath. As he slowly stood up from the ground, Shun Long focused his gaze on the azure-colored barrier in front of him, as he mumbled to himself in a curious voice. Let's see the true power of a saint low-grade martial skill. Holding the black, star-rank sword in his hand, Shun Long started to inject large amounts of his qi inside it, lighting up the strange patterns on the sword's surface. At the same time, sparks of lightning appeared on the sword's surface as the golden-colored pattern started to light up, as Shun Long steadily raised the black sword in the air. Using his spirit sense, Shun Long guided the lightning around the sword's surface towards the sword's edge, practically forcing the berserk, Tao of lightning, to follow his will. Staring at the azure-colored barrier of knowledge, Shun Long narrowed his eyes as he slashed the star-rank sword forward at full force while he roared in his mind. Thunder God Slash! Almost 80% of his chi had been sapped from the 81 balls of chi above his head in a single instant, before a terrifying black-colored slash filled with berserk lightning left the black sword's edge, and flew towards the azure barrier of knowledge in front of him like a wild magic beast. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the disciples of the holy sect in the spacious hall, as they saw the powerful black-colored slash collide with the barrier of knowledge. The scene in front of Shun Long's eyes was completely different from the first time that he had used the Thunder God Slash. Crackling sounds could be heard from the sparks of lightning that were mixed in the powerful slash, as they kept trying to destroy the azure-colored barrier. Shun Long saw the enormous barrier of knowledge in front of him ripple a few times, before the Thunder God Slash lost its remaining strength and slowly disappeared. Shun Long's lips curved up into a smile when he saw the power of the Thunder God Slash, and without any hesitation, he took a few steps forward, as he stretched out his right hand and placed it on the palm imprint of the azure-colored barrier. Chapter 392 The Third Test's Rules. The spacious hall of the holy sect had fallen completely silent, as the yellow-robed disciples and even the white-robed elder Zhuan were all staring at Shun Long's results with eyes filled with shock. They couldn't believe the scene that they were seeing. The words that had appeared on the barrier of knowledge in front of Shun Long weren't gold in color, but instead, they were shining with the brilliance of stars in the middle of a starry night. They were filled with a pure white color that had a goldish hue inside it, while their content had left the elder of the holy sect and the yellow-robed disciples completely dumbfounded. Saint low-grade martial skill, Thunder God Slash. Level of comprehension, 92%. Pass. A deathly silence had filled the spacious hall for a few moments, before a young man in yellow robes was the first one to speak, as he could no longer restrain his shocked voice. Did the barrier of knowledge make a mistake? The rest of the disciples around this young man seemed to have been brought back to reality after hearing his words, as a flurry of discussions erupted in the previously dead silent hall. Could it really be that the barrier of knowledge made a mistake? Or perhaps this person already knew of the Thunder God Slash beforehand, and he simply comprehended it further in these 4 days. This is impossible. The barrier of knowledge in the second test will not allow someone to pick a skill that they already knew before taking the test, and it will only react to the skill that that person has chosen. In other words, if this person already knew of the Thunder God Slash, the barrier wouldn't have allowed him to pick it, and neither would it have reacted just now. The person who had said these words had obviously said them with absolute confidence in his voice, but he still turned his head at the same time to look at the white-robed elder Zhuan, almost as if he was waiting for the elder's confirmation. Seeing that every disciple inside the hall seemed to have turned their attention towards him, Elder Zhuan nodded his head somewhat absent-mindedly, while his eyes were still staring at the handsome blue-robed young man in the screen of light in front of him. What kind of monster is this? This is the first time that I am seeing someone reach above 90% during the second test. Just how high is his comprehension of the Tao of lightning? Although Elder Zhuan's voice wasn't loud, and it was actually suppressed quite a bit, in the dead silent hall, every single disciple could hear it clearly in their ears. Of course, as one of the elders who was supervising the tests of the holy sect and was responsible to pay attention to any abnormalities, it wasn't rare for Elder Zhuan to see people comprehend 50, 60, or even 70% within 4 to 5 days. However, seeing that someone had managed to comprehend a saint low-grade martial skill to more than 90% during this period of time, was indeed shocking to the elder. One could only imagine the elder's reaction if he knew that, not only had Shen Long not comprehended the Tao of Lightning before, but it was also the first time that he was coming in contact with a saint low-grade martial skill as well. Of course, due to the Tao of Lightning inside the star-rank sword that was at an extremely high level and could aid Shen Long when he was learning martial skills related to the Tao of Lightning, as well as the fact that during the past 2 years that he had been comprehending the Tao of Time, Shen Long had also felt his own level of comprehension rising as well. Learning the first move of a saint low-grade martial skill was no longer as difficult for Shen Long as it had been in the past. Isn't this level of talent and comprehension at the same level as an inner disciple's? It was unknown who had spoken this time, but it had instantly caused everyone in the hall to stare at Shen Long's figure with even more serious looks in their eyes. After all, even when compared to Lu Mei's or Xianxia's results, Shen Long's was indeed even more shocking. Completely oblivious to the commotion that the results of his second test had caused, Shen Long had turned his attention to the azure-colored barrier in front of him, when suddenly, a bright white light shot out from the barrier's surface like a bolt of lightning, as it completely enveloped his body like a white membrane. The moment that the white light covered his body, Shen Long could feel his vision blur, as a feeling similar to that of spatial fluctuations appeared from the white membrane around him. The darkness of the cave and the light of the azure-colored barrier in front of him slowly disappeared as the light of the sun once again illuminated Shen Long's surroundings. As his vision slowly returned, Shen Long found himself standing at the foot of a small mountain, while trees of different sizes had filled the forest around the mountain. However, before Shen Long could completely take in the scene in front of his eyes, the same powerful voice that he had heard during the first test, suddenly boomed inside his mind like a sudden bolt of lightning. Welcome, to the third test of the Holy Sect, the world of the 1000 cities. The rules of this test are simple. There are 1000 cities spread throughout this world, and each city has an army of spirit realm and nascent soul stage cultivators inside it. Every single one of those cultivators has been apprehended by our Holy Sect, and they have either raped men, women, or children, or have committed other heinous acts that exiled them into this place. Inside every single city, there will be a single yellow-colored token of my Holy Sect. Of course, a token may be hidden somewhere inside the city, or it may be held by the strongest person in there. All you have to do is obtain one of those tokens, and make sure not to lose it. You have 25 days left. If you don't manage to find a token within these 25 days and hold on to it, you will be instantly eliminated. Chapter 393 Hidden Meaning. As the booming voice finished its words, it instantly vanished from Shen Long's mind, like a wisp of smoke being dispersed in the wind. At the same time, shock had filled Shen Long's eyes when he heard the rules of the third test, while his mind instantly ruminated over the hidden meaning behind them. There are actually 1000 cities in this place, and according to that voice, all of them have been filled with death row criminals that the Holy Sect has gathered for this test. At the same time, according to that voice's tone, it is going to be almost impossible to gather even a single token without creating a massacre, and this is probably what the Holy Sect wants as well. To nurture cultivators who are not afraid of killing and punishing evildoers. This test also seems to have even more meanings as well. On one hand, the Holy Sect seems to be wary that many of the disciples who are participating in this test may be talented but not prepared to kill. This can make sense since many of those disciples may have had very powerful backgrounds back in their own continents, but they may haven't stepped foot outside their homes due to this as well. Thus the Holy Sect is looking to either forcefully temper everyone this time, or weed out those who are not strong enough to do what the sect wants them to. Although this test looks similar to the first test, but in reality, it's completely different. Despite that voice saying that the main aim of this test is to obtain a token from a single city and just hold it for the remaining 25 days, there are many underlying meanings behind that. What does it mean to hold the token? It obviously means that anyone who manages to obtain a token, will then have to protect himself from those who are trying to steal it. Otherwise, the Holy Sect could simply allow the first person who grabs a token, to instantly pass this test. After all, since there are only 1000 cities, and each city has a single token, there are at most 1000 disciples who will be allowed to pass this test. There is no way that people won't try to steal the tokens that others have in their possession. At the same time, it's going to be extremely difficult for a single person to exterminate everyone inside a city. I suspect that the Holy Sect has already foreseen how strong the disciples who are taking part of the test really are, and the strength of the strongest people inside the city won't be much weaker. Besides, there is no way that those criminals don't know what's going on. Although they may not be willing to willingly hold a token and wait for the disciples to come and kill them, it's very likely that the Holy Sect itself will kill them if they leave the city. And even if they willingly give up the token to the first person who comes into the city, what about the remaining people who will follow? Hence, their best course of action is to band together and resist the disciples who will want to kill them. It's also possible that the Holy Sect has promised to let them go if they manage to survive for a certain period of time, giving them even more hope for them to struggle in order to stay alive. As Xianxia reached this conclusion, he rubbed his temples with his thumb and his middle finger in frustration, as he understood that there were even more hidden meanings than he had originally expected behind the sect's test. It was just a single test, and yet, there were so many things going on behind the scenes, and Xianxia wasn't even certain if this was everything. After a brief moment of deliberation, there was a deep look inside his eyes as he mumbled in a low voice. At the same time, the Holy Sect seems to be warning its disciples that it won't tolerate evil cultivators. Those who commit heinous acts may very likely find themselves in these cities in the future. After coming to this conclusion, Xianxia immediately soared in the sky, as he ascended the mountain in front of him, flying all the way towards the mountain's peak. Barely 5 minutes later, he had already arrived at the mountain's peak, as his eyes took in the scenery around him from the high vantage point. A forest that spanned for a few hundred miles seemed to have surrounded the mountain that he was standing on from all sides, while past this forest, Xianxia could see the vast plains that spanned as far as his eyes could see. At the same time, a few hundred miles away from the east of this forest, Xianxia saw a city being erected in the midst of the boundless plains. This was definitely one of the 1,000 cities in this world. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia had a serious look in his eyes, as he flew directly towards the east, heading straight towards the city in the distance. At the same time, at the peak of a small mountain in a somewhat narrow cave, Lu Mei was sitting cross-legged on the ground while a look of pain had appeared in her eyes. Originally, she had intended to comprehend the death's chant for the full 5 days before she passed the second test, but how could she expect that as she was comprehending the Saint low-grade martial skill, she would unconsciously enter a state of enlightenment and she would feel her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage arrive out of nowhere. Without any other solution, her only option was to pass the second test as quickly as possible, before she attempted to complete her breakthrough during the third test. Thankfully, the third test lasted for a much longer period of time than the second, giving ample time to Lu Mei, who wanted to find an isolated place and try to complete her breakthrough. After all, unlike her previous breakthroughs, Lu Mei knew that this breakthrough was going to be extremely dangerous for her, and it was even possible for her to lose her life this time. The reason behind this was her own cultivation technique, the blood absorption art. Chapter 394 Group of Disciples. Lu Mei's white robes were drenched in sweat, while an expression of agony and pain had filled her face. She knew that she was about to break through to the nascent soul stage, and there was no way to delay this matter any longer. Despite the piercing pain, that was similar to needles stabbing her soul, Lu Mei still did her best to take out a bottle filled with purple-colored pills from her spatial ring and hold it tightly in her hands. This was the same bottle that Xianxia had given to her before they entered the White Gate outside the Heaven's Dome City, to participate in the first test of the Holy Sect. Lu Mei clearly remembered that Xianxia had seriously exhorted her to consume these pills before she attempted her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Feeling her spirit sense that was wildly churning inside her spiritual space like a wild animal that could no longer be contained, as well as her chi that seemed to be on the verge of exploding, Lu Mei opened the pill bottle in her hands with great difficulty, before she placed all 3 pills inside her mouth without any hesitation. Although she didn't know the effects of these pills, Lu Mei believed that there was no way for Xianxia to harm her. Since he had told her to consume these pills before her breakthrough, Lu Mei would do so without any hesitation. The moment the pills entered her mouth and turned into a stream of purple-colored medicinal essence that slid down her throat, Lu Mei didn't hesitate any longer, as she hurriedly closed her eyes and began to circulate the blood absorption art, beginning her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. At the same time, Lu Mei already knew that the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage would be a qualitative change to her. Not only would her spirit sense transform into soul sense and be able to leave her body after breaking through the nascent soul stage, but she also knew that if the body of a nascent soul stage cultivator died, as long as the soul stayed intact, it was possible to possess another body and start cultivating from the beginning. Additionally, since the insights of the Taoist that the nascent soul stage expert had comprehended, as well as the memories and experiences that they had acquired wouldn't be lost, it wouldn't be too hard to reach the nascent soul stage again in the future. Of course, the quality of the qi as well as the foundation Tao of the cultivator, would also experience a huge change after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Lu Mei knew that as long as she managed to successfully complete her breakthrough, she would become many times stronger than before. The moment that she started to circulate the blood absorption art, however, endless and insufferable pain filled every inch of her body, while her eyes instantly turned red. Suddenly, black and incorporeal tendrils of death qi appeared from her body, covering Lu Mei inside a black cocoon. At the same time, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Mei had fallen into a state of enlightenment during the second test and was now in the process of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Shen Long was advancing through a lush forest, as he headed towards the small city that was located a few hundred miles past the east of the forest, amidst the vast plains in the distance. As he traveled through the forest, Shen Long had been somewhat surprised to find out that aside from a few early and middle rank 4 magic beasts, he didn't even find a single peak rank 4 beast, let alone an early rank 5 one. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it made sense. Since the aim of the third test is to make the disciples participating in it fight against the criminals inside the 1,000 cities, the holy sect wouldn't go out of its way to place rank 5 magic beasts near the city surroundings. And yet, despite reaching this conclusion and knowing that it was unlikely for a rank 5 magic beast to appear in this forest, Shen Long didn't get complacent and lower down his guard, as he carefully continued forward. Even if there are no rank 5 magic beasts inside this forest, it is still more than likely for other disciples who are undertaking this test, to set up an ambush and attempt to try and rob others. Perhaps if they are lucky, they will even find a token of the holy sect among the treasures of their victim, allowing them to pass through the third test effortlessly. As this mocking thought flashed through his mind, he continued to check his surroundings without letting down his guard, as he continued moving forward. Of course, Shen Long wasn't afraid of being robbed and he would even welcome these people with open arms if this was in the past, but this time, he didn't want to waste too much time inside this forest, in case the token inside the city gets taken away while he wastes time inside this forest. 2 hours quickly passed, as Shen Long left the lush forest behind him without any issues. It was unknown if there were no disciples who had set up an ambush, or if Shen Long had simply failed to meet them on the way. As soon as he left the lush forest and entered the vast plains, Shen Long saw his field of view expanding, as a small-sized city appeared in the distance ahead of him, slowly getting bigger and bigger in his eyes as he continued forward. An hour quickly passed, and Shen Long was just 10 miles away from the city, when he saw a small crowd gathered in the vast plains just a few miles away from the city gates. Almost 200 young men and women dressed in different types of clothes were gathered together, and all of them were staring at the city gates in the distance with serious looks in their eyes. Turning his eyes towards the small city ahead of him, Shen Long immediately realized the reason why these people were gathered here, and why they were staring at the city gates with solemn looks. More than 1,000 men and women were gathered in the city walls, staring at the small group of 200 disciples with mocking looks on their faces. There was a serious look in Shen Long's eyes as he also stared at the scene in the distance, without heading towards it straight away. Although most of them seem to be at the rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, there are still more than 1,000 of them. Additionally, it's impossible for these people to be the entire force of the city, without any rank 2 or rank 3 nascent soul stage experts hidden inside. As this thought flashed through Shen Long's mind, he then turned his eyes to look at the group of 200 disciples who were standing less than 10 miles away from the city, only to see that some of them were also staring back at him. All of a sudden, Shen Long saw a handsome young man dressed in luxurious silver-colored robes whose cultivation was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, as that person stood up and walked towards Shen Long's direction. Chapter 395 Temporary Alliance. Seeing that there wasn't any direct hostility coming from this person, Shen Long, who had already guessed what was going on in his mind, calmly waited to see what this person's intention was. As soon as he arrived just a couple of meters away from Shen Long, the silver-robed young man smiled brightly as he looked at him, before he said in a warm tone. "This brother, my name is Chiu Lei and I am from the northern region. Since you are here, then that means that you have also managed to pass the second test as well. As you can see, there are 176 more people like you and me in this place, and we have all gathered together to pass the third test." Shen Long's lips curved up when he heard the last part of this sentence, as he stared at the young man who called himself Chiu Lei without interrupting him. Chiu Lei smiled even brighter when he saw Shen Long smile, as he then continued with what seemed to be a genuine expression on his face. "It looks like this brother has already realized the reason why I am here. Indeed, it is to invite you to fight alongside us as we attack that city. Pointing at the small city in the distance that had more than 1,000 experts at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm, as well as early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators in its walls, Chiu Lei then continued with a serious look in his eyes. There are more than 1,000 cultivators stationed on the city walls, and as you can very likely guess, this is definitely not going to be that city's full strength. There are definitely bound to be rank 2, and even rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators inside the city, and they are waiting for us to attack. Otherwise, if it was just those 1,000 people, even a middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't have too much trouble to destroy this city, let alone peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. Since it's almost impossible for even rank 3 nascent soul stage experts to storm the city by themselves, we are planning to wait here until the end of the day, and see if there are any more people who pass the second test as well and come here. By the time night falls, regardless if it is just us or if more people come, we will definitely make our move. As for the token of the holy sect inside the city, we will leave that to fate. After all, there is only one token inside that city, and there are almost 180 of us here. As he finished speaking, Chiu Lei looked at Shun Long with that same warm smile on his face as he waited for his answer. Shun Long, however, thought seriously for a while, without answering straight away. He first looked at Chiu Lei, before he turned his gaze towards the small city in the distance. Based on what Chiu Lei had said, this indeed sounded like a situation where everyone would only gain to benefit from it. After all, Shun Long wouldn't say that he was definitely stronger than a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert right now and he could storm the city by himself. Although I am confident enough in taking care of this city if it was really just those 1,000 people on the city walls, the situation is definitely not going to be that simple. Teaming up with these people to take care of the powerful rank 2 and rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators inside the city and find the holy sex token, is indeed a much better and safer choice. However, the problem lies in this matter as well. Everyone will be paying attention to find the token as well. Without having advanced to the nascent soul stage, I won't be able to locate the strongest person inside the city and find the token first. It only took a moment for Shun Long to realize the crux of the matter behind this alliance. After all, although all of these disciples seemed to have grouped together at first glance, once they entered the city, everyone would look to find the strongest person and obtain the token of the holy sect. In that case, it was more apt to call it a temporary alliance instead. After all, the moment that someone obtained the token, the other disciples around him would definitely pounce on him like a pack of wolves. Since there were only 1,000 disciples who could obtain the tokens and pass the third test, there was no way that anyone here would allow someone else to just take the token and leave in the end. After thinking about it seriously for a few more moments, Shun Long looked at Chiu Lei, before he nodded his head and said with a calm smile as well. In that case, let's enter this city together. Seemingly as if he had expected this answer, the smile in the silver-robed man's, Chiu Lei's face widened even further, as he pointed towards the group behind him and said to Shun Long. Let's wait until night falls. Then we will all move together at the same time as we attack the city. Nodding his head, Shun Long followed Chiu Lei as he walked towards the group of disciples in the distance. Shun Long was surprised to see that there were only 10 spirit realm cultivators among this group, and just like him, they were all at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. As for the rest of these disciples, they were all at the nascent soul stage, while most of them were even at the early or the middle of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage. Shun Long's appearance attracted many looks from the disciples in this group, as the time to attack the city was getting near, but since he wasn't hiding his aura and was only a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator, many people quickly ignored him after a precursory glance. After all, there was no way for a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator to even think of obtaining the holy sex token and passing the test. Even the other peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivators only threw a few more glances at Shun Long, before they closed their eyes and did their best to bring themselves to peak condition, since there were only a few hours left until they attacked the city. At the same time, every single one of these disciples here knew that the third test of the holy sect wasn't a place to make friends. If they were inside the sect, it would be a completely different matter, but here. Despite being in an alliance, they were all competing against the others as well. Shun Long wasn't expecting a warm reception in the first place, and after finding an empty patch of grass to sit down, he closed his eyes as he waited for night to fall. Half a day quickly passed and by the time that night had fallen, Shun Long only saw 2 more people joining the temporary alliance, in the end. Seeing that it was already time to move, Shun Long saw Chiu Lei, as well as 6 young men and 3 young women next to him, all standing up at the same time, as they looked at everyone else with serious looks in their eyes. From Chiu Lei's group, a young man dressed in luxurious golden robes was the first one to take a step forward, and facing the rest of the disciples who had joined the temporary alliance and were now looking at him, he said in a commanding voice. There is no reason to wait any further. We will now attack this city that is filled with criminal scum. Remember, that although this may be an alliance, but at the same time, it's every man for himself. The goal is to take the holy sex token and pass the third test, not to help each other. The only common goal that we have, is that we are all looking for the holy sex token while we eradicate the scum inside that city. Now, if you are ready, follow behind me. Without waiting for a response, the golden-robed young man led Chiu Lei and the other people around him, as he turned around and headed towards the small city in the distance. Chapter 396 Attacking the City. After hesitating for a moment, the disciples of the Alliance looked at each other, before they all followed the golden-robed man's group as they headed towards the small city in the distance. The moment that they arrived just 2 miles away from the city, Shen Long saw Chiu Lei's group split into 3 different groups, as the golden-robed young man and Chiu Lei, as well as 2 more people at the rank 3 of the nascent soul stage spearheaded the attack in the city, while the other 2 groups attacked from the sides. Although the disciples of the Alliance turned somewhat chaotic when they saw the unexpected splitting of the group in the lead, most of them still followed the first group, while less than 30 disciples followed the other 2 groups. At the same time, as Shen Long flew after the first group, he also realized that the conjecture that he had arrived in during the first test, was actually wrong. Just the alliance of disciples that was attacking this city alone, numbered close to 200 people. This meant that, if there were 200 disciples that were attacking each one of the 1,000 cities in this world, the total number of disciples that are participating in the third test would reach close to 200.000. Even if the second test actually eliminated half of the disciples that took part in it, if Shen Long factored in, that only 1/4 of the disciples that were originally participating in the first test managed to successfully pass it, the number of people that entered the holy sex test in the beginning, must have definitely surpassed 1.5 million. 1.500.000 disciples, all of them either at the late stages of the spirit realm or the nascent soul stage. As Shen Long came to this conclusion, he realized how terrifying the holy sex influence really was. After all, in the entire Night Star continent, there were only 200.000 people who met the criteria to participate in the holy sex test. Even if some people had decided to participate in the entrance selection of the Demon Emperor Palace instead of the holy sex, these people definitely didn't number more than 50.000. As soon as Shen Long's group neared closer to the city gates, the nascent soul stage cultivators that were stationed in the city walls instantly sounded the alarm, before waves of attacks flew towards Shen Long and the rest of the disciples like a tsunami that was about to drown them. Flame arrows, water pythons, sword and saber slashes filled with chi, ice shards, as well as many other types of attacks, all looked to bury this group of disciples, before they could even approach close to the city walls. At the same time, Shen Long saw the golden-robed man in the middle being covered in a burst of flames, that incinerated every attack that dared to come close to him. Even his hair were covered in flames, not allowing even an inch of his body to be unprotected as he continued to fly forward. It didn't matter if it were the flame arrows, the ice shards, or any other type of attack, everything that came in contact with the crimson flames around this man's body was instantly destroyed. At the same time, Shen Long also realized, that this young man was actually a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. As for Chiu Lei and the rest, they all had their own means to easily resist these attacks, as they continued to fly towards the city walls. Surprisingly, Chiu Lei's cultivation, which was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, was actually the weakest one among the 4 people in this group. Aside from the golden-robed young man who seemed to be the strongest, the other 2 disciples around him were actually at the middle of rank 3 of the nascent soul stage as well. Of course, since these people were previously concealing their cultivation, it was impossible for Shen Long, who had yet to break through to the nascent soul stage and form his soul sense, to sense their levels before these people started fighting. As for the attacks that came his way, Shen Long had it just as easy as the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man, as he activated the Monarch's domain. Every attack that entered inside the Monarch's domain, was akin to entering Shen Long's kingdom, unable to approach any closer to his body, as the flow of time around them was forcefully frozen. In front of Shen Long's Monarch's domain, even the attacks of rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators were practically worthless. To avoid attracting too much attention, however, Shen Long didn't activate the Monarch's domain to its fullest, only allowing it to cover a small area around his body. The rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators on top of the city walls were stunned when they saw that their attacks were actually useless against the enemy's group. Against 140 cultivators, most of whom were already at the early or middle rank 2 of the nascent soul stage, once they started to work together, the onslaught from 1000 rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators and late-stage spirit realm ones was practically non-existent. As for monsters like Shun Long or the golden-robed young man and the rest of the rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, they didn't even need to team up with others as they easily ignored these attacks and continued flying towards the city. The moment that he arrived above the city walls, the golden-robed young man was the first one to attack, as he gathered his chi in his left hand and sent a powerful punch forward. A fist of crimson flames escaped his arm, and flew towards the city walls below him at extreme speed, catching the late-stage spirit realm and the nascent soul stage cultivators completely off guard. Before they had any time to escape, more than 10 rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators, and almost 30 late-stage spirit realm ones were submerged by the gigantic fist of flames, as they were killed in an instant. Not willing to waste any more time than necessary against the small fries, the golden-robed young man threw a mocking look at the remaining people on top of the city walls, before he instantly spread his soul sense and flew towards the east of the city, followed by Chiu Lei and the 2 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators behind him. Chapter 397 Abrupt Change. Seeing the powerful rank 3 nascent soul stage experts that flew deeper inside the city instead of staying here to eradicate them, made the late stage spirit realm and the nascent soul stage cultivators on top of the city walls heave a sigh of relief. After all, against the 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, and especially that peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man in golden robes, they knew that they were completely powerless to put up any resistance. The moment that Shun Long saw Chiu Lei's group heading deeper inside the city, however, he stopped holding back as well, as a blue light instantly covered his body before his speed increased by more than 5 times. He was like a bolt of blue lightning, as a moment later, he quickly appeared above the city gates, before he also flew deeper inside the city, completely ignoring the people who were staring at him with wide-open eyes. After all, for a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator to be just as fast as the 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage experts was a visually shocking scene that no one of them had seen before. Even if the rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators weren't flying at full speed, Shun Long's speed was definitely faster than any rank 2 nascent soul stage expert. Of course, Shun Long knew that he couldn't lag behind if he wanted to have a chance to obtain the Holy Sex token, so he could only go all out this time. Since he hadn't formed his soul sense just yet, he could only use his wits as well as his own strength if he wanted to have a chance at obtaining the token. Since that golden-robed young man had first spread out his soul sense before he led Chiu Lei's group towards the east of the city, Shun Long knew that this must have meant that there was a powerful nascent soul stage expert in that direction. Thus, heading towards that direction also meant that there was a good chance to find the Holy Sex token. After all, instead of searching throughout the city blindly, following after the 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators was a much better choice. Of course, Shun Long wasn't the only one who was chasing after their group either. A few peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivators had also passed through the attacks of the people at the city walls almost effortlessly, as they chased behind the group of rank 4 rank 3 nascent soul stage experts as well. Less than a minute later, Shun Long saw Chiu Lei's group arriving above an old tower that seemed to be on the verge of crumbling to pieces. The golden-robed young man had a profound look in his eyes as he looked at the tower in front of him, as he then gathered the chi in his hands, and without any warning, he sent a powerful flame fist towards it. The crimson flames looked as if they were about to burn the air itself, as the gigantic fist flew towards the old tower. Boom! Without any suspense, the moment that the flame fist touched the already half-broken tower, the tower collapsed into countless pieces. However, the flames that were supposed to completely burn down the old tower into dust were suddenly extinguished, as a gigantic sandstorm erupted out of nowhere, as it completely covered the now destroyed tower. At the same time, from the debris of the collapsed old tower, Shun Long saw a young woman with a cold look in her eyes emerging from it, followed by a young man in brown robes, as well as a middle-aged man who was holding a large greatsword, as they all shot towards the sky at the same time, facing off against the golden-robed young man from Chiu Lei's group. The golden-robed young man, however, didn't seem to be surprised by this woman's appearance. Instead, it looked like he had everything under control, as he looked at her with a cold look, before he said in a commanding tone, "Hand over the Holy Sex token and I will allow you to live. Refuse, and I will simply bury you all here today." Anger instantly colored the young woman's expression when she heard these provocative words, while the sandstorm that was swirling around her started to turn even more powerful. However, the short-haired young woman didn't flare up, and instead, it looked like she was trying to suppress her fury, as she looked at the golden-robed man from Chiu Lei's group as she said in a questioning tone, "You fool, didn't you notice that there are 2 more peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in this city aside from me? What makes you think that I have the holy sex token? Besides, you really are too arrogant to claim that you will bury me here today. The golden-robed man didn't seem angry when he heard the black-robed woman's response. Instead, a mocking look appeared in his already cold eyes, before he then said with a similarly mocking smile on his face. Do you take me for a fool, or do you really think that you are smarter than you actually are? You may be able to fool the others who have already split up and are chasing after the other garbage in this city, but I am not an idiot like them. Since you revealed your strength the last time, did you think that no one would notice that you are actually the strongest one in this city? Do you really think that you were the only one who was holding back at that time? If it wasn't because there were 9 of you and just 6 of us, I would have already buried all of you criminal trash. Enough talk. Hand over the dash. Before the golden-robed young man could finish his words, he suddenly turned his gaze to the side with an incredulous look in his eyes. It wasn't just him, even Xianxia, who by now had already understood that the golden-robed man's group had already met this young woman's group a few days ago, and had either lost or they had been forced to retreat, was now staring at the scene in front of him with eyes that betrayed his shock. Seemingly out of nowhere, a black-robed old man had appeared behind Xiao, and before anyone could react, the old man stabbed a pitch-black dagger in Xiaolei's back. Before Xiaolei could react, the old man instantly removed the dagger, before he slammed it on the back of his chest a second time. The silver-robed Xiaolei had a look of pain on his face, as he tried hard to turn around and see his assailant's face. He couldn't believe that he had been sneak-attacked with his guard up. His body however seemed to have lost all of its strength, as the silver-robed Xiaolei felt his eyes losing their focus while his body started to plummet. Unable to support himself any longer, he fell from the sky like a cannonball, as he crashed on the ground with a bang. An early rank 3 nascent soul expert had been instantly killed just like that. Chapter 398 Realization. The golden-robed young man looked at Xiaolei's lifeless body that had crashed on the ground, having lost its remaining vitality, before he turned his eyes towards the black-robed old man who was standing in the sky just a few meters away from him. The old man however didn't seem afraid of the young man in golden robes despite seeing the murderous look in his eyes, or the crimson flames around his body that had increased in intensity and were looking like they were about to swallow everything in sight, and after flashing him a ghastly smile that revealed his crooked teeth, the old man's body quickly disappeared, looking like it had blended in the surrounding darkness. At the same time, the golden-robed young man narrowed his eyes, before he gathered his chi in his arms and punched forward, towards the old man's disappearing figure. This time though, it wasn't a flame fist that had appeared from his arms, but a pillar of crimson flames instead. The scorching hot flames that flew towards the black-robed old man looked like they were about to expand and engulf the entire city, raising down everything in sight, while even from a distance of nearly a mile away, Xianxia could still feel the hot temperature in the city that was rapidly rising. It was obvious that the golden-robed young man was going all out this time, and wasn't willing to give the old man a chance to escape. The pillar of flame accurately struck the old man's disappearing figure, before it continued flying further into the distance, before it landed on a small house 3 miles away, instantly reducing it into molten rocks. In fact, the buildings that the pillar of flames had flew above, clearly showed signs of melting as well, despite being barely grazed by this crimson pillar. The golden-robed man however didn't seem to be satisfied with the result, as he turned his gaze back towards the young woman, who seemed to be leisurely staring at him with an expressionless look on her face. By her side, the figure of the black-robed old man started to quickly materialize, revealing his body that was devoid of injuries. Only the edge of his right sleeve had barely been grazed by the scorching red flames, but that was a small price to pay, considering that he had managed to easily kill Xiaolei amidst 3 other rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. At the same time, Xianxia was also stunned by the old man's powers, as well as the strength of the flame pillar from the golden-robed young man. It had instantly destroyed more than a dozen buildings, while at the same time, it had also raised the temperature of its surroundings, affecting more than 1/4 of the city in a single instant. This made Xianxia remember just how powerful nascent soul stage cultivators really were. During the past 3 years that he and Lu Mei were traveling through the Night Star continent, thanks to Little Black's enormous strength as well as the poison that he had concocted from the soul-poisoning hell grass, the times that Xianxia had to directly face nascent soul stage experts or rank 5 magic beasts were actually very few. This had caused Xianxia to effectively not place too much attention to the previous cultivation realms, making the Dao King realm his next direct goal. After all, he already knew that once someone became a Dao King, their Dao would experience a qualitative change. However, seeing the fight in front of him right now made Shun Long suddenly recall the ever-growing progress that he had experienced in the last 4 years, nearly causing himself to fall in a daze in the process, as he stared at the black-robed young woman's group which was now confronting the golden-robed young man's. Unknowingly, Shun Long had actually entered a state of sudden enlightenment as countless thoughts flashed through his mind one by one, while scenes of himself slowly advancing in his cultivation flooded his head. Qi condensation cultivators are those who have just stepped a foot in the world of cultivation and are barely stronger than average mortals. Nevertheless, since they can absorb the qi around them inside their bodies and can train in cultivation techniques, they are still considered cultivators. As for Earth grade cultivators, the moment that a cultivator manages to break through to the Earth grade, they will experience an immense increase in the amount of qi that they can store in their dantian, and they will even be able to start training in martial skills that allow them to control their qi outside of their bodies. Even without the use of martial skills however, an Earth-grade cultivator can't be compared to a Qi condensation one in terms of pure strength. After all, a single Earth-grade cultivator can easily take care of dozens of Qi condensation cultivators without any problem. The most noticeable increase however, comes when one of them breaks through to the Heaven grade. After all, Earth-grade cultivators are still stronger than normal humans, but unless they have comprehended a martial skill, they are still nothing more than very strong humans in the end. However, the moment that someone breaks through to the Heaven grade, they will see an enormous increase in their strength. After all, Heaven grade cultivators have not only gained an enormous increase in the purity and the quantity of their qi, but they can also freely control it outside of their bodies as well, even allowing them to fly. However, the biggest benefit in their strength comes from the fact that a Heaven grade cultivator has obtained an initial comprehension of their Tao. The power of the Taos is simply the biggest difference between a Heaven grade cultivator and an Earth grade one. No matter what, even 1,000 Earth-grade cultivators may not necessarily be able to defeat a Heaven-grade expert in the end, unless they manage to exhaust all of his strength first. And above the Heaven grade is the Spirit realm. Finally, once a cultivator reaches the Spirit realm they can be considered a powerful cultivator. Even in the Night Star continent, one needs to be at least at the Spirit realm to safely roam throughout the continent. After all, not only will the comprehension of the Tao experience a big increase once a cultivator breaks through to the Spirit realm, but so will their spirit sense as well as the amount of qi that they have. At the same time, once a cultivator manages to break through to the spirit realm, their strength will also multiply by many times. If an average spirit realm cultivator exploded with their full strength, their attacks could probably flatten a sect like the Floating Clouds sect in a matter of minutes. Unless there is another spirit realm cultivator to fight them off, Heaven-grade cultivators are like ants in front of a powerful spirit realm expert. And yet, the spirit realm is in reality nothing more than just preparations before the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. As Shun Long's thoughts reached this point, a bright blue light started to appear from his body, covering him from head to toe. Chapter 399 Transformation. Although the blue light coming from Shun Long's body wasn't too bright, in the midst of the dark night it instantly attracted everyone's attention. The golden-robed young man and the two middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage experts who were alongside him, were just about to start fighting with the black-robed young woman's group, when they suddenly turned their attention towards Shun Long's direction all at the same time. Shun Long's body now resembled a shining blue-colored star whose light was illuminating everything around him. The light coming from his body was also expanding at a rapid rate, instantly submerging everything around it. Seeing that the blue-colored light coming from Shun Long's body was now expanding towards their direction and was about to touch them, actually gave the rank 3 nascent soul stage experts a feeling of immense danger. Even the golden-robed young man and the black-robed young woman, as well as the black-robed old man who had just killed Chiu Lei, all 3 of which were peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, they could all feel a sense of danger coming from Shun Long, one that was not inferior to another peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert at all. The black-robed woman led her group, as she instantly turned tail and fled away without any hesitation, heading towards the north of the city. Chances were that even if Shun Long wasn't a friend of the golden-robed young man, he would still be her own enemy and would be looking for the Holy Sex token as well. Thus, as long as Shun Long wasn't a direct threat to her, leaving the area and taking care of the golden-robed young man first was more important. The golden-robed young man had a deep look in his eyes as he stared towards Shun Long's direction for a few moments, before he turned his attention back towards the fleeing black-robed woman's group. After a moment of serious thinking, he turned his eyes to look at the 2 middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators by his sides, before they all nodded their heads simultaneously, as they chased after the black-robed woman. At the same time that the 2 groups left the scene, Shun Long, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, had completely lost all sense of his surroundings. His mind that had entered a state of sudden enlightenment, didn't allow any conscious thinking. Although he could vaguely feel that his surroundings were changing in some way, he wasn't certain of what was going on, and neither could he actively think about it either. The only thing in Shenlong's mind right now, was his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage that had unconsciously begun. As the invisible figure of an hourglass appeared around him, 81 bright balls of chi had also appeared above his head at the same time, while the bright blue light that was coming from his body was giving off a sense of lethal danger, that didn't allow even peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts to touch it. Shenlong could feel his spirit sense inside his spiritual space that was churning madly, like a wild beast that was finally unshackling itself after a very long time. Circulating the Monarch's hourglass, Shenlong started to fuse the 81 white balls of chi with each other, while at the same time, he could feel his spirit sense that was becoming stronger with every passing moment. At the same time, right above his head and next to the invisible Monarch's hourglass, Shenlong was now unaware that a gigantic black-colored vortex had also appeared, sucking in the chi in the air from the entire eastern part of this small city. Shenlong's body that needed vast amounts of chi to supplement the Monarch's hourglass for his breakthrough, for the very first time seemed to be lacking the chi that it needed. Since Shenlong couldn't absorb any chi from the heaven-swallowing vine that was still inside the stone of time, the Monarch's hourglass had naturally formed a gigantic vortex that stole the chi from the air around the entire eastern part of the city, supplementing it all inside Shenlong's body. Using the large amounts of chi that were entering his body, Shenlong started to fuse the 81 balls of chi with each other, while at the same time, his thoughts continued to ruminate over the meaning of entering the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul stage cultivator cannot be compared to someone who is still in the spirit realm in terms of strength. Now I understand. Nascent soul. It doesn't just mean that a cultivator is using their soul. It isn't just the stage of rebirth. The soul itself becomes many times stronger alongside the increase in chi and spirit sense, no, soul sense. At this point, Shenlong, who was still comprehending the meaning of being a nascent soul stage cultivator, was completely unaware that the vortex above his head had now covered half of the city. Be it the Alliance members who were fighting the criminals stationed at the city walls, or the golden-robed young man and his group as well as the black-robed young woman's, everyone could see the black vortex that was now hovering above their heads like an omen of death. Senior Brother Cheong, is this really a nascent soul vortex? How can it be this terrifying? One of the 2 middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who was following the golden-robed young man couldn't help asking in a voice filled with disbelief, once he saw the gigantic vortex in the sky that was so similar, and yet at the same time so different from his own vortex when he was breaking through to the nascent soul stage. After all, it was common knowledge, that once someone was breaking through to the nascent soul stage, their body would absorb the chi around them to supplement itself with enough chi for the breakthrough, but the scene created wouldn't be nearly as terrifying as this. Perhaps the vortex would have a radius of half a meter, or it could be as much as 3 meters wide. Even, Senior Brother Cheong, however, didn't seem to have an answer to this, as he stared at Shenlong's direction with a serious look in his eyes. At this point, even he wasn't certain if this was really a nascent soul vortex. After all, even his own nascent soul vortex in the past, had only reached a radius of a little more than 11 meters, and Senior Brother Cheong was certain that he himself was definitely considered a genius. At the same time, the 81 balls of chi above Shenlong's head had already merged into 27, and yet, this wasn't the only transformation that was taking place this time. Shenlong could feel his spirit sense was that churning even more wildly, when suddenly, his spiritual space started to rumble. It was like a terrifying magic beast that was finally waking up after an endlessly long period of slumber. The moment that the 27 balls of chi were merged into 9, Shenlong felt a terrifying, soul-splitting headache assaulting him, before a booming sound that was similar to the heaven and earth splitting apart resounded from his spiritual space.